Every individual begins their journey by binding a dragon spine tree as a sanctuary, along with the acquisition of a random talent. Chen Ming awakens to find himself in an unfamiliar forest. In order to survive, he must tirelessly strive. His unique talent is role-playing, which bestows upon him a different identity each day, along with the corresponding abilities and characteristics. Consequently, the most anticipated aspect of his day is the refreshing of his identity. Resource Perceiver passively detects all basic survival resources within a radius of 500 meters, highlighting them vividly within his field of vision. Novice Trapmaster, capable of crafting efficient and discreet beginner traps. Reluctant Philanthropist, when he voluntarily bestows his resources upon other survivors evidently in distress, he earns blessings, for one must give to receive. Shrewd Merchant, during transactions, he possesses an acute awareness of the other party's most pressing needs. Gambler, every 4 hours, he is presented with 2 unknown survival mystery boxes, from which he must choose one to open. The contents are entirely random and vastly varied. Loot Appraiser, able to sense the residual marks of the original owner on items, tracing the fragments of their origin. While others struggle daily for sustenance, he has already taken residence in a luxurious penthouse above the clouds. Chapter 1. Universal Survival. Chen Ming dreams a dream he cannot recall, save for the fact that he is incessantly searching for a restroom. It is well known that needing to relieve oneself in a dream can lead to dire consequences, a truth he comprehends. Even within the dream, he harbored a vague sense that he was not truly dreaming. At last, in a critical moment, he awakens, albeit not fully. Awoken by the urgency of his bladder, he remains in a daze, struggling to open his eyes. Just as he prepares to rise for the restroom, he realizes he is not lying in a bed. His body has slid for some distance, failing to locate the edge of the bed, and he is not upon it all. What is happening? He was ready to relieve himself. Why can he not get off the bed? Chen Ming laboriously opens his eyes, the blinding sunlight prompting him to instinctively shield his face with his hand. Through the gaps between his fingers, he beholds a panorama of trees and lush foliage. The sunlight is splendid. Trees have begun to grow within the room, sprouting, flourishing. Wait, where's my home? His drowsiness is instantly shattered. Chen Ming bolts upright, his vision sharpening from a haze to clarity, only to be rendered speechless by the scene before him. Home is gone. In its place lies an expansive forest, lush with greenery and towering ancient trees. Yet this forest is unlike any he has ever known. Vast, incredibly vast. These towering trees reach heights that are absurd, measuring no less than 100 meters. The first thing he notices is the roots, coiling and twisting like a colossal serpent, breaking through the rich brown soil, sprawling in undulating patterns in every direction. These roots are cloaked in thick moss, sprawling across the earth, with only the exposed portions above ground forming a rugged and intricate terrain. His gaze follows the roots upward, and he is utterly astonished. The trunks. To call them colossal pillars would not be an exaggeration. The girth of the trunks within his line of sight robs him of any sense of scale. What could their diameter be? 2 meters? No, surely more, at least 3 meters or greater. A tree with a diameter of 1 meter is already considered substantial. He is accustomed to seeing trees merely 20 to 30 centimeters wide. The spectacle before him has completely eclipsed his earlier need to relieve himself. The urgency of his bladder seems to have diminished. The bark exhibits a verdant hue, crisscrossed with deep grooves, each line narrating the tales of centuries, if not millennia. He tilts his head back, gazing upward. The branches and leaves of these giants unfurl at an unreachable height, layered and interwoven into a vast, majestic canopy. Chen Ming surveys his surroundings, realizing that more than half of the trees around him possess such immense stature, thick and towering. Goodness gracious, where on earth am I? Wasn't he just sleeping at home? Where's this place? Chen Ming feels somewhat bewildered. Could he still be dreaming? He delivers a sharp slap to his own face, examining his palm and then touching his cheek. Ouch, it stings. What on earth is happening? Is this truly a dream? Why does it feel so remarkably real? Even the urgency to relieve myself. Oh no, I can't hold it any longer. I must find a place to relieve myself first. Chen Ming glanced around and decided to position himself behind a large tree. Just as he prepared to unfasten his trousers, a sudden thought struck him. If this were a dream, would he not end up wetting the bed? However, his bladder was far more urgent than his thoughts. He could no longer afford to ponder. Ah, what relief. It was not his intention to urinate in the open, but rather he found himself with no other option. One cannot perish from holding in their urine. It appeared there was no damp sensation. Could it be that this is not a dream? Chen Ming reached out to touch the towering ancient tree beside him, and everything felt so undeniably authentic. Just as he was engulfed in confusion, an emotionless voice resonated in his mind. Welcome to the Dragon Ridge world. Your objective is to survive. The environment is both a resource and a hunting ground. Below are the beginner's guidelines and important notices. First, all individuals from Earth have successfully traversed. Those under 18 are temporarily sealed, and the injured have been restored to health. Second, survivors can view personal information and relevant circumstances through the data panel. Third, there will only be one survivor within a radius of 100 kilometers. Fourth, this place is inhabited by many unique creatures and ferocious beasts. Exercise caution. The first 7 days constitute a protection period for newcomers, during which ferocious beasts will not appear, except at night. Fifth, each individual may bind a tree as a sanctuary. Choose wisely and enhance your sanctuary, which will be absolutely secure against ferocious beasts. Sixth, pay attention to the monthly tides, as they may bring calamity. Seventh, life here is singular. Death is irrevocable, so tread carefully. Each survivor is entitled to randomly draw one ability or talent. The beginner's gift pack has been distributed. The game begins. Survivors, traversing survival. Have I truly arrived in another world? Goodness, this is real. Chen Shu still found it hard to believe. How could he have been transported without any mental preparation? How could the house he had just purchased outright have disappeared without a trace? Once he calmed down, he had no choice but to accept this reality. No wonder he had felt that this world was so vividly authentic. It truly was. Reflecting on his experiences, Chen Shu felt as though he had been toyed with. Starting as a tragic orphan, he had managed to secure admission to his dream university through sheer effort. In his sophomore year, his dorm mates had gathered once again to indulge in skewers. After satiating their appetites, they were drawn to a nearby lottery shop. Under the encouragement of his 3 friends, he reluctantly purchased a scratch-off ticket, unexpectedly winning the grand prize of 1.5 million. After experiencing joy, he chose the most stable path, purchasing a house. In recent years, the real estate market had been lackluster, with prices plummeting to their lowest. In his city, the price per square meter was less than 7,000 yuan. It was also due to his roommates incessantly mentioning recent price drops that his family purchased a property to serve as his marital home. Resolute, he bought a 120 square meter apartment outright for over 800,000 yuan, which he considered a product of his own hard work. Little did he know that on the very first day of moving in after renovations, such an incident would occur. Fate truly plays tricks. His new home, along with hundreds of thousands of yuan, had vanished in an instant. Alas, everything had become a thing of the past, yet he must continue to survive. Chen Shu sighed deeply, then redirected his thoughts to his current surroundings. After all, he had been an orphan before, solitary and alone. It mattered not where he was. The area surrounding him resembled a forest, filled with towering trees and lush vegetation. It appeared quite splendid. If this were on Earth, it would surely qualify as a 5-star scenic area. By the way, there was mention of a data panel. Where could it be? Chen Shu looked around, and just then, a green virtual button appeared before him. Instinctively, he pressed it, and a virtual screen materialized before his eyes. Announcements, world channel, sanctuary information, weather, friends, marketplace, backpack, map. Upon witnessing the scene, Chen Shu was momentarily taken aback. After several attempts, he confirmed that if he silently focused on it, the button would appear automatically. Opening the announcements revealed the very words he had just heard. A glance at the world channel showed it bustling with activity. Where are we? Does anyone know? Didn't they just tell you? Dragon Ridge World, and you still ask. Have we crossed over? Does anyone know how to return? I don't want to die here. What a bizarre start. I was just having breakfast when this happened. Fortunately, I hadn't swallowed the bun yet, so I'm ahead by a bun. Ugh, you truly are a talent. Just accept it. I think it's rather good. After all, I'm all alone. It makes no difference where I am. I was almost executed, and now I've stumbled upon this good fortune. By the way, what abilities did you all draw? If you ask me, it's bad enough that the beginner's gift pack is rubbish. How could the abilities within be so pathetic? A tree climbing talent is all I got. Tree climbing? Then you've struck gold. There's so many trees here, enough for you to climb for a lifetime, unlike me, who only received mastery in swordsmanship. Heh. Enough idling. Let's get moving. If we want to prosper, we must first climb some trees. Chapter 2. Identity Roleplay. Observing the myriad of comments and boasts regarding newfound abilities on the World Channel, Chen Shu suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh, right, the novice gift pack. Instinctively, he glanced at the word backpack and clicked on it, revealing a virtual panel before him, with 10 slots unlocked. The remaining slots bore a lock symbol, suggesting they could only be accessed later. The first slot contained a red gift pack, while the second was marked with a question mark. Without further ado, Chen Shu opened the first gift pack, and a series of prompts appeared before his eyes. Acquired bread X2. Acquired mineral water X1. Acquired portable workbench X1. Acquired stone axe X1. Is that it? Just this. Chen Shu nearly punctured the virtual panel in disappointment. 2 pieces of bread and a bottle of water? This is hardly enough to sustain him. Having just awakened from his slumber, his stomach growled with hunger, and now he was unable to indulge. It was nothing short of torment. Reluctantly, he extracted 1 piece of bread and upon clicking to retrieve it, a palm-sized loaf appeared in his hand. Bread, 100g, a basic loaf that merely sustains essential physiological functions. Taking a bite, he wouldn't say it was unpleasant, merely palatable, given the circumstances. One could not ask for much more at this time. Next, he retrieved the workbench, having been curious about its purpose. With a mere thought, a half-meter square metal table adorned with simple grooves and patterns clattered to the ground beside him. Portable workbench, can craft various tools as long as materials are sufficient. His initial reaction was astonishment. This resembled a workbench from a sandbox game he had previously played. The similarities were striking. Upon closer inspection, while there were some differences, its functionality appeared comparable, presenting various tool options for crafting at the cost of certain resources, with a plethora of types available. For instance, axes were categorized into several types: stone axe, iron axe, and military hand axe. Unfortunately, Chen Ming currently possessed nothing to craft, but at least the system had provided him with a stone axe, which was sufficient for now, stowing the workbench for the time being. He then clicked on the second item, the question mark, which likely represented the so-called talent ability. Talent ability randomly grants a survival talent or special ability. Random? The implications of those words were vast. With good fortune, one could soar, while with ill fortune, one might meet their demise. It was akin to purchasing a lottery ticket. Had it not been for his roommate's encouragement, he would never have considered it. Such good fortune was hardly destined for him. Taking a deep breath, he clicked to use it. Acquired ability, identity roleplay. Identity roleplay randomly grants a temporary identity tag each day. The survivor will gain corresponding abilities and traits, which may also come with limitations or side effects. Identity roleplay? Is this not akin to cosplay? And it is random? Surely, this must be a game developed by some company that revels in randomness. Ding. Today's identity has been determined. Resource Perceiver. Resource Perceiver passively senses all basic survival resources within a radius of 500 meters and highlights them in the field of vision. This can save a considerable amount of trial and error time and physical exertion. Oh, this seems rather promising. Chen Ming stroked his chin. Starting off with a radar advantage over others, how would they compete? He found himself warming to this random selection. If this continued, wouldn't he be invincible? A divine skill. An absolute divine skill. With that thought, he couldn't help but chuckle, the sound echoing through the silent giant forest, startling several unknown birds resting in the distant underbrush. Quickly covering his mouth, his eyes sparkled with excitement. In his line of sight, just a dozen meters ahead, a patch of earth, elevated by massive tree roots and cloaked in thick moss, revealed a fist-sized red dot pulsating steadily. Adjacent to it floated a translucent label, purple scaled fruit. Oh my food. Chen Ming's heart raced, momentarily casting aside the disorientation of his transmigration and the heartache of losing his home. The instinct to survive and the thrill of discovering resources surged within him. He dashed towards the earthen slope, brushing aside a layer of damp moss and several broad fern leaves, and indeed found a small cluster of low shrubs. The branches of the shrubs bore clusters of purple berries, the size of longan, their skins plump and immensely enticing. Purple scaled fruit, rich in moisture and a small amount of sugar, edible. Contains a mild paralyzing toxin, effective only on small creatures, harmless to humans. The moment he grasped it, the detailed information of the berries automatically displayed. Poisonous, but harmless to me. Without hesitation, Chen Ming plucked one and popped it into his mouth. A sweet and tangy juice burst forth, accompanied by a minty coolness that instantly alleviated the dryness left by the earlier bread. The taste was unexpectedly delightful. Without a moment's hesitation, he began to harvest, munching on several berries as he went. Meanwhile, his gaze roved around. In his field of vision, besides the nearby berry cluster, several other red dot markers appeared. Small river, mushrooms, shepherd's purse, water source. Chen Ming felt invigorated. This was a genuine lifeline. The single bottle of water from the novice gift pack was utterly insufficient. He quickly stowed the harvested purple-scaled fruits in his backpack, which automatically stacked the items, displaying purple-scaled fruit X100 in one slot and purple-scaled fruit X25 in another. One slot could accommodate up to 100 identical items. Not too shabby. Having completed this, Chen Ming promptly made his way towards the red dot indicating the water source, neglecting the mushrooms and shepherd's purse in the process. In comparison to the latter two, the red dot for the small river was noticeably farther away. The forest floor was uneven, covered in moss and detritus, yielding a soft, spongy texture underfoot. The air was thick with the earthy aroma of soil and wood, refreshingly damp. As he walked, he remained vigilant of his surroundings. This world was unnaturally quiet. Apart from the occasional chirping of unknown birds, there was hardly a sound to be heard. Could it be due to the novice protection period? It must be. This excessive tranquility rendered the warning of the novice protection period all the more ominous. As he drew closer, the gentle sound of flowing water became distinctly audible. Chen Ming felt a surge of energy and quickened his pace, parting a curtain of drooping vines and leaves, revealing a clear vista before him. A small creek, approximately 2 to 3 meters wide, meandered gracefully, its crystalline waters revealing smooth pebbles and swaying aquatic plants beneath. The flora along the creek was lush and vibrant. Small creek. Water quality is clear, Preliminary assessment indicates it is safe for direct consumption. The identity of the resource perceiver provided the answer. Nice. Chen Shu let out a low roar, nearly leaping towards the creek's edge. He first observed the flow and quality of the water, confirming it aligned with the system's description before eagerly bending down. Cupping his hands to scoop up water and drinking greedily. It was icy, refreshing. A hint of sweet mountain essence instantly quenched his parched throat and body, surpassing any bottled mineral water in satisfaction. Not yet satiated, he plunged his entire head into the water, thoroughly washing his face and scrubbing away the grime and stickiness accumulated overnight. Upon awakening, the absence of a refreshing brush of the teeth and a splash of water on the face left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Nevertheless, he relished the sensation of ease that enveloped him. Chen Shu, with a gentle swipe of his hand across his visage, exhaled deeply. The discovery of a stable water source injected a potent surge of vitality into his taut nerves, visibly alleviating the pressures of survival that had weighed heavily upon him. Chapter 3. The Binding of the Treehouse. Those who have braved the wilderness are well aware that the 4 core elements vital for survival are water, fire, shelter, and food. With the paramount issue of water resolved, Chen Shu now turned his attention to the others. Food appeared to be in ample supply. His identity as a resource perceiver simplified the acquisition of sustenance considerably. Not only could he discern berries, mushrooms, and wild vegetables, but he could also spot fish swimming in the nearby stream. Thus, the next considerations were fire and shelter. In the wild, fire signifies warmth, security, cooked meals, and the deterrence of predatory beasts. With a novice protection period lasting only 7 days, what lay beyond that threshold? He needed to kindle a fire swiftly, but for now, he could defer that task. The immediate priority was to establish a shelter. After all, even if he successfully ignited a fire, where would it be housed? It would be unthinkable to let it blaze unchecked in the forest, risking the conflagration of the entire woodland, leaving him in a state of despair. Speaking of which, he recalled that the announcement had indicated each individual could bind a tree as their shelter. Was he to reside within the tree itself? Contemplating this, Chen Shu raised his gaze to the surrounding trees. The variety was abundant, yet more than half were the colossal giants he had previously observed. Through the hints provided by his resource perceiver ability, he began to comprehend why this world was dubbed the Dragon Spine World. These towering giants were known as dragon spine trees, reaching heights of 200 to 300 meters, with diameters stretching up to 7 or 8 meters. The immense trunks, towering over 100 meters, presented an overwhelming presence up close. Gazing upward, the canopy seemed to float above the clouds, imparting a sense of insignificance akin to that of an ant. If he were to bind a tree, would it not be wise to choose one both tall and thick? His gaze involuntarily swept over the formidable behemoths surrounding him, leaving him momentarily indecisive. The world channel. Perhaps he could glean insights into the situations of others. When faced with uncertainty, it is prudent to consult others and hear their thoughts. Skillfully, he opened the data panel, the world channel buzzing with lively exchanges. Guess what I just unlocked? Mastery of fishing. But where on earth am I supposed to find a fishing rod? And it seems there are no rivers nearby. You can check the workbench. I believe I saw a method for crafting a fishing rod. A river? I have one here. Don't you have any? By the way, have you all bound your shelters yet? Of course. Once bound, that tree becomes hollow inside, just like a treehouse. A friendly reminder, try to bind a thicker tree, as the internal space is determined by the tree's diameter. I'm starving. Those 2 pieces of bread vanished in a single bite. Can anyone spare me some food? Wake up. At a time like this, asking others for food is futile. You'd be better off searching the forest for something to eat. Right. I just found a treasure chest in the woods, and it contained 2 buckets of instant noodles, a bottle of soda, and some other items. Unfortunately, there's no hot water, so I'll have to eat it dry. A treasure chest? There are treasure chests? Indeed, I was just fortunate. I miss home. Is there any way back? Sure, just run headfirst into a tree. Treasure chest. Chen Shu felt a thrill, instinctively scanning his radar view. Within a 500-meter radius, aside from the glowing points of berries, mushrooms, wild vegetables, and water sources, there was naught else. How had he not encountered one himself? After all, he possessed the capability of resource perception, yet not a single treasure chest appeared within that radius. From the conversations of others, Chen Shu gleaned a wealth of information. Yet the pressing matter remained binding a shelter. While treasure chests held their allure, they could not be forced into existence. He surveyed his surroundings and deemed the area beside the small stream as a suitable location. Establishing his treehouse there would alleviate the hassle of fetching water. Regrettably, after a thorough search, he found no ideal dragon spine tree. He had already attempted to bind one, yet the trees by the stream did not possess the required sturdiness, falling short compared to the few he had previously observed. Who didn't he prefer a sturdier option? With no alternative, Chen Shu retraced his steps, seeking a grand tree that met his aspirations. After wandering for 5 or 6 minutes, he finally stumbled upon a dragon spine tree that was evidently thicker than the others. Located east of the stream, within a mere 300 meters. This particular tree's diameter was estimated to be 5 meters, noticeably more robust than its counterparts. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Shu placed his hand upon the tree's roots. Would you like to bind this shelter? Did it even require deliberation? He chose this one without a second thought. The moment he confirmed his choice, something extraordinary transpired. The rough, thick green bark began to emit a soft, translucent pale green glow, approximately 3 meters above the ground. The previously rigid bark appeared to come alive, gradually sinking inward, reshaping and reorganizing itself. In a matter of moments, an arched entrance began to take form, becoming increasingly distinct. This transformation lasted several dozen seconds, and as the radiant glow subsided, a doorway approximately 2 meters high and 1.5 meters wide materialized upon the trunk. Having already experienced the phenomenon of traversing into this world, Chen Shu was no stranger to the surreal, yet excitement coursed through him. However, the next moment, he was left dumbfounded. The entrance was situated 3 meters above the ground. How was he to ascend? Was he expected to climb? It appeared to be quite the challenge. He couldn't fathom why the treehouse was constructed so high. At that moment, he found himself envious of the individual who had drawn the tree-climbing talent. Surely, they could effortlessly scale it. It seemed that in this world, skills that appeared trivial might hold profound utility. Chen Shu leapt a few times, attempting to ascend. But the entrance was simply too elevated, and the smooth trunk made climbing precarious. He found himself tumbling down after only a few attempts. If only a ladder were available, he murmured to himself, gazing at the entrance above. A ladder? Of course. Chen Shu immediately recollected the workbench. If he was not mistaken, there should be a method for crafting a ladder within it. True to his intuition, after a brief search, he discovered the crafting methods for ladders. Varied, yet currently limited to wooden ladders. Wooden ladder, mortise and tenon structure. Requirements: 15 units of wood. Just 15 pieces of wood were all that was necessary for its construction, and not a single nail was required. Without delay, Chen Shu procured his stone axe and began to scout for suitable targets. When it came to chopping down trees, he certainly could not attempt to fell the dragon spine trees. Those were several meters thick, and with the stone axe in his possession, it would take him months to accomplish. The forest was replete with dragon spine trees, but there were also various other species, including the fir, birch, and poplar trees that he had encountered before. Many of the trees were evidently unique to this world, displaying unfamiliar shapes. Armed with his stone axe, Chen Shu commenced his timber harvesting endeavor. The saying to become wealthy, one must first fell trees had never felt more pertinent. He opted for a relatively slender tree, as it would be easier to chop down. Being his first attempt at felling a tree, compounded by the use of a stone axe, the entire process proved quite arduous. After 7 or 8 minutes, he finally succeeded in bringing down the first tree, acquiring 3 pieces of wood, leading to a new realization. The felled trees will directly decompose into units of wood without the need for any secondary processing. I must say, this feature is rather impressive, saving him a considerable amount of time. However, the yield from each tree seems somewhat meager, as one tree only provides 3 pieces of wood. Chapter 4. The Treehouse Water Source. After a brief respite, Chen Shu once again swung his stone axe. With the experience of his first attempt, he found his rhythm, focusing on the same cut, engaging his core to drive his arm, resulting in a steadier and deeper chop. Although his efficiency remained rather modest, and his palms were reddened by the rough wooden handle, the sight of the increasing wood count in his backpack filled him with a sense of accomplishment that alleviated his fatigue. After spending several minutes, he finally gathered the 15 pieces of wood required for the ladder. Simultaneously, he noticed that not all trees yield the same amount of wood. The stout, towering trees provided more, while the slender, smaller ones yielded less. Done. Chen Shu exhaled, disregarding the sweat on his brow as he immediately summoned the workbench and selected the option to craft a wooden ladder. Would you like to consume 15 wood for crafting? Yes. Crafting begins. Remaining time, 10 seconds. The surface of the workbench shimmered with a white glow, emitting a faint hum. Upon the completion of the 10 seconds, the light dissipated, revealing a sturdy wooden ladder resting quietly on the surface. The 2 main beams stood straight, with evenly spaced rungs, the joints tightly interlocked, far exceeding Chen Shu's expectations in terms of strength and quality. Goodness, the efficiency and quality here are unparalleled, outclassing any production line on Earth. Chen Shu exclaimed in delight as he lifted the ladder. It felt solid and weighty in his hands, the wooden structure tightly woven and robust. He promptly carried the ladder beneath the entrance of the dragon spine tree, propping it against the trunk, where 2 indentations perfectly accommodated it, seeming to be designed specifically for this ladder, fitting seamlessly and steadfastly. At last, he could return home. Chen Shu stretched his arms, slightly sore from chopping wood, stored the workbench, grasped the ladder, and ascended step by step. Soon, he reached the entrance, which was smooth at the edges, still bearing faint wood grain, as though naturally formed. Within the giant tree, it indeed resembled what he had heard from the World Channel, revealing a hollow space. This space was far larger than he had anticipated. Although the entrance was modest, the interior was remarkably spacious, likely due to the tree he had chosen. Had he selected a dragon spine tree with a diameter of around 3 meters, he would have been at a significant loss, starting off with over 10 square meters less. In the city where he previously resided, that would equate to a loss of approximately 100,000. Reflecting on this, it seemed he had gained an advantage over some others right from the beginning. The entire space was irregularly cylindrical, with a height of just under 3 meters. Its ceiling still made of wood, allowing for a clear view of the tree's natural grain and structure. Observing this environment, Chen Shu felt a surge of accomplishment. He never expected to possess a home so swiftly. After his joy subsided, he began to examine his surroundings. Air circulation posed no issue. As a gentle breeze wafted in through the entrance, and thoughtfully, windows had been left on either side of the tree walls. On the right side of the entrance wall, there was a display screen showing information about the shelter. This must be the control panel for the treehouse. Chen Shu, LV1. Treehouse Level 1. Functions: basic safety space, simple resting platform, natural storage warehouse. Upgrade requirements: wood 0-500, stone 0-100, iron blocks 0-50, energy crystals 0-1. Tip: upgrading the shelter will unlock more functional areas and enhance overall strength and safety. The presence of a workbench has been detected. It will automatically connect with the shelter. Before Chen Shu could fully comprehend, his workbench appeared within the treehouse, seemingly embedded in the tree wall. So, the treehouse could be upgraded. It could unlock additional areas and functionalities. Upon this realization, he found this dwelling far superior to the one he had previously purchased. Not only did it come at no cost, but it could also be upgraded, akin to a game experience. However, he was somewhat perplexed by the level indicated next to his name. What purpose did this serve? Throughout the process, there had been no explanation on how to level up. It only mentioned upgrading the shelter. Could it be that a person's level increases alongside the shelter's upgrades? That seemed to be the only plausible explanation. The requirements for upgrading the shelter seemed quite substantial. While the need for wood and stone was understandable, what exactly was this energy crystal? For now, Chen Shu could not ascertain its nature and set it aside. In addition to the shelter's information, he could also view various details regarding the treehouse, and at the end, there was a timer. 10 days until the tide. The tide? Wasn't that a phenomenon exclusive to the ocean? Would there also be tides here? Chen Shu immediately leaned out to survey the area from above, gaining a wider view. Yet all he could see were forest trees. He also peered through the 2 windows to examine the surroundings, and it appeared nothing indicated the presence of tides. Or perhaps, the term had a different meaning here? Unable to make sense of it, Chen Shu decided to put it out of his mind for the time being. After all, there were still 10 days left. He then continued to inspect his treehouse. On the opposite side of the entrance, there was a space resembling a wash basin, albeit wooden in nature. At the center of the wash basin, there was a small hole, identical to those found in typical household sinks. Above the wash basin, a green tube protruded from the tree wall, its end naturally bending downward, hanging approximately 20 centimeters above the wooden platform, resembling a reed. What could this be? A decorative feature? Chen Shu curiously approached for a closer inspection. This tube seemed like an integral part of the dragon spine tree. He extended his finger and gently touched the opening. To his astonishment, a clear, icy stream of water gushed forth from the mouth of the tube, forming a jet of water that fell into the basin below. Goodness! Running water? Chen Shu was both astonished and delighted, hardly believing his eyes. This newly acquired home even provided running water? Instinctively, he cupped his hands to catch the stream. Feeling its coolness, a most pleasant sensation. Treehouse water source, level 1 guided by the core of the shelter. It draws underground water through the root system of the dragon spine tree. Current flow rate, low, approximately 0.5 liters per minute. Water quality, pure and drinkable. Flow rate and quality will improve with the shelter's level upgrades. A few lines of clear information appeared before his eyes. A built-in water source? And it was pure water. Chen Shu had not anticipated such a situation. Had he known, he wouldn't have chosen a location near a creek. Although the current flow rate was modest, the absence of usage restrictions made it inconsequential. He noted the words in the prompt. Realizing that upgrading the shelter was of utmost importance, it was evident that he needed to obtain that crucial energy crystal as soon as possible. Chen Shu's gaze turned resolute. Wood and stone were foundational materials that could be gathered gradually, but the key to upgrading, the energy crystal, remained unclear for the time being. He opened the world channel, hoping to inquire if anyone knew what an energy crystal was and how to obtain it, but unfortunately, the multitude of voices drowned out his message the instant he sent it. Does anyone know what an energy crystal is? How can I get one? Goodness, I just discovered that there are wild chickens in this forest, and I almost caught one. What is there to see? I even spotted a wild hare, although it dashed away too swiftly. What talents have you all drawn? I can't shake the feeling that my rapid recovery ability is rather lackluster. As long as it's not a fatal injury, I can heal quite swiftly. If I remain unscathed, doesn't that mean I essentially have one less talent than you all? Isn't that an extraordinary skill? Lackluster? Is my night vision ability also lackluster? It can only be utilized at night, and there are dangers lurking in the dark. Who am I supposed to complain to about that? Considering this, my precise hunting skills seem quite commendable. The focus of everyone's discussions revolves around talents. Those fortunate enough to receive advantageous abilities are naturally elated, while those burdened with lackluster talents can only vent their frustrations in the world channel, as they have no other outlet. Just as he was about to give up, he suddenly noticed 2 words beneath the world channel. Channel. Upon opening the statement, he discovered that there was not just one channel, but a staggering 10 million. He casually entered a string of numbers, 666666, and the interface immediately switched, revealing only a sparse few individuals conversing. Goodness, this is akin to switching channels in a game. Chen Shu began to realize that many aspects of this world closely resemble a game. He inquired again about the energy crystal stones. But the people in this channel were equally uninformed, with some not even having bound their shelters. Chen Shu understood that he could not rely on them and decided to try his luck at the trading post. Upon opening it, he found a plethora of items for sale: timber, stone, bread, drinking water, and more. There was even someone selling their own used undergarments. What a saint. Yet, the more he looked, the more those undergarments resembled men-ass. After entering the phrase energy crystal stones, he was met with the disheartening message: no one is currently selling. Seeing this, Chen Shu let out a sigh of relief. At least he confirmed that these items are tradable, though it seemed no one had obtained them yet. If he couldn't acquire one in the future, he could always purchase one at the trading post. Surely someone would sell it, right? Chapter 5, Climbing Nonsense. Armed with a general understanding of the situation, Chen Shu returned to the control panel. He had not paid close attention before, but with others' reminders, he discovered that there were numerous construction functions for indoor facilities. Fireplace construction requirements: 30 stones, 20 clay, 10 iron blocks, 1 fireproof coating reinforcer. Outdoor balcony: 100 timber, 50 iron nails. Bathroom: 150 timber, 20 iron blocks, 10 marble, 10 resin, 10 stone powder. Lighting system: 50 copper wires, 20 glass, 1 small generator. The items listed were numerous, some of which he had never even heard of, such as the fluorescent moss lighting system and the woven hammock made of living vines. However, he quickly scanned through them and realized these were all basic indoor infrastructures. This indicated that the workbench was intended for crafting various tools, while this control panel was for enhancing the quality of life. Other than that, he felt the urgent need to construct a bathroom as an indispensable part of daily life. The importance of a bathroom is self-evident. He couldn't possibly resolve his needs outdoors every time. It was manageable during the day, but a hassle at night. Unless he stood at the entrance and shot indiscriminately, but that would only suffice for urination. Moreover, once the beginner protection period ends, the outside world would no longer be so safe. Yet, the requirements for the bathroom were quite extensive: marble, resin, stone powder. Where could he possibly acquire those? For now, he would have to make do in the wild. It wasn't that he wanted to relieve himself wherever, but necessity dictated it. After thoroughly understanding everything in the treehouse, Chen Shu didn't dawdle. His ability as an identity actor was only valid for a day, and he had no idea what identity he would randomly receive after today. He needed to gather supplies while he still could. Earlier, while searching for a suitable dragon spine tree, he had spotted many resources, predominantly berries and wild vegetables. If he could gather them all, he could save the trouble of chopping down trees. Worst case, he could trade food for timber. He believed many would be willing to do so, letting others handle the labor. Additionally, so many people near the spawn point had discovered treasure chests. With his resource perception ability, it was unreasonable for him not to find any. With a decision made, Chen Shu first placed everything from his backpack inside the house, and then swiftly set out, climbing down the ladder to the ground. It seemed he would need to construct a door for the night. Standing on the ground, he noticed that his treehouse lacked a door. If any creature were to wander in, it would be quite troublesome. Furthermore, the absence of a door left him feeling insecure, and it could get cold at night. He had seen the materials required to build a door inside the control panel, which were merely some wood. Those would be easy to gather. Where to start, though? Chen Shu looked around, observing many red dots in every direction. After some contemplation, he decided to head south, opposite the direction of the creek, as he had yet to explore it thoroughly. Following that, Chen Shu, like an efficient pioneer, commenced his scavenging. About 50 meters from the treehouse, he found a cluster of purple-scaled fruits. The red dot marked them clearly, and without hesitation, he harvested every last one. Of course, he only picked the ripe ones. The others still bore a greenish hue, indicating they were unripe. This haul wasn't excessive, only 70, but he was quite satisfied. After all, it was all free. On to the next. Chen Shu pressed on, his gaze shifting to another marker 100 meters away. Starfruit, rich in various vitamins and minerals. It also contains a small amount of natural sugars. Its skin acts as a natural protective layer, helping to retain moisture to a certain extent, thus offering a relatively long shelf life. When stored in a cool, ventilated place, it can remain fresh for several weeks. Oh, this is a delightful find. It sounds like another type of fruit, likely a variety of grapefruit. Chen Shu rather enjoyed eating grapefruit, though he didn't indulge often, most of the time. His roommates would share theirs with him. Before winning the lottery, he had been a poor student, entirely self-reliant. His living expenses and tuition were earned through part-time work and scholarships. Filled with anticipation, Chen Shu arrived at the red dot only to be taken aback. There were indeed grapefruits, but they were growing on a tree, and this tree was quite tall, easily 20 to 30 meters high. How on earth was he supposed to get them? Standing beneath the tree and gazing up at the lofty starfruits, Chen Shu's mind raced with doubts. He attempted to climb, but the trunk was extremely slippery, and there was no place to gain a foothold. Ascending it seemed nearly impossible. After staring blankly for a moment, Chen Shu suddenly slapped his forehead. Why climb at all? He could just fell the tree. There's plenty of space here. One tree wouldn't be missed. Without hesitation, Chen Shu swung his axe and began to chop. This fruit tree was significantly thicker than those he had previously felled, demanding much more time and effort. After 20 minutes of relentless chopping with his stone axe, he finally managed to bring the tree down. However, the axe had suffered a chip from the intense labor. Fortunately, crafting a new one was simple, requiring only stone and wood. The only inconvenience was that he didn't have the workbench with him. To craft a new axe, he would need to return to the treehouse. Thus, Chen Shu resolved to remember the location of this fruit tree and return to chop it down later after acquiring an iron axe, as the stone axe had proven rather strenuous. After the fruit tree was felled, all that remained on the ground were a few logs and 7 starry pomelos. Chen Shu's initial intention had been solely to procure the pomelos, completely forgetting about the wood. Upon reflection, it seemed rather advantageous. Not only could he acquire fruit, but he would also obtain some timber, a dual benefit. The wood, as always, disintegrated automatically, yielding a total of 7 pieces, while the pomelos fell in perfect count, matching those that had grown on the tree. After tidying up his findings, Chen Shu set off towards his next marked point. This time, he encountered a patch of wild greens that he recognized from previous experience, shepherd's purse, which had a pleasant taste, particularly when made into dumplings. Although the current circumstances did not allow for such culinary endeavors, Chen Shu found this world quite intriguing, filled with various elements familiar from Earth, such as shepherd's purse and mushrooms, alongside its own indigenous flora, like starry pomelos and purple-scaled fruits. While others dug for wild vegetables with shovels, he employed a stone axe, ultimately gathering 13 substantial shepherd's purses. Rising to his feet, he brushed off the dirt from his clothes, filled with a profound sense of achievement. In his eyes, this place was not merely a forest, but rather a veritable garden of fruits and vegetables. The identity of a resource perceiver proved to be quite advantageous, especially during this early stage when most individuals were still grasping the situation. He felt confident that he was considerably ahead of the others. Previously, he had observed discussions in the chat channels where individuals lamented their lack of food, while he himself was far from food insecurity, possessing both vegetables and fruits, albeit lacking meat. Given the current conditions, he deemed such a requirement rather excessive. Having something to eat was already a considerable fortune. Chapter 6. Flint. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Shu had thoroughly scavenged an entire kilometer around the treehouse over the span of an hour. Several times, he traversed back and forth to deposit his findings within the treehouse. Sitting at the entrance, he munched on bread and sipped mineral water while gazing into the distance, occasionally checking what the chatty netizens were discussing. This bread was part of the novice gift package, which he had hesitated to consume earlier, but now, with an abundance of food, he felt no need to be frugal. I've struck gold. I found a lake nearby, so water won't be a problem anymore. Wait, you haven't bound your shelter yet? There's free water inside the treehouse. What? Ha ha ha, it's obvious you haven't bound it. You probably haven't even looked at the world channel. He chuckled at this, realizing that the individual must have been overjoyed for nothing, as water was likely one of the most abundant resources in this world. Closing the world channel, he was once again met with an endless expanse of forest, a sea of green devoid of anything else. To continue gathering supplies, he needed to venture further afield. He resolved to make the most of this day. Capitalizing on his identity as a resource perceiver, he understood that after today, acquiring resources with such ease would likely become a daunting task. Finishing his bread, Chen Shu set off once more with his stone axe. This time, he chose to head west. The small stream he had previously spotted flowing from that direction, and he carried only the stone axe to maximize his capacity for carrying resources. During this hour of exploration, he began to piece together several insights. Firstly, if items were held in hand, they would not consume backpack space. When there was ample room in his backpack, he could store items therein, and when space was limited, he could carry them instead. For instance, with just the stone axe in hand, he could place it in his backpack to lighten his load. Secondly, he discovered that the data panel's map function was exceedingly useful. It automatically recorded and sketched out the areas he had traversed, acting as a footprint tracker. The map resembled those from games he had played. Initially, unvisited areas remained shrouded in darkness, illuminating only upon exploration. Most exciting was the marking feature, allowing him to denote resource locations with red dots. For example, he could mark the bush where he had gathered shepherd's purse, which still held some unripe purple-scaled fruits, thus facilitating future foraging. The longer he spent in this world, the more it felt like a game realm, with many features reminiscent of previous games. Following the stream westward, Chen Shu's view was peppered with numerous red dots. Regrettably, most were submerged in the river, including various fish and shrimp. Carp, freshwater shrimp, stream grouper, stream crab. Without needing to wade in, he could observe fish swimming about, the stream not being particularly deep, only reaching his calves. However, the fish and shrimp were exceedingly skittish, darting away at the slightest disturbance. He attempted to remove his shoes and catch them by hand, but before he could approach, they vanished without a trace. It appeared that catching river delicacies would have to wait until he acquired suitable tools. Wearing his shoes once more, he continued onward, spotting numerous marked red dots along the way. More purple-scaled fruits. There seemed to be an abundance of them. Would they drop when harvested? What was that? Wood ear mushrooms. Such delightful finds. Goodness, there are even Sichuan peppercorns here. Chen Shu was elated at the sight before him. Wild Sichuan pepper, a common wild spice known for its pungent aroma, used in cooking to enhance flavor. It also possesses medicinal properties, capable of dispelling cold and dampness and alleviating gastrointestinal discomfort. This was a remarkable discovery, worth noting, for someone who relished spicy food. Sichuan pepper was akin to a soulmate. It marked the first seasoning he had encountered thus far, and he began to anticipate the culinary delights that lay ahead. If wild Sichuan pepper existed, perhaps wild mountain peppers, ginger, and garlic might follow. Envisioning future hot pot meals, he couldn't help but swallow hard. This area was abundant with Sichuan pepper, with several wild pepper trees. He refrained from hastily harvesting them, recognizing that without means to cook, consuming them raw was not an option. He marked the location on his map for future gathering. Energized by this discovery, Chen Shu pressed forward, only to be greeted by yet another striking red dot. Flint, commonly known as firestone, a prevalent siliceous rock, useful for creating tools or starting fires. Flint. He collected it eagerly. This was an essential resource for outdoor survival. With it, he would no longer need to resort to friction for fire. The forest truly was a treasure trove, teeming with resources. Chen Shu felt as though he were not merely surviving, but rather on an exhilarating treasure hunt, uncovering delightful surprises with each step. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that his ability to effortlessly discover flint was solely due to his identity as a resource perceiver. Typically, an individual's item recognition feature would only activate upon physical contact, whereas he could sense resources within a certain range, clearly perceiving marked points and detailed information. This capability rendered his search for supplies exceedingly efficient, far surpassing that of the average person. Collecting all the flint scattered on the ground, there were 14 pieces in total. He decided to keep a few for himself, with the remainder intended for future trade at the marketplace. They had only just been transported here for a short while, and many had likely not thought to kindle a fire. More accurately, the notion of igniting a flame had not even crossed their minds. It would not be until they calmed down or the temperature dropped in the evening that they would come to appreciate the significance of fire. By that time, these flintstones would surely fetch a handsome price. Chen Shuo privately calculated, already pondering what he might exchange for. 20 minutes later, he altered his course, preparing to return. There was no choice. He had gathered too much to carry. To pack these items, he even wrapped them in his own coat and slung them over his shoulder. Although he was heading back, he did not retrace his original path. Initially, he had reached the stream and then traveled westward along its banks. Now, he could proceed directly towards the treehouse, thus forming a triangular route. Between 2 points, the line segment is the shortest. There was no need to detour. Moreover, taking a different route allowed for the observation of any additional resources. Although he could not carry them now, he could mark them for a future visit. By the time he returned to the treehouse, it was midday, and the temperature had noticeably risen. Even though the canopy of the dragon spine tree shielded most of the sunlight, a significant amount still filtered through the gaps, creating a somewhat stifling atmosphere. Chen Shuo wiped the sweat from his brow, splashed water on his face, and proceeded to meticulously arrange the items he had gathered over the morning. At this point, the treehouse contained little more than a workbench, a wooden washstand, and a control display screen. It could almost be regarded as a spacious warehouse, allowing for any arrangement, yet still requiring some categorization. Chapter 7. Honey Fruit. He had gathered 634 purple-scaled fruits, 14 pieces of flint, 15 star pomelos, 78 logs, 16 stones, 265 grams of wood ear mushrooms, 560 grams of fungi, 42 shepherd's purse plants, 18 bamboo shoots, and a fruit known as honey fruit, totaling 9 pieces. This constituted all of his possessions at present, not to mention the bread and bottled water gifted in the novice package. Items like wood ear mushrooms and fungi were measured not by quantity, but by weight. Given their varying sizes, counting them individually would be inaccurate. Unlike the relatively uniform purple-scaled fruits and star pomelos. What puzzled Chen Shuo was why wood ear mushrooms were not classified under fungi, as they belonged to that category. The only explanation was that fungi did not serve as a general term, but referred specifically to the most common type of mushroom. Indeed, this particular mushroom appeared somewhat peculiar. Unlike anything he had seen before, perhaps a unique species of this region. The bamboo shoots were discovered to the east of the treehouse, where he found a small grove of bamboo. It was not extensive, and after searching, he managed to uncover only 18 shoots, all of which he uprooted. He was aware that many bamboo shoots grew underground, concealed beneath soil and fallen leaves, and their actual quantity was likely much greater. However, he could not afford to spend time on this matter now. He would return later to explore further. As for the honey fruit, it was also found near the bamboo grove. This fruit grew on trees, and compared to the star pomelo, its tree was significantly shorter, allowing him to reach the fruit with a simple leap. Honey fruit, juicy flesh, sweet yet not cloying. The skin is suitable for cooking. The exterior of the honey fruit exhibited a golden hue, its size reminiscent of an apple, yet it appeared exceedingly tempting. Chen Shuo had previously tasted one, and the moisture was abundant, akin to water gushing from a tap. This encapsulated all his morning's harvest, while he had yet to discover the coveted treasure chest. his bounty was nonetheless substantial. However, some items were inedible, such as the wood ear mushrooms, which required thorough soaking and heating before consumption. The fungi, shepherd's purse, and bamboo shoots followed suit. Ultimately, the only items he could eat were the purple-scaled fruits, star pomelos, and honey fruits. Fortunately, their numbers were sufficient for him to trade for some food at the exchange. Regarding the stones, he had not gathered many. Firstly, working with such materials was quite physically taxing, and secondly, there were currently few applications for stones. Furthermore, resources like stones and logs, which could be obtained through sheer physical effort, were likely being collected by many others. He could simply exchange some food for what he needed later. With these thoughts in mind, he opened the chat channel. It was midday, with the sun shining brightly, and even he found the intensity of his labor somewhat overwhelming. Yet the chat channel buzzed with activity. Having previously lingered in the 66666 channel, he found it bustling upon reopening, with a noticeably larger number of participants than before. Perhaps everyone had realized that the previous channel was too crowded for meaningful conversation, and the number 66666 held a certain auspicious charm. I am utterly exhausted from chopping wood all morning. I managed to gather over 700 logs. What? How many? You collected over 700 logs in one morning? Indeed. My talent lies in lumberjacking, which accelerates my tree-cutting speed. How is that fair? I toiled all morning and only managed to gather a little over 80 logs. Does anyone have any surplus food? I would be willing to trade logs for it. Where would I find food? All I have are wild berries. After searching for quite a while, I only found a little over 100. That many. Trade some with me. Trade? I can devour a dozen of those in one bite. It wouldn't suffice to fill my gaps. Well, you certainly have a big appetite. I happen to have a river nearby, and caught some small fish and shrimp to eat. As he spoke, the individual uploaded a photo, depicting himself seated by a fire, grilling fish and shrimp. Chen Ming was taken aback upon seeing this. This person was progressing remarkably quickly. Not only had he secured river delicacies, but he had also managed to start a fire. Although the fish and shrimp appeared small, they were still a source of meat. The food Chen Ming had gathered was either vegetables or fruits, ultimately less substantial than meat. With this in mind, he found himself yearning for the fish, shrimp, and crabs in that river. The resources in his vicinity were plentiful. The protein in the stream was abundant, yet the challenge lay in how to obtain it. In the midst of his contemplation, many others expressed their envy and astonishment. How did you manage to eat? And it's still warm. What gives? Where did you get that fire? Did you start it in the treehouse? Yes. Aren't you afraid of igniting the treehouse without a fireplace? No worries. I have tested it. And the fire only burns the wood, not the treehouse itself. Is there really such a benefit? I am truly starving. I've only eaten those 2 pieces of bread since morning. Chen Ming realized through their conversation that if that were the case, there was no urgency to construct a fireplace. As for starting a fire, he could do that in the evening. It was far too hot during the day. And igniting a fire in the treehouse would only torment him. He resolved to make do with the fruits for lunch. However, he did not remain idle. He seized the opportunity to glance at the exchange, and indeed, there was quite a variety of goods available. From the garments that adorned his body to the loaves of bread bestowed upon him, and an array of sustenance beyond measure, the offerings were abundant. Timber and stone, without a doubt, constituted a significant portion of the trade. He sought to discern whether there was anything of necessity, as the exchange of wood and stone could wait. By nightfall, there would be a greater variety, and prices would likely diminish. 1 loaf of bread for 30 pieces of wood, half a bottle of mineral water for 10 pieces of wood, 10 purple-scaled berries for 40 pieces of stone, a pair of unflavored stockings for 1 loaf of bread, chewed gum for 10 pieces of wood. The plethora of items was astonishing, with ludicrous transactions abounding, even including chewed gum. The sheer quantity of trade suggested that purple-scaled berries were a relatively common berry, available for sale by many, albeit in limited quantities. Furthermore, the general value of stone was slightly lower than that of wood, a fact that could be understood. Stones required no chiseling, being readily available for collection, while wood necessitated the felling of trees, a task that demanded considerable effort. However, it was the half bottle of mineral water that captured Chen Ming's attention, prompting him to engage in the trade without a moment's hesitation. His interest lay not in the water itself, but in the vessel it occupied. Initially, everyone cherished their water, as each new player received but a single bottle. However, upon discovering a reliable water source within the treehouse, its value diminished, leading some to sell their water for other necessities. This fortunate circumstance benefited Chen Ming, as he recognized that ample water required a container for transport, allowing him to traverse greater distances on his excursions. Chapter 8. Trading Watermelon Seeds. Chen Ming wished to explore if others were offering water, only to stumble upon another intriguing item. 1 packet of watermelon seeds for any food. Watermelon seeds? This seemed promising, although merely seeds, with proper cultivation. They could yield fruit in 3 to 4 months, an enticing prospect, as the watermelon was the king of fruits in his eyes. Nothing could rival the pleasure of savoring a chilled slice of watermelon on a scorching summer day. Without further contemplation, he quickly opened the chat window and inquired, "Is fruit acceptable?" The individual, named Han Shuang, sounded like a female, yet she did not respond immediately. His message remained unread. suggesting she had not seen it. Chen Shu felt a twinge of disappointment, but had no choice but to peruse other offerings. Indeed, the marketplace was replete with a diverse array of goods, indicating that many had enjoyed bountiful harvests. Nonetheless, the majority of trades still revolved around stone and wood, which had seemingly become the standard currency. While stone held slightly more value than wood, it did not deter its status as the second most common currency. For many constructions within the treehouse required stone. After a brief period of observation, Chen Shu exchanged 200 purple-scaled berries for a fishing line. Following the trade, he intended to inquire about the source of such a valuable item, only to find that the seller ignored him entirely. It was perplexing that someone would trade such a fine object without a second thought. After much contemplation, he concluded that the seller likely lived in an area devoid of rivers. Little did he know, without the ability to perceive resources, finding sustenance could prove exceedingly challenging for others. Not everyone possessed the keen eyesight to spot a thicket, and not every thicket bore berries. As for other wild edibles, such as mushrooms and greens, their identification was even more daunting. Some individuals had never encountered wild vegetables in their lives, rendering their recognition nearly impossible. Once in possession of the fishing line, Chen Shu felt a surge of excitement. With it, he could now pursue fish and shrimp. The fishing line was complete, featuring the main line, sublines, and hooks. All he needed was a fishing rod. The rod would be easily procured. As a nearby bamboo grove awaited him, he could simply harvest a stalk. Just after concluding the trade, a reply from Han Shuang arrived. Yes. These two succinct words filled Chen Shu with elation. He promptly asked, "How many purple-scaled berries do you require?" "I do not possess many." He refrained from revealing his stock of starry pomelos and honey fruits, as he intended to keep those for personal consumption or for trading valuable items. Moreover, he had yet to taste the starry pomelo. It would be prudent to wait until he experienced its flavor before parting with it. "Do you only have purple-scaled berries?" Han Shuang replied swiftly. Chen Shu frowned. Her reluctance to accept the berries was apparent, and it seemed she was being selective. Perhaps she had not seen his message earlier because she was overwhelmed by the number of trades, all involving purple-scaled berries. It was quite possible. With this in mind, he decided to offer both the starry pomelo and honey fruit. "Which of these two would you prefer?" Fortunately, he had alternatives, if purple-scaled berries failed to entice her. Surely these two would suffice. Indeed, barely had he sent the message when she responded almost immediately, "May I have both?" Goodness, this individual was exceedingly greedy. Wishing to take both, Chen Shu gazed at the neatly organized starry pomelo and honey fruit beside him, calculating his options. The starry pomelo was roughly the same size as the one he had previously consumed, while the honey fruit was merely a quarter of its size. Upon reflection, parting with the honey fruit seemed feasible, as she likely had no inkling of how many he possessed. After some deliberation, Chen Shu replied, "One starry pomelo and one honey fruit, but you must tell me where you obtained these." "I acquired them from a treasure chest. My birthplace had one." "What? Another treasure chest?" Why had such fortune eluded him? With a heavy sigh, Chen Shu ultimately decided to trade the starry pomelo and honey fruit to her. Logically, given his resource perception ability, he should have explored a far larger area than others. Yet, he had yet to encounter a treasure chest. Was the probability of finding one truly so low? On the other end of the conversation, within the treehouse, a tall woman sat at the entrance, her long legs swinging gracefully through the air. With an angelic visage and a figure that could tempt any man, she remained unappreciated in the solitude of her surroundings. This was Han Shuang, a former corporate professional whose capabilities were formidable and whose decisiveness marked her as a quintessential career woman. Han Shuang adapted swiftly. Despite the strangeness of her new world, she quickly adjusted her mindset. Unlike others, she had appeared here with a treasure chest. Perhaps her luck had run dry, as the contents of the chest were of little immediate use: a packet of watermelon seeds, a cotton coat, a packet of cumin powder, a water bottle, and a multifunctional medical kit. While not entirely useless, these items were of little relevance at present. She was struggling to survive. What use had she for seeds, which required months to yield fruit? The cotton coat was equally impractical in the sweltering heat. As for the cumin powder, how could she possibly consume it? Sprinkling it on bread? The water bottle was suitable for boiling water, while the medical kit had some utility and could be kept for emergencies. In a world where illness could strike without a doctor in sight, possessing a medical kit was certainly advantageous. However, regardless of perspective, these items seemed wholly inadequate at the outset. She had observed many in the world channel claiming to have discovered treasure chests filled with food. Why had such luck not graced her? To maintain her figure, she had strictly controlled her diet. She had scarcely eaten the previous evening and awoke to find herself preoccupied with work. Originally intending to enjoy a light breakfast, she found herself unexpectedly transported, resulting in an acute sense of hunger. 2 pieces of bread were hardly sufficient. At first, she was reluctant to trade these items, thinking they might prove useful in the future. However, after wandering around for a while, she changed her mind. She did discover a cluster of purple scales fruit, but it was not yet ripe. Unfortunately, she found no other edible items. There was a small lake nearby, which seemed delightful, but regrettably, she lacked the ability to swim. Now too famished to chop wood, she could only gather some stones. Reluctantly, she opted to trade some of her possessions. The watermelon seeds appeared promising. Yet their lengthy growth cycle left her uncertain if she would even be alive to see them mature. The purple scales fruit was the most frequently traded item. Easily exchanged for a bit of wood and stone, and she managed to acquire quite a few. After posting her watermelon seeds for trade, many sought to exchange them for her purple scales fruit, but she deemed the offers too meager. The most generous among them was willing to provide only 10 pieces. The reasoning was simple, it was merely a seed, and its viability was uncertain. The purple scales fruit, small in size, was akin to munching on sunflower seeds. She initially thought that the individual named Chen Shu might wish to trade his watermelon seeds for her purple scales fruit, only to discover he possessed two other unfamiliar fruits. With a spirit of experimentation, she inquired if she could obtain both, aiming to negotiate. Fearing he might offer only half, she boldly quoted a high price. After all, isn't that the nature of trade? To propose a price, engage in haggling, and ultimately reach a consensus? To her surprise, Chen Shu agreed to her request, leaving her somewhat astonished. Chapter 9. Level 2 Treasure Chest. Han Shuang gazed at the starry pomelo and honey fruit before her. To be frank, she had never encountered such items, yet they appeared quite appealing. They must be local specialties of this world. She just wished she had inquired about their taste. Alas, it was too late to ask now that the trade was done, and judging by the description, they likely wouldn't disappoint. She couldn't help but wonder where he had procured them. Luck seemed to evade her. Regardless, she resolved to eat and satiate her hunger first, giving the fruits a quick rinse before indulging. The moment she took her first bite, Han Shuang was utterly captivated by the honey fruit's flavor. Juicy, perfectly sweet. With a hint of delicate fragrance, the texture was exquisite, one of those tastes that linger in memory. Surely, there must be more, she thought. Typically, fruits do not grow in isolation, and perhaps she could trade for more in the future. Meanwhile, Chen Shu, having acquired several commendable items, resumed his afternoon endeavors. Unaware of other circumstances, he had no time to spare for rest. The watermelon seeds could be set aside for now, to be revisited when conditions allowed. Many items would undoubtedly be useful in the future, so he resolved to stockpile resources, preparing for the unforeseen. For instance, the watermelon seeds, after a spell. Once everyone's lives fell into a rhythm, it would become challenging to trade two fruits for them. Chen Shu set out again, equipped with 2 bottles of water. Postponing fishing for another day, as it required prolonged patience and focus, clearly unsuitable for today's pursuits. This time, his aim was to explore the surroundings as thoroughly as possible. Given the map's marking feature, he could return later to gather resources. This approach would save both time and energy while ensuring he did not overlook any valuable resources. He ventured downstream along the brook, heading in the opposite direction of this morning's path. Before leaving the treehouse, he placed the flint stones in the trading post. There were 2 methods for consignment, the first being fixed exchanges, 1 loaf of bread for 30 stones, where buyers could directly trade corresponding goods. The second method, like Han Shuang's, allowed for any item to be exchanged, requiring buyers to provide materials for the seller to choose from, culminating in a confirmed trade. Chen Shu listed 10 flint stones for consignment, opting for the latter method. Unsure of what he currently needed, as others likely lacked energy crystals, he could only assess what was available and make selections accordingly. Along the way, he meticulously observed his surroundings, leaving no resource marker unexamined. Not long into his journey, he stumbled upon a wild blueberry bush, its deep blue fruits appearing remarkably tempting. He sampled one. It was slightly tart but acceptable, marking the location for future reference. He pressed on. The creek widened, and the fish within became increasingly visible. After nearly an hour of walking, an astonishing sight compelled him to halt. He beheld a grand waterfall, water cascading from a great height, producing a thunderous roar. Sunlight refracted through the mist, creating a stunning rainbow. Though Chen Shu had no time to admire it. Below the waterfall lay a clear pond, its depths visible, teeming with fish, while the brook ultimately flowed into this expanse. The pond was not vast, but it measured roughly the size of 2 football fields. What a spectacle! Chen Shu couldn't help but exclaim. He had never imagined such a breathtaking scene hidden within the depths of the forest. On Earth, this would undoubtedly be a tourist destination, ideal for an outdoor barbecue. Standing beside the pond, he relished the coolness brought by the mist. After a brief respite, he prepared to continue, only to notice a red dot within the pond. Given the abundant fishery resources, the red dots were numerous, initially escaping his attention. However, upon closer inspection, he realized this particular red dot was special, not a fish or shrimp, but a treasure chest. Level 2 treasure chest contains basic supplies, with a chance to yield rare resources and special items. A treasure chest? Chen Shu's eyes sparkled with excitement, his fatigue evaporating in an instant. Finally, he had stumbled upon something worthwhile. His luck appeared to be turning. Moreover, being a level 2 treasure chest suggested that chests had tiers, perhaps even more advanced ones existed. The pressing question now was how to retrieve this chest. Although it wasn't too deep, it was somewhat distant from the shore, just within view of its vague outline. To obtain the treasure chest, it seemed his only option was to dive for it. His swimming skills were adequate, albeit not exceptional, and he reasoned that the depth should not pose a significant challenge. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to plunge in and retrieve it. He instinctively glanced around, then began to shed his clothing. After all, there was no one within 100 kilometers, yet he maintained a sense of modesty, deciding to keep his underwear on for protection against potential aquatic beasts lurking in the pond. Stripping down, Chen Shu demonstrated the art of fishing with finesse. Upon entering the water, he swiftly swam above the treasure chest, took a deep breath, and plunged beneath the surface, propelling himself towards the chest. Soon, he reached the pond's bottom, causing the surrounding fish to scatter in alarm. Among them, he spotted several sizable fish measuring dozens of centimeters, but alas, he was not yet equipped to capture them. Nonetheless, he felt no urgency, as he was alone. This pond could be considered his private fishing ground, a free-access oasis. At last, I've got you. With a surge of joy, Chen Shu swiftly stowed the treasure chest into his backpack and exerted all his strength to swim towards the shore. Upon reaching the land, he wiped the droplets of water from his face and promptly retrieved the treasure chest, neglecting to don his clothes. Would you like to open the secondary treasure chest? Was there even a question? Of course. Upon confirmation, the lock on the chest emitted a gentle click. Roasted chicken. A golden, crispy roasted chicken that looks incredibly tempting and can be consumed directly. Optimal consumption time, within 12 hours. Iron axe. Ideal for felling trees. It can also serve as a melee weapon, being more durable and sharper than a stone axe. Fruit knife. A compact, foldable fruit knife that is highly practical for carrying. Rattan chair design blueprint. A chair woven from vines, intended to enhance quality of life. The crafting plan needs to be added to the workbench. Backpack upgrade crystal, special item used to enhance backpack capacity, increasing the number of compartments and facilitating the carrying of more items. Wow, what a divine treasure chest. The contents are simply splendid. The roasted chicken alone is a miracle at this moment. Who could possibly resist indulging in a roasted chicken while striving for survival? The golden, crispy skin of the chicken exuded an alluring aroma that made one's mouth water. Chen Shu gulped, but ultimately restrained himself. He decided to save it for when he returned to the treehouse after a long day, allowing himself to truly relish it, perhaps accompanied by some fruit. How delightful. After securing the roasted chicken, he turned his attention to the other two tools. The utility of the iron axe and fruit knife was self-evident, being indispensable tools. The rattan chair design blueprint was also intriguing, though it was of no immediate use. Some items were not present in the workbench, and to create them, one must add the design blueprints themselves, with the rattan chair being one such item. In Chen Shua's view, anything associated with blueprints must be of value, indicating rarity. Not something accessible to just anyone. As for the final item, the backpack upgrade crystal, its purpose was quite clear from the description. The occurrence of such a special item was indeed fortuitous. The value of the first 4 items combined did not surpass that of this crystal. What he needed most was increased backpack capacity, allowing him to carry back more items and thus conserve energy and time. This was truly a timely boon. Aside from the rattan chair design blueprint that was temporarily unnecessary, the other items were urgently required. Chapter 10, Nutrient Soil. Would you like to upgrade your backpack? Absolutely. Chen Shu did not hesitate and immediately used the backpack upgrade crystal. This item was a treasure. The sooner it was utilized, the sooner he could enjoy its benefits. As the crystal transformed into a wisp of light in his hand and dissipated, a clear and melodious notification chimed. Backpack upgrade successful. Backpack capacity increased by 10 slots. 10 slots. Not too shabby. Chen Shua's reaction was relatively composed, as this was within his expectations. After all, for an item obtained from a secondary treasure chest, an increase of 10 slots was quite commendable, effectively doubling his space. This meant he could carry more supplies, which was immensely beneficial in the early stages. In his perspective, the backpack upgrade crystal outweighed all the other supplies he had encountered thus far. Would you like to decompose the treasure chest? The treasure chest can be decomposed. Chen Shu was slightly taken aback. He had been contemplating carrying the chest back to use as a storage unit. Since it could be repurposed, he decided to decompose it. Gain 12 wood, 8 iron nails, 3 copper sheets. Not bad. Observing the materials obtained from the decomposition, Chen Shu felt quite satisfied. Iron nails and copper sheets were undoubtedly in high demand in the early stages. Who knew when he might need them for crafting tools or constructing facilities? Although the materials he received were not abundant, every bit was crucial in this resource-scarce beginning. After tidying up his belongings, Chen Shu realized he was nearly dry, donned his clothes, and continued his exploration. The resources in the waterhole were plentiful, ensuring his survival, but time was of the essence. He would have to return later for supplies. With the sun still high in the sky, he aimed to explore further. The waterhole branched into a river to the east, and Chen Shu decided to follow the current. The landscape remained an endless expanse of forest, with dragon spine trees dotting the scenery. He noted several that were even thicker than his treehouse. Regretting it now was futile. He was already tied to his current structure. Moreover, his treehouse offered ample space, more than sufficient for his needs. Following the river eastward, he found a wealth of resources, even surpassing those around his treehouse, though most of it was still fruit. Judging by the current situation, this world seemed to be abundant in fruits. At least he would not lack for sustenance in the future. Chen Shu refrained from harvesting any of the fruits, merely marking their locations, though he did collect quite a few mushrooms along the way. As the clock struck 3 in the afternoon, Chen Shua decided to halt his progress. He was acutely aware that ferocious beasts would emerge at night. And according to the indications, after 6 o'clock would mark the onset of night. He needed to return before then. 3 hours was ample time, allowing him to navigate back to the treehouse while also taking the opportunity to observe the surrounding resources. At 5:26 p.m., Chen Shua successfully returned to his treehouse. With only half an hour remaining before darkness fell. For safety, he first spent some wood to construct a door for the treehouse. Would you like to consume 20 wood for facility construction? Confirmed. Commencing construction, remaining time, 60 seconds. Taking advantage of this time, he pulled out all the items from his backpack. He immediately used the rattan chair design blueprint, upon which the crafting method and requirements for the rattan chair appeared in the workbench. Chen Shua glanced over it. The primary material required was vines, of which he had none at the moment, so he set it aside for now. A minute swiftly passed, and a rudimentary wooden door appeared at the entrance of the treehouse. Although it appeared somewhat rudimentary, it provided a modicum of basic protection. At this juncture, he finally had the opportunity to sit quietly and await the arrival of night. Meanwhile, the world channel was buzzing with activity. Even in the 66666 channel where Chen Shua resided, conversations flowed incessantly, and compared to earlier discussions, the number of participants had significantly diminished. Among these individuals, he spotted some familiar usernames from earlier in the day. It seemed everyone was now at leisure. I almost didn't make it back. I inadvertently wandered too far and lost track of time, racing back, and now I'm even hungrier since I hardly ate anything. Did you not manage to find anything to eat throughout the day? I did, just some wild fruits, which barely suffice. Do you have any other supplies? You could trade at the exchange for some food, but it's likely just purple-scaled fruit. Do you really think there will be ferocious beasts at night? Why not venture out to check? If you see any, let us know. Get lost. If there are any, I won't make it back. Ferocious beasts? They're not exactly monstrous. They should be manageable, right? I can't handle them. I struggle even to catch a chicken. Chen Shua quietly observed the lively discussions, relishing the role of an onlooker. However, these conversations reminded him that prior to venturing out, he had listed 10 pieces of flint for sale. He wondered if anyone had bought them. With that thought in mind, he opened the trading post, only to be inundated with a flood of trading requests. The notifications skyrocketing to 99. Wow, so many people vying for flint. Chen Shua felt a sense of surprise, quickly coming to an understanding. It is indeed remarkable that all of humanity has congregated here, and among them, there must be a considerable number who are well adapted to the current environment and understand the significance of fire. Since idleness begets idleness, it seems prudent to observe what valuable items these potential clients might offer. Would 20 pieces of wood suffice for a single flint? Wood? That material is abundant. Many would surely be eager to trade for it, and 20 pieces seem rather insufficient. No trade, no trade. How about 50 stones for a single flint? No, the value is utterly disproportionate. Continuing to browse, I discovered that most individuals were keen to exchange wood or stone for flint, or even common wild fruits such as purple-scaled berries. Some even sought to gain without effort, and more audaciously, one person sent over a rather provocative photograph, as if attempting to obtain something for nothing. How presumptuous. Clearing my throat tactically, I found myself uncontrollably enlarging the image to admire it for 3 seconds. The figure was indeed pleasing. As I perused further, the majority of offers were unremarkable, consisting mostly of basic materials or common wild fruits, prompting me to shake my head in disappointment. Frankly, I was disheartened. It was unexpected that a day had passed, and these individuals possessed naught of value. Little did I know, many were unaware of how to utilize their talents or simply lacked the means to do so, resorting to the most rudimentary methods of resource gathering, such as harvesting wood. Take, for example, the individual who had acquired fishing proficiency. Without a fishing rod, that skill was rendered useless, placing them at a disadvantage from the outset. Glancing at the time, it was still shy of 6 o'clock, yet only 5 minutes remained. I then opened a chat box labeled Wang Jin. I shall trade this with you, what do you think? Nutrient soil. Nutrient soil? What could that possibly be? Upon opening the message, I read, nutrient soil, a type of soil rich in various minerals and organic matter, significantly enhancing plant growth and yield. It can be mixed with regular soil for optimal results. How fortuitous. I possess watermelon seeds. This is perfect. I agreed to the trade immediately. After a brief wait with no response from Wang Jin, I continued to scroll. More wood. Was there truly nothing of greater value? Strawberry seeds? I shall accept those. I could become a fruit wholesale merchant in the future. Hot pot base. Even that is available. I traded for it. A swing design blueprint? What purpose does that serve? Just for leisurely swinging? Never mind, I'll trade for it anyway. After completing several lucrative transactions, my stock of flint had been depleted. Outside the window, the forest had succumbed to an inky darkness, enveloped in silence, save for the newly installed door of the treehouse, which emanated a faint yet reassuring sense of security in the face of the unknown. Chapter 11. Goodness. Roasted chicken. Transaction successful. At last, I eagerly retrieved the nutrient soil. This bag contained hardly more than 20 pounds. If I were to cultivate solely with nutrient soil, I would not yield much. However, as it stated, it can be mixed with regular soil, which should produce satisfactory results. Yet, I presently lacked a suitable planting area, and it would be unwise to choose a random spot beside the treehouse. As for the reason why the individual would trade such an item, it is not difficult to surmise. At this hour, who has the luxury to focus on planting, especially when seeds may be hard to come by? Even if seeds were acquired, one might not live to see the fruits mature. Better to trade for something useful. I stowed the nutrient soil away and prepared to continue trading. Looking up, I realized that dusk had fallen unnoticed, the night creeping in silently. The temperature was rapidly dropping, and wearing only a short-sleeved shirt, I felt a chill and instinctively wrapped my arms around my shoulders. With no light indoors, I resorted to igniting a fire using flint. As with any first attempt, it was somewhat clumsy, but ultimately, I succeeded. Gazing at the flickering flames within the treehouse, I felt a semblance of safety. Rising to peer outside, all was quiet, and no fierce beasts were in sight. Just as I pondered the presence of predators, a roar pierced the silence. The growl was low and filled with menace, exuding an undeniable aura of dominance. My heart raced, and I cautiously peered through the window into the pitch-black night, where visibility was non-existent. Save for the occasional sound of cracking branches and the rustling of leaves in the wind. Could there truly be a beast out there? The sound bore a striking resemblance to that of a tiger. The image of a tiger flashed through my mind, sending a shiver down my spine. It seemed prudent to refrain from venturing outside at night. However, I quickly recalled that the novice protection period lasted only 7 days. Did that not imply that after that time, we would face those very beasts? This thought sent a wave of anxiety through me. I understood that I must swiftly enhance my survival skills and forge sharp weapons for my protection. Returning to the warmth of the fire, the world channel erupted in chaos. Goodness, brothers, there truly are ferocious beasts. Thankfully, I fled swiftly. Otherwise, I would have been devoured. Is it real? What does it look like? How could I possibly look? I was too busy running. I heard it too, even from within my treehouse. Me too, and I think there's more than one. It feels like I've stumbled upon a den. Fear not, as long as we remain inside the treehouse, we are safe. This treehouse has no lights. It's pitch black. We can't see anything or do anything. We should at least start a fire for some semblance of security. But how do we start a fire? Surely you're not all resorting to friction methods? Not at all. I opened a treasure chest and found a lighter. The chat channel buzzed with excitement, as everyone was left with little else to do but seek comfort and boast about their experiences. Surveying my surroundings, I noted that it was not entirely dark. The fire pit, the console's glow, and the illumination from the data panel provided sufficient light to discern my surroundings within the treehouse. As for the beasts, there was no immediate concern. As long as I stayed within the treehouse, I was safe. Truth be told, observing the conversations of these individuals was quite entertaining. From discussing ferocious beasts to survival, then to future aspirations, and finally back to the topic of dinner, the conversation meandered in delightful directions, eliciting a chuckle. I'm so hungry. Does anyone have food to spare? Who among us has surplus food at this hour? Exactly. This fish is barely enough for me. Photo goodness, you have fish? I caught it. I've been a whiz at fishing since childhood. Catching a fish is a cinch. Yet your grilling skills are subpar. It's burnt to a crisp. Consuming that could be hazardous to your health. Trade it to me, and I shall endure this culinary misfortune on your behalf. Scram. Just having food is a blessing. Don't be picky. If you play your cards right, I might let you nibble on some fish bones later. Speaking of dinner, I suddenly recalled that I still had a roasted chicken untouched. Observing others flaunting their meals, I could not resist. I placed the roasted chicken in the center, surrounded by purple-scaled berries and honey fruits, and finally, the cut starry pomelo. The starry pomelo resembled the grapefruit I had previously eaten, with its flesh radiating a star-like pattern. Crystalline and mouth-watering. After capturing the moment, I shared it. Tonight's dinner, simple yet delectable. The angle of this photograph is quite exquisite, complemented by the flickering flames that give it an ambience reminiscent of a candlelit dinner. Shortly after it was shared, it evoked a wave of astonishment from many onlookers. Goodness. Roasted chicken. Goodness. Roasted chicken. Goodness. Roasted chicken. It truly is roasted chicken. And fruits as well. This is simply too lavish. Why is it that, being human too, I am relegated to nibbling on mere bread? What is that fruit? It appears to be quite delectable. Roasted chicken? Where is it? How much for an overnight stay? My friend, this is authentic roasted chicken. Perhaps you should reconsider your words. Authentic roasted chicken? Is there such a thing? You are beyond help. Brother, do share a chicken leg with me, or even the head would suffice. If all else fails, I would gladly take the chicken's rear. After posting the picture, Chen Shu fell silent, merely observing the fervor of the crowd. For the first time, he felt the insatiable desire these individuals had for food. Many directly messaged him, and some even sought to add him as a friend, all of which he declined. After all, having finally procured a roasted chicken, he had no surplus to share. Moreover, he rarely indulged in such delicacies, and today was an opportune moment to relish it, albeit he lacked a staple accompaniment. At the trading post, he noticed someone selling rice, undoubtedly obtained from a treasure chest. However, the price was egregious, practically treating buyers as fools. Chen Shu initially considered making a trade for a bit of rice to prepare bamboo tube rice, but now it seemed that rice was not an absolute necessity. The flavor of the roasted chicken was, without question, extraordinary and utterly aromatic. As he savored the chicken, he perused the data panel. He had reviewed the notifications in the announcement section multiple times. Aside from the cryptic tide phenomenon, the rest was fairly comprehensible. The weather feature displayed only 2 days, today and tomorrow. Today was sunny with temperatures reaching 32 degrees, while tomorrow remained uncertain, indicating a 70 chance of clear skies, 20 of cloudiness, and a 10 likelihood of showers. Presently, cloudy weather seemed most favorable, albeit with a rather low probability. The sunny days in this world were indeed sweltering, and the need to explore the surroundings was relentless. Rainy days posed the worst scenario, forcing one to either brave the elements or remain confined within the treehouse for an entire day, thereby wasting the novice protection period. Chen Shu could only silently pray for clear skies. Chapter 12, The Leaderboard. His friend's count still stood at 0, and the map displayed a considerable area, a result of his exploration throughout the afternoon. Just as Chen Shu intended to check the trading post for any worthwhile items, a voice caught his attention, followed by a notification in the announcement. Notification: Survivor Zhang Kuang has successfully hunted the first beast, earning a substantial reward. Leaderboard feature activated. Rewards will be calculated at the end of each month based on rankings. Come check your ranking now. What? ISNT today the first day? How could someone have hunted a beast already? Is this Zhang Kuang truly that formidable? Chen Shu was taken aback, although he was uncertain about the prowess of the beasts. The existence of a novice protection period indicated that such creatures were generally beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Yet, it was still early evening. Merely half an hour since nightfall, and someone had already managed to hunt a beast. This was frankly astonishing. He remained particularly intrigued by the monthly rewards, which were likely to be quite generous. Moreover, the System-S announcement was rather cheeky, inviting one to check their ranking. Who were they mocking? Nevertheless, Chen Shu clicked on the leaderboard. Following the map, a new option appeared, Leaderboard. Upon entering, he discovered multiple rankings. Beast Hunting Leaderboard, Treehouse Construction Leaderboard, Resource Gathering Leaderboard, Exploration Progress Leaderboard, and Illustrated Compendium Collection Leaderboard. On the Beast Hunting Leaderboard, the previously announced Zhang Kuang occupied the top position with 200 points, while the rest of the list was devoid of competitors. While others remained anxious, he had already slain a beast, highlighting a significant disparity. Chen Shu then clicked on the Treehouse Construction Leaderboard, expecting it to be more egalitarian, only to have his expectations sharply contradicted. The Treehouse Construction Leaderboard, as its name suggests, ranks individuals based on the progress and completeness of their treehouse construction. The first place was held by someone named Luo Yuan, boasting an impressive 254 points. The second place followed closely with 247 points, while the rest all had varying scores. Chen Shu himself had a score, albeit a meager 100, placing him at 8 for 156. 466. This ranking was not indicative of his score's significance, but rather a reflection of the numerous individuals with the same score. Most shared his fate, each with only 100 points. Upon checking his score, he found detailed explanations, but they seemed visible only to him. Treehouse bound, 80 points. Ladder construction, 20 points. It appeared that most individuals were in a similar predicament, having accomplished little. Chen Shu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Next, he navigated to the Resource Gathering Leaderboard, where his name stood prominently. First place, Chen Shu, 12, 544. Second place, Xiao Weihe, 9, 879. Third place, Jiang Xie, 9, 752. To his astonishment, he found himself in the lead. After a moment of reflection, he realized that given the sheer volume of resources he had collected today, the top rank was indeed well-deserved. With the support of his resource perception ability, failing to secure first place would have been a disservice to such a talent. Delving into the score details, he noticed specific point allocations. A purple scale fruit was worth 1 point, honey fruit 100 points, and star grapefruit also 100 points. Notably, a level 2 treasure chest counted as a whole, equating to 3,000 points, while items acquired through trading did not contribute to the score. In essence, only resources obtained in the wild counted. He found himself eagerly anticipating the end-of-month ranking, wishing for daily updates, as he was confident that the first position in the Resource Gathering Leaderboard would remain his. Nighttime surely deterred others from venturing out to gather resources. After reviewing the Resource Gathering Leaderboard, he turned his attention to the fourth list, Exploration Progress Leaderboard. This leaderboard ranked individuals based on the extent of their explorations, and Chen Shu found himself placed within the top ranks at 98th position. Despite having traversed a considerable distance today, it was disheartening to see he only ranked 98th. Lastly, there was the Illustrated Compendium Collection Leaderboard, a category he found somewhat perplexing. Yet, it appeared that someone had already made the list, while he, unsurprisingly, remained at 0. He ventured into the chat channel, hoping to inquire about the compendium, but discovered that others were far more animated than he. How could some already be hunting beasts? What exactly are these beasts? Does anyone have insight into this? Wait. Isn't the top name on the resource gathering leaderboard the same individual who just posted about the roasted chicken? Surely, it must be a coincidence. How could it be so serendipitous? I believe it's quite plausible. Look at the images he posted earlier, showcasing not only roasted chicken, but also a variety of fruits. Does anyone know what that compendium entails? I am aware of this. During a previous tree-felling expedition, I stumbled upon a card, which subsequently unlocked the encyclopedia feature. It seems that gathering a certain number of cards will yield rewards. Cards? Such a thing exists? I too possess one, though mine was obtained while harvesting purple-scaled fruits. This implies that those of us who are less fortunate are deprived of the opportunity to unlock the encyclopedia. The individuals atop the leaderboard seem to possess extraordinary luck, having already acquired 2 cards. As Chen Shu perused the chat logs of these players, he stroked his chin, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at being the top resource gatherer without having a single card to show for it. From their descriptions, it appeared reminiscent of certain collectible card games. However, he remained unperturbed. It was only the early days of June, and rewards would not be settled until the end of the month, leaving him with over 20 days to gradually accumulate more. Just as he was preparing to indulge in his roast chicken once more, an unexpected message arrived. Are you the top resource gatherer? Upon realizing it was Han Shuang, Chen Shu was taken aback. Their interactions had been limited to a single exchange for resources, and he was unsure of her intentions, thus responding with an ambiguous reply. What do you think? Boredom permeated her message. Chen Shu chuckled at Han Shuang's words, increasingly convinced that she was female. Few males spoke in such a manner. As she refrained from pressing further, he too chose not to respond. Whether or not he was significant did not matter. It was only the first day, and his status as a resource perceiver was a temporary boon. Beyond today, the future remained uncertain. The longer time passed, the greater the likelihood of unforeseen events. And whether he could maintain his position on the leaderboard was still in question. Contemplating this, he began to anticipate what identity he might randomly acquire the following day, hoping for anything that was not too dismal. Retaining the identity of a resource perceiver would be advantageous, allowing him to explore vast areas yet untouched. He had yet to venture far to the east and south of his treehouse, uncertain of the resources that might await him there. Chapter 13. In disarray amidst the wind as night deepened, darkness enveloped the outside world, and the temperature plummeted significantly. For anyone who had donned a short-sleeved shirt prior to their journey and lacked a campfire, the chill would be quite palpable. Chen Shu sat within the treehouse, huddled by the fire pit, savoring his evening meal while glancing at the world channel. Why has the temperature dropped so rapidly? It's quite chilly. Chilly? I feel as though I'm on the brink of freezing to death. Before I crossed over, I was in the shower, completely unclothed, and I remain so now. Speaking of which, how's your second brother? Oh, him? He is a mess in this wind. Haha, don't tease me. I'm serious. I could send you a photo as proof. On second thought, I've seen too many toothpicks. I fear for my sanity. It's so cold. Who can help me? When I get back, I'll give him 10 million. I suggest you burn that 10 million. It should last quite a while, and then you want to be cold. Are you here to make jokes? The channel was quickly inundated with various requests for warmth and fire resources, with prices escalating higher with each post. On this first cold night, warm resources had become a coveted commodity. Chen Shu's remaining 5 pieces of flint were swiftly traded away, resulting in a haul of salt, 3 buckets of instant noodles, a set of cutlery, a bag of nutrient-rich soil, a sun hat, a pair of shoes, and nearly 1,000 pieces of wood. Including the nutrient-rich soil he had previously traded, he now possessed 2 bags weighing around 40 pounds each. Such resources were never excessive. He would gather as much as he could. As for the abundance of wood, 800 pieces had come from a single individual. He had initially been reluctant to trade, but the offer was simply too generous. The remainder had come from others who had partnered with him. In Chen Shu's view, regardless of whether it was salt, instant noodles, or a sun hat, none were as crucial as flint. He could survive without these items, but others would truly struggle without fire. Just one day into this new reality, Chen Shu had begun to exhibit the qualities of a shrewd trader. Once he had organized his belongings, his gaze returned to the world channel. He couldn't help but appreciate the lively banter within the chat. It was brimming with amusing netizens. Chen Shu found solace in this atmosphere, as it provided a distraction from the chilling unknown that lay ahead. The humor of these netizens managed to alleviate some of the solitude and coldness of the night. He tightened his thin short-sleeved shirt around himself and shifted closer to the fire. Although the interior of the treehouse was somewhat warmer than outside, the entrance still allowed cold air to seep in. The makeshift door he had created did not entirely block the frigid wind, leaving some gaps. There was little choice. He could only fashion such a door for now, and it was better than having nothing at all. As he gnawed on a chicken leg, his eye inadvertently caught sight of the wood beside him, and an idea sparked in his mind. He quickly rose and used the wood to block the door, sealing off the lower gaps. To his surprise, it proved somewhat effective. As long as he didn't stand, he hardly felt the draft. Observing the interior of the treehouse, he felt a primitive sense of satisfaction. Despite the harsh conditions, he would not go hungry, could kindle a fire for warmth, and had a shelter to shield him from the onslaught of beasts and the biting wind. Before he knew it, he had consumed the entire roast chicken. In the past, he would have struggled to finish such a meal, but after a day of extensive travel and limited sustenance, he had grown ravenous. And one roast chicken was hardly a challenge. Having resolved his dinner, Chen Shu glanced around the empty room and suddenly remembered that he had yet to craft a bed. Surely, he couldn't sleep on the ground at night. Approaching the control panel, he called up the crafting blueprint for a wooden bed. Fortunately, it only required wood. He had plenty of that. After 3 minutes of effort, the bed was finally constructed, and he opted to place it horizontally on the right side of the treehouse, conveniently avoiding the fire pit. The bed was quite rudimentary, more akin to a plank raised off the ground. Since he had built the bed, other furnishings could not be neglected. He also crafted a chair and a table. Utilizing a mortise and tenon structure, these two consumed only wood, appearing simple yet remarkably sturdy. With the addition of these 3 pieces of furniture, the treehouse felt much more complete, no longer so stark and empty. Simultaneously, his ranking on the treehouse construction leaderboard improved significantly. The 3 pieces of furniture awarded him 100 points, 30 for the table and chair, and 40 for the bed. The remaining furniture would require other materials, which he currently lacked. Suddenly, he recalled that the trading post might have what he needed. With a hopeful heart, he opened the trading post and searched for iron blocks. To his surprise, there were indeed some available. However, the prices were rather steep, clearly aimed at those willing to pay a premium. Chen Shu shook his head, deciding against purchasing for the time being. He also checked for copper wires, iron nails, and other metal-related materials, discovering that anything associated with metals was exorbitantly priced. This was, of course, quite reasonable. It seemed that there were only 2 ways to acquire metal, either by finding it in treasure chests or by dismantling treasure chests for materials. His iron nails and copper pieces had been obtained through the latter method, and he had yet to encounter any iron blocks. Anything tied to treasure chests naturally commanded a higher price. With the notion of trading for iron blocks temporarily shelved, Chen Shu redirected his focus to other items. Today marked the inaugural day of the game, yet many had already encountered treasure chests. Although the proportion was low, the sheer number of players ensured that it was not insignificant. Most individuals tend to consign items they find temporarily unnecessary to the trading post, lacking any long-term aspirations, merely seeking to exchange them for resources they can utilize immediately, such as food. It is only by satiating their hunger that they can muster the energy to explore this world. Chen Shu also capitalized on such considerations, managing to barter flint for some rare resources. Items like seeds, salt, and nutrient-rich soil will undoubtedly command high prices in the future. These individuals are acutely aware of this fact, yet, constrained by circumstances, they have no choice but to trade them away. By pure happenstance, he had gathered over a dozen pieces of flint that day. Had he delayed even a day longer, he likely would not have been able to acquire these items. After enduring the chill of the night, those individuals would surely endeavor to ignite a fire come morning, even resorting to friction-based methods, at which point flint might no longer hold such value. He continued to browse the trading post, noting that anything potentially useful was being traded, while he offered purple-scaled fruit, woodier mushrooms, and fungi in return. The former was in abundance and easily foraged, while the latter 2 were simply cumbersome to cook. He held no expectations. If the other party was willing to exchange, he would oblige, but if not, so be it. As time slipped away unnoticed, the chatter in the communication channel dwindled significantly, indicating that most had succumbed to slumber. Even amidst hunger and cold, fatigue compels one to rest. However, Chen Shu could not afford to sleep. He was eagerly awaiting midnight to discover what identity he would randomly assume. Until he glimpsed the final outcome, sleep would elude him. Chapter 14, Koi Fish. Why is the temperature variance between day and night so extreme? It is quite frigid. Who isn't feeling the chill? I'm only clad in my undergarments, but I managed to find some banana leaves to fashion a set of clothing. You're fortunate. There was someone previously who didn't even have undergarments. Hey, buddy. Could you spare me a set of those banana leaves, or perhaps sell me yours? Get lost. My banana leaf attire is a handcrafted, limited edition, non-sale item. Ha. The channel erupted in laughter, yet there were others lamenting in pain, simultaneously bemoaning their misfortunes while pleading for resources. Chen Shu reclined on the wooden bed, anticipating the arrival of midnight. Truth be told, he was exceedingly weary, having endured a long day. A good night's sleep would have been ideal. Yet he was consumed with curiosity about his identity for the following day. Without clarity on his identity, he could not find peace in slumber. Thus, he strained to keep himself awake. Even the occasional distant cries outside served as a stimulant. The world channel remained lively, populated by night owls. Prior to his arrival in this realm, his routine was quite regular, typically retiring by 10 o'clock. It was foreseeable that henceforth, he might not sleep until after midnight. This talent of his was indeed a bit torturous. Each day brought a different identity, refreshing at midnight, which directly dictated his plans and survival strategies for the following day. As seconds ticked by, Chen Shu felt his eyelids growing heavy. The warm campfire dispelled the cold and ushered in an irresistible drowsiness. The fatigue from a day of toil, the tension of exploring uncharted territories, and the soreness from chopping would all converge like a tidal wave, washing over his taut nerves. Summoning his last reserves of energy, he added a few more logs to the fire, ensuring that the flames would burn steadily for some time. The flickering light cast dancing shadows on the wooden walls of the treehouse, and the faint scent of burning wood wafted through the air, providing an unusual sense of comfort. I can't hold on any longer, Chen Ming murmured, his voice thick with weariness. He rose, approached the water pipe on the wooden platform, and splashed his face with cold water, which instantly invigorated him. Just as he managed to hold out until midnight, a notification chimed in his ears. Ding! Today's identity has been determined. Koi fish. Koi fish possesses an exceptionally high luck value. Favored by fortune, good things may happen at any moment. Wishes come true. Unexpected wealth falls from the sky. Koi fish. Chen Ming was momentarily stunned, blinking in disbelief, unsure if he was fully awake. Such an identity existed. This seems quite promising. Koi fish, wishes come true, unexpected wealth, he repeated to himself, a smile gradually spreading across his face, broadening until he burst into laughter. Initially, he hadn't thought much of it, merely considering it a stroke of good fortune, less favorable than the resource-sensing identity. However, the latter phrase shifted his perspective entirely. Although this identity might not be as straightforward as the resource-sensing one, the implications of wishes come true and unexpected wealth were undeniably profound. He began to anticipate what delightful occurrences the day might hold, or rather, today. He sought no grand desires, merely a few treasure chests would suffice. A wave of indescribable excitement swept away his fatigue. Yesterday was a radar, today was a king of luck. This identity was remarkably advantageous. In comparison to the resource-sensing identity, koi fish leaned more towards the passive side. The former required active pursuit of resources, with broader exploration yielding greater discoveries, while the latter seemed to suggest that fortune would come seeking him, enveloped in uncertainty. Nevertheless, no one could refuse the allure of being a koi fish. Now he could sleep soundly. Chen Ming lay on his bed, enveloped in an unprecedented sense of ease. Upon awakening, he would simply engage in the exploration and collection of resources, bolstered by the koi fish's blessing. He soon drifted into a deep slumber, dreaming of encountering treasure chests wherever he roamed, spotting various fruits with a mere glance upward and shimmering ores beneath his feet. This sleep was profound. All his weariness was whisked away, leaving only an abundance of anticipation. The next day, he was stirred awake by the calls of unknown birds, heralding the silent arrival of a new day. As he gazed at the unfamiliar ceiling, he recalled that he had entered the Dragon Ridge world. The fire pit beside him had extinguished, leaving only wisps of smoke dissipating into the air. He sat up, stretched, and felt an invigorating surge of energy. Whether it was due to the koi fish identity, he could not tell, but he had enjoyed an exceptionally restful night. After a quick wash, he moved aside the wooden materials blocking the entrance, preparing to embark on today's endeavors. A new day, a fresh start. Today, Chen Ming planned to visit the resource points he had marked the previous day, intending to gather all the materials and bring them back. With a backpack now holding 20 slots, transporting resources became much easier, allowing for fewer trips. Having feasted well the night before, he was not particularly hungry upon waking, so he simply consumed a few purple-scaled fruits before setting off. Checking the time, it was around 8:30, and the sun was already casting its warmth. Thankfully, it wasn't raining. Chen Ming pondered if this was also a manifestation of the koi fish's influence. It might be. However, given that rainy weather was inherently unlikely, he decided not to attribute this to it. Equipped with a sun hat, iron axe, and 2 bottles of water, Chen Ming set off fully prepared. As he carefully descended the ladder, he was taken aback before even reaching the ground. Right beside the ladder, there lay a treasure chest. He rubbed his eyes, scarcely believing his sight. Was the koi fish identity already at work? He leapt to the ground and approached the treasure chest. The one he encountered yesterday had a dark green exterior. Today's was a pale gray. Level 1 treasure chest. Contains basic supplies, with an exceedingly low probability of yielding rare resources and special items. Just a level 1 treasure chest? I can barely accept that. Simultaneously, Chen's attention was drawn to the fact that, unlike the level 2 treasure chest, this description included the phrase exceedingly low. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened it. Lighter. A compact lighter that can effortlessly ignite a flame, more convenient and swift than flint. Blanket. A thick blanket composed of soft fabric, offering exceptional warmth. Energy crystal. Special item and essential material for upgrading the treehouse shelter, the core of the treehouse's energy. Oh my goodness. Chen couldn't help but exclaim. An energy crystal. Isn't this the material required for upgrading the treehouse? To think a level 1 treasure chest could contain this. He had encountered the exceedingly low probability. Furthermore, the blanket was something he desperately needed, as it could be rather chilly at night. As for the lighter, its presence was inconsequential. However, having it would allow him to retire the flint. Luck was still on his side. Chapter 15, Compendium. Chen never anticipated waking up to a free treasure chest. Moreover, the contents were all valuable, allowing him to prioritize the treehouse upgrade. The upgrade required 4 items: timber, stone, iron blocks, and energy crystals. He had ample timber and could easily procure stone through trade. Now he possessed the energy crystal, leaving only the iron blocks to acquire. He had spotted iron blocks at the trading post the previous night, albeit at exorbitant prices, with traders demanding a king's ransom. At that time, He had chosen not to trade, but now he realized he needed to keep a closer eye on them. He aimed to gather 50 iron blocks as swiftly as possible to upgrade the treehouse. He was curious about what it would look like post-upgrade. Chen felt a surge of anticipation. Yet, he also recognized that all of this was due to his fortunate identity. Without it, the appearance of this treasure chest would have been improbable. He also learned that treasure chests were not fixed from the outset. They would be distributed subsequently, akin to airdrops, with a high probability of refreshing daily or at certain intervals. Of course, these were merely Chen's conjectures, but the likelihood seemed substantial. After all, there was no other explanation for the sudden appearance of a treasure chest at his doorstep. Surely, it wasn't delivered by some ferocious beast seeking to curry favor. Chen stowed his acquisitions and promptly disassembled the treasure chest. The components he retrieved were no different from those of a level 2 chest: timber, iron nails, and copper sheets. Even the quantities matched. It appeared that the true distinction lay solely in the contents. After taking in the entirety of last night's events, he glanced around, hoping to spot a second treasure chest. It seemed he was overthinking things. Chen chuckled to himself. Finding even one treasure chest upon waking was quite fortunate. And yet here he was, wishing for a second. How greedy of him. He first returned to the treehouse to store his newfound items before heading back out. Today's objective was simple: to clear the resource points he had marked the day before, moving as much material as possible in the least amount of time. That evening, he intended to trade these resources for iron blocks, regardless of the steep prices. Upgrading the treehouse was of utmost importance. The sooner he upgraded, the sooner he could enjoy the benefits. As before, he made his way to the creek, and within a mere few hundred meters, he spotted several bushes bearing purple-scaled fruits. If memory served, these bushes had not been present yesterday, leading him to another conclusion. Other resources would refresh, just like the treasure chests. This situation was undoubtedly the best, alleviating any concerns about resource depletion. This was truly sustainable development. Last night, fellow disciples gathered, toasting and exchanging cups. This morning, tea was cold and wine was chilled, turning grand ambitions into mere jest. Chen hummed a cheerful tune as he approached the creek, his steps light. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting shimmering reflections upon the clear water. On the bank, areas he had cleared yesterday now bore new shrubs, quietly sprouting. Much like before, the fruits were still unripe. Yet the tender green leaves heralded future harvests. At this point, he could no longer discern if it was his luck at play or if this world simply operated in such a manner. Heading downstream along the creek, he collected every resource he encountered. Though the vibrant red dots were absent from his sight, he still managed to pinpoint each resource location with the markers he had left behind. Among them, the purple-scaled fruits were the most abundant, quickly filling 10 slots in his inventory. Other items were scarce. Without the resource perceiver identity, discovering new resource points proved somewhat challenging. Yet, each time he casually glanced down or up, he would invariably spot something, be it fruit or wild vegetables. During this time, he discovered a new fruit, encased in a layer of green skin, elongated like a cucumber, hanging from the branches of a fruit tree. Yet the interior was composed of individual seeds, reminiscent of pomegranate. Emerald pearl fruit. Outstanding flavor, balanced sweetness and acidity, juicy and refreshing, can dispel heat and promote digestion. Each seed is infused with the essence of nature, leaving a lingering taste. Emerald pearl fruit? Chen gazed at the description imbued with marketing flair, unable to suppress a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Was this description reminiscent of a low-quality fruit advertisement? Had it been infiltrated by some influencer? Jesting aside, he was genuinely intrigued by this new fruit. The fruits in this world never cease to amaze, whether it be the previous purple-scaled fruit, the starry pomelo, or the honey fruit, all boasting delightful flavors. The fruit tree was modest in height, requiring only a slight tiptoe to reach the dangling fruits. Chen plucked one, its weight substantial in his hand, then used a fruit knife to slice open the skin. With a soft pop, the skin split slightly, revealing the flesh within. Beneath the skin lay tightly packed seeds, comparable in size to mung beans, exuding a crisp, fruity aroma. Chen tasted it. The flavor was quite similar to that of a pomegranate, which explained why he had found the flesh reminiscent of one. Not bad. I'll take it. The emerald pearl fruit tree wasn't tall, and there was no need to laboriously fell it. Besides, there were still some unripe fruits remaining for another visit. There were only 2 emerald pearl fruit trees nearby, but they had a high yield, occupying 2 slots in his inventory. As Chen reached for the last ripe emerald pearl fruit, a voice echoed in his ear. Acquired emerald pearl fruit card, unlocking compendium. Collecting a certain quantity of cards grants corresponding rewards. A card? Chen exclaimed in surprise. He had heard of someone obtaining a card yesterday, and now, he had finally encountered one. It must be the luck of the draw. The card before him hovered in the air, radiating a soft glow. The card prominently featured the image of the emerald pearl fruit, along with a brief description. Chen extended his hand to grasp the card, examining it closely. So this was what a card looked like. Simultaneously, he opened the data panel. The familiar interface emerged. And beside the regular options of announcements, inventory, map, there was now an additional icon. Compendium. Eagerly, he clicked on it. And the compendium interface unfurled like an ancient parchment scroll. The entire interface appeared exceedingly spacious, with most areas shrouded in a hazy gray mist. In a secluded corner of the fruit classification on the scroll, a card frame emanated a faint green glow. Chen Shu glanced at the card in his hand, then at the interface of the illustrated guide, hesitating for a moment before placing the card into the glowing frame. As the card's edge made contact with the frame on the scroll, an extraordinary event unfolded. With a hum, the card was instantly released from his grasp and seamlessly embedded itself into the frame. At the very moment the card was inserted, a burst of vibrant green light erupted from it, radiating like a stream of living water that flowed through the entire frame. The light quickly spread, saturating the image of the emerald bead fruit on the card, animating its flesh, which appeared crystal clear and dripping with juice. Chapter 16, The Greedy Girl. Emerald bead fruit card has been recorded. Illustrated guide progress. Fruits, 110. As the brilliance faded, everything settled into stability. Within the fruit classification of the illustrated guide, the image of the emerald bead fruit became clearer, as if narrating its unique qualities. Chen Shu took a moment to observe the guide, estimating that there were at least several thousand frames, categorized into various types: trees, fruits, river delicacies, animals, and ferocious beasts, arranged in rows of 10. The fruit category alone boasted over 30 rows, each accompanied by a gray treasure chest at the end. It was evident that collecting 10 cards would yield the subsequent gift rewards. The difficulty was exceedingly high. Cards were not guaranteed, and the probability was minuscule. Collecting a complete row could take an eternity. Having grasped the situation with the illustrated guide, Chen Shu decided not to linger any longer and continued on his journey. He could not afford to waste too much time on this, as he had many matters to attend to today. His identity as a lucky koi was equally fortuitous, and he needed to cherish the time. Following the stream, he arrived at the water pool just before noon. For lunch, he had an emerald bead fruit, a dozen purple scale fruits, a piece of bread, and a sausage. The latter two he had traded for with the purple scale fruits, as relying solely on fruits would not suffice. After all, he had an abundance of purple scale fruits, and he would need to find someone to trade with later. At that moment, the world channel was particularly lively. Even the 666666 channel was bustling with activity. Among these people, Chen Shu recognized several familiar faces, such as the disheveled little chick named Ling Foam, which aptly suited his character. There was also Tang Tian, clad in a banana leaf uniform, by Zhan, who had obtained a card while chopping trees, and Lin Nan, inquiring about the price of roasted chicken for an overnight stay. Everyone seemed to be gathered in this channel, and it was quite understandable. Such phenomena often occurred in various online games. Tang Tian Brothers. Major breakthrough. I've discovered larger and thicker banana leaves and found incredibly resilient vines. My Haute Couture Banana Battle Robe 20 is about to debut. Ling Feng, oh my, Tang brother has exquisite taste. When will you make me a set of this gear? Tang Tian, no problem. Once I start mass production, I'll sell you a set at a low price, double-layered and thickened, windproof and modest. It will surely protect your little chick. Wang Qian, my outfit is better than your banana robe. Tang Tian, yours one do. It lacks the airflow of my Haute Couture banana robe. Lin Nan, are you all holding a wilderness fashion show over there? Bai Zhan, you'd be surprised. This banana robe is quite exquisite. Even Chen Shu couldn't help but chuckle upon reading such chat records. These individuals adapted remarkably quickly. It was only the second day, yet they seemed to have forgotten the burdens of survival. As he sat by the pond, enjoying his lunch while observing these people boast, a private message suddenly popped up. Han Shuang, do you still have that honey fruit from before? Why her again? Was this greedy girl fixated on him? In Chen Shu's mind, he had already begun to perceive Han Shuang as a girl. Her previous conversational style, coupled with her gluttonous nature, strongly indicated that she was likely female. Now, only the second day of the novice protection period, while everyone else was fretting over food, she was already thinking about honey fruits. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Shu replied, "Isn't that fruit available at the trading post? Honey fruits are not exclusive to me. Many people are listing them for sale at the trading post. If you merely want to eat it, there's no need to seek me out. The prices they are offering are absurd. It's much more cost-effective to trade with you. What are you prepared to exchange?" Chen Shu was taken aback by this turn of events. "I don't have any seeds left." "What does that mean? Are you trying to get it for free?" Chen Shu immediately became wary. "No, just tell me what you need, and I'll trade something else for it." This girl is truly greedy. Chen Shu rubbed his forehead, momentarily unsure of how to respond. What did he need? Aside from common resources, it seemed he required everything. Energy crystals, iron blocks, fireproof coating enhancers, small generators. He desired these rare items, but she may not possess them, and even if she did, it was unlikely she would trade them with him. After some thought, he replied, "What items do you have for exchange?" Before long, Han Shuang sent a message back, listing the items she could offer: wood, stone, purple scale fruits, iron nails, copper sheets. As expected, this greedy girl had also encountered treasure chests. Wait, how did she end up with 16 iron nails and 6 copper sheets? A treasure chest typically yielded only 8 iron nails and 3 copper sheets. She had double the amount. Could it be that she, like him, had encountered 2 treasure chests? Did you come across 2 treasure chests? Chen Shu inquired. This time, The response from the other side was noticeably delayed. In a forest thousands of kilometers away, Han Shuang sat atop a massive rock, her slender legs swinging gently in the air. A half-eaten piece of hard bread was clutched in her mouth, yet her gaze drifted beyond the layers of enormous leaves, fixating on the distant mountains shrouded in mist, their contours undulating like the spine of a colossal dragon, her expression somewhat vacant. The notification sound from the private chat pulled her wandering thoughts back. Upon seeing Chen Shu's question, she pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding to speak the truth. Yes. Simultaneously, she surmised that the person on the other end must have also encountered treasure chests. Otherwise, they wouldn't know she had come across too. Her talent was duplication, allowing her to replicate everything she acquired, but it could only be used once a day. Yesterday, she fortuitously discovered a level 1 treasure chest in the bushes, and that was what she used her duplication opportunity on. Initially, she had assumed this person was merely lucky to find some fruits. But after the leaderboard was announced that evening, she changed her mind. This individual was actually at the top of the resource gathering leaderboard, with a score nearly 3,000 points higher than the second place. This was no longer a matter of mere luck. As for the coincidence of sharing the same name, she brushed it aside. The person trading with her was named Chen Shu, and the person on the leaderboard was also named Chen Shu. What were the odds? Coupled with her subsequent inquiry about whether he was the one on the leaderboard and his response, all signs indicated that they were indeed the same person. Since they were one and the same, and with such a high resource gathering score, he likely possessed more than just one honey fruit. Ever since she had tasted that honey fruit yesterday, it had lingered in her thoughts. Now that her survival was no longer a pressing concern, and things had mostly fallen into place, she needed to find a way to elevate her quality of life. Having reached this point, one must not continue to suffer. Enjoyment is essential. Chapter 17. What about my enormous fish? Ultimately, Chen Shu exchanged 3 honey fruits with Han Shuang for a collection of items she had no use for: a pair of sunglasses, a fan, some wood, and 6 copper coins. He initially intended to trade for some iron nails as well, but that gluttonous girl refused to part with them, likely aware of their potential future significance. After their agreement, the two decided to reconvene in the evening for the exchange. As they were both outdoors and did not have their items on hand, through several conversations, they had also added each other as friends, Chen Shu's first friend in this world. The friend feature was not much different from direct messaging, but it facilitated trading and introduced a measure of intimacy. Their current intimacy level stood at a meager 5. As for what this intimacy could accomplish, it remained shrouded in mystery, as there was no indication provided. Closing the chat box, Chen Shu had managed to resolve his lunch situation, and gazing at the water pool before him, he felt an irresistible urge to take a refreshing dip. This world was exceedingly extreme. The days were scorching while the nights turned frigid. After a busy morning, his clothes were drenched in sweat, the sticky sensation proving quite uncomfortable. After some contemplation, he decided to indulge in a bath. Stripping down to his underwear, he leapt into the water. Bliss. After splashing around for a bit, he felt the fatigue wash away. With no one within 100 kilometers, this pool felt like his private swimming oasis. After swimming a few laps, he prepared to return to shore, as he had pressing matters to attend to. Just as he reached the edge, bracing himself with his hands to rise, a tremendous splash erupted behind him. Instinctively, he turned around to witness a shadow bursting through the water like a cannonball, sending droplets flying in every direction, aiming directly for the shore behind him. Holy moly! Chen Shu barely had time to duck as the object soared past, almost grazing his scalp. With a resounding thud, it crashed onto the ground less than half a meter from his hands. Staring at the thrashing carp before him, he found himself at a loss for words. Today was indeed a windfall. Not only did he encounter a treasure chest, but now a fish as well. Is this the true fortune of the koi? He chuckled to himself. Without further ado, Chen Shu scrambled onto the shore and pinned the large carp down. Dinner was secured. Grabbing a blade of grass, he pierced the fish's gills and hoisted it up. Since his backpack could not accommodate live creatures, he had no choice but to carry it for the time being. As for why he didn't kill it on the spot, it was simply because he didn't want to sully his private pool. With the carp in hand, his steps felt notably lighter. Having had roast chicken the previous day, and now grilled fish, his life was indeed more delightful than during his school days. Continuing along the creek that flowed from the pool, he was suddenly startled by a faint rustling sound from his side. Before he could turn his head, a brilliantly colored shadow burst from the underbrush, flapping its wings and almost causing Chen Shu to drop the carp he was holding. A wild chicken. As he took a closer look at the creature, excitement bubbled within him. The wild chicken fluttered for a moment before landing on the grass a few dozen meters away. This was a delivery right to his doorstep. Setting the carp aside for a moment, Chen Shu cautiously approached. The wild chicken seemed oblivious to his presence, bobbing its head side to side, seemingly oblivious to its surroundings. This was the opportunity. Chen Shu suppressed his excitement, his heart racing. He held his breath, crouching low like a hunting leopard, using the taller grass and bushes for cover as he stealthily advanced toward the oblivious wild chicken. 1 step, 2 steps. The distance between them steadily diminished, and he could see the chicken's exquisite plumage clearly. Gauging the distance, he felt he was now within the optimal striking range. Taking a deep breath, he tensed his leg muscles, gathering strength. Just as he was about to launch himself like an arrow, a sudden exclamation of shock and frustration erupted uncontrollably from his throat. Damn it! As he propelled himself forward, he felt an incredibly hard object trip him at the ankle. The sudden inertia threw him off balance, sending his upper body lurching forward as he flailed his arms in a futile attempt to regain stability. With a resounding thud, he landed face first in the mud. His cheeks slammed into the ground, and he instantly tasted the dirt and grass in his mouth. The commotion startled the wild chicken, which emitted a panicked, high-pitched squawk and took off, flapping its wings madly as it vanished into the depths of the forest. Ugh! Chen Shu spat out the grass and mud, propping himself up on the ground. What had tripped him? With frustration boiling within him, he turned to see what had caused his fall. The dense grass had flattened in a patch where he had fallen, revealing damp soil beneath and a half-buried treasure chest. A treasure chest. Just as a wild chicken fled, a treasure chest appeared. The misfortune had turned into fortune. The ancients were not deceiving me. The irritation of missing the wild chicken was swiftly cast aside. One wild chicken was merely a meal, but the treasure chest held valuable items, and with his coy identity, he might unlock something extraordinary. Besides, he had already feasted on roast chicken yesterday, and now he had fish. The chicken could be left alone. He scrambled to the exposed corner of the chest, using both hands to quickly clear the surrounding dirt and roots, momentarily forgetting about his axe. Soon enough, a dark green treasure chest came into view. Level 2 treasure chest contains basic supplies with a chance to yield rare resources and special items. Haha. Another level 2 treasure chest. What luck! To acquire 2 treasure chests in a single day is truly extraordinary. Chen Shu refrained from opening the chest immediately, opting instead to place it in his backpack. Although his upgraded backpack boasted 20 slots, the resources he had gathered today were plentiful and nearly filled it. Opening the chest now might leave him no room to store its contents. It would be wiser to wait until he returned to his treehouse. Rising to his feet, he brushed off the grass and dirt from his body, feeling elated. That fall was worth it. With joy swelling in his heart, he returned to the spot where he had set down the carp. However, the ensuing situation left him dumbfounded. What the heck? Where's my fish? My enormous carp? Chapter 18. The Vanished Fish and the Perishing Rabbit. The carp had vanished into thin air. Chen Shu stood bewildered, staring at the patch of grass before him. He distinctly remembered placing the fish there. How could it possibly be gone? Could the fish have sprouted legs and run away? He bent down, rummaging through the nearby underbrush while muttering, "Where's the fish? Where's my fish?" Just then, from deep within the grass behind him, he heard a faint plopping sound, akin to a fish's tail slapping against the ground. Instantly, he fell silent, holding his breath to listen intently. It was there. Chen Shu turned around immediately, parting a patch of grass, and beheld his fish, still wriggling. At last, I have found you. This was to be his dinner. He could not let this duck, so close to his lips, escape. He swiftly seized it and landed a resounding slap across its face. Run, will you? Are you still going to run? Slap. Another blow. Forceful enough to render the fish thoroughly dazed, its tail no longer flailing, leaving only its gills to feebly open and close. Do you have any idea how much time you've wasted for me? Slap. Just wait. You'll see how I treat you when we get back. After venting his frustration, Chen Shu felt considerably relieved. Just as he was about to rise and depart, his gaze inadvertently swept over the grass where the carp had been flopping moments ago. There lay several eggs, quietly nestled. Are those wild chicken eggs? A thrill raced through him, and he crouched down, cautiously picking one up to examine it closely. Wild chicken egg, rich in protein and essential minerals for the human body. The information box popped up, confirming his suspicion. Indeed, they were wild chicken eggs. Could they belong to the wild chicken that had just fled? Never mind. I'll take them all. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9. 9 is quite enough, ample for a meal. This outing had proven remarkably fruitful, yielding not only a fish destined for demise, but also free chicken eggs, thereby enriching his culinary repertoire. If only such fortunate events occurred daily, he would gladly reside in a villa and feast on seafood. After securing all the wild chicken eggs, Chen Shu cast another glance at the limp, drooping carp in his hand, and his expression softened. Ah, you truly are my lucky fish. I may have been a bit too rough. My apologies, dear brother. How about you give a few more flops to see if there are any other nests around? However, the fish, having endured several slaps, was now quite disoriented and remained utterly still. Were it not for the faint movement of its gills, Chen Shu might have assumed it was dead. All right then. I won't trouble you tonight. I'll grant you a dignified departure. With the carp in hand, Chen Shu resumed his journey. Albeit this time his focus was entirely on the ground, especially the dense thickets, the roots of shrubs, and the low hollows of trees. He surmised that this area must house more than just one wild chicken, and certainly not merely this solitary nest of eggs. This time, he was correct. After a thorough search, he discovered another nest beneath a dragon spine tree, and fortune smiled upon him. This nest contained 12 eggs, bringing his total to 21 wild chicken eggs. Concurrently, he spotted not only wild chickens, but also wild rabbits. However, these creatures were particularly skittish. Slipping away the moment, he took a step forward. Truth be told, he had never eaten rabbit before and was unfamiliar with its flavor. He had often seen videos of spicy rabbit heads, which appeared delectable. Since he was here, he was determined to try it when the opportunity arose. There was no need for haste. He would eventually savor rabbit meat. If worst came to worst, he could trade for some. With so many people around, someone would surely have caught a rabbit. Along the way, he encountered numerous wild chickens and rabbits. Yet their swift movements and keen wariness made it nearly impossible to catch them by hand. This realization led Chen Shu to conclude that the location he had previously chosen for his treehouse was not ideal. Had it been here, it would have been perfect. A private swimming pool at the doorstep and the backyard transformed into a natural hunting ground. Fortunately, it was not too far, allowing for regular visits. With these continuous discoveries and the distractions of wild chickens and rabbits, time flowed swiftly like a stream. When he next raised his eyes to the sky, the sun had noticeably begun its descent. The sunlight no longer as harsh. With an hour and a half remaining until sunset, Chen Shu dared not linger and promptly made his way toward the treehouse. Before doing so, he took a moment to clean the carp by the riverbank. This was downstream from the pond, ensuring no contamination. Chen Shu upheld his promise, swiftly scaling the fish, splitting open its belly, and removing the entrails and gills. The entire process was executed with precision, granting this worthy contributor a relatively dignified exit. On the return journey, Chen Shu refrained from resting, anxious about not reaching the treehouse before 6. Throughout the trek, his mind replayed the day's events, and the unexpected bounty lifted his spirits immensely. He began to anticipate the evening's dinner, his steps growing lighter. After more than an hour of hurried travel, he finally arrived at the treehouse before 6. Gazing at the structure before him, his pace quickened significantly. Yet, after only a few steps, he halted abruptly, blinking in disbelief and rubbing his eyes. He questioned whether his haste had caused him to hallucinate. He focused intently on the base of the dragon spine tree, where a fluffy, gray-brown creature lay in an unnatural position. The outline was all too familiar. He had encountered it several times that very afternoon. Wasn't this the wild rabbit he had been yearning for? Chen Shu hastened to the rabbit's side, examining it closely, only to find it had breathed its last. A suicide? The scene and the position were absurdly reminiscent of an idiom that sprang to mind. Waiting by the tree for a rabbit. Could it be? His luck was truly extraordinary. This lucky fish seemed no less remarkable than a resourceful perceiver. It felt as though he had exerted minimal effort today, yet had reaped a considerable bounty. 2 treasure chests, 2 jade fruit trees, a card, a carp, 2 nests of eggs, and this wild rabbit that had collided with a tree. Glancing at the time, he realized there was still half an hour until 6. Surely, there was time enough. After a moment's contemplation, he first stowed the carp back in the treehouse, then picked up the rabbit and made his way to the creek. With time running short, he needed to process this rabbit promptly. Initially, he had not intended to kill anything right at his doorstep, fearing it might taint the downstream pond. But the urgency of the moment left no room for such concerns. This was his first time handling a rabbit, and to be honest, Chen Shu felt a twinge of nervousness. This was different from butchering fish, which was commonplace at the market. After observing it a few times, one could easily learn. Rabbits, however, were not commonly sold, and the process was largely unfamiliar. Staring at the wild rabbit, which weighed a good 7 or 8 pounds, Chen Shu steeled himself and got to work. Chapter 19. The fish jumped ashore, and the rabbit collided with the tree. Skinning it was not particularly difficult, after all. Chen Shu gazed proudly at the rabbit meat in his hands, saliva betraying his anticipation. He hesitated briefly before discarding the entrails into the creek. Enjoy yourselves. The creek teemed with shrimp and crabs, who relished such morsels. However, he retained the rabbit's pelt, having been particularly careful while skinning it to preserve its integrity. After washing and drying, it could serve as fabric, proving immensely useful. Just as he pondered how to prepare the rabbit for dinner, the sun quietly sank below the horizon. The forest dimmed sharply within seconds, and Chen Shu's smile froze in place. Oh no, he had lost track of time. Without pausing for a moment, he clutched the rabbit meat and sprinted toward the treehouse. Fortunately, the distance was not far, merely a few hundred meters. Within the span of his frantic sprint lasting mere seconds, the roars of a fierce beast echoed in his ears. It seemed to emanate from a distance, reminiscent of a sound reverberating from high above the trees. This chilling roar significantly hastened Chen Shu's pace as he successfully returned to the treehouse. Panting heavily upon his arrival, Chen Shu had nearly ascended the wooden ladder to the treehouse on all fours, his heart pounding violently within his chest. As he climbed, he distinctly heard the heavy footfalls resonating from the darkness below. Each step crunched upon the leaves with a dull thud, instilling an undeniable sense of dread. Clearly, he would need to be more cautious in the future. The fixed spawn of wild creatures at 6 o'clock was rather terrifying. Chuckling softly to himself, Chen Shu felt a wave of excitement wash over him as he rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling in the dim light. A magnificent carp accompanied by a wild rabbit, and even wild chicken eggs. He had never feasted so well during his school days. He first ignited the fire pit, then splashed water on his face, and commenced his culinary endeavors. He skewered the carp and rabbit with branches, painstakingly scoring the flesh with a fruit knife, and ultimately fashioned a simple grill from wood and twigs. He had anticipated this undertaking, hence his preparedness. Initially, he intended to smoke the rabbit meat, but soon discovered that no matter how fervently he stoked the fire, it produced little smoke, leading him to abandon that idea. The single carp and rabbit together yielded at least 10 pounds of meat, far more than he could consume in one sitting. As for the wild chicken eggs, he resolved to save them for another day. Surely, leaving them overnight would not spoil them, would it? He reassured himself that the cool night temperature posed little risk. With the carp secured by wooden stakes, all he needed to do was carefully flip it after a while, holding a skewer of rabbit legs in one hand. He rotated it slowly to ensure even cooking, while his other hand instinctively navigated to the World Channel interface. At this hour, the World Channel was abuzz with activity. After 2 days, most individuals had begun to adapt to this new realm, striving to survive and enhance their quality of life. Those who had once been fervently searching for a way home had now resigned themselves to their fate. As Chen Shu observed the rapidly scrolling messages, he felt a pang of empathy. Just then, a private message popped up on his screen. It was from Han Shuang. "Are you back? Is everything ready for the trade?" Chen Shu smacked his forehead, having nearly forgotten about this. "Yes, I just finished dinner. Let's trade." On the other end, Han Shuang was bewildered by Chen Shu's message. "Dinner? Still busy? Isn't it just whatever we can find?" She thought to herself, glancing at the single sausage in her hand. Her only source of meat over the past 2 days, which she had acquired through trade. "What are you having for dinner?" At that moment, the trading matter slipped her mind, replaced by curiosity. Before long, Chen Shu replied, but this time it was not in text. He sent a picture. "What the?" she exclaimed, astonished. How did he manage to do barbecue? What kind of meat is that? It looks like rabbit. Beside it lay a fish. Rabbit and fish? How did he accomplish this? Intrigued, Han Shuang messaged back. "Is that wild rabbit and fish?" "Indeed, freshly killed carp and rabbit. Incredibly fresh," came Chen Shu's reply. Han Shuang's face fell in disbelief. He was even giving a detailed introduction. "You caught all of that?" "Pretty much." The fish jumped ashore on its own, and the rabbit ran into a tree. Han Shuang was taken aback, seriously doubting that he was jesting or speaking nonsensically. She was familiar with the saying about carp leaping over the dragon gate, but she had never heard of a fish committing suicide by jumping onto land. The odds of that happening seemed more absurd than winning the lottery. And as for a rabbit running into a tree, wasn't that merely a fable from elementary school? Did the old saying about waiting for a rabbit to come truly hold any merit? What kind of extraordinary luck would that require? If Chen Shu had any inkling of her thoughts, he would have surely laughed out loud, for he had indeed won the lottery. After contemplating for a moment, Han Shuang sent another message. "Forget the honey fruit. How about you trade me a rabbit leg instead?" If she had known he had wild rabbit meat, she wouldn't have even considered trading for fruit. Meat was infinitely more valuable. Having gone 2 days without any meat, her inner foodie was beginning to protest. After sending that message, Han Shuang felt a rush of heat to her cheeks. Suddenly reversing her request felt inappropriate, and she worried that her demand might be excessive. Initially, she had planned to explore to gather more supplies to trade for something better. However, luck had not been on her side today. She found no treasure chests and only a pitiful amount of resources. With no other option, she had settled for trading for a single sausage. She understood that upgrading her shelter was of utmost importance, yet she had no idea what the necessary energy crystals were, and even if she gathered other materials, it would be futile. Patience was key. She would take her time. As Chen Shu browsed the trading post, he paused at Han Shuang's message. Realizing she was quite the greedy little girl, she was willing to forego honey fruit for rabbit meat. Initially, he thought she was merely craving it, but now it seemed she was genuinely a foodie. He could easily picture her drooling over the photo of the roasted rabbit. A whole wild rabbit, minus the skin and entrails, still weighed several pounds. He certainly couldn't consume it all, and parting with a leg would not be a significant loss for him. However, he felt that such a trade was somewhat unbalanced. That rabbit leg would undoubtedly fetch a higher price at the trading post, attracting numerous buyers. A simple shout in the World Channel would result in a flood of private messages. After a moment's contemplation, an idea sparked in Chen Shu's mind. That could work. But your items are of little value to me. This trade would leave me at a disadvantage. How about this? I also have a packet of this. Almost seconds after he sent that message, Han Shuang replied. Chen Shu opened her response and instantly beamed with joy. Human powder. Chapter 20. Grilled fish in one hand, rabbit leg in the other. Human powder was indeed a delightful find. Just moments ago, Chen Shu had contemplated scouring the trading post for some seasoning. Otherwise, grilling the fish and rabbit without flavor would be a waste of such exquisite ingredients. To his surprise, this greedy little girl happened to possess cumin powder. A serendipitous stroke of luck. Truly, it was a case of finding a pillow when one was sleepy. With salt on hand and the addition of cumin powder, he believed the flavors would not disappoint. If only he had more time, he could venture westward to gather some wild peppers. After weighing the pros and cons, Chen Shu decided to proceed with the trade. After all, he wouldn't finish it all. Yesterday's roast chicken had left him quite full. He then messaged Han Shuang. "All right, wait for me to finish grilling before we trade." Not long after his message, Han Shuang sent over the cumin powder along with the previously agreed items. Once they added each other as friends, they gained an additional feature, the ability to gift items. While trades required mutual consent, gifting did not. Chen Shu was taken aback by how swiftly this greedy little girl acted, sending the items without fear of being deceived. She was truly in earnest. Given the earnestness of the other party, he could not afford to be overly stingy, and promptly transferred 3 honey fruits. Although Han Shuang had initially expressed her desire for rabbit meat instead of honey fruits, he chose to give her the fruits regardless. This decision stemmed from 2 reasons. First, he had amassed a considerable collection of fruits. Second, he sensed that Han Shuang possessed remarkable talents, and they might assist each other in the future, potentially leading to the acquisition of more valuable items from her. Additionally, he found this gluttonous girl quite amusing, as she exhibited no fear for survival, only an insatiable craving for food. I don't want honey fruits, I want rabbit meat. Upon seeing the message from Han Shuang, Chen Shu smiled slightly and reassured her. Rest assured, consider the rabbit meat a gift for you. Moreover, you provided cumin powder, so I am not at a loss. Thank you. After a long while, a brief reply came from her. Chen Shu glanced at it, chuckled, and resumed his focus on grilling meat. However, he felt an inexplicable sense of having overlooked something crucial. What could it be? Chen Shu pondered deeply, and as he inadvertently caught sight of the chat logs from others in the channel, a sudden realization struck him. Oh no. I nearly forgot that I still have a treasure chest to open. He promptly retrieved it and began to unlock it. As before, it contained 5 items, among which were 10 iron blocks, precisely what he needed. He then shifted his attention to the remaining 4 items. Cooking oil, an essential for culinary endeavors, significantly enhances the flavor and caloric absorption of food and prevents grilled meat from burning when applied. Grill, a must-have tool for outdoor barbecues, designed to evenly distribute heat for cooking food. Raincoat, effectively shields against rain, preventing garments from becoming soaked, a crucial piece of gear for inclement weather. Compound bow, a powerful weapon that utilizes a pulley system for ease of use, ideal for hunting or defense. Includes 10 arrows. Seriously, are you kidding me? Just as I start grilling, you show up with this? What was the point of all my efforts just now? Was it merely for the sake of ceremony? Chen Shu felt a twinge of discomfort at the sight of the grill. He likened himself to someone who had spent considerable effort cracking a walnut only to have a fool nearby offer a nutcracker just as he succeeded. Regardless, he acknowledged that it was his own fault for not opening it sooner. With numerous tasks at hand, he had simply forgotten. Grumbling aside, he recognized that the quality of the items from this treasure chest was undeniably exceptional, truly a timely boon. The iron blocks were essential for upgrading his treehouse, and the bucket of cooking oil arrived just when he was concerned about only having salt and cumin powder, which made the grilled meat prone to burning and becoming dry. With the oil, he could spread it evenly, locking in the juices for a tender, succulent texture, and allowing the cumin powder to adhere better, resulting in an aroma that would tantalize the senses. The compound bow was a godsend in the current environment. He felt emboldened enough to confront the fierce beasts outside. Tomorrow, he could take it out to test his archery skills. The raincoat was also a valuable asset, although it hadn't rained in the past couple of days. The unpredictable weather in this place warranted such a precaution. With it, his explorations would be safeguarded, alleviating concerns of becoming drenched and losing body heat. In just 2 days, he had encountered 3 treasure chests, all thanks to the role-playing aspect of the game. He wondered what identity he might assume tomorrow, feeling a twinge of excitement at the prospect. After disassembling the treasure chest, he swiftly erected the brand new grill. The metal grid structure was indeed sturdier than the makeshift branch frame he had crafted. He transferred the carp and rabbit meat to the grill, significantly easing the cooking process. The bucket of cooking oil contained a full 5 liters. In a typical household cooking scenario, it could last 3 to 4 months. Given his current limited use of oil, this should last him even longer, primarily due to the lack of pots. Chen Shu fashioned a rudimentary oil sprayer by puncturing a few holes in the bottle cap with a fruit knife. Sizzling. As the oil met the high temperature, it erupted with an intense, savory aroma, the meat rapidly transforming into a golden, enticing hue, the delightful sound of sizzling enhancing his enjoyment. A sprinkle of salt and cumin powder filled the treehouse with the irresistible allure of home-cooked meals. Time to eat. Observing that the rabbit meat was nearly done, Chen Shu promptly fetched the dinnerware he had exchanged earlier. It smelled divine. Unable to contain his excitement, he tore off a rabbit leg, disregarding the heat, and took a hearty bite. Crunch. Scalding, succulent, a medley of fat, meat juices, saltiness, and the aromatic spice of cumin erupted in his mouth. The unique texture of the rabbit meat, infused with the high temperature and oil, was remarkably tender and juicy, without a hint of dryness. Hiss. Hot, hot, hot. But incredibly delicious. Chen Shu gasped, astonished that his first genuine barbecue experience yielded such exquisite results. Had he known, he would have sought employment as a grill master after his college entrance exams. Meanwhile, he didn't forget to send a rabbit leg to Han Shuang. The dinnerware set included many plates, perfect for holding the rabbit leg, which he could later retrieve. Chen Shu has gifted Han Shuang the item, grilled rabbit hind leg X1, served on a plate, accompanied by a message, eat it while it's hot. Don't forget to return the plate. Upon seeing the rabbit leg, Han Shuang's eyes lit up, and she promptly sent another thank you message. However, Chen Shu did not check this time. He was too engrossed in relishing his meal to pay attention to notifications. The grilled fish was equally delightful, with the flesh incredibly tender and melting in his mouth, though merely seasoned with salt, cumin powder, and oil. The inherent freshness of the ingredients was perfectly amplified by the intense heat, imparting a hint of sweetness akin to flowing stream water. The slightly charred portions of the fish skin, though mildly bitter, added a unique, roasted flavor. This fish surpassed his expectations. With a grilled fish in one hand and a rabbit leg in the other, life felt extraordinarily blissful. Forget returning to Earth. He had no intention of doing so. Chapter 21. Formal Reporting. Someone is cheating. After a satisfying dinner, Chen Shu was left with greasy lips. Approximately 2 pounds of carb, coupled with 2 substantial rabbit legs. Followed by a honey fruit for dessert. Pure bliss. Burp. He unabashedly let out a hearty belch, reclining against the foot of the bed, comfortably closing his eyes. Oh no. I forgot to share today's dinner. Chen Shu suddenly recalled that he hadn't taken a photo to post in the World Channel. A mischievous grin spread across his face. It was not too late. He quickly got up and snapped a picture of the consumed fish skeleton and the remaining half of the rabbit meat. Grilled fish and grilled rabbit. It had been a simple yet satisfying feast. As soon as he sent the image, the World Channel erupted. Ligoden, what the hell? Grilled fish? Grilled rabbit? You call this a simple meal, big shot? I've been gnawing on tree bark to the point of hallucination. Link, Master Chen Shu, would you trade rabbit meat? I'll offer 10 units of wood. No, 20 units. Please. My child hasn't had meat in 2 days. Wooloo. Formal report. Someone is cheating. This is not survival. This is clearly a vacation. Sunway. Bunnies are so adorable. How can you eat them? Big shot. Share a leg with me. Just one. Zhang Shiyu. Are we even playing the same game? I'm on extreme wilderness survival. Hell difficulty. While the big shot is on gourmet simulator. Otherworldly delicacies. Rohong. O divine rabbit god. O fish god. Manifest your presence. The faithful supplicant is willing to offer a decade of his roommate's singlehood in exchange for tomorrow's fortune. Li Go Dan. Can that esteemed figure spare me some bone scraps? I relish the taste. Ling Feng. Is that not the illustrious individual who tops the resource collection leaderboard? Tang Tian. Indeed, it appears not to be a mere coincidence. Envy, jealousy, lamentation, skepticism, adoration, and requests for trade erupted like a volcanic eruption, instantly flooding the chat. The private messaging channels were bombarded, overwhelmed with various inquiries for purchases, advice, and even proposals for sponsorship. He paid no heed to this frenzy. There is no shortage of digital beggars in any corner of the internet. If one does not diligently strive during the novice protection period, navigating the challenges afterward will become infinitely more arduous. Every individual possesses innate talents. As long as they are applied in the right places, sustenance is likely to be ensured. After a brief respite, he tidied the barbecue grill and placed the majority of the remaining rabbit onto a plate, then commenced the evening's primary endeavor. Today, his harvest exceeded that of the previous day, as his task was to collect the resources discovered yesterday. With 3 hours remaining until midnight, he initiated his external trade. First on the agenda was the purple-scaled fruit, of which he had an abundance and thus needed to prioritize its trade, otherwise it would spoil with time. The same applied to the other fruits. Retaining a small portion for personal consumption sufficed. Furthermore, during his exploration today, he had stumbled upon several starlit pomelo trees and honey fruit trees, ensuring a plentiful supply of fruit. Once he cultivates strawberries and watermelons, he felt confident that he could lead a life of leisure by selling fruit alone. He had a modest quantity of shepherdess purse, which he had opted not to harvest today, intending to reserve it for personal use. Mushrooms could be dried for preservation. Flint could be traded entirely, as he currently possessed a lighter, rendering it unnecessary. Bamboo shoots were also available for trade, given the nearby bamboo grove, which he could harvest at his leisure. Besides, in such a vast forest, it was improbable that bamboo groves existed solely in this area. There would surely be others yet undiscovered. Upon reflection, these items were not particularly rare. At this initial stage, everyone was in dire need of food. Once they had stabilized and acclimatized to this new lifestyle, food might very well become one of the least valuable commodities. Upgrading the treehouse required 4 essential items: wood, stone, iron blocks, and energy crystals. He possessed wood and energy crystals, but lacked stone and iron blocks. The trading post had an abundance of stone, easily acquired at minimal cost. However, he was too preoccupied to gather any himself. Otherwise, he would not have needed to trade. Transporting it back and forth using his backpack was an option, but it proved time-consuming. There were individuals consigning iron blocks, yet their prices were exorbitantly high, rendering it nearly impossible to procure them affordably. Thus, he ultimately managed to exchange for only 14 iron blocks, combined with the 10 he had previously obtained from a treasure chest, leaving him still 26 blocks short of the required 50 for the upgrade. Stone, on the other hand, he had in surplus, which was of no concern as it would be useful later. Additionally, he traded some fruit for a fire-resistant layer enhancer, a vital component for constructing a fireplace, an opportunity too good to pass up. The trading post was overflowing with a plethora of peculiar items. He found himself dazzled by the array of choices. There were pest-repelling herbs, ancestral jade pendants, and even scenic postcards crafted using the system's photography feature, showcasing beautiful landscapes with impressive pixel quality. However, the majority of items consisted of food, basic materials, and tools. He encountered many appealing goods, yet their prices were unacceptable. How could anyone possess such an abundance of resources at this early stage? They must be dreaming. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of something intriguing. A card? One could sell such a thing? He was taken aback, having assumed that cards were non-negotiable items. This particular card was a purple-scaled fruit card, resembling his own green pearl fruit card. The individual consigning this card sought 10 iron blocks in exchange. To be honest, this price seemed rather steep. Although collecting cards could yield a gift package, one needed to gather 10 specific cards, and he had no idea how long that would take. Moreover, valuing a single card at 10 iron blocks meant that 10 cards would equate to 100 iron blocks, and whether the gift package justified such a price remained uncertain. While he possessed some iron blocks, parting with 10 for this card felt like an unwise decision. Perhaps in an ironic twist of fate, while he pondered, the card was swiftly traded away. There truly exists a foolhardy spender. Anyone capable of parting with 10 iron blocks must possess more than just those. Had he been able to see who snagged it, he might have proposed a trade. Currently, he lacked nothing but iron blocks. The upgrade to a level 2 treehouse was tantalizingly close, yet that distance felt insurmountably far. Contemplating his options, he resolved to check the World Channel, seeking to purchase iron blocks. Interested parties, please message privately. Goodness, an esteemed figure has emerged. Hurry, gather to pay homage. I can barely afford a meal, and yet the esteemed one is already acquiring iron blocks. Does the esteemed one seek anything else? I have an abundance of wood. Is the esteemed one in need of a subordinate? My 666 is exceptionally swift. Iron blocks. For what purpose? The esteemed one cannot be upgrading the treehouse, can they? Surely not, for that requires energy crystals, does it not? Energy crystals? What are those? Chapter 22, Treehouse Modules. Gazing at the overwhelming influx of private messages, he felt a headache coming on. If all these individuals were here to trade, it would be a different story, but 90% were merely begging. Fortunately, the keyword filtering feature was a relief. Otherwise, he would be sifting through this chaos indefinitely. Those possessing iron blocks had varying desires. Some sought to exchange for fruit, others for different materials, yet the majority fixated on his scant rabbit meat. Given the limited quantity of rabbit meat, it was evidently insufficient to satisfy all their demands. Thus, he was left with no choice but to engage with those offering higher bids. To label their offers as high would be misleading. These individuals seemed to possess only a handful of iron blocks, scattered in small quantities. Their longing for his rabbit meat was palpable, and a mere 1 or 2 iron blocks would not suffice. They needed to supplement their offers with additional items. The reason they opted for trade was clear. They were all significantly lacking in resources necessary for upgrading their tree houses. Most could not even gather enough wood, let alone something as rare as energy crystals. After a series of negotiations, he acquired 18 iron blocks along with a variety of other items, leaving him with just a single rabbit leg. This last piece he intended to reserve for breakfast the following day, so he refrained from trading it. Now, he was just 8 iron blocks short of the 50 needed for the treehouse upgrade, yet he found himself devoid of further resources to exchange. Nonetheless, he had garnered some valuable items, including seeds for cabbage and chives, both promising crops that would likely yield an abundance of food once planted. He managed to trade for 3 blueprints, though they were all for items he could not utilize at present, so he would set them aside for now. The remainder consisted of some wood, stone, 2 bags of nutrient soil, and a roll of toilet paper. Upon seeing that roll of toilet paper, he felt tears of joy welling up. His experiences over the past 2 days using leaves had been truly lamentable, coarse, prone to tearing, and fraught with concerns about hygiene. Though this roll was not substantial, it could last a while if used sparingly, undoubtedly a strategic resource that would elevate his quality of life. Having completed all these transactions, he turned his gaze to the leaderboard. Yesterday, he ranked first on the resource gathering leaderboard, but today he was uncertain of his current position. Upon opening the rankings, the first thing he saw was the beast hunting leaderboard, where the leading position was still held by a person named Zhang Quang, maintaining a score of 200. Apart from him, there were several others with scores ranging from 50 to 200, with none surpassing the 200 mark as of yet. After learning about the beast hunting leaderboard, many expressed a desire to confront the beasts, yet they remained in a novice protection period, rendering them unable to encounter any beasts. Although there were opportunities during the night, the darkness posed a significant disadvantage for humans when facing these creatures, as the beast's vision was vastly superior at night. No longer focusing on the hunting leaderboard, Chen Shu turned his attention to the resource gathering leaderboard. First place, Chen Shu, 27,674. Second place, Jiang Xie, 20,854. Third place, Zhou Fengyi, 20,654. He was still in first. A wave of joy surged within him, and a smile crept onto his lips. He had not anticipated such a high score. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the bulk of his points came from wild rabbits, carp, and wild chicken eggs. These items had essentially been acquired without effort, yet they still contributed to his score. The system did not consider the means of acquisition. As long as they were collected by him, they counted towards his points. The gap between his score and those of others widened significantly. Yesterday it had been merely over 2,000 points, but today it had grown to nearly 7,000. It was no wonder that the participants in the World Channel had been so enthusiastic. They had clearly learned of his situation from here. There were also 3 other leaderboards where he held positions, though they were not particularly high. On the treehouse construction leaderboard, he ranked 13,457. As the furniture like beds and tables had contributed a fair amount of points. His position on the exploration progress leaderboard had dropped considerably compared to yesterday, simply because he had spent the day collecting resources discovered the previous day rather than exploring new areas. His rank on the collection of illustrated cards leaderboard was quite low at 235 for 552, which was expected, as several individuals had already collected 3 cards. And those ahead of him mostly had 2. Chen Shu was still unclear about how the leaderboard rewards were calculated, as there was no indication of which ranks would receive rewards. Thus, he resolved to exert more effort to improve his standings. At the very least, he was confident in securing a good position on the resource gathering leaderboard. As for the other 4 leaderboards, he would leave it to chance. If he could level up his treehouse to level 2, it should significantly enhance his construction points. Once again glancing at the World Channel, he noted that the conversation had shifted away from him. I finally found a treasure chest today. Ha ha ha, I finally struck it lucky. What do you all use to wipe after using the toilet? What else could it be? Leaves, of course. Are you suggesting we use our hands? Having leaves is already a blessing. Just be gentle and don't tear them. Do I really need to remind you? Today, I mourn the fallen flowers. Reflecting on my transient existence, uncertain of what tomorrow holds, which brother has soft fabric to lend to this sister for warmth? I promise to repay you with poetry. I observe the celestial bodies at night. The purple star dims. The greedy wolf star is in conflict. A calculation reveals that tomorrow you shall face calamity. This is a warning. Those who trust me should quickly offer tribute for safety. Those who do not shall face the consequences. Report the feudal superstition above. Here's a top-quality wild delicacy, an earthworm, rich in protein, crunchy when eaten raw, and even more aromatic when grilled. Bulk discounts available. Don't miss out. Chen Shu nearly burst into laughter at the banter of these individuals. They truly excelled at finding joy in hardship and embodying a whimsical spirit. Just as he prepared to join in, his gaze suddenly fixed upon a newly posted message. Jiangke, does anyone want this treehouse module? I'll trade it for some food. A treehouse module? What is that? Intrigued, Chen Shu clicked to read more. Treehouse module. This module allows for the construction of an additional small house on the forked branches of the treehouse, complete with a connecting passage, thereby expanding living space. Only usable in treehouses of level 2 or higher. Reading the description, Chen Shu felt invigorated. It sounded like a fantastic addition, providing an extra room. The only drawback was that it could only be used in a level 2 treehouse, but he was not far from achieving that. With a bit more resource gathering tomorrow, he should be able to upgrade. With that thought, he promptly initiated a private chat with the other party. Would this be acceptable? Starfruit, honeyfruit, emerald fruit. Chen Shu tested the waters with fruits. As for the purple scale fruit, he had no intention of offering it, although he still had a small quantity. It seemed too trivial to trade. Anyone with sense would not agree to such a deal. In this world, purple scale fruits were abundantly available. One could find plenty with minimal effort. However, subsisting solely on such fruits could not sustain a person. Most individuals spent their days chopping wood, and eating only these wild fruits would leave them without strength. In addition to the purple scale fruit, Chen Shu currently possessed emerald fruit, starfruit, and honey fruit. However, his stock was low, as he had traded most of it away, leaving only one of each, which he intended to keep for himself. Not long after, the other party responded, "Is that all you have? Just fruits?" Huh. This reply clearly indicated a lack of interest in fruits, which was understandable. One could not thrive on fruits alone, but he had no other food. He had nearly consumed all the rabbit meat, leaving only one rabbit leg, which was reserved for breakfast tomorrow. Besides that, he had 3 packets of instant noodles and 21 wild chicken eggs. The treehouse module intrigued him greatly. Who wouldn't he want a larger living space? Never mind, he was full for now, and rabbits could be caught later. He would make the trade. With that thought, he sent the rabbit leg to the other party, but to his surprise, the other party was still dissatisfied. This rabbit leg is too small, and combined with those 3 fruits, it's not worth it. I'm at a loss. Chen Shu felt a wave of frustration. This was rabbit meat, and they were complaining about its size. At least he was offering something, and it was all he had for tomorrow's breakfast. What you have is indeed valuable. But right now, everyone is struggling to meet basic needs. Who has ample food to trade? Chen Shu composed a message and sent it. This time, the other party's response was noticeably delayed. Perhaps they were contemplating or busy replying to others. Others may not have it, but you definitely do. Upon reading this line, Chen Shu realized the other party had recognized him as the top scorer on the resource gathering leaderboard. Damn, he had indeed been seen as an easy target. He couldn't help but feel a sense of indignation rise within him as he grappled with the discomfort of being treated as a mere mark. While being first on the leaderboard brought prestige, it also painted a target on his back in the eyes of others. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his annoyance at being viewed as a fool. Trading was a negotiation, a dance of give and take. Since the other party had made such a statement, it was time for some haggling. You're late. All the food has already been traded away. Here's the deal. 3 fruits, plus this rabbit leg. And I'll throw in 1 packet of instant noodles and 1 wild chicken egg. I believe that apart from me, few can offer you as much. Chen Shu felt he had proposed a fair exchange. The other party was clearly famished, otherwise, they wouldn't have brought up the treehouse module for trade. Make it 3 packets of instant noodles and 5 wild chicken eggs. What the hell? Upon seeing the reply from the other party, Chen Shu abruptly sat up from his bed. This was not a transaction, it was clearly a robbery. Did he think this place was a distribution center for poverty alleviation subsidies? He had only 3 buckets of instant noodles, which he had been saving for the most challenging times, his strategic reserves. Moreover, he needed 5 wild chicken eggs. In addition to the rabbit legs and fruits he had previously offered, the price was utterly outrageous. Chen Shu took a moment to calm his emotions and then sent the other party his final offer. Did you think of me as a supermarket? I have hardly anything to spare, at most, 1 bucket of instant noodles and 3 eggs. If someone bids higher than I do, let them have the goods. After sending this message, Chen Shu leaned against the tree wall, waiting for a response. He couldn't believe that anyone could present more supplies than he had at this moment. Not to mention, that rabbit leg was a temptation too enticing for many to resist. It was already roasted and seasoned. Where else could one find such service? He remained patient, quietly awaiting a reply. If he were in the other party's position, he would undoubtedly compare offers. The other party was likely tempted but seeking to trade for more, or they wouldn't have made such a request. Perhaps they were waiting for other offers. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. Just as Chen Shu thought the other party had reached an agreement with someone else, the private chat window suddenly lit up. Jiangke, all right. Let us trade, as you suggested. Ah, so you discovered that what others offered was not as good as mine, and thus you had to concede? Consider yourself perceptive. Chen Shu scoffed, then proceeded to propose the trade. Trade successful. Treehouse Module 1. Gazing at the treehouse module nestled quietly in his backpack, Chen Shu exhaled a sigh of relief. He had finally secured this item. Although the cost was somewhat steep, it was still acceptable. It was just that breakfast for tomorrow was now gone, and he regretted the rabbit leg he had saved for himself. Once the treehouse was upgraded, he would contemplate how to utilize this module. Chen Shu's eagerness to upgrade the treehouse reached its zenith. He was incredibly curious about the changes that would ensue after using the treehouse module. Meanwhile, he became aware of another issue. After nightfall, everyone would be confined to the treehouse until 6 in the morning, a full 12 hours of inactivity. This meant that during this period, nothing could be done, and time would be wasted. Due to his aptitude, he had to stay awake until midnight, sleeping late and rising late, thus diminishing his time outside even further. Reflecting on this, he realized he should find something to occupy himself with, even activities suitable for the treehouse, so as not to waste time and to create some value. There was, of course, the option of going to bed early and rising early, but with his identity as an impersonator. How could he sleep soundly without knowing his identity for the next day? Others would also struggle to sleep. Only extraordinary individuals could manage to fall asleep before knowing their identities. After much contemplation, Chen Shu decided that tomorrow he would find a way to chop down some bamboo to craft simple tools. He had never tried it before, but had watched some relevant videos and remembered enough to give it a go. After all, staying idle in the treehouse was still idleness. Making good use of this time could widen the gap between him and others. At this moment, what he had in abundance was time. Meanwhile, deep in the mountains, within a treehouse approximately 3 meters in diameter, Jiang Ku was overwhelmed with emotion as the tantalizing aroma of the freshly roasted rabbit leg, still warm and exuding a deadly allure, appeared in his hands alongside the successful trade notification. Tears streamed down his face. Meat. Real meat. He had finally tasted flesh. Since his arrival in this world, he had not had any meat for 2 days, his stomach filled only with wild fruits and bread. Now, gazing at the richly fragrant roasted rabbit leg, Jiang Ku could not help but swallow hard. In that moment, he could no longer hold back. He opened his mouth and took a vigorous bite. The long-lost taste of meat. The solid texture. A wave of satisfaction coursed through him. It was simply divine. At that moment, he felt that trading the treehouse module for this rabbit leg was indeed a wise decision. A sizable rabbit leg quickly transformed into nothing but a bone under his ravenous consumption. He even savored the tendons and cartilage clean off the bone, fully relishing every last morsel. Finally, licking his greasy fingers and the corners of his mouth, he gazed at the bone and vowed to focus on hunting wild game from tomorrow onward. It then dawned on him that the rabbit leg he had just consumed was likely seasoned with salt and oil, and perhaps even sprinkled with cumin. Chapter 24, The Hiker. Where on earth did this kid acquire so many supplies and spices? Jiang Ku could not fathom how, despite being from the same world. He was struggling for basic sustenance while others seemed to be elevating their quality of life. Sigh. The comparison between people is truly disheartening. Now, recalling his own treehouse module, he felt a slight pang of regret. This was the first time he had stumbled upon a special item, and before he could even warm it up, he had traded it away. Oh well, no more dwelling on it. He would sleep early tonight and venture further tomorrow to see if he could encounter any wild rabbits or chickens. With careful rationing, the remaining supplies should last him 2 or 3 days. Back at Chen Shua's place, he chatted with online friends while waiting for midnight. What could this big shot possibly be considering so late at night? Does he also suffer from insomnia? Not exactly. It's just that I overindulged at dinner and now can't sleep. Damn. Seriously, is that even a legitimate response? Overindulged. I'm so hungry that I've resorted to drinking water to stave off hunger. A friendly reminder, try not to eat too much before bedtime. If you can't finish your meal, you can give it to me, and I'll gladly help out. You're really counting on that, aren't you? I can hear you're scheming from my treehouse. Speaking of which, what are you all doing up so late? Aren't you planning to go explore tomorrow? It's fine. I'm a night owl. I crafted a deck of playing cards from wood, and am currently playing Go Fish by myself. What? That's a unique approach. Just passing the time. Otherwise, I have nothing to do. When boredom strikes, you could check out the earlier channels. It's more entertaining than playing cards alone. Upon reading this message, Chen Shua paused for a moment. Could it be that the earlier channels had something different to offer? Though he thought so, he couldn't resist clicking on the earlier channel. Channel 1 was bustling with activity, the chat logs so numerous that they were impossible to keep up with. Urgent. 500 units of wood for any food. First come, first served. Purchasing iron blocks. Favorable prices. DM for details. Pioneer Alliance recruiting members. Currently 15 members. Forming a strategic alliance for mutual aid. Seeking kind-hearted individuals. Selfishness not tolerated. Girls team recruiting female members for mutual support. No males allowed. Friends. In times of crisis, humanity must unite. I propose the establishment of this survival commune, where all resources are distributed according to need, shared equally, and selfishness must be cast aside for longevity. Join us, and let us create a harmonious home together. Idiot. Is anyone interested in original flavor stockings, selling at a low price? Urgently seeking to purchase a roll of toilet paper at a high price. No toilet paper, but how about sanitary pads? 10 purple-scaled fruits for 5 pieces of wood. Unlimited trades. Compared to other channels, the earlier ones resembled a bustling marketplace. A segment of individuals here is vociferously hawking their wares. Another faction is enlisting recruits, assembling their teams, appearing as though they are indulging in a game. Yet others brandish the banner of mutual assistance, advocating for resource sharing and equitable distribution of supplies. Upon observing this scene, Chen Shu could not suppress a derisive snicker and shook his head. The ingenuity required to conceive such an idea is undoubtedly remarkable, yet, even at this juncture, to cling to the utopian ideal is truly naively charming. In his view, those who propose such notions are likely either lacking in capability or are woefully unfortunate, impoverished souls with empty hands. Alternatively, they may be exceedingly indolent, simply wishing to reap rewards without labor, hoping to exploit the industrious as unwitting benefactors. Any rational individual with even a modicum of resources would never utter such sentiments. Rather than entrusting one's fate to the nebulous collective, it is far more pragmatic to ensure one has provisions in hand and a roof overhead. Chen Shu toggled through several channels, perusing channels 1 through 10, each reflecting a similar situation. The numbers in the prominent channels clearly dwarfed those in others by a factor of 100, yet they were strangers to one another. Unlike the 66666 channel he frequented, where some individuals had already begun forging friendships and were quite familiar with one another. As for the utopian aspirations of others, they were best taken lightly. Taking them to heart would signify defeat. As the clock inched closer to midnight, Chen Shu grew increasingly exhilarated, murmuring to himself, "Let it be something good. Let it be something good." His prior identities had been exceptionally advantageous, one a resource perceiver and the other a lucky charm, propelling him far ahead of his peers. To maintain this momentum, his third identity could not afford to be lackluster. It must possess some utility. Ideally, it would assist him in rapidly upgrading his treehouse identity. To put it simply, leaning towards resource gathering. Whether he would be able to satiate his hunger the following day hinged entirely on this new identity. With bated breath, he awaited the clock strike at midnight, when his identity would be unveiled. Ding! Today's identity is confirmed. Hiker. Hiker. Accumulate mileage through walking. Achieve specific goals to receive survival resource rewards. Keep moving, and rewards will accompany you. What sort of identity is this? It is the first time Chen Shu has encountered such a designation, much like the resource perceiver before it. Accumulating mileage through walking to obtain survival resource rewards sounds deceptively simple. Can such a fortuitous circumstance truly exist? Simultaneously, a translucent light screen manifested before him, displaying a progress bar along with rewards for each milestone. Cumulative rewards: 1,000 meters, basic survival package; 2,000 meters, practical tools package; 5,000 meters, design blueprint package; 10,000 meters, rare resources package; 30,000 meters, superior equipment package; 50,000 meters, special items package; 100,000 meters. So, there is a dedicated interface. Chen Shu could not help but exclaim softly, instinctively sitting up straighter, his gaze intensely fixated on the luminous screen hovering before him. as though he had discovered a new world. The entire interface was clear and concise, with goals, rewards, and progress laid bare. The minimum reward was a basic survival package for 1,000 meters, while the ultimate reward remained shrouded in mystery at 100,000 meters. Achieving 1,000 meters translates to just 1 kilometer. Yet the highest reward necessitates a staggering 100 kilometers of walking. This target, even for some professional athletes, could prove daunting. Moreover, one cannot simply walk without engaging in other activities, can they? Surely, if they encounter supplies along the way, they would be unable to resist collecting them, which seems somewhat impractical. Therefore, it appears that the 100 kilometers target could be dismissed entirely, as if it were non-existent. Securing the 50 kilometers reward would already be a commendable feat. The full marathon distance is merely 42,195 kilometers, and this exceeds even that. Naturally, if one lacks the capability, walking a shorter distance is permissible, albeit at the cost of fewer rewards. Chapter 25. Accumulate mileage to earn rewards. Chen Shu had seldom tracked his daily kilometers, nor had he ever run a marathon. Previously, his mobile app would occasionally display his step count for the day, with a maximum of just over 20,000 steps. However, this merely accounted for steps, and a typical human step is less than a meter. Thus, those 20,000 steps roughly equate to around 15 kilometers. He was still far from the coveted 50 kilometers reward. Given that the 50 kilometers reward is of a special nature, it profoundly enticed him. The energy crystals, backpack upgrade crystals, and the treehouse modules he had exchanged for all fell under the category of special items, each possessing immense utility. Chen Shu resolved that, come what may, he must secure the 50-kilometer mileage reward the following day. Wait, a thought suddenly struck him, since merely walking would suffice. Could he not also accumulate mileage within the treehouse? The system only stipulated walking to accumulate mileage and did not specify that it must occur in the wild. As long as his feet were moving, would it not count? If he paced back and forth in the treehouse, or even jogged in circles, would that not contribute to his progress? If this method proves viable, it would imply that he could utilize the night hours to effectively cover that seemingly unattainable 50 kilometers. He must try. He absolutely must. Chen Shu could no longer remain seated. He sprang up from the bed. He fixed his gaze upon the light screen before him, took 2 steps forward, and indeed, the progress shifted from 01000 to 11,000. It works. Ha ha ha. Chen Shu erupted into laughter, his face radiating an uncontrollable joy. This was a tremendous boon for him. Starting from 6 o'clock in the evening, he would have at least 6 hours to take full advantage of this, making the 50 kilometers seem quite manageable. He then attempted to march in place, but alas, that did not count towards mileage. He had to step outside. Nevertheless, it mattered little. After all, movement is movement, and stepping forward is no different from marching in place. At this moment, his elation was nearly overwhelming. He even yearned to commence immediately. However, after some contemplation, he decided against it. He had already exhausted himself throughout the day, and had it not been for the anticipation of today's identity reveal, he would not have pushed himself this far. It was wiser to retire early, awaken refreshed, and resume his quest for supplies while accomplishing his objectives, thus ensuring neither endeavor was compromised. And so it was. Chen Shu returned to his bed and soon succumbed to slumber, enjoying an exceptionally restful night. The night passed without incident. Upon waking the following morning, it was nearly 8 o'clock. There were no alarms here, and the data panel could not be configured to set one. He could only rely on his own ability to awaken. The best solution would be to enlist a friend who habitually rises early to send him a timely message the next morning. If that fails, a direct voice or video call would suffice, which was also an option within the friend system. Ah, my rabbit legs. Chen Shu sighed as he munched on bread. The bread was a product of his trades, acquired at a modest cost. In the marketplace, aside from fruits, bread was the most prevalent food item, albeit one that most individuals were reluctant to consume. The bread of this world is not only a dreary shade of gray, but also dry and hard. Its sole redeeming quality may be that its flavor is not utterly distasteful, making it somewhat palatable. Ah, and it is also inexpensive. In recent days, Chen Shu has also discovered that most individuals he encounters possess only first-tier treasure chests, which commonly contain industrial food items such as bread, ham sausages, biscuits, and instant noodles. Regrettably, he lacks cooking utensils. Otherwise, he could boil some water for noodles. Up to now, he has only been drinking cold water, having yet to taste a single sip of warmth. Donning his sun hat and sunglasses, along with his iron axe, fruit knife, water, and compound bow, Chen Shu commenced his exploration for the day. His plan was to venture southward to see if there were any other resources to be found. While still within the novice protection period, he aimed to traverse as many areas as possible to familiarize himself with his surroundings. After all, once the protection period expired, exploration could become perilous. Securely closing the door, he descended the ladder to the ground. The morning air, imbued with the dampness of dew and the freshness of foliage, invigorated his spirit. He first picked up his compound bow and aimed a few arrows at a nearby tree trunk. Whoosh! The feel was quite satisfactory. Though his accuracy left much to be desired, one arrow struck a nearby tree, while another completely missed the target. Chen Shu shook his head, Time must be devoted to practice. However, practicing archery and bamboo cutting would have to wait. Today's primary task was to walk. Bamboo? The thought of cutting bamboo suddenly struck him, and he smacked his forehead. How could he have forgotten such an important matter? Bamboo could also serve as a cooking vessel. After all, bamboo rice is derived from this very concept. He had often seen rural content creators post videos of using bamboo tubes for cooking and boiling water. How could he have overlooked such a crucial detail? He cast a glance towards a small patch of bamboo forest to the east, planning to cut a few stalks upon his return. With that thought, he set off towards the south. The temperature in the forest this morning was pleasant. The towering canopies of the dragonback trees shielded him from most of the direct sunlight, and coupled with his sun hat, he felt comfortable rather than stifled. After walking a short distance, Chen Shu stumbled upon a cluster of purple-scaled fruits. TSK, these things truly are abundant, he mused. Not wanting to strip them bare as he had before, instead, he casually plucked a dozen or so plump ones as a snack. As he walked, he remained observant of his surroundings while also keeping an eye on the progress of fellow hikers. The numbers representing the distance steadily pulsed with each step he took. 200 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters. This sensation of earning while walking was truly marvelous. The monotonous exploration process became invigorated by immediate feedback. Completing 1,000 meters was hardly a challenge. He achieved it without even realizing it. Today, you have walked 1,000 meters and received a basic survival package. Immediately, a brown burlap bag icon flickered on the screen before vanishing in an instant. Simultaneously, a package appeared in his backpack. Here it comes, the first one. Chen Shu did not open it immediately. He felt that this item should function like a treasure chest, requiring space when opened, so it was better to leave it for now. There was indeed another option, to leave it on the ground and collect it upon his return. After all, there was no one else around and no ferocious beasts lurking. Yet he felt a sense of security in keeping such items on his person, if necessary. He could simply forego carrying other things. Onward, Chen Shu urged himself, filled with joy and anticipation as he moved forward. With this mindset, he gradually accomplished the next two objectives. Today, you have walked 2,000 meters and received a practical tools package. Today, you have walked 5,000 meters and received a blueprint package. Chapter 26, The Lake. Only 5,000 meters. Why does it feel as if I have walked 50,000 meters? Chen Shu gazed at the illuminated screen before him, incredulous. This target challenge seemed far more daunting than he had initially imagined. Having completed only 1/10 of the distance, he already felt fatigued. One could only imagine the difficulty of 50 kilometers. Throughout this journey, he had been observing while walking, marking resource points, which had consumed considerable time and energy. The forest was never a flat path. He had to constantly watch for entangled tree roots beneath his feet. No, this won't do. He needed to quicken his pace. Chen Shu promptly resolved that apart from some essential resources, he would not linger over items like purple-scaled fruits. Today's primary task was to explore the area, walking as much as possible. To achieve that goal, sacrifices must be made. After consuming half a bottle of water, he set off again. This time, his pace was noticeably quicker. Everything was for the sake of the packages. The increase in speed accelerated his distance accumulation. But the cost was a more rapid depletion of energy and a sense of monotony. The surrounding scenery seemed to fall into a loop. One dragonback tree after another, patches of ferns and low shrubs, the occasional massive rock, and that seemingly endless forest. Apart from the sounds of his footsteps, his labored breathing, and the sporadic chirps of insects and birds, the area was eerily silent, creating an oppressive atmosphere. For many, surviving in such an environment would be a true test. Each day required effort for sustenance, and he had yet to encounter a single soul to converse with. Just how vast is this wretched place? Chen Shu could not help but grumble inwardly. If one were to consider the billions of people on Earth, with only one individual per 100 kilometers, then this world's surface area must vastly exceed that of Earth. A simple calculation suggests it might be tens of thousands of times larger than Earth's surface. If there were abundant resources nearby, it would be acceptable, but this direction was clearly much poorer than the north. Just as he thought today would be a mere continuation of the mundane, the light ahead suddenly brightened. Chen Shu's spirits lifted, and he quickened his pace, pushing through a dense thicket ahead, only to be greeted by a breathtaking sight. A shimmering lake unfolded before him, its clear waters reflecting the blue sky, white clouds, and surrounding greenery. A gentle breeze swept through, bringing with it a refreshing mist. Several unknown waterfowl leisurely glided across the heart of the lake, creating ripples that spread outwards. Such a vast lake. Chen Shu was slightly taken aback. The waterhole to the north paled in comparison. Standing here, he could not discern the conditions on the opposite shore. Even more delightfully, on the southeastern bank of the lake, right by the water's edge, there thrived a particularly lush bamboo grove. This was a true bamboo forest, stretching as far as the eye could see. The sudden appearance of this expansive beauty banished Chen Shu's fatigue and the oppressive monotony of his surroundings. He no longer had to worry about a shortage of bamboo. Although it was a bit far, it was manageable. The presence of the lake signified potential catches. In such a vast body of water, fish would undoubtedly abound. Additionally, The variety of bird species indicated a flourishing ecological environment. He first approached the lakeside to splash some water on his face, then turned to gaze at the bamboo grove to his left, feeling a premonition that today would yield fruitful results. He followed the lakeshore towards the bamboo grove, where the wetland was soft, strewn with pebbles and aquatic plants. Any sudden noise would startle the waterfowl resting among the reeds or in shallow waters, causing them to take flight into the sky or towards the center of the lake. Were those wild ducks? Chen Shu gazed at a nearby expanse of reeds, where several birds, larger than waterfowl and adorned with feathers of a grayish-brown hue, floated leisurely upon the water's surface. Occasionally, they bent their heads to drink or preen their plumage. Indeed, wild ducks. Gulp. Chen Shu instinctively swallowed, having never tasted wild duck before and uncertain of its flavor. Wild ducks are a delicacy, succulent and tender, and recalling his previous experience, he knew that this area would likely yield wild duck eggs as well. This realization filled him with exhilaration. The lake, bamboo groves, wild ducks, and a myriad of avian species rendered this locale a veritable treasure trove. He suppressed the urge to draw his compound bow, deciding instead to explore the surroundings first. Moreover, his archery skills left much to be desired, and with the birds residing in the lake, he was wary of missing his target and losing an arrow in the process. Once he honed his skills, this lake would become his personal garden and marketplace. Today, I have walked 10,000 meters and received a rare resource package. At last, he had reached the 10-kilometer mark. Completing a circuit of the lake would surely augment that distance. Chen Shu's spirits lifted considerably, and he looked forward to the forthcoming package. Upon arriving at the bamboo grove, he discovered that it was far more expansive than he had initially imagined. Previously, he had only observed it from afar, but now, immersed within its confines, he truly understood what it meant to be surrounded by a sea of bamboo. Before his journey, he had longed to visit a bamboo sea but had never found the opportunity. He never anticipated that this wish would be fulfilled here. The bamboo shoots were so plentiful that they were countless, one after another. Witnessing such a scene left Chen Shu at a loss for words. Since his arrival in this world, his luck seemed to have been nothing short of extraordinary. Perhaps this was what they referred to as the protagonist's halo. After walking for so long, it was nearing noon. The pangs of hunger and fatigue reminded him that it was time to rest. The serene environment, close to a water source, made for an ideal resting spot. He found a large rock to sit upon and retrieved his simple lunch, a piece of bread and a sausage, along with some fruits he had foraged along the way. The meal was modest, even somewhat meager. However, such were the conditions of the outdoors, one must make do, with hopes of a more sumptuous dinner later. As he munched on his bread, gazing at the lake's surface, he felt as though he were still on Earth. This environment bore no difference from a 5-star scenic area. In that brief moment, he discovered a dozen varieties of birds nearby, including the more common egrets, cormorants, mallards, kingfishers, and even 2 pairs of mandarin ducks. If this were Earth, erecting a birdwatching platform here would undoubtedly attract a multitude of visitors. Chen Shu chuckled at the thought, realizing that every new place he visited made him reconsider his choice of treehouse location. He had initially believed it to be an excellent spot, with a brook flowing in front, but now it seemed rather ordinary. Both this area and the pond on the other side were considerably superior to the treehouse site he had selected. Unfortunately, once the treehouse was bound to him, it could not be changed. The silver lining was that these 2 locations were not too far apart, allowing him to conveniently access both. Chapter 27. So close, yet so far. After finishing his lunch, Chen Shu did not linger to rest. The day's tasks were substantial, and he could not afford to waste time here. Planning to return later for a leisurely appreciation of the scenery. Just as he stood up, he heard a rustling sound from not far behind him. Huh? What was that noise? Chen Shu instantly became alert, his muscles tensed, concerned it might be a ferocious beast. Yet, upon reflection, he realized it was still the novice protection period. Where would a beast come from? He turned to face the source of the sound, and about 7 or 8 meters away, a tender bamboo shoot, no thicker than a thumb, was shaking violently. Moreover, he could see it being dragged downwards at a visible pace, as if something below was forcefully pulling it. Curiosity overcame his trepidation, and Chen Shu crept closer with caution. As he approached, the noise became clearer, accompanied by a rapid, gnawing sound reminiscent of a rodent. A portion of the bamboo was already buried in the earth. Chen Shu held his breath, stopping a few meters from the scene. Crouching down to part the bamboo leaves obscuring his view, the sight before him widened his eyes, quickly transforming into an expression of incredulous delight. There, at the base of the bamboo, a basketball-sized hole had emerged. At the edge of the hole, a plump, round creature, covered in grayish-brown fur, was fiercely gnawing at the bamboo's root, gradually tugging it into its burrow. Bamboo rat. The name sprang to Chen Shu's mind, for its physical characteristics were strikingly similar to those of bamboo rats on Earth. Following his discovery of the wild ducks, he had stumbled upon yet another culinary delight. In the realm of wilderness survival, this creature was undoubtedly a top-tier delicacy. Its meat was tender, flavorful, rich in fat, and exceedingly high in protein. The deliciousness and nutritional value of this find were certainly among the best of the foods he had encountered thus far. Judging by its size, this bamboo rat weighed at least 3 to 4 pounds. Capturing it would guarantee a substantial dinner that evening. Fortune favors the bold. Chen Shu's heart soared with joy, as he had been lamenting the lack of meat for dinner, and now it had presented itself so conveniently. He refrained from charging in immediately, aware that the surrounding grass and bamboo leaves could easily scare it away with even the slightest noise. The current atmosphere was too tranquil. A direct assault? At a distance of 2 to 3 meters, with several obstacles in between, the chance of success was too slim, and he could easily injure his handsome visage in the process. Definitely not worth the risk. After contemplating, Chen Shu decided to rely on his archery skills. He carefully drew out his compound bow, knocked an arrow, closed one eye, held his breath, and focused all his attention on aiming, slowly releasing the bowstring. Steady, steady, he chanted in his mind. There would only be one opportunity. Whether he would enjoy meat for dinner depended on this single shot. At that moment, the bamboo rat was engrossed in gnawing at the bamboo, blissfully unaware of its surroundings. Now was the time. Chen Shu's gaze sharpened, and he decisively released the string. Whoosh! The entire motion was executed with grace, flowing seamlessly, reminiscent of an ancient general in battle. The arrow flew forth, accompanied by a faint sound of air displacement, directly aimed at the target. Chen Shu's heart raced as he fixated on the scene ahead. Ding! To his astonishment, the arrow did not strike the bamboo rat, but instead veered toward a nearby rock, ultimately ricocheting away. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The bamboo rat, startled by this terrifying assault, emitted a series of shrill cries, instantly releasing its grip on the bamboo and darting with astonishing speed, twisting its rotund body as it swiftly burrowed into its hole, vanishing without a trace. All that remained was the gently swaying bamboo and a few rustled leaves. The world fell silent. Chen Shu stood frozen in the position of having just released his bow, his expression shifting from anticipation to shock, then to confusion, ultimately solidifying into an awkward blend of embarrassment, vexation, and disbelief. Damn it! After several prolonged seconds, a low growl, filled with exasperation, finally escaped from his throat. Chen Shu could only watch helplessly as the succulent prey slipped away, leaving him dejected. With a heavy heart, he approached, first bending down to retrieve the arrow that had been sent flying. The projectile remained intact, albeit with some stone dust clinging to it. He gazed at the cave entrance, which was a good 2 meters away from the stone. Clearing his throat, Chen Shu couldn't help but cough a couple of times, his face flushing with embarrassment as he awkwardly smiled at the empty air, reassuring himself that he was merely a hair's breadth away from success. Were anyone to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly mock him. This was no near miss. It was a chasm of distance. Nevertheless, he consoled himself, saying that what was destined to be would eventually come to pass, and what was not meant to be could simply be honed through practice. When he decided to wield a composite bow, he had already anticipated this outcome. Unless he had been imbued with the luck of a koi yesterday, hitting his mark would be exceedingly difficult. Even if he did manage to hit, it would likely be due to the bamboo rat's own clumsiness. He must practice, relentlessly. Mastering the art of archery would not only enhance his meals, but also equip him to confront ferocious beasts, serving a dual purpose. Just wait, he declared as he departed. The day my archery skills reach their zenith will be the day you become my feast. He could not afford to linger in pursuit of a single bamboo rat. Having missed his shot, he would return another time. His immediate priority was to complete the hiking task set for him as a traveler. In such a vast bamboo forest, he was certain there were more than just this one rat, and he would have ample time to catch them later. After all, he was the sole occupant within 100 kilometers. There was no one to vie with him. Continuing his exploration along the lakeshore, he occasionally glanced toward the bamboo forest, wary of missing any bamboo rats that might collide with the stones. Alas, the bamboo grove remained eerily quiet, the only sound being the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind, mocking his fanciful hopes. The midday sun beat down mercilessly, and with the absence of towering dragon spine trees to provide shade by the lake, Chen Shu felt lightheaded from the heat. Reluctantly, he sought refuge within the bamboo thicket, though this slowed his pace considerably. Traversing the uneven terrain littered with stones was no easy task. The progress indicator on his screen continued to increment slowly, 12,000, 13,000, 15,000. By the time he emerged from the bamboo grove, the distance covered had reached 17,000 meters. This indicated that this stretch of bamboo forest spanned a staggering 6 to 7 kilometers, and this was merely the portion he had traversed. Beyond the bamboo forest lay a small hill, the first mountain he had encountered since his arrival. Although it was somewhat diminutive, measuring perhaps 70 to 80 meters, it was indeed a mountain. The hillside was adorned with numerous trees, yet conspicuously devoid of dragon spine trees. Chapter 28, Fire Tongue Pepper. The absence of dragon spine trees? Was this a measure to deter individuals from establishing treehouses upon the hill? It is well known that only dragon spine trees can be bound to shelters, serving as treehouses. The lack of dragon spine trees on this hill meant that a shelter could not be established here. Yet, Chen Shu found himself pondering the significance of this arrangement. This thought flitted through his mind momentarily before he dismissed it. The hill was not particularly high, nor expansive. He ascended to its summit with little effort. From this vantage point, he could behold the entire lake, the vista widening and the scenery improving, allowing him to trace his path back across the water. Were he able to establish a treehouse here, it could effortlessly transform into a lakeside residence. After reveling in the magnificent view, he began to scrutinize the small hill closely. The vegetation atop was relatively sparse and low-lying. Among the grass, he spotted several round fruits, roughly the size of cherries. After plucking one and employing the system's identification, it was revealed to be berry, non-toxic, slightly sour yet sweet, and rich in vitamins. He tentatively bit into it. The initial taste was sharp and acidic, an intense flavor that instantly stimulated his salivary glands, causing him to squint involuntarily. Soon after, a hint of sweetness spread across his palate, counterbalancing the acidity and creating a refreshing and delightful flavor. This fruit was quite appetizing. Chen Shu ate a few more, but refrained from consuming too many. Having not eaten much for lunch, indulging further might not be wise. As he prepared to depart, his peripheral vision caught sight of a peculiar cluster of plants growing in the shade behind a large rock. They stood about half a meter tall, with slender stems and elongated, deep green leaves. Most captivating were the slender, vibrant red peppers hanging between the leaves. Peppers. Chen Shu could hardly believe his eyes. He hurried over and crouched down for a closer inspection. Indeed, they were unmistakably peppers, resembling diminutive versions of both chili peppers and finger peppers, albeit slightly smaller and more vividly colored. Fire tongue pepper, a wild variant of chili pepper, possessing a unique pungency. Used sparingly, it can add flavor, ward off cold, and act as a preservative. Excessive consumption may lead to severe consequences. Handle with caution. It certainly sounded as if they would be quite spicy. An overwhelming sense of curiosity surged within him as he plucked the smallest pepper, bringing it close to his nose. A powerful, assertive spiciness rushed into his nostrils, almost making him sneeze. Yet the thrill of discovery overshadowed any discomfort. He had a penchant for spicy food, and with the previously discovered wild mountain pepper, he felt he could establish an entire supply chain. Many shared his love for spice. These peppers, along with the wild mountain peppers, would surely have a thriving market. Scattered throughout the area were numerous fire tongue peppers, though their distribution was sporadic, making them somewhat troublesome to gather. Chen Shu spent some time collecting all the visible fire tongue peppers, leaving the rest for another day. Ultimately, he harvested 165 fire tongue peppers, far too many for one person to consume, allowing him to trade some later that evening. Not lingering too long, Chen Shu continued on his journey. By the time he completed the circuit and returned to his starting point, the distance covered had reached 22,000 meters. The circumference of the entire lake was approximately 10 kilometers, suggesting it was roughly comparable in size to West Lake. During his trek along the lakeshore, he also discovered the area teemed with abundant fishery resources, as he frequently heard the splashes of fish leaping from the water. Having traversed this distance, the time had reached 2 in the afternoon. It was now time to head back. Should he delay any further, he might find himself unable to return to the treehouse before nightfall. The outbound journey had been rather tedious, yet the return trip was marked by joy. This excursion had proven immensely fruitful, revealing not only a vast lake, but also a sprawling bamboo forest, alongside bamboo rats, fire tongue peppers, and berries. One could only imagine how much more interesting life would become in the days ahead. Retracing his steps, he felt his stamina waning, necessitating frequent pauses to rest. Moreover, he sensed the beginnings of blisters forming on the soles of his feet, a dull ache starting to manifest. Today's exploration had undoubtedly been the longest journey he had ever undertaken. From the moment he set out in the morning until now, he had walked nearly 30 kilometers, much of it through the challenging and uneven forest terrain, leading to significant friction between his feet and shoes, which had finally begun to retaliate. He was forced to slow his pace, striving to ease his discomfort. Almost back to the treehouse, just a little longer to endure, he urged himself through gritted teeth. Today's distance traveled, 30,000 meters. Awarded an exceptional equipment gift pack. 30 kilometers? Chen Shu felt a surge of joy, momentarily forgetting the pain beneath his feet. The extraordinary equipment package held the promise of splendid treasures. Yet, the thought of the 20 kilometers still separating him from the special item package filled him with despair. This task seemed insurmountable for any mere mortal, and the daunting 100-kilometer goal that followed left him questioning who could possibly achieve it. Time passed without his notice. And at last, Chen Shu recognized his familiar surroundings, realizing he was not far from the treehouse. True to his expectations, he soon heard the soothing sound of the babbling brook. Upon returning to the treehouse, it was already 5 in the afternoon, and there was still some time before darkness enveloped the land. Rather than heading straight for the treehouse, he staggered towards the brook, removing his shoes to reveal a blister on the sole of his right foot, already burst from wear. Given the current state of affairs, he might struggle to walk at all that evening, making the completion of the 500,000 reward seem impossible. With limited resources at his disposal, Chen Shu could only rinse his foot briefly in the cool water before accessing the data panel to search for suitable items to bandage it. The trading post was increasingly stocked, and he hoped to find some bandages. Otherwise, he might be confined to the treehouse the following day. He filtered his search using keywords: medical, pharmaceuticals, bandages, antiseptics. However, the results were disappointing. Herbal remedies for mild diarrhea were unnecessary, nor did he require brain-boosting herbs. Painkillers were exorbitantly priced. After a thorough search, he still found no bandages, But in his quest for alternatives, he discovered something even better: sanitary pads. These items were practically a godsend for emergency field dressings. He had often seen them used by students during military training to cushion their feet, and their effectiveness was undeniable. Individually packaged, impeccably clean, soft, and of suitable thickness, they were the ideal choice for dressing wounds. Without hesitation, Chen Shu exchanged for a pack of sanitary pads, though the cost was not insignificant. Recognizing the psychological tendency of women to require such items, the seller had priced them accordingly, yet Chen Shu accepted the expense. After all, in these early stages, resources were scarce, and even if someone wished to exploit others, they had to consider whether others could afford such prices. Chapter 29. Today was not fortunate. Instant noodles would have to suffice. Task accomplished. Chen Shu gazed at his treated foot. Although the appearance was somewhat peculiar, the results were surprisingly effective. He stood and took a few tentative steps. While discomfort still lingered, it was vastly improved compared to the excruciating pain he had endured before. He felt confident that walking another 20 kilometers would be manageable. With his most pressing concern alleviated, Chen Shu felt a renewed sense of ease. He looked up at the sky and then headed to the bamboo grove to cut 2 stalks, hoping for hot water. He had to rely on this makeshift solution for the time being. Upon returning to the treehouse, he lay down on the floor, resting until 6 o'clock when night began to fall. Slowly, he rose and placed the bamboo tubes filled with water near the fire to heat. While he examined the day's findings. First, the 1,000-meter basic survival package. He had little hope for this one. What valuable items could possibly emerge from something so fundamental? To his surprise, it exceeded his expectations, yielding a bag of bread, a pound of rice, and a jug of purified water. This bread looked nothing like the initial offerings from the system. It resembled freshly baked goods from a bakery, golden and fluffy, exuding an enticing aroma of wheat. Clearly far more delectable. The purified water was the common 189-liter bottled variety. Although he had ample water, additional sealed containers for storage were welcome. What truly delighted him, however, was the pound of rice. After 3 days in this new world, he could finally indulge in rice. Setting these items aside, Chen Shu opened the second package, the practical tools package. It also contained 3 items, a folding and trenching shovel, a sprayer, and a claw hammer. While these were common tools, they might not be immediately useful. The third design package contained only 1 item, the aerial garden blueprint. Aerial garden blueprint allows for the construction of small, 3-dimensional planting platforms on the outer walls or branches of the treehouse, optimizing space utilization, enhancing aesthetic appeal, and increasing food production. The name was self-explanatory. Currently, he was still in search of food, not in a position to cultivate a garden, so he set it aside for the moment. Wait, an aerial garden? There was no stipulation that it had to be flowers, right? Could he perhaps plant watermelons and strawberries? If so, the utility of this design would be tremendous. Chen Shu added it to the crafting table, only to discover that it required a considerable amount of materials. Aerial garden, 50 wood, 20 rope, 30 clay, 10 plastic. These materials were not feasible to gather at present, so he would have to postpone that endeavor. The rare resources package contained some rather extravagant items: a case of cola, a pack of chocolate, a box of cold medicine, a coat, and a bedding set. He could not quite comprehend how these could be classified as rare resources. They seemed more like basic supplies. Nevertheless, despite his thoughts, the items were certainly commendable, and at the very least, they would prove useful in the future. As for the cola, he surmised that trading it could attract a multitude of eager buyers. Lastly, the extraordinary equipment package contained only 3 items. Jungle Walker leg boots, exhibiting a matte dark gray hue. These sturdy short boots are waterproof, scratch-resistant, and possess strong grip, effectively alleviating fatigue and foot injuries during long treks. Excellent. Knowing that he had suffered from blisters, this was a fortuitous gift. Chen Shu was overjoyed. With these boots, he should not encounter any hindrance in his plans for the following day. He then turned his attention to the remaining 2 pieces of equipment in the package. Tactical arm guards, meticulously designed to cover the forearm to the back of the hand, composed of lightweight, high-strength composite materials, featuring a flexible layer design at the joints that allows for full mobility. Dao sword. The blade is forged from high-quality steel, undergoing multiple quenching and polishing processes to ensure sharpness and durability. Arm guards and a sword. This truly felt like a stroke of luck. Each piece of equipment surpassed the last, promising to play a significant role in his survival endeavors. Chen Shu picked up the sword and swung it a few times, finding it remarkably comfortable. This influx of supplies had undoubtedly elevated his combat capabilities several notches. He might not know how to use a bow, but wielding a sword was certainly within his grasp. With this array of equipment, he felt confident he could face any beast alone. After organizing all his belongings, Chen Shu began to prepare dinner. Following his meal, he intended to continue walking, hoping to cover the remaining kilometers. Tonight's dinner consisted of a bucket of instant noodles paired with 2 sausages and 3 wild chicken eggs. Although lacking meat, it was still a satisfactory meal. He decided to save the rice for when he had meat to accompany it. While the bamboo tubes heated the water, Chen Shu began to browse the trading post. He had gathered a considerable amount today, and combined with the items from his packages, he should be able to collect enough iron blocks to upgrade the treehouse. Socks. 2 pairs, please. Slippers? Why not? Let us trade for those 2. Iron blocks. Snatch them up. Wait, what is this? A cast iron pot. Trade for that as well. Once again, iron blocks have appeared. It seems many have encountered treasure chests today. Yet, after traversing such a great distance, I have yet to stumble upon a single chest. Has my luck run dry? Even ginger? Wait a moment, why does this ginger still have dirt on it? Could it have been freshly unearthed? It seems that soon, I might very well gather all the essentials for my kitchen. Marble, I recall, is required for constructing a bathroom. So I shall trade it. After the exchange, even this spacious treehouse appears somewhat cluttered. The primary issue lies in the lack of storage containers, forcing many items to be strewn across the floor. He is merely 3 iron blocks away from upgrading the treehouse, but before that, he must prepare dinner. Pouring the boiled water into the noodle bowl, he adds ham and eggs, then patiently waits. As 3 minutes passed, Chen Shu began to indulge heartily. He was genuinely famished, having eaten little at noon and engaged in considerable physical exertion. While eating, he kept an eye on the chat channel, eager to see what treasures others had discovered today. Haha, I finally found a treasure chest. You might not believe it, but I actually opened one with Grandpa's chicken. What do you mean by Grandpa's chicken? You don't know? It's from KFC. Is there more? I'll trade supplies for it. By the way, what level chests have you all encountered? Level 1. Me too, level 1. I found a level 2 chest. Haha. Damn, I have yet to find a treasure chest. What gives? Is it time? Why hasn't anyone shared their dinner yet? Yeah, what about that guy who was roasting chickens and fish? Upon reading this, Chen Shu was taken aback. How could someone still be thinking of him? Moreover, a group of people echoed the sentiment. Has he become so renowned in this channel? He glanced at the instant noodles before him, capturing a photo to share. Today has not favored me. I must settle for instant noodles. Chapter 30, Upgrading the Treehouse. Instant noodles, while I cannot afford them, seem rather ordinary compared to the previous days. I told you, who has such consistent luck? Hold your horses, look at what S in his instant noodles. What could possibly be there apart from noodles? Wait, there are 3 eggs. And ham. Is that cola beside it? This meal has consumed 2 days' worth of my rations. Indeed. The dinner of the elite is far from plain, surpassing even what I consumed before my journey. What have you been eating since your arrival? How can there still be cola? Do you have more? I'll trade for it. Oh no, seeing the cola has reignited my 3-day-long craving. It feels as if ants are crawling all over me. Help me out. Grant me cola for my survival. I want some too. 1. Chen Shu did not expect that cola would be the most enticing item here, yet it made perfect sense. This beverage is a staple for many on Earth. A drink one never tires of. Observing the private messages flooding in with various offers for cola, a shrewd smile crept across his face. He had no addiction to it. Trading it all away would be fine, and he was curious to see what these individuals would offer in return. As he perused the private messages, his chopsticks suddenly paused. Noticing that many had sent him iron blocks, he had previously expressed interest in acquiring them. Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly exchanged for 3. With that, he had gathered all the materials necessary to upgrade the treehouse. As for why he did not trade for more, the rationale was simple. He was concerned there wouldn't be many future uses for iron blocks. Since cola was in constant demand, holding onto it might allow him to barter for other supplies later. Chen Shu first approached the control panel and brought up the upgrade interface. Chen Shu, LV1. Treehouse level, 1. Functionality, basic secure space, simple resting platform, natural storage warehouse. Upgrade requirements, timber, 854, 500, stone, 135, 100, iron blocks, 5, 050, energy crystals, 11. Notice, upgrading the shelter unlocks additional functional areas and enhances overall strength and safety. The required materials for the upgrade were met. Should he proceed? Yes. The upgrade is in progress. Remaining time, 1 hour. Chen Shu had anticipated an immediate upgrade, not expecting to wait an hour. Since that was the case, he could continue to fulfill his goal as a hiker during this interval. After finishing the instant noodles and sipping the remaining broth, he promptly resumed his tasks. With 18 kilometers remaining and 5 hours until midnight, he would need to average approximately 4 kilometers per hour, a daunting task. Chen Shu glanced at his feet, uncertain if he could endure. He then began to meander within the treehouse, observing the steadily increasing mileage, and found that the discomfort in his feet began to dissipate. The interior of the treehouse was not as uneven as the outside, making the journey much more manageable. During this time, he could also keep abreast of the chat channel and even browse the marketplace. Amidst the banter and playful exchanges, he felt himself relax, unconsciously quickening his pace. Tang Tian. Brothers, the concept art for the banana combat robe at level 30 has been unveiled, inspired by the root structure of the Dragon Ridge tree. It features a modular design, streamlined cut, detachable multifunctional attachment points on the shoulders, and an asymmetrical hem for ventilation and agility. The material has been upgraded to a double-layered banana leaf lining with flexible vines, making it ideal for outdoor survival. Tentatively named, the Guardian. Stay tuned for the actual product. Act fast to purchase. Wow, it's been 2 days, and this robe has already reached level 30. This person is remarkable. He could easily be a fashion designer on Earth. Such talent would surely lead to great success, Chen Shu mused, likely earning him a fortune. Below, the comments brimmed with awe and jest. Ling Feng. Wait, you're already at level 30. What about the set you promised me? Tang Tian. Calm down, calm down. Level 30 is just the concept art. Your set is already in production. Li Lu. I want mass production. I'll reserve a set. Survival must be stylish. Li Qingfeng. How about you craft a battleship while you're at it? Pang Weiqiang. Whoa, are you moving into the fashion industry? This design is impressively professional. Ling Feng. Brother Tang, save me a set of level 30. I want to be the first to experience it. Tang Tian. No problem. Loyal customers receive a discount. After Ling Feng's message, he shared a current photo. In the image, he stood in his makeshift outfit made of leaves, hands on hips within the treehouse. The somewhat disheveled leaves inviting the imagination. He struck a pose, though one leaf at the hem was noticeably askew, revealing a glimpse of his bare thigh. The room erupted with laughter. Ling Feng, your dried chicken pose remains impressively stable. Haha, was that leaf intentionally left open for ventilation? Your first experience is not some wind resistance test for level 30, is it? What do you know? This is nature's casual look, unbothered by trivialities. It must be said, the gathering of these extraordinary individuals provides ample entertainment. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Shu covered 5 kilometers, much quicker than anticipated. Although his feet still ached. Being a man, he could endure. In pursuit of the elusive, special item gift pack, for traversing 50 kilometers, Chen Shu exerted every ounce of effort. Upon completing the upgrade, he was prompted to click confirm. Was he ready? The fatigue etched on his face was instantly replaced by uncontainable joy. Even the sharp sting from the blister on his right foot felt somewhat alleviated. He nearly lunged forward to the control panel, decisively clicking the flashing, confirm, button. A deep, resonant hum resonated through the air, causing the entire treehouse to tremble slightly. A soft, pale green light erupted from the control panel, rapidly spreading along the tree walls. The left wall, enveloped in this gentle glow, seemed to come alive, ascending in an orderly fashion to shape itself. Accompanied by subtle yet distinct sounds of wood rubbing against wood, a staircase, entirely composed of naturally grown dragon spine wood, materialized before him. The solid staircase pressed firmly against the tree wall, exhibiting a robust and stable structure. While it was roughly constructed, the AI rendering still bore some imperfections, and the space itself was considerably larger. Above the staircase, an entrance emerged. A staircase? An entrance? Could this be a passageway to the second floor? Chen Shu's heart raced with excitement. He had initially expected only a minor enhancement to the space, but instead, an entirely new level had manifested before him. The sight before him resembled the duplex apartments he had once glimpsed online, featuring a spiraling staircase leading to an upper realm. Yet, this was far more astonishing, as it was a living creation, far surpassing the allure of a steel and concrete loft. Chapter 31. Don't eat sour radishes. Announcement. Survivor Chen Shu has upgraded the treehouse to level 2, becoming the first individual to achieve such an upgrade and receiving generous rewards. As before, the announcement resonated 3 times, even rousing some who had long since succumbed to slumber. The world channel buzzed to life, shifting the discourse from gossip and bravado to focus on Chen Shu. What? Did I hear that correctly? Upgraded to a level 2 cabin? What the heck? It's only the 3rd day, and someone has already upgraded their cabin? This is insane. I was sleeping so soundly, and now I'm jolted awake. Who is this Chen Shu? Step forward. Isn't he the one on the resource gathering leaderboard? It must be, as it seems improbable for 2 individuals to share the same name. Moreover, the resources required for upgrading a cabin are substantial, and he is certainly not lacking since he is at the top. Can someone enlighten me on what energy crystals are needed for the upgrade? I haven't even seen one, yet he is already upgraded. 6 treasure chests? You're quite the risk taker. I'm just curious about the lavish rewards he received. I'm so envious. No way, from tomorrow onward, I must strive for my own success. I've unwittingly fallen so far behind. Almost instantly, the focus of every channel converged on the name Chen Shu. Emotions ranging from envy, jealousy, shock, curiosity, requests for advice, and vitriol filled the air. This scene mirrored the fervor when Zhang, the first to successfully hunt a ferocious beast and claim the leaderboard, made his mark. The first to brave the unknown always shines the brightest and draws the most attention. This phenomenon was not limited to a single region. Other zones were equally abuzz. In the Americas, John, WTF? Upgraded to a level 2 cabin? It's only the 3rd day. In Korea, Kim Min-soo. Another player from Huaxia. In Japan, Inoue Haru. Isn't this the first unexpected private university student from the Huaxia region? In Oceania, Jack, son of a bitch. Just got woken up. Who the hell is this Chen Shu? However, amidst the cacophony in other channels, the 666,666 channel erupted in a more profound astonishment following a brief silence. For them, this name was all too familiar. Wait, Chen Shu. Is that our Chen Shu? Big guy, is it really you? Isn't that obvious? With your resources so vast, upgrading a cabin must be a cinch. Just look at the avatar of the top resource gatherer. It resembles yours. Quick, check it out. Not only on the resource gathering leaderboard, but just now, he also topped the treehouse construction leaderboard. Incredible. I can't believe someone like him is among us. Chen Shu, can you share where you acquired the energy crystals? Please enlighten us. What are the upgrade rewards? Can you divulge any details? Our channel is bound to become popular. We have the top player in the entire server. Have you become addicted to this game, calling it the whole server? Messages flooded the screen in an instant. Shock, admiration, inquiries, and fervent requests filled the channel like a volcanic eruption. Countless users tagged Chen Shu, but alas, he was not currently attentive to the chat. He had not anticipated that being the first to upgrade his cabin would yield rewards. Not only did he receive a generous gift pack, but his body also experienced fortification. A subtle tremor coursed through his limbs, akin to a swift electric current. His bones emitted a faint crackling sound, perceptible only to him, not from fracture but rather from being stretched and tempered by an invisible force, becoming denser and more resilient. His muscle fibers tightened and relaxed slightly, instilling a sense of burgeoning strength. Awesome, Chen Shu exclaimed, then turned his gaze to the grand gift pack bestowed by the system. The items within were nothing short of luxurious, totaling 5, 2 of which he had encountered before. Backpack Upgrade Crystal, used to enhance backpack capacity, increasing the number of slots available for carrying more items. Eternal Firefly Core provides a permanent lighting system for the treehouse and all subsequent upgraded spaces, requiring no energy. Treehouse Module. This module allows for the construction of an additional small dwelling on the bifurcated branches of the treehouse, complete with connecting passages, thus expanding living space, usable only with treehouses of level 2 or higher. Universal Card. Upon use, it allows the direct selection and acquisition of any card from the illustrated guide. Treehouse Sentinel. Once activated, it continuously monitors a spherical area with a radius of 10 meters centered around the treehouse, which survivors can observe from the control panel. It remains vigilant regardless of day or night or weather conditions. My goodness, is this upgrade gift pack truly this extravagant? All 5 items are special. I've hit the jackpot. Chen Shu's eyes widened, and his mouth fell agape, stunned for a considerable time. Having traversed so far for a single special item, he was now able to acquire 5 without effort. It felt akin to a windfall from the heavens. Each of the 5 items was a treasure in its own right. The Backpack Upgrade Crystal and Treehouse Module were particularly noteworthy. One could never have too many of those. The Perpetual Firefly Core sounds quite grandiose, to put it plainly. It is merely the lighting system for the treehouse. Previously, while examining the control panel, he had glimpsed the lighting system, but constructing it necessitated copper wire, glass, and a small generator, none of which were easily attainable. Initially, he had contemplated gathering the materials gradually, reasoning that the absence of light at night would not pose any significant issues. Now, however, this hassle had been completely circumvented. Moreover, from the introduction, it appeared that any newly upgraded spaces would automatically come equipped with their own lighting systems, which was impressive. The Universal Card, in comparison to the other 4 items, paled significantly. This was not to say that it was inferior, but rather that its usage conditions were exceedingly stringent. At the very least, one would need to gather 9 cards belonging to the same set before it could be employed. From any perspective, this item seemed unlikely to be of immediate use, or perhaps never at all, unless a surfeit of cards became available for direct exchange at the marketplace. The final edition, the Treehouse Sentinel, was nothing short of invincible, essentially installing a surveillance system around the treehouse, enabling one to observe the outside world without stepping out. Although its radius was limited to 10 meters, it was ample. One must not be overly greedy. The crucial aspect was that this surveillance functioned even at night, greatly enhancing convenience and allowing for observation of any lurking beasts. Each time he heard a roar from outside, his heart would involuntarily flutter, yet he could never discern the appearance of the beasts. Now, with the Treehouse Sentinel, this problem was perfectly resolved. Chapter 32, the second floor of the treehouse. Chen Shu suddenly pondered that with such an abundant reward for upgrading the treehouse, the previous reward for slaying the first beast should be equally commendable. At the very least, it should be on par with his current level. He was uncertain whether further upgrades to the 3rd level treehouse would yield additional rewards. It seemed that upgrading the treehouse was of paramount importance. Any one of the gifts offered could easily incite envy. Once he clarified all these details, Chen Shu directed his gaze around the treehouse. The rudimentary wooden door had been reinforced, now adorned with a resilient and smooth deep green wooden layer, appearing substantially sturdier, and the gaps allowing drafts had vanished. The green water source pipe had thickened somewhat, and upon testing, he noted a significant increase in water flow. The most notable change on the first floor was the emergence of a storage cabinet embedded in the left wall of the control panel, featuring a simple partition. This cabinet functioned similarly to a backpack, capable of storing items within 30 compartments, and boasted a temperature-regulating preservation feature to delay food spoilage. 30 compartments, and with preservation capabilities? Chen Shu was both astonished and delighted. This was indeed a splendid asset, as he had previously worried about his wild chicken eggs going bad, but now, such concerns were alleviated. No longer would he fret over food deterioration, This was truly a logistical marvel. Oh, right, he should install these two items first. Hastily, Chen Ming retrieved the perpetual firefly core and the treehouse sentinel, placing them before the control panel. Immediately, the two items were absorbed, and the treehouse accordingly manifested the corresponding functionalities. A switch-like apparatus appeared on the right side of the control panel. With a gentle press, the entire treehouse illuminated instantly. He observed that the light seemed to emanate from the very walls of the tree, with no semblance of bulbs present, yet the space was brilliantly lit. Simultaneously, an option labeled Surveillance appeared in the control panel. Upon activation, a visual feed materialized, revealing the surroundings of the treehouse in a panoramic view, complete with night vision capabilities. Even in the pitch black of night, everything outside was distinctly visible. This was exceedingly practical, providing an immense sense of security. When not in use, he merely needed to set the control panel to surveillance mode. Should any beasts encroach upon the vicinity of the treehouse, he would be alerted immediately. Chen Ming, LV2. Treehouse Level 2. Functions: enhanced safe space, comfortable resting platform, basic storage cabinet, natural water source, simple second-level platform. Upgrade requirements: wood 3541000, stone 35500, iron blocks 0100, plastic 050, glass 020, energy crystals 01. Hint: upgrading the shelter unlocks more functional areas and enhances overall strength and safety. To reach level 3 requires such an extensive array of materials. It seemed unlikely to be achievable in the short term. To attain level 3, 2 additional items had been added, plastic and glass, alongside a slight increase in the quantities of the other 3 materials, excluding energy crystals. However, in Chen Ming's perspective, none of these were particularly daunting. Even multiplying them by 10 would be acceptable, with the exception of the energy crystals. In recent days, he had learned from the World Channel just how elusive these crystals were. He had been fortunate to acquire one, or else he would likely be in the same predicament as many others. He decided to ascend and take a look. Chen Ming climbed the stairs on the left side. Under the illumination, each step was clearly visible. After a few steps, he arrived at the newly established space of the treehouse, and the sight before him elicited another gasp of wonder. Wow! The second floor appeared to be of comparable size to the first, albeit divided into 2 rooms by a wooden partition with intricate cutouts. The left side resembled a bedroom, furnished with a wooden bed. He could easily sleep on the second floor from now on, while the first floor could serve as the dining and working area. The right side resembled a study, containing only a chair and a table. Although it was referred to as a table, it was essentially a wooden board protruding from the wall, perfectly serving its purpose as a writing desk. He was now indeed a person with a small villa. Chen Ming reclined on the wooden bed, overwhelmed with sentiment. The bed's surface was solid and slightly cool, exuding a faint, unique fragrance, far more comfortable than the one on the first floor. The intricate wooden partition not only delineated the space, but also prevented the second floor from feeling cramped, adding a touch of elegance instead. This was truly living. The combined area of the 2 levels was already considerable, and there was even a sense of spaciousness. Oh right, he still had 2 treehouse modules. Chen Ming promptly descended the stairs and utilized the 2 treehouse modules at the control panel. The treehouse has expanded. Please proceed to the second floor to inspect. So soon? Chen Ming had anticipated a longer wait, then swiftly ascended once more. On either side of the bedroom and study, there were doors. He first pushed open the door to the left bedroom, revealing a small room, not particularly large, roughly 5 to 6 square meters, featuring only 1 window. Through the window, Chen Ming glimpsed the pitch-black exterior and also noticed that this room was perched upon a sturdy branch, suspended above the ground. This room would be quite suitable as a bathroom, as it would not require much travel at night when nature called. He then approached the door on the study side. Upon opening it, he encountered a similar scene. Originally, he intended to convert one room into a kitchen, but he had now changed his mind. The kitchen would remain on the first floor, while the second floor would serve other purposes. Firstly, the smoke would waft into the bedroom, and secondly, cooking required water access and food preparation. The first floor, being closer to the water source and storage cabinet, was evidently more convenient. The current treehouse space was vast, albeit somewhat hollow. Careful planning was essential. Chen Ming examined the area repeatedly, growing fonder with each glance. Oh no! He almost forgot that he had yet to complete today's task. Chen Ming had been so immersed in the joy of upgrading the treehouse that he completely overlooked his mission as a hiker, having already traversed nearly 40 kilometers. Relinquishing now would be a grave miscalculation. It would be far wiser to savor the journey at a more leisurely pace. Chen Ming first carried the blankets and various items from the first floor to the second, then prepared to utilize the backpack upgrade crystal to continue his endeavors. However, he was momentarily taken aback when he glanced at his backpack, astonished to find its capacity had mysteriously expanded from 20 slots to 30. Had he unwittingly used the upgrade crystal? A suspicion flickered through his mind, but upon descending to the lower floor, he immediately spotted the backpack upgrade crystal. What could this mean? After much contemplation, He concluded that the additional 10 slots were a gift from upgrading the treehouse. Simply enhancing the treehouse would augment the backpack's capacity. Beyond that, he could fathom no other explanation. Regardless, he decided to use the backpack upgrade crystal, which subsequently increased its capacity to 40 slots, an immediate doubling of what he had previously possessed. Now, he could carry far more when venturing out. While others were limited to a mere 10 slots, he boasted an impressive 40. Chapter 33. Are there any particularly delectable items among the upgrade rewards? Observing the steadily increasing distance, a smile gradually spread across Chen Shu's face. At this pace, completing the 50-kilometer task today seemed far from daunting. As night deepened, the lights illuminated every corner of the treehouse. Simultaneously, he discovered he had ascended to the top of the treehouse construction leaderboard. Previously, he had only a few hundred points. After the upgrade, his score surged to an astonishing 10,600. Of this total, 2,000 points were derived from the two small treehouses, another 2,000 from the treehouse sentinels, and 1,500 from the lighting system. In contrast, the second-place contender barely surpassed 2,000 points, leaving a staggering gap of over 7,000 points. However, it was evident that the majority of his points did not stem from his own constructions, but rather from the core structures unlocked through upgrades, the newly added second floor, and the functionalities provided by special items. If one were to exclude the points gained from special items, his score would not be significantly higher. His private messages were inundated with inquiries from countless individuals, each seeking answers to various questions. Some expressed admiration and sought to align themselves with him, while others were thirsting for knowledge, begging for assistance, or attempting to recruit him. His only friend, Han Shuang, also sent a message. How did you level up so quickly? Luck, pure luck. Where did you obtain that energy crystal? From a treasure chest. I was fortunate enough to find it, just as I suspected. By the way, what changes occurred in the treehouse after the upgrade? Chen Shu pondered for a moment before recounting some of the changes that had taken place. Naturally, he only shared the fundamental alterations that everyone would experience upon leveling up, omitting details about the treehouse modules, lighting, and surveillance systems. There's a storage cabinet and a second floor. Is it really that impressive? Clearly, Han Shuang was astonished by the upgrades and filled with anticipation. Presently, her supplies were quite sufficient, with only a slight deficit of iron blocks aside from the energy crystals. Yes, you should expedite your upgrade. It's vastly superior to a level 1 treehouse. It's not that simple. Very few possess energy crystals. It'll likely be a while before I can upgrade. Keep it up. By the way, are there any particularly delicious items among the upgrade rewards? Upon reading Han Shuang's message, Chen Shu couldn't help but chuckle. This gluttonous girl seemed to have only food on her mind. He replied that there was nothing edible, to which she responded with an O infused with disappointment. She was undoubtedly the most food-driven person he had ever encountered, even prior to his journey. Han Shuang refrained from probing further, aware that some matters were best left unasked. But others were not so reserved. Many were eager to discern the nature of the so-called generous rewards. In response, Chen Shu chose to remain silent. If he were to reply to each individual, he would require an entire day. Upon entering the chat channel, he found himself the center of attention. I wonder what a level 2 treehouse is like. Do you think there will be changes? Absolutely. Otherwise, what would be the point of upgrading? I suspect it may offer additional special functionalities. Perhaps it will increase the available space. Why are you all speculating? Why not just ask him directly? You're so clever. Do you think we didn't know that? The key is that the esteemed one ignores us. I just joined this channel. What are you all talking about? Just joined? You've come to the right place. This channel is teeming with talent. Every word from the esteemed ones is worth remembering. Observe and learn diligently. Seeing this, a subtle smile graced Chen Shu's lips. These individuals were quite astute, having accurately guessed the situation. Indeed, there had been an increase in both space and functionalities, marking an all-around enhancement. If his previous dwelling had been a rudimentary thatched hut, he now resided in a duplex apartment, one above and one below. Noticing the curiosity of the crowd, Chen Shu promptly edited a message. Honestly, it's nothing extraordinary, just a slight increase in water flow. The addition of a storage cabinet that can preserve items, and the expansion of space, allowing access to the second floor via stairs. Oh, and my backpack now has an extra 10 slots. Upon sending this message, the already bustling channel erupted into a frenzy. The esteemed one has appeared. Quick, let's catch him. A second floor. Is it truly there? That would effectively double the space. I am sincerely envious. What is there to envy? You can upgrade to level 2 as well. Is the treehouse really that user-friendly? A storage cabinet that preserves items. Esteemed one, may I ask where you acquired that energy crystal? Wow. The esteemed one who upgraded is in this channel? You should have informed me earlier. I'm leaving channel 1. I say, our 666666 channel is the most formidable. Chen Shu selectively answered some inquiries, having spent a few days with these individuals. Sharing a little seemed harmless. Moreover, it was inevitable that others would eventually upgrade. And even if he remained silent, others would divulge the information. By informing them now, he considered it a means of fostering goodwill. The 666666 channel was home to many good-hearted individuals, especially a few regulars who had become the channel's lively treasures. Esteemed one, what does the announcement say regarding the generous rewards? Well, I can't disclose much. There's nothing of great value, just some items that are of little use. Chen Shu understood that once he revealed this, envy and jealousy would surely ensue. It was better to remain silent. This way, they might not feel as much disappointment. You're deceiving us. The system announcement stated it was a generous reward, so it must be something good. Exactly. Esteemed one, please share. Let us broaden our horizons. Is it perhaps a special item or something of the sort? The channel erupted in cries of curiosity and lamentation. Seeing their eager inquiries, Chen Shu found them amusing, akin to children in their excitement. After contemplating for a moment, he ultimately decided to share the universal card, while it could be deemed rather lackluster. Showcasing, it would substantiate his claim that there was nothing of value among the rewards. Moreover, it was the only item he had left, as he had already consumed the other four. A universal card? Is this a part of the generous rewards? It sounds rather impressive. Perhaps there is more than just this one item. Can a single card truly be considered generous? It certainly seems rather underwhelming. Collecting a fixed set of 10 cards is no easy feat indeed. I feel it is utterly improbable to gather them all. It seems that this card will likely never see the light of day. It appears to be rather lackluster, after all. Hearing your remarks has brought a certain equilibrium to my mind. This is merely something for you all to look at. Truly valuable items are surely kept hidden away. There are indeed clever individuals who understand that the initial reward for upgrading the treehouse cannot merely be this trinket. Chapter 34, The Unyielding Fisherman. 45 kilometers, 46 kilometers, 47 kilometers, 48 kilometers, 49, 495, 499. Today, I have walked 50,000 meters and received a special item package. At last, it is sufficient. A surge of joy coursed through Chen Shu's heart, and he subsequently collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion. In pursuit of this reward, he had truly exerted himself, but fortunately, he completed the 50 kilometers before midnight. The price he paid was a slight limp in his gait, yet it was manageable, with a bit of caution. He would be fine. After resting on the ground for a moment, Chen Shu sat up and began to open the package. He was eager to discover whether his perseverance over these 20 kilometers was worth it. He simply hoped it would not yield something as trivial as a universal card. Special item package. Randomly acquire a special item. Heaven grant me a useful item. Chen Shu clasped his hands in prayer, his legs trembling slightly from fatigue. The last several kilometers had nearly drained every ounce of his stamina. He rubbed his hands together and opened the package. As the package shimmered with light, it vanished in an instant, revealing an unusually shaped metallic device, roughly the size of a tablet. Mineral Scanner. Function 1. Can automatically detect and identify mineral resources within a radius of 500 meters. Function 2. Allows manual input of specific minerals for tracking, limited to within 3 kilometers. A scanner? Chen Shu felt a rush of vitality, the weariness in his body dissipating significantly with the joy of discovery. It seemed his prayers had indeed borne fruit. A truly valuable item had arrived. This was beyond mere usefulness. It was a treasure. It was worth it. This 50 kilometers had been worthwhile. Chen Shu could not help but let out a triumphant shout, feeling the ache in his ankles lessen somewhat. This was undoubtedly a strategically significant auxiliary tool. He had been troubled about where to find iron and copper. With this scanner, the efficiency of resource hunting would increase exponentially. Moreover, this was not just about finding iron and copper. It was a mineral scanner. Besides metals like gold, silver, copper, and iron, it could also detect minerals such as quartz, mica, gypsum, graphite, and fluorite. Other commonly known minerals like rock salt, malachite, turquoise, agate, and glauber salt were included as well. Diamonds and emeralds were among them too. The former being a pure mineral, while the latter was a type of rock composed of minerals. Simply put, any valuable solid resource buried underground qualifies as a mineral. Though the detection range is somewhat limited, Chen Shu continued to explore the scanner. According to the description, he understood how to utilize this device. It was quite simple. He merely needed to carry it, and it would automatically detect underground minerals within its range. In this mode, it could only detect minerals within a radius of 500 meters. Alternatively, he could manually input a mineral, such as iron, to activate the scanner's functions. If detected within a 3-kilometer radius, the device would display the results. What a remarkable tool. Chen Shu fondled the scanner repeatedly. Although he was unsure how many special items existed, this mineral scanner was undoubtedly among the finest. In comparison, that universal card paled in significance. I can't bear it any longer. It's time to retire to bed. After the elation, fatigue overtook Chen Shu once more. With just half an hour left until midnight, he could comfortably wait in bed. He splashed cold water on his face and limped up to the second floor. Tonight, he would sleep in a new bed. He wondered if the quality of his slumber would improve. Upon reaching the bedside, he fell forward onto the bed. The treehouse was thoughtfully designed, with light switches at both the staircase entrance and beside the bed. As seconds ticked by, exhaustion completely overwhelmed his senses. The comfort of the new bed, the sense of security brought by the upgraded treehouse, and his body's self-preservation mechanism, exhausted from overexertion, rendered his resistance futile. Heavy eyelids slowly closed, and he did not even have time to adjust his position before consciousness swiftly sank into an abyss of darkness. The control panel downstairs silently monitored the surroundings of the treehouse. Outside, the forest night was deep and fraught with peril, occasionally punctuated by the roars of wild beasts. Within the treehouse, only the gradually steadying and deepening breaths of Chen Shu could be heard. Though the hour was late, the world channel remained lively. However, the subjects of discussion were not solely focused on Chen Shu. Everything seemed to have returned to normal. May I inquire what the weather shows on your end? For tomorrow, what is the matter? Here, it shows a 90 chance of moderate rain. Same here, 90 for moderate rain, 5 for light rain, and 5 for showers. Everyone seems to be in agreement. I am too. Is everyone experiencing the same? It seems there is some degree of uniformity in this world. Indeed. But it feels rather ominous. If, as previously stated, there is only one person within 100 kilometers, and now everyone's weather is identical, then the entity controlling this game must be quite formidable. Whatever the case, we can only strive to survive within the confines of their rules. The night owls in the 666666 channel were plentiful, often engaging in discussions about survival. Someone casually noted that tomorrow's weather forecast indicated rain, prompting inquiries from others about their conditions. This question, however, plunged many into anxiety. If it rains tomorrow, can we still venture out? Of course, a little rain won't kill us. But what if we catch a cold? There are no hospitals or doctors here. That seems to make sense. We have no medicine. And while a mild cold might be manageable, a severe cold or fever could be fatal in this place without medication. A visibly anxious participant chimed in. Upon hearing this, many began to agree with his sentiments. You make a valid point. Perhaps I won't go out tomorrow and will just stay in the treehouse. Quite decisive. Aren't you? Wouldn't that mean you're falling behind by a day? Compared to that expert, I've already lagged significantly. Does one day really matter? That sounds somewhat reasonable. I too shall remain indoors tomorrow and give myself a day off. Haha, I'm not worried. I have a raincoat. I previously thought it was a useless item from the treasure chest, but it seems it will come in handy sooner than expected. Heh, I have an umbrella. Sorry. But you all can just watch me open treasure chest tomorrow. No worries. My constitution is robust. A bit of rain won't pose a problem. The conversation among the crowd shifted to tomorrow's weather. Those with umbrellas and raincoats were naturally delighted, while those without wore expressions of concern. They faced a choice between braving the rain to search for supplies or remaining idle in the treehouse for an entire day, uncertain of how much time had passed. A cold, emotionless electronic prompt suddenly resonated within Chen Shu's mind without warning. Perhaps it was indeed the weariness that enveloped him, for the faint sound did not rouse Chen Shu. Ding! Today's identity has been established, the ever-ready fisherman. Ever-ready fisherman, with each cast of the line. One must patiently await a catch. The waiting time is random. Side effect. Once fishing commences, one must fish for a full 3 hours, or all catches will be forfeited. Patience yields rewards, and the rod will return its favor. Chapter 35. If I am to earn your coin, I shall toil diligently. Oh, what a delightful slumber I have enjoyed. Early in the morning, Chen Shu awoke from his dreams, lazily stretching his limbs. The comfort of the new bed was just right, allowing him to sink into a deep sleep, even indulging in a beautiful dream. In his reverie, he encountered cattle and sheep in the wilderness, capturing them all to raise, ensuring a daily supply of milk, and beside him stood a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Together they led a life devoid of shame and restraint. His feet felt as though they no longer ached. Perhaps a stroll outside was in order, but first, breakfast beckoned. As he spoke to himself, he rose, blissfully oblivious to the sound of rain outside. It was only upon passing by the window that he realized the downpour. How could it be raining? Will I be unable to venture out today? Chen Shu furrowed his brow as he gazed at the incessant rain, the forest shrouded in a gray mist. Oh. He remembered that he had fallen asleep before midnight last night, entirely forgetting to check his identity for the day. He promptly opened the data panel to peruse his identity. A fisherman? An ever-ready fisherman? Chen Shu stroked his chin, his expression becoming rather peculiar as he scrutinized the description before him. Prior to this, he had scarcely fished. His experiences limited to a mere handful. In his youth, he would occasionally observe others fishing by the river, and some would invite him to cast a line. Although he was not entirely ignorant of fishing, he could hardly be deemed proficient. Previously, he had exchanged a purple-scaled fruit for a set of fishing lines, intending to save them for a future opportunity to cast a line, never anticipating their immediate usefulness. Yet, the rain outside posed a slight inconvenience. Moreover, this identity came with a side effect, a first for him. He couldn't help but worry whether future identities would bear similar burdens. Oh well, breakfast first. Then he would ponder further. As Chen Shu slowly descended the stairs, he found his mood lifted at the sight of the treehouse. Life seemed to be falling into place. After a brief wash, breakfast consisted of bread and chocolate. This was not the cheap bread distributed by the system, but rather the fragrant bread he had unwrapped from a gift package yesterday. While he dined, he glanced at the weather. Indeed, rain was forecast for the entire day, with a 60 chance of precipitation tomorrow as well. In that case, he could not remain in the treehouse. Otherwise, he might squander 2 consecutive days. However, the rain was quite heavy, and getting drenched could easily lead to a cold. It seemed he had obtained a raincoat from a treasure chest earlier. Suddenly, it dawned on Chen Shu that possessing a raincoat would simplify matters significantly. After finishing his bread, he retrieved the raincoat and donned it, finding it a perfect fit. Now, all that remained was to procure a fishing rod, which was easily resolved by cutting a bamboo stalk from the nearby grove. Without hesitation, Chen Shu equipped his shin guards and raincoat, taking his iron axe and heading toward the bamboo forest. The rain outside was heavier than he had imagined. The forest floor was a quagmire, with puddles everywhere, making the trek treacherous. Raindrops pattered against the raincoat, producing a dull thud. Visibility was severely impaired by the dense curtain of rain, restricting his sight to just a few meters ahead. The muddy ground was perilously slippery, requiring utmost caution with each step to maintain his balance. Murky rainwater pooled into small streams, coursing through tree roots and low-lying areas, sweeping away dead branches and leaves. This was Chen Shu's first rainy day since his arrival. It must be said that such weather would make for a pleasant experience if one were to remain in the treehouse. Regrettably, he could not, as today's identity necessitated venturing forth. Curse this wretched weather, Chen Shu muttered under his breath, tightening the collar of his raincoat. He was immensely grateful for this piece of gear. Without it, stepping outside would have been impossible. Currently, the trading post and chat channels were likely bustling with individuals seeking rain gear. That fellow, Banana Brother, would surely make a fortune. After all, raincoats and umbrellas were scarce, while banana leaves were abundant. If Tang Tian could find banana leaves, it suggested that nearby banana trees were plentiful, providing ample raw materials. While banana leaves may not be as effective as umbrellas or raincoats, they would at least offer some shelter from the rain, better than nothing at all. Indeed, as he surmised, Tang Tian was currently busy in the rain, clad in his banana leaf battle attire. His supply was in high demand, and many sought various rain protection tools in the world chat to explore despite the downpour. To ensure customer satisfaction, he included a complimentary banana hat, employing a buy-one-get-one-free marketing strategy reminiscent of Earth to enhance user experience. Chen Shu soon arrived at the bamboo grove, pulled out his iron axe, and surveyed the bamboo stalks, ultimately selecting a straight, slightly elongated piece. This one will do. He swung the axe with ease, severing it, wiping his face of rainwater. He trimmed away the excess branches with the iron axe and began his journey back, dragging the bamboo rod to the treehouse. He commenced the crafting of his very first fishing rod. As an amateur, he sought simplicity. There was no need for complexity. He merely needed to secure the fishing line firmly. He hoped not to lose the line before even catching a fish. During this time, he glanced at the chat channel again. Perhaps due to the rain, the number of participants was unusually high. Why is it raining? How am I supposed to go out? I don't even have proper clothing. Is anyone selling umbrellas? I'll buy one. Bro, do you think this is Earth? Selling umbrellas? Why don't you just order online? It's raining. How delightful. Just the excuse I need to take a break and luxuriate in the treehouse. While the big shots are enjoying life, you're still wallowing in despair. I have lotus leaves. Does anyone want some? If so, I'll go pick a few. I want some. I'll take a few big ones. This rain is relentless. Even stepping outside to relieve myself gets me soaked. Where's Banana Brother? I need a set of that high-end battle attire, urgently. Stop calling for him. Banana Brother left early to gather leaves. He is quite industrious. If I could earn your money, I would toil diligently as well. Chen Shu shook his head. These people were truly amusing. In this time, he successfully crafted the fishing rod. Although somewhat rough around the edges, it should suffice for catching a 2 to 3 pound fish. Next, he needed to prepare for the fishing endeavor. He could use a bucket as a substitute for a fish basket, which was readily available at the trading post. Bread would serve as bait, and he also needed to construct a small stool. The identity description stated that once fishing commenced, one must fish for a full 3 hours, or all catches would be confiscated. Standing for such an extended period was certainly impractical. Especially since his foot had yet to fully heal, he would need a small bench to sit upon. The construction was simple, requiring only wood. All preparations have been meticulously gathered and stowed within the backpack, and the stage is set for a day of fishing. Chapter 36, Experiencing Nature's Free Shower. Off he goes. Chen Shu murmurs encouragement to himself, tightening his raincoat once more before descending the stairs. His destination lies not far ahead, a small stream, where he intends to assess the conditions. If unsatisfactory, he shall proceed northward to a pond. As he approaches the stream's edge, the sound of rushing water grows increasingly cacophonous amidst the rain. Through the veil of precipitation, he observes that the once placid stream has transformed dramatically. The waters have surged, swirling with a multitude of twigs and leaves, tumultuously racing through the narrow channel. The current has evidently become much more vigorous, rendering the prospect of fishing in such conditions exceedingly impractical. Without hesitation, Chen Shu decides to abandon this location and pivots towards the pond, hoping for more favorable circumstances. Otherwise, he would be compelled to trek 10 kilometers to a lake. The thought of traversing such a distance in the rain, compounded by the injury on his foot, is daunting indeed. After more than half an hour, he arrives at the pond, only to find that the situation here is equally grim. The stream, along with the rain cascading from the waterfall, has rendered the modest pond murky, with various debris floating upon its surface. Fishing here appears to be an exercise in futility, with a high likelihood of returning empty-handed. Although he identifies as a fisherman who never returns without a catch, the randomness of waiting time is far too unpredictable. Once he settles down to fish, he cannot change his location. If no fish bite, it would merely mean a loss of time, which is manageable if there are no catches to begin with. After some contemplation, he resolves to give it a try. If unsuccessful, he will then head to the lake. He senses that attempting this may be futile. Thus he leaves his small stool behind. Baiting his hook with breadcrumbs, he embarks on what he hopes will be an exhilarating fishing experience. The moment he casts his line, a notification chimes. Fishing has commenced. Please persist for a full 3 hours. Otherwise, all catches will be forfeited. If I catch nothing, I wonder what you'll seize. Chen scoffs, settling in to await a bite. However, the tumult of the stream and waterfall, coupled with the rain, obscures his view of the bobber entirely. He cannot ascertain if any fish are biting, relying solely on instinct. Despite the identity description stating that patience will yield results, the current conditions make it impossible to discern whether any fish are indeed hooked. Wait a moment. Chen suddenly recalls something and glances back at the identity description. With each cast, patience guarantees a catch. Waiting time is random, but what if it's not fish? Could it be something else? He chuckles at the absurdity of the thought. I want to reel in a corpse, will I? Shaking his head in amusement. He dismisses the notion. There's no one else around but himself, after all. After nearly 10 minutes, he decides to abandon the endeavor. It is far too challenging to fish here in the rain. The circumstances are dire and conflict with his identity's abilities. Reluctantly, he retrieves his line and prepares to leave. He must hasten to the lake, or risk a truncated fishing experience. This identity as a fisherman is a rare opportunity, and he longs to make the most of it. Situated to the north, the lake lies to the south. No matter how expeditiously he moves, it will take him 2 to 3 hours to reach it, and subtracting the return journey leaves him with scant time. The only consolation is that he rose early. It is just past 8 o'clock. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he should arrive at the lake around 11, allowing him to fish until approximately 3 before heading back. For the next 2 hours, Chen presses on without pause. The wilderness walker shin boots provide him with considerable support, making his trek feel significantly less burdensome. The boot's stability and slip-resistant properties conserve his energy and minimize the risk of slipping. Nevertheless, the continuous journey over such a prolonged period in these extreme conditions is taxing. The sole motivation propelling him forward is the allure of never returning empty-handed. Time slips away in the rain, which has intensified slightly. Finally, after 3 hours of relentless travel, he catches sight of the familiar lake. At last, he has arrived. The surface of the lake is a tapestry of raindrops, creating countless ripples and bubbles. In the distance, the horizon blurs into a chaotic blend of gray and white. Despite the stormy weather, the conditions here are markedly better than at the pond. To his delight, not far from his position, an enormous dragon spine tree stands tall on the lakeshore, its crown acting as a natural canopy, shielding him from the majority of the downpour. The wind direction is favorable, making it an excellent spot to settle. As for the childhood admonition against standing under trees in the rain, he is not overly concerned. There has been no thunder thus far, making it less likely to become an issue. Besides, if a storm were to strike, his treehouse could just as easily be a target. With these thoughts in mind, he drags his weary body beneath the tree, retrieves his small stool, and prepares to commence fishing. Time is of the essence, and he must act swiftly. Whether he will enjoy a meal of fish tonight depends entirely on the forthcoming fishing fortunes. Just as he casts his line, a private message arrives. Without a doubt, it is from Han Shuang. She is his only friend, and only friend messages will alert him without needing to open the data panel. Notifications from chat channels only appear when he accesses the data panel. Is it raining where you are? Han Shuang inquires. Yes, quite heavily, he replies. Are you staying in your treehouse? Not at all. I'm outside experiencing nature as free shower and christening my new fishing rod. A fishing rod? You're fishing in this weather? Han Shuang exclaims, astonished that he possesses a fishing rod. I can understand fishing on a sunny day, but braving such torrential rain is quite daring. No wonder he managed to upgrade to a level 2 treehouse so swiftly. It appears he is quite industrious. Comparing herself to him, she reflects on her own desires for food, feeling the disparity keenly. Should I venture out as well? She muses aloud. Lacking rain gear. She initially dismisses the idea, but Chen words inspire her to consider putting forth some effort. If she wishes to go out, she could trade some resources for a rainproof item akin to a banana leaf cloak. After a moment's contemplation, she sends another message. With such heavy rain, are you not concerned about getting soaked and catching a cold? It's fine. I found a raincoat in a treasure chest earlier, so it's quite handy. By the way, if you don't have a raincoat, you might want to stay inside. The rain is rather fierce. Ah, I see. Upon receiving Chen response, she realizes that having a raincoat indeed makes a world of difference. In that case, perhaps I'll pass. If I get drenched and catch a cold, it wouldn't be worth it. Though I have a multifunctional medical kit, it's best to avoid using it if possible. I'll just take a day off and reconsider tomorrow. Chapter 37, The Underwater Giant. After finishing his conversation with Han Shuang, Chen Shu notices a familiar face, Ling Feng, selling items in the chat channel. He is offering not just anything, but umbrellas. His umbrella was somewhat unconventional. To put it simply, it was constructed from 2 wooden planks arranged at an angle, supported at the bottom by a single stick, resembling the shape of the character Ga. It appeared remarkably rudimentary, yet remarkably sought after. Such an umbrella could not be crafted at a workbench. It had to be fashioned by hand. While a proper umbrella could indeed be manufactured at the workbench, it required a considerable amount of materials, which were nearly impossible to gather at present. Consequently, some individuals sought alternative methods. Ling Feng was one such person. He assembled the 2 wooden planks, secured them firmly with nails, and utilized a wooden stick as the handle, thus creating a simple wooden umbrella. Despite its simplicity, it attracted a multitude of eager buyers. Chen Shu was quite curious about where this individual procured so many nails. If it weren't for the limitation on nails, many could indeed craft such umbrellas. He glanced overhead. Although the Longji tree provided some shelter, raindrops still drifted in from the front. The tree was simply too tall, shielding him only from above, while the rain, with the slightest breeze, would strike his face. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chen Shu spoke in the chat channel. Chen Shu, Ling Feng, how much for a wooden umbrella? Please make one for me. Lili, wow, big shot. Nake, truly a big shot. Tang Tian, big shot, let us be friends. I'll gift you a set of my banana battle robes for free. Ling Feng, get lost. The big shot wants my umbrella, not your banana battle robes. If the big shot agrees to be friends, I'll give you a deluxe version for free. Tang Feng, fine. But you were begging me to make you battle robes before, and now you have this attitude? Such a waste of effort. Chen Shu, I can accept the friend request. But as for the battle robes, I'll pass. I have a raincoat. Ling Feng, no wonder you're a big shot. You even have a raincoat. But wait, if you have a raincoat, why do you need an umbrella? Chen Shu, I use it for fishing. Chen Shu utilized the system's photo feature to capture an image and shared it in the chat channel. A fishing rod dangling in the water, with a vast, misty lake before him, rain cascading down to create rippling patterns on the lake's surface. In the distance, the horizon where the water met the sky was enveloped in a layer of hazy moisture, the outlines of small hills barely discernible, akin to a delicate ink wash painting. Nearby, the branches of the Longji tree blurred at the edge of the photo, adding an air of depth and artistic nuance. The channel fell silent for a moment, only to be soon inundated with exclamations of awe. Wow, wow, wow. Is this the Big Shot S fishing spot? The ambience is incredible. It feels like a scene from a movie. We are here to survive, while he is here to relish life. This ISNT fishing, it's a path to enlightenment. Is this the gap between me and the Big Shot? This lake is so vast, I'm envious to the point of tears. I can barely find a small stream nearby. By the way, can the fish you catch be sold? The child hasn't had meat for several days. For a while, the channel was filled with admiration for the scenery and reverence for Chen Shu. In response, Chen Shu explained that he had trekked 10 kilometers to find this lake. As for his catch, he mentioned that if luck favored him and he caught several, he might sell a few. He also accepted friend requests from Tang Tian and Ling Feng, considering it beneficial to make more acquaintances. No sooner had he accepted their requests than they sent him greetings. Chen Shu responded to each, and before long, Ling Feng sent him a wooden umbrella, which appeared even more aesthetically pleasing than those he had advertised in the chat. It thoughtfully featured an additional wooden plank on both sides, resembling the roof of a house. Without hesitation, Chen Shu accepted it. As for payment, he decided to discuss it after he finished fishing, for he had nothing of value on him at the moment. At present, he felt a sense of ancient solitude akin to fishing alone in the cold, snowy river, just him and his rod. Seizing the moment, he quickly consumed a bit of bread to stave off hunger. A tough battle lay ahead. The rain striking the lake's surface created certain disturbances. He needed to concentrate. For a moment's distraction could cause him to miss the bobber's movement. The identity of an unwavering fisherman was easily understood. As long as the fishing rod was cast out and not reeled in, with patience, something would inevitably bite. It could take a minute, 10 minutes, or even an hour. In such circumstances, he needed to pay close attention to the bobber's subtle movements. After approximately 5 minutes, Chen Shu noticed the bobber dip slightly. The motion was minimal, nearly imperceptible amid the ripples caused by the incessant raindrops. Yet Chen Shu, fully focused, caught this faint anomaly. His heart raced instantly. He leaned forward slightly, his hands instinctively tightening around the fishing rod. Now was the moment. Chen Shu exerted force with his wrist, his forearm guiding his upper arm, and abruptly lifted the rod. Buzz! The rod bent into an arc as a steady, persistent pull emanated from beneath the water. A considerable force. It was substantial. This fish was no small fry. Chen Shu felt a surge of joy, maintaining a steady grip on the rod, sensing the struggle of the creature beneath the surface. After a long hiatus, he was finally experiencing that sensation once more. It must be said, the feeling was exhilarating. Only those who truly love fishing can comprehend the joy of reeling in a catch. This was the delightful surprise following patient waiting, a blend of skill and strength, and a rush of adrenaline. The creature below thrashed violently, attempting to break free. No rush, Chen Shu told himself, remaining calm and steady. After several exchanges, the creature's strength seemed to wane, its struggles becoming less vigorous. This was undoubtedly a large fish. Chen Shu seized the opportunity and heaved upward with all his might. Splash! Water erupted as a slender, shimmering fish broke the surface, wriggling fiercely in the air, only to slap against Chen Shu's nose with a resounding plop. Chen Shu, where's the big fish? Where's the mighty creature? How is it just a small silver fish? Silence engulfed the world, save for the relentless rain. Mocking him mercilessly, Chen Shu was at a loss for words. This minuscule fish was scarcely enough to fill a tooth gap. Moments ago, he had anticipated a grand feast tonight. Now it seemed he had overestimated his luck. Oh well, he decided to keep it. At least it wasn't a total loss. Chen Shu murmured as he placed the small fish into the bucket he had brought, suddenly realizing he might not have sufficient space if he caught too many fish. After all, he would need to carry them back over such a long distance. Alas, what was he thinking? Fishing, fishing. Chapter 38. Tonight's Feast of Spicy Crawfish. Chen Shu wiped his face and resumed fishing. His goal for the day was simple, to catch a sizable crucian carp. This was merely the beginning, with many opportunities still ahead. Fishing in such an environment brought a unique sense of artistry. Chen Shu felt he was beginning to fall in love with this experience. Even without catching a giant, the thrill of the catch was genuinely delightful. He pondered that perhaps he could build a shed here in the future, coming to fish whenever he pleased, thereby improving his meals. Although each person was entitled to one treehouse, constructing a wooden house of his own should be feasible. As he contemplated future plans, he kept his gaze fixed on the bobber on the lake's surface. This time, he had to wait a bit longer. A full 10 minutes passed before the bobber finally stirred. This time, unlike before, the float was abruptly yanked beneath the water. Chen Shu, overwhelmed with excitement, reacted instinctively and yanked the rod, lifting the fish into the air. Goodness, it's really here. The fish, flung onto the grass, flailed about, and Chen Shu hurriedly rushed forward to seize it, determined not to let it leap back into the lake. What a delight, the target fish. Before him lay a sizable crucian carp, weighing approximately 7 or 8 tails. He felt immense satisfaction having caught such a fish, especially one that was wild. It had only been 20 minutes, and there might still be larger catches ahead. Little fellow, I found you a companion. He chuckled as he tossed the crucian carp into his bucket with a resounding splash. The fish hit the water, creating quite a splash. Gazing into the bucket at the two fish, a wave of accomplishment washed over him. He deftly rebaited the hook with bread and cast it back onto the lake's surface. Drawing from the experience of his earlier attempts, he had become much more patient. Even though he had waited over 20 minutes without a bite, he remained unperturbed, believing that persistence would yield rewards. At that moment, a notification from a friend chimed in. Opening it, he saw it was from Han Shuang, that gluttonous girl who seemingly had no business of her own. As he read her message, a smile gradually spread across his face. How is it going on your end? Caught any fish yet? If not, perhaps it's best to head back. Don't catch a cold. Thank you for your concern. I'm fine. Just getting started. And the haul isn't too promising. After saying this, Chen Shu snapped a photo and sent it back, to emphasize the size of the crucian carp. He even leaned in closer for the shot. Wow, you've already caught two? And one of such size? It must be at least 4 or 5 gene, right? Chen Shu almost lost his composure. Was his photography skill that remarkable? The 7 or 8 tail fish had somehow been exaggerated to 4 or 5 gene in her eyes. It's all right, not that big. Well, good luck. I won't disturb your fishing any longer. Chen Shu replied with a simple And just as he was about to close the chat, he reconsidered and shared the earlier photo in the group chat. Kickoff. Not a bad size. Unsurprisingly, the image sparked quite a reaction. Wow, you actually caught a crucian carp. Envious of the big man with a lake and a rod. I want to cast a line too. It's been ages since I fished, and I feel like ants are crawling all over me. Look at the big man. A certified angler, catching fish so quickly. Is that big crucian carp for sale? Big man, I'd like to reserve one. Me too. Seeing the excitement of the crowd, Chen Shu replied that he would see how things went later and closed the chat. In that brief moment, he noticed that the float seemed to be moving. A bite. Chen Shu's eyes were glued to the lake's surface as he slowly lifted the rod. This doesn't seem like a crucian carp, he thought. A flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Crucian carp typically bite or nudge the float. This continuous pull and sinking felt more like another species. Perhaps even snagged on the bottom? But if it were snagged, it wouldn't be moving. The float's tip had already submerged 2 notches and continued to sink. Whatever it was, he decided to strike first and worry later. Chen Shu hesitated no more. The opportunity was fleeting, and as a determined angler, he was confident it wouldn't be a snag. He decisively raised the rod, putting his strength into it. The anticipated struggle, however, did not materialize, and a sense of foreboding crept into his mind. He continued to pull upward, feeling some weight, but not much resistance. Soon, a dark object emerged from the water. To his dismay, it turned out to be a murky branch. After such a long wait, he had only caught a stick. This so-called identity was somewhat misleading. He now understood why it was stated that with patience, one would certainly catch something, for what one caught might not necessarily be fish, but other items. Even a branch counted as a catch, huh? No wonder they called him a never-empty angler. With a sigh of resignation, Chen Shu dragged the branch to the shore, carefully removed the hook, rebaited it with bread, and resumed fishing. What bad luck. Just one normal fish, please. The rain continued to fall gently, and the lake's surface rippled in layers. As he focused on fishing, a familiar sound suddenly reached his ears. Quack, quack, quack. It was wild ducks. It sounded like more than one. Chen Shu's spirits soared as he stood up to follow the sound, and sure enough, not far from the reeds, he spotted a group of gray-brown feathered wild ducks. If he couldn't catch fish, perhaps he could snag a few ducks instead? Chen Shu grinned mischievously, ready to approach. But they had already sensed him. A cacophony of panicked calls erupted as the wild ducks swiftly took flight from the reeds. Goodness, are these little creatures so alert? Chen Shu sighed, his wish for roasted duck dashed. However, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he began to search the vicinity. Experience told him that areas frequented by wild ducks might harbor duck eggs, much like the wild chicken eggs he had found before. If he couldn't catch wild ducks, surely finding some duck eggs would suffice? Chen Shu encouraged himself and shifted his focus to that area. He cautiously avoided puddles, beginning his search near the densest patches of reeds by the water's edge. After rummaging through several spots without success, just as disappointment began to set in and he contemplated giving up, he caught sight of something moving in the shallow water near the shore out of the corner of his eye. He paused and peered closely. There, a small, green creature was scuttling along the bottom, waving its pincers. A crayfish. Chen Shu's eyes lit up instantly. This was far more delectable than fish. Fortune favors me. Unable to catch wild ducks or find duck eggs, capturing a few crayfish for a snack was excellent too. At this distance, he didn't even need any tools. Lowering his body slightly, he slowly plunged his right hand into the water, fingers splayed, reaching for the back of the crayfish. Splash. A minor splash erupted as the unfortunate crayfish, caught off guard, was firmly grasped. Chen Shu triumphantly lifted the crayfish out of the water, a broad smile illuminating his face. Huh. Tonight, it's spicy crayfish. Chapter 39, Caught a treasure chest. A fortunate start. Chen Shu gleefully tossed the crayfish into his bucket. This little creature wasn't large, only about the size of his thumb, and it was still green. Such ones belonged to the juvenile stage, while the fully mature individuals that had molted multiple times would be red. With this first battle won, Chen Shu's confidence soared. He didn't rush to continue fishing but glanced at the float, which still showed no signs of activity. Given this, he decided to continue his crayfish gathering. He circled along the shore, but crayfish were not as plentiful as he had imagined. Many were located farther from the shore, making them nearly impossible to catch without tools. However, after some time searching, he managed to find a few. Just as he turned around, he noticed several had crawled directly onto the damp grass of the shore. If not for his keen eye, he would have easily missed them. Collecting all these crayfish brought his total to 8. While it might be a bit of a stretch for a full bowl, tasting a few would certainly be worthwhile. Especially considering this was the result of just 10 minutes of effort. Looking at the crayfish in his bucket, Chen Shu felt that everything was worth it. Choosing to come here today had truly been the right decision. Just as he settled back onto his small stool, the float began to move. Here it comes. Chen Shu promptly lifted the rod. This time, it was evident that something was swimming beneath the surface. However, when he finally reeled it in, he was met with a mudfish. Much like the white strips, these two entities are the fisherman's nightmares, notorious for disrupting the fishing grounds. Over the next 20 minutes, he caught several loaches in quick succession. With no other option, he decided to change his fishing direction. This time, the wait was considerably longer. He patiently endured for half an hour before witnessing the float twitch, and it was evident that the force was significantly greater. A colossal creature. This time, it was undoubtedly a behemoth. Chen Shu had an instinct that the fish hooked this time would be substantial. He dared not exert too much force, fearing that this formidable opponent might escape. After a few minutes of a tense tug-of-war, the creature gradually surfaced. Goodness, what a massive fish. The shadow beneath the water swayed. Yet its identity was unmistakable. A bream. Chen Shu cautiously dragged it to the shore and, upon lifting the line, finally exhaled in relief. Ha! Gazing at the fish in his hands, which weighed at least 2 pounds, Chen Shu couldn't help but burst into laughter. This was the largest fish he had ever caught in his life. He was grateful for the sturdy bamboo rod he had chosen. Otherwise, he might have been at the mercy of this creature's strength. Resuming his fishing with bread as bait, it seemed fortune was in his favor, for in the subsequent hour, he landed around 10 crucian carp, each roughly the same size as the last, around 7 to 8 tails. This sensation was truly indescribable, pure exhilaration. As for why he didn't continue to catch crayfish, the reason was simple. He had thoroughly scoured the nearby fishing spots, and to find more, he would need to venture farther away, which would render the float invisible. Once he had fished for 3 hours, he could then explore that option. As time trickled by, his haul grew increasingly diverse, including small crayfish, twigs, and aquatic plants. His luck today could not be deemed exceptionally good or bad, but it certainly paled in comparison to his previous 3 outings. Nevertheless, it was precisely due to this luck that he managed to reel in fish and gather numerous crayfish. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Chen Shu prepared to pack up his fishing rod and scout the vicinity for more crayfish. However, just as he was about to retract his line, he noticed the float twitching again. Instantly, he calmed himself. Catching another fish before leaving would be delightful. As he slowly lifted the fishing rod, a familiar sensation surged within him. Could it be another branch? A pang of anxiety hit Chen Shu, as this feeling was identical to when he had previously hooked a branch. Yet, it seemed heavier this time. He dared not yank it abruptly, and instead opted to gently pull it upwards. As the distance closed, the outline became clearer. Was that a box? A spark of excitement ignited in his mind. A treasure chest. Finally, with a splash, the object surfaced. It truly was a treasure chest. Instantly invigorated, he meticulously dragged the chest to the shore and hoisted it up. Level 1 treasure chest. Contains basic resources, with an exceedingly small chance of yielding rare materials and special items. Who would have thought that fishing could lead to a treasure chest? It turned out that this identity was not merely for fishing, but for treasure hunting. Although it was only a level 1 treasure chest, it was still a delightful surprise. Without hesitation, Chen Shu opened it. His earlier decision to return to the treehouse first was due to limited backpack space. But now it was a different story. He had a full 40 slots, more than enough. Spatula, a sturdy, durable set of spatulas, an essential tool for cooking. Soy sauce, brewed soy sauce, effectively enhancing the flavor and texture of food, a fundamental seasoning. Oyster sauce, concentrated oyster sauce, possessing a unique seafood flavor that significantly elevates the deliciousness of dishes. How considerate. Is this a delivery meant to ensure I enjoy a sumptuous dinner tonight? The complete kitchen trio. Chen Shu gazed at the items that appeared before him, grinning from ear to ear. He had been fretting. The fish he had caught and the crayfish he had painstakingly gathered were indeed treasures, yet without the proper tools. He was left to resort to roasting or boiling them in a bamboo tube, which would greatly diminish their flavor. However, the arrival of the spatula resolved this dilemma. And with the addition of soy sauce and oyster sauce, he could now truly prepare a spicy crayfish feast. With his newfound bounty, he hurriedly set off to catch more crayfish while time permitted. Chen Shu organized his belongings and began searching along the riverbank for the elusive crayfish. To his surprise, after the rain, finding crayfish was not overly challenging. One could spot them scattered along the bank, though some were not in shallow waters and were out of reach. Fishing for one or two would be inefficient, as it would waste too much time. Fortunately, the area was spacious, and with some searching, he was bound to find more. There was one hiding here, and another. Oh, what a sight, tucked away with its backside raised. Come along, little one, let us head home for a warm soak. What a bountiful harvest. At that moment, the rain was not as heavy as in the morning, yet it remained persistent. Chen Shu paid it no mind, reveling in the joy of catching crayfish. My apologies, dear friends, but tonight's feast will rely on you. He discovered several crayfish nestled within a clump of grass and swiftly netted them all. The spoils in his bucket increased at a visible rate, nearly obscuring the fish entirely. Roughly estimating, he had at least 40 to 50 crayfish, most of which were small and green, but the sheer number made up for their size, fresh and plentiful. It was time to return. Chen Shu glanced at the clock, wiping the rainwater from his face. It was still 3 o'clock, and with a 2-hour trek back, he needed to hurry. Crayfish would still be available later. They were not exclusive to rainy days, but the rain did make them easier to catch. On sunny days, he would have to rely solely on fishing. With today's discovery, he felt confident that he would not lack crayfish in the future. Chapter 40. The wooden bucket filled with fish and crayfish. Chen Shu looked at the bucket before him, filled with crayfish and various fish, his expression one of exasperation. These crayfish, along with his catch, weighed at least 20 pounds, and now a significant dilemma loomed before him. How to transport all of this back? Carrying the bucket filled with fish and crayfish for 2 hours along a muddy path? That would likely take 3 hours at the very least. At a loss for ideas, Chen Shu opened the trading post in search of something to lighten his burden and, upon glancing at his friend's list, was unexpectedly reminded of someone. And an idea sparked in his mind. He quickly composed a message and sent it off. Are you there? Yes, what is up? Finished fishing? Han Shuang promptly replied. Are you busy right now? Not particularly. Han Shuang glanced at the bamboo beside her. She, too, wished to go fishing to improve her meals. So she had purchased a bamboo pole from the trading post, only to realize afterward that she lacked fishing line and hooks. Just as she was about to search for some in the trading post, Chen Shu's message arrived. I'll treat you to a nice meal tonight. Could you help me out? Chen Shu's plan was straightforward. First, to transfer the fish and crayfish to Han Shuang, and then retrieve them after returning to the treehouse. This way, he could save a great deal of effort. While his backpack could not contain live creatures, his friends could. Such exchanges allowed for the transfer of live items, with the exception of humans. Chen Shu had learned this from the chat channels. There were others who had begun trading live goods. Currently, he had only 3 friends. And since Tang Tian and Ling Feng were recent additions, he was not very familiar with them. Han Shuang, on the other hand, was considerably more acquainted. Faced with the necessity of choosing a single individual to assist him, he deemed that Han Shuang would be the safer option. Does the big shot still require my help? What big shot? Just say whether you will help or not. What is it? Speak, and I shall certainly assist you. Han Shuang refrained from further teasing Chen Shu. I've caught some fish over here, but the lake is rather far from the treehouse, making it difficult to retrieve. I'll send them to you first, and once you reach the treehouse, you can pass them back to me. As compensation, I'll prepare a fish dinner for you tonight. After sending this message, Chen Shu received a response from Han Shuang a few moments later. He knew that this gluttonous girl had a penchant for food, and he had accurately targeted her weakness. No problem, no problem. I absolutely adore helping others. But let it be known, it's not for your fish. Upon seeing this reply, Chen Shu couldn't help but chuckle. All right, I understand. I'll send them to you now. He chose to gift the entire bucket of fish, and she quickly accepted on her end. Meanwhile, Han Shuang was puzzled, wondering why retrieving just a few fish was such a challenge. She was quite carefree, trusting Chen Shu with the fish so readily. As she pondered this, she took out the wooden bucket filled with fish and shrimp. The heavy bucket thudded down in front of her, and as her gaze focused on its contents, she was instantly petrified. This isn't just a few fish. It's a full bucket. And weren't we supposed to be fishing? Why are there so many crayfish? Just then, a fish at the bottom flopped, revealing that beneath the multitude of crayfish, there were also a dozen or so carp weighing about a pound each. Additionally, there was a 2-pound bream and some small calamari. Has this person hit the jackpot? Han Shuang gazed at the bucket brimming with fresh catches. And recalling Chen Shu's earlier nonchalant remark about having caught a few fish, she felt a wave of absurdity wash over her. How long did this take to catch? She crouched down and poked at a crayfish, which immediately raised its pincers in her direction. Gazing at the full bucket of crayfish and remembering Chen Shu's promise of a fish dinner, she couldn't help but swallow. No, I don't want fish. I want crayfish. Han Shuang resolved to ask Chen Shu later if she could have some crayfish, and if necessary, she could trade something for them. On the other side, Chen Shu nodded at the disappearing bucket of fish. Done. This makes things much easier. As for whether Han Shuang would repay him, he had considered that too. Although she was a foodie, she was also clever enough not to jeopardize their budding friendship over such trivial matters. In this perilous world, establishing a reliable mutual aid relationship was far more valuable than coveting these paltry gains. While the fish and shrimp were enticing, their worth was limited and fleeting. A trustworthy ally capable of procuring food possessed an immeasurable potential value. Should she fail to return the favor, he would simply take it as a lesson learned. It wouldn't be detrimental. At worst, he would eat less meat and not starve. The muddy path remained arduous, but with the burden lifted, the struggle of the journey was significantly alleviated. 3 hours was ample time for him to reach the treehouse. And he could even take a slight detour to pick some wild Sichuan pepper to bring back. His spice collection was now quite diverse. Cooking oil, salt, cumin powder, soy sauce, oyster sauce, and with the addition of wild Sichuan pepper, he was only lacking monosodium glutamate. However, this was sufficient, with an iron pot at his disposal. While others were still gnawing on bread and foraging for wild fruits, he was already indulging in stir-fried dishes. He had already envisioned his dinner for the night, grilling the bream, preparing a carp soup in a bamboo tube, and making spicy crayfish. As for the small calamari and whitebait, although plentiful, they were cumbersome to process and not worth the effort for personal consumption. It would be better to sell them to others. Though small, they would still attract buyers. After all, even the tiniest mosquito is still meat. The thought of not only relishing a sumptuous feast, but also earning a little extra cash, caused an uncontrollable smile to spread across Chen Shu's face. I can't take it anymore. I'm starving. I need to hurry back and get that rice cooking. Tonight shall be a feast. Yesterday, he had opened a package and received a pound of rice, initially intending to save it for later, but today was worthy of celebration. With crayfish, grilled fish, and carp soup, Chen Shu believed he would be able to consume a pound of rice. Just as he was on his way back, another individual appeared at the upgraded treehouse, named Han Long. However, this time there was no announcement. Instead, he boisterously promoted his achievement in the World Channel, even sharing internal photos. In order to upgrade swiftly, he had exchanged most of his resources for iron blocks. As for energy crystals, he had found some in treasure chests on the first day. Everyone soon discovered, just as Chen Shu had mentioned, that the upgraded treehouse not only featured storage cabinets, but also a second floor. This ignited a fervor among those eager to upgrade their own treehouses. However, some noticed a discrepancy. Despite both having upgraded to level 2 treehouses, the points between Chen Shu and Han Long were vastly different. One had 600 points, while the other only had 800, almost a 5,000 point gap, a complete doubling. The crowd racked their brains trying to determine the reason, ultimately attributing it to the generous rewards Chen Shu received for being the first to upgrade. And indeed, this was the case. Chapter 41, I'll treat you to fish later. After a grueling 2.5 hours of trekking, Chen Shu finally returned to the treehouse. Along the way, he also gathered some wild Sichuan pepper, which would be useful for his cooking later. He approached Han Shuang, who said little and directly sent over the bucket filled with fish and shrimp. Thanks. I'll treat you to fish later. Could that be exchanged for some crayfish? Chen Shu paused, then smiled slightly. Sure. To him, crayfish were much easier to handle than fish. If he devoted an entire day to catching crayfish, the yield would likely be even more astounding. In the current environment, the meat of crayfish was considerably less than that of fish. It was more for flavor and a taste experience, as hunger would still be an issue. He didn't take a break, instead carrying the bucket to the creek. With time still before 6 o'clock, he decided to process the crayfish first, simply needing to remove the shrimp lines. Although one could eat them without doing so, he still sought a touch of quality in his life. With such a bounty of fish and shrimp, half an hour wouldn't suffice. He could only process the crayfish, handling just a few of the fish since the remainder would be traded, allowing others to prepare them. Everything seemed perfectly orchestrated, with time aligning just right. Upon returning to the treehouse, Chen Shu began preparing the catch while starting a fire. He first constructed a simple stove from stones to accommodate the iron pot. Then turned to the chat channel. "I've just caught large carp. Private message me for limited quantities. First come, first served." As soon as the message was sent, it immediately drew a throng of attention. "Did you really catch large carp? Wow, I want to trade. Save one for me. Is fishing really that easy? How come I can't catch any? That fish looks substantial. It must weigh several pounds. Haha, based on my years of fishing experience. It's not even a pound, maybe just around 7 or 8 tails, but the photography skills are impressive. 7 or 8 tails. That is still a decent size. Enough for me. I'm so hungry, but unfortunately, I don't have anything to trade. It rained all day, and I didn't go out. Hey, you might not believe it, but I had a creek flood during the rain and plenty of fish came rushing in, so I'm not worried about food at all. What incredible luck. Why didn't I encounter that? Are you selling the fish over there?" After Chen Shu finished his statement, the private chat exploded with activity. Everyone was eager to purchase fish from him, each offering different terms. This time, he had caught a total of 1 bream, 16 crucian carp, 8 whitebait, and 54 small crayfish. He decided to keep 1 bream, 5 crucian carp, and some crayfish for himself, trading away the remainder. Ultimately, he amassed a significant bounty, including an array of common materials such as wood and stone, alongside the rarer iron and copper ingots. Additionally, he acquired everyday necessities like napkins, resin, and sanitary pads. To his surprise, some were taken aback by his choice of sanitary pads, assuming him to be eccentric. Little did they know, in the realm of wilderness survival, the utility of sanitary pads far exceeded their expectations. One could rightfully consider them a treasure for outdoor living. They served purposes such as wound dressing, insoles, water filtration, fire starting, and even crafting masks. Initially, the fresh crucian carp proved to be a sought-after commodity, vanishing within minutes. Most of Chen Shu's time was spent examining the resources others offered, leading to situations where superior offers materialized, but he lacked sufficient fish to barter. Those who successfully acquired fish couldn't help but boast in the chat channel, showering Chen Shu with praise. "Ha ha ha, I got some. Thanks to the big shot for the crucian carp, I'll have fish soup tonight. I snagged one too, still wriggling. Alas, I was a moment too late. Only managed to trade for a few small whitebait. The big shot said they were all gone. Not bad, at least it's still fish. I envy you all with your lavish meals. I'm stuck gnawing on bread. No way, tomorrow I'm heading out too. Not even the rain can stop me." The channel buzzed with an array of bragging and envy. Chen Shu was not the only one to catch fish. Others had taken cues from him and began selling in the chat as well. As long as there was a river or stream near the treehouse, obtaining fish was not particularly difficult. The key lay in having the courage to venture out and possessing a clever mind, with a bit of ingenuity. Crafting fishing tools and patiently waiting would invariably yield results. Observing the lively chatter in the channel, Chen Shu began to prepare dinner for the evening. He skewered the bream and 4 crucian carp for grilling, while reserving 1 crucian carp to simmer in a bamboo tube for soup, and started cooking rice, which would take just half an hour. As for the crayfish, he decided to test out his new pot. The hot pot base he had previously traded for was put to good use this time, combined with cooking oil, ginger, soy sauce, oyster sauce, salt, and cumin powder. He added a fiery pepper he had picked earlier. If only he had some wheat juice, it would have been perfect. Chen Shu closed the interface, temporarily shutting out the clamor from the outside world, leaving only the crackling of firewood and the sounds of cooking within the treehouse. The bream and crucian carp were sizzling on the grill, while the crucian carp soup simmered gently, gradually taking on a milky hue. The aroma of rice wafted from another bamboo tube, and Chen Shu inhaled deeply, feeling increasingly hopeful about life. The new pot was now heated, and Chen Shu poured in the cooking oil. As the temperature rose, he tossed in a piece of hot pot base. Sizzle! The red oil melted swiftly, unleashing the numbing and spicy fragrance of wild peppercorns that filled the entire treehouse, overpowering even the enticing scent of grilled fish and the savory aroma of fish soup. The fragrant assault compelled him to inhale deeply, his salivary glands responding fervently, and his stomach protested in anticipation. This was the flavor he craved. Half an hour later, everything was prepared. Chen Shu first sent a crucian carp to Tang Tian and Ling Feng. These two had pre-ordered when they learned he was fishing, offering to trade resources in exchange. Chen Shu found them likable, thus adding them as friends, and decided to include them this time. Upon seeing the grilled fish, the two were overjoyed and eager to trade something in return, but Chen Shu declined. On one hand, they had little of value to offer, merely common materials. On the other, he viewed it as an opportunity to forge friendship, considering they had previously expressed willingness to give him items for free. There would be plenty of chances to interact in the future, After all, mutual assistance was key. To Chen Shu, 2 crucian carp were not particularly precious. The two accepted graciously, promising to let him know whenever they needed anything. Next, Chen Shu sent a grilled crucian carp and a bowl of crayfish to Han Shuang. This gluttonous girl must have been eagerly waiting. Sure enough, upon realizing that not only did she receive crayfish, but also grilled fish, Han Shuang exclaimed with delight, showering Chen Shu with gratitude. Chen Shu merely smiled, urging her to eat while it was hot. He then began to savor his lavish dinner: 2 grilled fish, 1 crucian carp, a bowl of crucian carp soup, and a pot of spicy crayfish. Outside the treehouse, the wind and rain continued unabated. Inside, a delightful aroma permeated the air. Chapter 42. Today, the common folk are truly happy. Outside the treehouse, the sound of rain persisted, while inside, flickering flames danced and enticing aromas wafted through the air. Chen Shu sat alone, relishing this sumptuous meal. The spiciness of the crayfish, the freshness of the fish soup, the crispness of the grilled fish, and the long-awaited rice combined in his mouth, enhancing his sense of happiness. He listened to the rain while enjoying his dinner, glancing at the chat channel, feeling utterly content. Turning his head, he noticed the mineral scanner resting on the table. Oh no, I forgot to take this thing with me. Chen Shu recalled that after completing 50 kilometers yesterday, he had been too exhausted to remember it, leaving it behind on the table. He promptly stowed it in his backpack, determined not to forget it again. The crayfish he caught were mostly still in their growth phase, tender and succulent. The grilled fish, crispy on the outside and tender within, was particularly flavorful, especially after incorporating the hot pot base and wild peppercorns, making it utterly irresistible. A bite of crayfish, followed by a sip of fish soup, was nothing short of a divine experience. As was customary, Chen Shu opened the chat channel, where Han Shuang, Tang Tian, and Ling Feng had all sent him messages. Their sentiments echoed a singular theme: gratitude. After 4 days in this world, they had finally tasted something worthy of note, particularly for Ling Feng and Tang Tian, who had previously subsisted on wild fruits and bread, with instant noodles and sausages being the best they could manage. The notion of enjoying something as extravagant as grilled fish was beyond their wildest dreams. Before this, they would never have imagined Chen Shu would grill the fish before gifting it to them. The difference between that and merely handing over live fish was monumental. What did this signify? It indicated that Chen Shu genuinely regarded them as friends, and who wouldn't want to cling to such a benefactor? Seeing these messages, Chen Shu simply inquired, "How does it taste? Does it suit your palate?" The 3 replied in unison that it was the best food they had ever eaten. Chen Shu chuckled, recognizing that their long deprivation had led to such enthusiastic praise. It seemed they had been through quite a bit in the last few days. Meanwhile, he had enjoyed either roasted chicken or grilled fish, and today, he was indulging in crayfish. The chat channel was alive with excitement. There are discussions about the gains of the day, some light-hearted banter, and displays of dinner, including an individual exchanging crucian carp. After finally indulging in some meat, it is only natural to flaunt it. The rain has been relentless. A river nearby has overflowed, inundating certain areas, causing numerous fish, shrimp, and crabs to emerge, leaving many in a state of awe. What incredible luck you have, one might exclaim. Why is it that in your vicinity, there is either a river or a lake? I am left with nothing. One must venture out and explore, take walks in every direction. Are we to wait for the river to come to us? We are still within the novice protection period, and the outside world is quite safe. Once the 7 days pass, it may be too late to explore. With only a few days remaining, it is imperative to familiarize oneself with the surroundings to ensure future survival. The wise words of the elder resonate. I shall venture out tomorrow. Today's dinner consisted of wild vegetables paired with half a sausage, complemented by the delectable purple fruit and a bowl of light mushroom soup, truly delightful. On rainy days, it feels as though resources have multiplied. Those who do not venture out are missing out significantly. Today has been a joyous occasion for the common folk. We are elated to have fish to eat, even without venturing outside. What is the mood today? Why is everyone so cheerful in the rain? Why is everyone showcasing their dinner? What are you plotting? Is the elder present to demonstrate what a real dinner looks like? Indeed, where is the elder's dinner post? I was counting on your images for sustenance. I too rely on the elder's dinners to whet my appetite. The elder, taken aback, wondered at the situation. How could it always come back to himself? And what was wrong with those who were fixated on their dinners, perhaps indulging in self-torture? Yet, as more and more called out for him, he conceded to the crowd, snapping a photo accompanied by a caption. Initially reluctant to share, he thought, since everyone is so eager to see, let us dine together. I shall begin, feel free to join. Goodness, what is this? Upon seeing the image shared by the elder, the crowd was rendered speechless. They had imagined the elder dined well, but they hadn't anticipated such a feast. The image, illuminated by soft lights, showcased a vibrant platter of spicy crayfish piled high, alongside a bowl of rich, creamy fish soup, with steam wafting gently upwards. In one corner lay 2 golden, crispy grilled fish, accompanied by a bowl of fluffy white rice and a bottle of cola. Such a dinner, on the 4th day of survival, was akin to dropping a bombshell. Questions flooded the screen, followed by countless exclamations of astonishment. Am I seeing things? What is this? A gourmet channel? Gazing at the elder's dinner, even the dry bread in their hands seemed more appetizing. Envy surged. Did the elder need any leg accessories? Something that could eat, sleep, and shout 666. Crayfish? Grilled fish? Fish soup? White rice and cola? My goodness, I hadn't feasted this well even before crossing over. And rice. How long has it been since I last savored its aroma? It is indeed the elder who provides sustenance. I now rely on your dinners for my own meals. Without seeing your dinner, my food lacks flavor. Don't tell me those crayfish were caught. Is there a market for crayfish? Let us show some compassion for the children. I wish to sample the delicacies. At that moment, Ling Feng and Tang Tian also saw the elder's image, mouths agape in disbelief. They had presumed the elder only caught a few crucian carp, but it seemed their perspective was limited. As the elder had anticipated, the moment the image was shared, his private messages flooded in. He didn't even need to glance. He knew they sought him out for the same reason. All he wished for now was to enjoy his meal, with no time to peruse the messages. Tomorrow would likely bring more rain. He needed to strategize his plans. Continuing to fish seemed a viable option, but tomorrow he would not be a mere fisherman. He wondered if he could replicate today's bounty. Alternatively, he could pursue crayfish, which appeared to be much simpler and evidently had a burgeoning market. The only drawback was the distance, 4 hours round trip, effectively wasting half a day. Forget it. I'll decide after noon. The elder dismissed the thoughts. Pondering them seemed futile, as everything hinged on tomorrow's identity. Chapter 43, The Outdoor Balcony. With a total of over 50 crayfish, he shared a third with Han Shuang, while the rest filled his own belly. This was undoubtedly the best meal he had enjoyed since arriving in this world. To be honest, upon initially arriving here, he never imagined he would one day savor such culinary delights. All of this was a gift of the identity-shifting ability. His current objective was clear: explore and gather resources during the day, indulge in a feast at night, and engage in light-hearted banter with fellow netizens, while also shopping online. To him, the trading post was no different from previous e-commerce platforms. Exchanging equivalent value for desired goods. Wasn't that simply online shopping? The only difference being that previously he paid with money, while now he traded goods. At most, there was once a refund option, which no longer existed. There was also no customer service or place to lodge complaints. Yet, the items on the trading post were tangible. Deception of consumers was virtually non-existent, and the notion of images for reference only was out of the question. After a brief exploration, he found that the most traded items were iron nails and copper sheets. These materials seemed to be obtainable only through dismantling treasure chests, yet many places had no use for them. Even if metal was needed, it required iron blocks. Consequently, many individuals opted to trade these items, inadvertently benefiting him. However, his most sought-after item was the fire tongue pepper. There was no shortage of spicy food enthusiasts. He refrained from elaborating on the pepper's heat level. The description was readily available, and whether to buy was at the discretion of the buyer. Many who traded with him sent messages afterward, remarking, "This flavor packs a punch." Those still thinking of spicy food at this time could only be true aficionados. The demand for fire tongue peppers was insatiable, and the elder even contemplated revisiting the nearby hill to see if he could find more. The popularity of this item rivaled that of flint during its heyday. Finally, it was complete. Let me see what the balcony looks like. Among various treehouse facilities, the outdoor balcony was the easiest to construct, requiring only 100 pieces of wood and 50 iron nails. This was also the reason the elder had been trading iron nails. He aimed to construct all feasible facilities to boost his score. Approaching the control panel, he accessed the construction interface, where an array of facilities dazzled the eyes, both indoors and outdoors. Among them, a structure named the Sky Corridor caught his fancy, allowing for a wooden bridge to connect to other dragon spine trees. However, constructing such a structure was no simple task. Although the materials were easily obtainable, the minimum requirement for construction was a level 5 treehouse. Not only the Sky Corridor, but many facilities required a certain level to be built. The only facility he could construct was the outdoor balcony. With the confirmation at the control panel, the 100 pieces of wood and 50 iron nails in the storage cabinet vanished in an instant. Construction in progress. Remaining time, 10 minutes. Immediately, a soft green glow illuminated the area on either side of the main entrance of the treehouse. Closely hugging the trunk of the dragon spine tree, the light outlined the contours of a platform extending outward, encircling the trunk, approximately 1 meter in width. Chen Shu had already gleaned a general impression of the balcony from the control panel, and he found it quite delightful. During his leisure hours, it would be splendid to admire the scenery from there. The wood began to take shape around the trunk of the dragon spine tree, and the outline was becoming distinctly visible. After a brief wait of 10 minutes, the radiance gradually dissipated, revealing a robust wooden balcony that emerged prominently. It hung in midair, its edges reinforced by timber, forming a natural railing. Unfortunately, it was night, rendering the view somewhat obscured. Meanwhile, Chen Shu discovered a switch appeared beside the main door. With a gentle press, the outside was suddenly illuminated, bathing the entire balcony area in a brightness akin to that of day. It could still use a touch more light, but it was quite user-friendly. Chen Shu felt a surge of joy, realizing this was indeed part of the lighting system. The eternal dayfire core he had acquired earlier proved to be a remarkable item, capable of illuminating even the outdoors. Considering that the balcony was technically a part of the treehouse, albeit outdoors, it all fell under the treehouse system. Chen Shu stepped out of the treehouse. Standing on the balcony, leaning against the railing as he gazed out at the pitch-black world shrouded in rain. Observing the landscape from this vantage point was undoubtedly a splendid choice. Furthermore, he had just learned that since the balcony was considered part of the treehouse, it was entirely safe to remain there. Taking a deep breath, Chen Shu thought to himself, now this is living. In the future, he could even add a roof to the balcony, making it possible to barbecue in the rain. When the time came, he could snap a photo and share it in the chat channel, surely inciting envy among many. The rain outside was quite heavy. After a brief sojourn, Chen Shu returned indoors. It was still some time until midnight, and he needed to find something to occupy himself with. Having spent the entire day fishing and catching lobsters, he hadn't even cut any bamboo, leaving him unable to weave anything. With that thought, he opened the data panel and began to delve into the system. Thus far, aside from the so-called tide, there were hardly any significant queries. Since his arrival, the system announcements had repeatedly warned him to be mindful of the tides. Yet they remained a mystery. On Earth, he had often heard the term. It referred to the phenomenon of ocean surface fluctuations caused by the gravitational pull of the sun and moon. This cyclical motion of seawater, influenced by celestial bodies, produced what was known as tides, high tide during the day and low tide at night, collectively forming the tidal phenomenon. Additionally, tidal power was a term he frequently encountered. However, no matter how he pondered, these two words seemed unrelated to the dragonspine world. All around him were trees. There was not a hint of the sea to be found. After exploring for some time, he had only encountered a pond and a lake. With 6 days remaining until the tide, marking the 4th day after the novice protection period, this time frame was neither long nor short, and it could arrive in the blink of an eye. Preparations were imperative. Perhaps he should consult his fellow netizens. Chen Shu opened the chat channel. What is the tide time displayed on your end? Does anyone know what it signifies? As soon as he spoke, a flurry of responses erupted. The big shots have arrived. Let us pay our respects. If even the big shot doesn't know, how could we? Mine shows 6 days, 1 hour, and 28 minutes left. Same here. Me too. So it seems everyone has received a tide alert? Is someone near the sea? Hence this phenomenon? Is there? Aren't we all living in the forest? Who knows? This world is vast. It wouldn't be strange to have a sea. Is anyone here by the seaside? Or have you discovered the sea? Chapter 44, Lin Yuchu. Following Chen Shu's mention, the tide swiftly became a topic of discussion among the crowd. Opinions varied widely. Yet it appeared no one took it seriously. The conversation grew increasingly absurd, with someone even claiming that the tide was some sort of ferocious beast that preyed on humans. Well then, he might as well research it himself. Relying on others proved to be quite a challenge. Regardless, the tide was surely not a good omen. And to be on the safe side, he should stockpile some essential supplies. Just as he was preparing to gather more instant noodles and similar provisions, a private message disrupted the tranquility. Chen Shu looked at the familiar name before him, feeling a sense of daze. Lin Yuchu, his university classmate, who also served as the class's league secretary, was known for her kindness and willingness to help others. He remembered her often wearing a flowing white dress, exuding a refreshing aura, though their interactions had been rather limited. Aside from frequent contact with the 3 boys in his dormitory, he had only managed to become vaguely familiar with others, scarcely remembering their names. After arriving in the Dragonspine world, he had attempted to seek out a few dorm mates, but the absence of a friend search function forced him to abandon his quest. To make matters more frustrating, those on the leaderboard could not be messaged privately. Otherwise, given Chen Shu's current ranking, it would have been easy for others to find him. To reach out to someone, one had to either utilize the trading post or share a chat channel. Otherwise, there was no other option. Unexpectedly, he encountered another acquaintance, though it was more accurate to say they were merely classmates. In her message, Lin Yuchu inquired about his identity, asking if he was Chen Shu from a certain university. Upon reading this, he recognized her and responded, "This is the league secretary. May I ask what you need from me?" Meanwhile, in a treehouse nestled among the dragon spine trees, a young girl sat by the fire, intently gazing at the panel before her. Her treehouse was noticeably smaller and more simply furnished, yet everything was meticulously organized. In the corner, neatly categorized wood and foraged vegetables and berries were stacked, while a rudimentary table held various materials. The firelight illuminated her delicate yet evidently weary face. It was Lin Yuchu. She was no longer clad in a pristine white dress, but instead wore a pair of practical jeans. In fact, when she first arrived in this world, she had been dressed in a skirt, but soon realized that wearing a skirt was impractical for many tasks, leading her to exchange it for a more suitable outfit at the trading post. Several days of outdoor living had tempered her previously delicate demeanor, replaced now by a sense of resilience and composure. Her focused gaze radiated the earnestness expected of a university student. Upon seeing Chen Shu's teasing response as the league secretary, Lin Yuchu's taut lips relaxed ever so slightly. She knew she had found the right person. In such circumstances, encountering an acquaintance was indeed fortuitous. She had not anticipated that the Chen Shu on the leaderboard was the same one she remembered. Although she had speculated previously, uncertainty lingered, primarily due to her disbelief. Later, she had heard in other channels that the top-ranked Chen Shu seemed to be active in the 666666 channel, prompting her to take a chance and approach him. Upon entering the 666666 channel, she had seen Chen Shu inquiring about the tide, and after a moment's hesitation, she felt compelled to confirm her suspicions. Nothing much. Just wanted to see if the Chen Shu on the leaderboard is the one I know. I just needed to verify. After sending the message, Lin Yuchu leaned against the wall of her treehouse and gently exhaled. At last, she had found a familiar face. In the current environment, conversing with someone familiar was certainly a welcome respite. In recent days, she has encountered several individuals, yet their relationships are merely professional, simplified to the essence of trade partnerships, all founded upon mutual interests. However, for Chen Shu, the situation is distinct. Although their interactions had been limited prior, their shared academic background in the same university and class affords a somewhat superior connection compared to others. Since her arrival in this world, she has been tirelessly striving for sustenance, yet her acquired talents have spared her from starvation. Nevertheless, her treehouse is exceedingly rudimentary, compelling her to curl up during each night's rest. Today, rain falls yet again. Bereft of any rain gear, she finds herself confined within the treehouse, relying on her innate abilities to sustain herself. It is precisely this reliance that has enabled her to locate Chen Shu amidst the vast sea of humanity. Meanwhile, Chen Shu, upon reading Lin Yuchu's response, finds himself at a loss for words. Logically, encountering a classmate should evoke joy, yet he feels none. This is primarily due to the unfamiliarity of their rapport. Their conversations at school have been few and far between. Were it one of his 3 close friends who approached him instead, he would undoubtedly feel elated, but alas, it is not the case. After some contemplation, he musters the courage to inquire further. How are things on your end? Not bad. I won't starve, she replies. That's good. If you need any assistance, do let me know. Sure. Their dialogue remains simplistic, barely surpassing that of strangers. Deep down, Chen Shu is pleased. After spending countless days in the Longji world, he has finally encountered a familiar face. Could this be considered a reunion with an old acquaintance in a foreign land? Yet, he remains uncertain of her intentions and motives, thus refraining from deeper engagement. As a former classmate, he is willing to offer minimal help, but nothing beyond that. Despite currently ranking first in resource collection, all of it stems from a stroke of luck in the preceding days. No one knows how future identities will unfold. His lead is merely temporary. Under such circumstances, his future sustenance remains uncertain, rendering him incapable of extending significant assistance to others. To him, Lin Yuchu, Han Shuang, Tang Tian, and Ling Feng are akin to casual friends. The conversation does not persist. Lin Yuchu merely requests to add Chen Shu as a friend, to which he acquiesces. This poses no issue, at the very least. It allows for increased communication in the future. He also inquires about any news regarding Gao Feng, Lu Sunxin, and Zhao Tianwang, only to discover what he anticipated. He is her first found classmate. The trio comprises his university roommates, and they shared a strong bond. Among them, Zhao Tianwang, originally named Zhao Gai, shares a name with a character from a certain book, which has led his friends to tease him endlessly. Since their first day of enrollment, he has become the eternal source of humor in their dormitory and even in their entire class. They often jest about him, leading them to Lianshan to uphold justice, a notion that Zhao Tianwang relishes, genuinely envisioning himself as a hero from Lianshan, often reciting a line or two wherever he goes. However, in the eyes of Chen Shu and his friends, he is simply a lively spirit, the source of everyone's joy. Chapter 45, The Gambler. Chen Shu remains in channel 666666, hoping that one day his 3 close friends will find him. The probability of encountering them by continuously changing channels is exceedingly low. As long as he stays in this channel and gradually establishes his reputation, they will surely devise a way to locate him. Since Lin Yuchu managed to find him, it indicates that this strategy is viable. All he must do is wait patiently. Unbeknownst to him, time slips away, and it is now 11:56. Just 4 minutes shy of midnight. Chen Shu secures the doors and windows before ascending to the 2nd floor. Since acquiring a bedroom upstairs, his sleep quality has markedly improved. He now feels as if he is engaging in a life simulation game, albeit without the luxury of saving progress or starting anew. Each day, the first thought that greets him upon waking is not to check his phone, but rather to ponder how to survive. In the past, he would have lamented this reality. But now, perched atop the leaderboard, he embodies the essence of a dominant player, finding this existence brimming with challenge and excitement. He enters his 2nd floor bedroom, gazing out at the rain-soaked night, listening to the rhythmic patter of raindrops, which brings a unique sense of tranquility. Tomorrow will likely bring more rain. Whether he can sustain the remarkable achievements of the past few days hinges on the identity he will receive in just 2 minutes. As the seconds tick by, Chen Shu finally reaches the stroke of midnight. Ding! Today's identity has been determined. Gambler. Gambler. Every 4 hours, provide 2 unknown survival blind boxes. Choose one to open, as the items within are entirely random and varied. A single choice can lead to heaven or ruin. Upon hearing this announcement, Chen Shu pauses momentarily. A gambler? With his upright character and industrious nature, they expect him to become a gambler? Is this a test of his luck? Truth be told, he has yet to experience defeat in the realm of fortune, yet he is uncertain if his streak of good luck has already been exhausted. Previously, he firmly believed in a principle. Those who exhaust their luck first are the ones to depart. However, it seems he must adopt a different mindset. Since purchasing a lottery ticket, his fortune has been remarkably extraordinary. If he continues to trust in it, he might find himself departing tomorrow. You have received Survival Blind Box 2. Please choose one to open. Upon confirmation, the other will vanish. So soon? Chen Shu stares at the two levitating blind boxes, momentarily taken aback. According to the description, the disparity between the two boxes is immense. Should he select the inferior one, it would likely lead to despair. He can choose once every 4 hours, accumulating a total of 6 blind boxes in a day. If fortune favors him with all 6 boxes yielding the desirable outcome, Chen Shu shakes his head, unwilling to entertain further thoughts. The boxes resemble those previously gifted by the system, identical in appearance, with one on each side. A countdown in the upper right corner indicates the remaining time, 59. Faced with the two unassuming boxes, he finds himself grappling with an unprecedented dilemma. Perhaps he should simply choose one at random. Resolutely, he opts for the left one. Male to the left, female to the right. Regardless, it's all a gamble, and even if he selects the lesser outcome, it's still a net gain, albeit a matter of degree. You have obtained All-Terrain Adaptive Mountain Bicycle 1, Indestructible. A flash of brilliance illuminates the room as a sleekly designed, robust mountain bicycle, adorned in understated yet luxurious colors, materializes with a clang upon the floor of his second-floor bedroom. What the hell? Chen Shu's eyes widen in astonishment, rendering him momentarily speechless. Lingering in a state of disbelief for several seconds. A bicycle? An all-terrain adaptive mountain bicycle, no less. Does this not imply that he can save considerable time in the future? While it may not be necessary for exploration, as careful observation of the surroundings is paramount, it would prove invaluable for traversing greater distances. The journey from the treehouse to the lake would take at least 2 hours on foot, but with this bicycle, he could have that time. Although the forest terrain is challenging, with the roots of the longi trees intricately intertwined, this is no ordinary bicycle. It is designed to handle all terrains. The very fact that this reward was granted indicates its suitability for the current environment. Chen Shu circles the newly appeared vehicle 3 times, reaching out to touch the seat. The texture, the design, the color, all are exquisite. The bicycle must surely be considered one of the finest kinds. Cannot even begin to fathom what the inferior version might entail. One can only wonder what the superior variant would be like. The thrill of a gambler's blind box is simply delightful. Haha. Chen Shu could hardly dare to dream that one day he would find himself riding a bicycle here, let alone one that is impervious to damage. How whimsical. A single bicycle has catapulted him from the Stone Age directly into the modern wilderness. What a windfall. Even if the next 5 blind boxes yield nothing of worth, he would remain unconcerned. This bicycle alone suffices. Moreover, the identity of a gambler offers another advantage. It does not hinder his affairs, allowing for spontaneous arrangements. He can venture wherever he pleases and engage in whatever activities he desires. Unlike the previous identity of a resource perceiver or the ever-occupied angler, which compelled him to undertake specific tasks upon randomly acquiring them. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to squandering that identity. This gambler identity has proven to be incredibly advantageous. Chen Shu reclined contentedly back onto his bed, his gaze irresistibly drawn to the bicycle. At this moment, the gambler identity is undoubtedly the most favorable one. With 5 more blind boxes remaining, he desires nothing more than to secure 2 more fortunate selections. As for luck, he possesses an abundance of it, so he is untroubled. Listening to the rain pattering outside, he couldn't suppress the smile that crept onto his lips. Perhaps a touch too exhilarated, he found himself momentarily devoid of drowsiness. Were it not for the night, he would certainly have taken a stroll. Alas, he had just glanced at the weather, and it remained rainy. Although the bicycle is fully adaptable, riding through muddy terrain would surely be a challenge. If one could ride in the mud on a rainy day, that would be truly remarkable. Chen Shu was not anxious. Sunny days are plentiful, and the bicycle would not flee. Though he did wonder if his posterior would endure the ride. As for his plans upon waking, they were quite simple. He intended to catch some crayfish. Previously, while dealing with fish, he had collected all the entrails and such. These remnants possess an immense allure for crayfish, serving as top-tier bait. The popularity of crayfish is indisputable, regardless of location. With a mere word from him, numerous individuals would likely vie to exchange for them. For instance, when he posted about dinner in the chat channel, many expressed a desire to trade for the crayfish in his possession, even if it were just one. If he dedicated an entire day to catching crayfish, it would yield a significant return, undoubtedly bringing him considerable profit. Chapter 46, Survival Blind Box. Acquired Survival Blind Box 2. Please select one to open. Once confirmed, the other will vanish. The sudden jolt startled him awake. Chen Shu abruptly sat up, his eyes wide. Two unassuming blind boxes hovered before him once more, with a countdown in the upper right corner steadily ticking away. Moments ago, he had been dreaming, racing through the forest on a rainforest cruiser, a swarm of crayfish trailing behind him, when he was nearly ensnared by a colossal crayfish claw, only to be yanked back by this system notification. Perhaps fearing he wouldn't awaken, the sound was loud, far more boisterous than during random identity selection. What time could it possibly be? He sleepily glanced out the window. Dawn was just breaking, the rain still drizzling, casting a dim light within the treehouse, though he could still see the bicycle by the wall. It felt as though he had only just fallen asleep, and already this infernal gambler identity had begun to impose upon him. 4:01 a.m., every 4 hours. More punctual than an alarm clock. Chen Shu yawned, two droplets of physiological tears escaping the corners of his eyes. Rubbing his tousled hair, he stared at the blind boxes. His sleepiness not yet fully dissipated, his mind slightly muddled. The overwhelming joy brought by the bicycle lingered, filling him with affection for this gambler identity. Yet the annoyance of being abruptly awakened was equally palpable. His eyelids fought each other, his fingers aimlessly swaying between the two boxes, as if casting lots. Whichever he landed on would suffice. Ultimately, he decided on the left. With his eyes closed, he reached out, guided by a flicker of lingering determination, and pointed towards the left box. Acquired. Material Gift Pack 1. A flash of light erupted, and a large burlap sack plopped onto Chen Shu's blanket with a soft thud. What purpose does this serve? Why do I need materials? Chen Shu, still half asleep, gazed at the bag before him and chose to open it. In the next moment, he felt as if struck by an invisible current, his entire being propelled upright from the bed. The drowsiness evaporated like leaves caught in a tempest. Holy moly! His eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the contents. He finally understood why this was labeled a material gift pack. It contained an assortment of foundational materials, totaling 50 types, with 10 of each. Acquired, 10 wood. Acquired, 10 stone. Acquired, 10 iron blocks. Acquired, 10 silver blocks. Acquired, 10 gold blocks. Acquired, 10 linen. Acquired, 10 leather. Acquired, 10 resin. Acquired. The notifications continued to cascade, revealing a plethora of materials, wood, stone, metals, fibers, and chemical raw materials, piled high, some of which he had never even heard of. Have I struck it rich? Chen Shu felt as if his brain's CPU was on the verge of overheating. At this moment, he had no inclination to sleep. He needed to find a place to store these abundant materials. The most crucial item among them was one he urgently required. With it, his physiological needs could finally be addressed. He immediately rose, utilizing the backpack function to transport the materials to the first floor, then approached the control panel. Would you like to begin constructing a restroom? Yes. Please select a location. If none is chosen, it will automatically plan the space. Chen Shu glanced at the screen, which displayed a three-dimensional structural diagram of the entire treehouse, with a blue phantom representing the restroom flashing. The system had kindly provided several preset locations. If there were no treehouse module, constructing the restroom in these places would surely suffice. However, he now had ample space and better options. The room beside the bedroom on the second floor was specifically prepared for a restroom, making it the most suitable location. This way, if he needed to rise at night, it would only require a few steps. Construction in progress. Remaining time, 30 minutes. 30 minutes? That is manageable. He had seldom needed to use the restroom over the past few days. In 4 days, he had only ventured 3 times. Though it alleviated some concerns, he was curious how others managed at night. Did they risk venturing outside? Or did they resort to making a mess indoors? Compared to the latter, the former seemed more practical. Though wild beasts lurked outside, they were not omnipresent nor perpetually fixated on the treehouse, even if encountered. As long as he was not too far away, he could still escape back to safety. This line of thought completely banished any remaining drowsiness. With 2 hours until dawn, Chen Shu decided to tidy up the treehouse, bring the bicycle down, and prepare breakfast before setting out. Time is a resource, and efficiency is life. Previously, he would leave around 7 or 8, wasting precious time. Today, he intended to seize every moment and become a competent master of time management. He was still dreaming of last night's spicy crayfish. The flavor was extraordinary, and having tasted it once, he longed for a second helping. Today, I shall exert myself to the utmost, striving to procure 100 or so, thus ensuring I can set aside a portion for sustenance, while also trading some. While I have contemplated holding on to them, it seems devoid of substantial significance, although the storage locker preserves freshness. Exchanging them for other resources appears far more advantageous at this juncture. Moreover, he possesses a fishing rod, and the impending tide may herald a catastrophic event. Hence, it is prudent to amass as many supplies as possible before its arrival, particularly instant noodles, bread, biscuits, and other filling provisions. Though lobsters are delightful, they are not a viable constant sustenance, being cumbersome to prepare and not entirely satiating. However, the prospect of exchanging them with others is entirely different. He is confident that many gourmands would eagerly pay a premium for such delicacies. Half an hour later, Upon the sound of a notification, the construction of the bathroom is complete. Chen Shu promptly ascends to the second floor, pushing open the adjacent door to reveal a modern bathroom styled akin to a guest house, which takes him by surprise. Wow, this bathroom is splendid. It differs remarkably from his expectations, for it not only boasts a flush toilet, but also a bathtub fashioned from wood. Additionally, at the entrance, there is a sink identical to the one on the first floor. Above both the sink and bathtub, a verdant pipe is visible, the purpose of which is evident. This bathroom surpasses Chen Shu's anticipations, offering delightful surprises. Not only can he now attend to his needs indoors, but, most importantly, he can indulge in a bath. His quality of life has skyrocketed. Am I being too extravagant? Chen Shu muses, an indescribable sense of happiness swelling within him. He approaches the bathtub, turns on the faucet, and swiftly descends to the first floor to heat water in a metal pot. With time aplenty, he can luxuriate in a bath before embarking on his journey. Primarily eager to test the bathtub. 20 minutes later, Chen Shu reclines in the tub, closing his eyes to relish this rare moment of leisure. If I were to snap a photo and post it in the chat channel, wouldn't they be astounded? He chuckles to himself, yet refrains from doing so. Is it necessary for others to be privy to such a moment? Chapter 47, The Blind Box of Rubbish. The rain is still quite heavy. Clad in a raincoat, Chen Shu surveys his surroundings. It is less intense than yesterday, yet still not insignificant. Let us set off. Today he opts for a casual approach, doing whatever he pleases. It is just past 6 o'clock, and he has ample time. He is not in a hurry, collecting any supplies he encounters. His backpack now boasts a capacity of 40 slots, alleviating any concerns of inadequacy. He has traversed this path to the lake several times, thoroughly familiar with it. In his estimation, should the weather remain clear, cycling through this terrain would pose little challenge, save for minor discomfort. Upon reaching the lake, it is just past 8. The sky overcast, ideal conditions for catching small lobsters. Simultaneously, it is time for him to select his third blind box. This time, without hesitation, he opts for the left. Acquired, 1 piece of chewing gum. Damn it, what a worthless reward. A rubbish blind box. Chen Shu cannot help but lament, disappointment etched across his face. This item is undoubtedly the inferior one, merely a single piece of chewing gum adorned with a refreshing mint design. In stark contrast to the bicycle and material gift pack he previously obtained, it is like comparing heaven and earth. No wonder the introduction mentions such a vast disparity. It is indeed true. Chen Shu pops the gum into his mouth, brimming with resentment as he commences his lobster fishing. Since he has not acquired anything of value, he resolves to compensate with these lobsters. He retrieves his prepared fishing rod, distinct from the one used for fishing, as this is a simple version crafted specifically for lobsters. Essentially, it is merely a stick with a line attached, baited with some entrails. Earlier that morning, he had even traded for various animal entrails in the chat channel. The mixed bait proves to be quite effective. Not bad. My luck with lobster fishing seems promising. If only this luck translated to blind boxes. Before he even begins, he spots a lobster at his feet. For the next while, he scours the lakeshore for small lobsters, heading towards a small hill. Here we go. Another one. My goodness. 3 at once. Are there really this many lobsters here? Suddenly, one slips from his grasp. Wait, there's a hole here. Let us see. Chen Shu gazes cautiously at an opening by the shore, gingerly extending his hand inside to explore. Suddenly, he encounters resistance, as though he has touched something solid. And he pulls it out with force. Haha, what a sizable one. A large lobster emerges, flung onto the ground. This lobster dwarfs all he has previously caught. Truly a lobster king. In the ensuing hours, Chen Shu continues along the lakeshore, discovering numerous openings. By the end of the morning, he has captured nearly 100 lobsters. This place can be described as a veritable lobster haven. Had it been on Earth, it would have been completely harvested by now. His small wooden bucket is brimming. And originally he intended to send the lobsters to Han Shuang as he did the previous day, but upon inquiring, he learns that she has also ventured out today. Reluctantly, he hoists the bucket, its weight a minor inconvenience. He realizes the lobsters here are inexhaustible. As far as the eye can see, the shallows are teeming with them. One might think it a lobster farm. However, he has come not only to catch lobsters, but with other intentions as well. After a simple lunch, Chen Shu makes his way towards the bamboo grove. He plans to chop some bamboo to take back before exploring the small hill, with whatever time remains dedicated to catching lobsters. In a leisurely moment, he glances at the chat channel, noticing many sharing their harvests of the day. Clearly, more individuals are out today than yesterday. Those who remained in the treehouse previously are now compelled to venture out, as staying indoors would only lead to hunger. The rain may not cease, but hunger does not wait. Perhaps due to the inclement weather, it seems everyone's catches are quite good, not only him. But many others have also netted fish, shrimp, and crabs. As long as there is a water source near the treehouse, acquiring such items is not particularly difficult. Just as he prepares to close the interface, he spots a familiar name. Lin Yuchu. She is in this channel? Has she been silent all along? Unbeknownst to Chen Shu, Lin Yuchu found him through the chat channel and, upon confirming his identity, decided to stay in the 66666 channel. At this moment, Lin Yuchu is seeking materials, and upon seeing what she requires, Chen Shu deduces her intention. Being a girl, she undoubtedly places great emphasis on hygiene, hence the necessity of a bathroom. The materials she seeks are precisely those needed for constructing a bathroom, which he had just collected that morning and remembers distinctly. Initially, Chen Shu did not wish to engage. He did not want to squander time on such matters. However, the items Lin Yuchu offers captivate his attention. Garlic, rich in proteins, carbohydrates, and other nutrients. It alleviates fishy odors, awakens the palate, and possesses the ability to aid digestion and eliminate pests. The group leader has such a treasure. Why didn't Tishi mention it sooner? Chen Shu has long coveted garlic. While he possesses a variety of seasonings, garlic is the soul of flavor. As the saying goes, to eat meat without garlic is to lose half the aroma. With it, one could even prepare garlic-flavored crayfish, and the taste. At the thought of this, Chen Shu immediately opened the private chat window with Lin Yuchu. This item must be acquired. Class leader, where did you get that garlic? How much do you have? I'd like to trade something for it. Chen Shu was direct. You want it? Lin Yuchu was evidently surprised that her garlic would pique Chen Shu's interest. There was an abundance of garlic around her treehouse. Initially, she thought it was some kind of wild herb, but upon closer inspection, she realized it was garlic. She didn't particularly enjoy it, so she had paid little attention. However, today she noticed someone selling ginger, which was in high demand, prompting her to reconsider. Since ginger was so popular, could garlic be the same? With this thought, she braved the rain and harvested a substantial amount of garlic, eager to see if anyone would buy it. To her astonishment, shortly after posting, numerous individuals expressed interest in trading. Just as she was about to respond, she received a message from Chen Shu. Upon learning that he was also very keen on acquiring the garlic, a smile instantly graced her face. After confirming his identity, she refrained from further communication, as approaching him too boldly might give the impression that she was trying to cling to someone influential. Although her circumstances were not as favorable as Chen Shu's, they were certainly not dire. At the very least, she wouldn't starve. Moreover, now possessing this garlic bounty, her future seemed secure. However, establishing a connection with Chen Shu would be ideal. After all, they were classmates, and while their interactions had been minimal, that was still preferable to being strangers. Chapter 48, Vegetable Seed Gift Pack. Garlic, if cultivated properly, could yield the equivalent of several dishes. When garlic cloves are buried in the soil, the first to sprout are the garlic shoots, which are essentially the garlic leaves. However, if they grow in the absence of light, they lack chlorophyll and emerge as garlic sprouts. Once the temperature and sunlight conditions are favorable, the shoots will begin to reproduce, producing a slender flower stalk, commonly known as garlic scapes. As the temperature drops, the plant begins to accumulate nutrients, and the root and bulb section undergo asexual reproduction, resulting in the multi-clove bulbs most commonly consumed. What Chen Shu desired most were the garlic bulbs, as he could cultivate them himself. He already possessed ample nutrient-rich soil to expedite the growth of plants. Lin Yuchu was offering garlic leaves, though he was curious as to how she had obtained them. Out of curiosity, Chen Shu inquired, "You mean there's a lot of garlic near you?" Doubting his own hearing, he sought confirmation. "Yes, quite a bit. I just pulled a few to see if anyone wanted them. How fortunate it is that this good fortune hasn't befallen me." Chen Shu proceeded to confirm with her that, for the time being, she did not possess any garlic bulbs. This particular item would only mature once the outer leaves turned yellow, which would take some time. Although it was somewhat disappointing, garlic leaves were still a valuable asset. He promptly arranged a trade with Lin Yuchu, albeit he could only deliver the goods once he returned to the treehouse. Lin Yuchu appeared to trust him greatly, indicating no issues with the arrangement, and even suggesting she could send the garlic over first, but he stopped her. He was still outside, and sending them now would only take up space. There was no rush. "All right, I'll wait for your return. Just don't pull all of them." Chen Shu thought about enjoying some garlic bulbs later, and if she harvested them all, he would be left lamenting. "I know. Let us wait until I get back to trade." "Good." Just as Chen Shu was about to close the interface, he suddenly remembered something. "Are you in the treehouse now?" "Yes. Could you do me a favor?" 5 minutes later, Chen Shu, feeling lighthearted, strolled along the lakeside with an empty bucket in hand. As an old classmate, he had immense faith in Lin Yuchu's character. She had frequently helped others during their school days, and he was among those beneficiaries. Back then, he had not yet started buying lottery tickets and was merely a poor lad, yet Lin Yuchu had assisted him in applying for a scholarship, which was one of their few interactions. It was precisely because of this trust that he had spoken to her as he did yesterday. Had it been anyone else, his approach would have been markedly different. He felt secure leaving the crayfish with Lin Yuchu. Now, he needed to focus on other matters, and regarding transportation, they could coordinate with each other. He had come to realize that having more friends had its advantages. At least, sometimes, they could serve as a supply transfer station, provided they were trustworthy. Otherwise, he would merely become a courier. What he hadn't anticipated was that Lin Yuchu, like Han Shuang, was also a foodie. However, since he had caught plenty today, even if 3 people dined, there would still be leftovers. With the crayfish in his possession, he could catch as many as he pleased. Braving the light rain, he arrived at the bamboo grove, where everything seemed to be filtered through a green lens. exuding an extraordinary tranquility. The ground was thick with bamboo leaves, and each step produced a soft rustling sound. The lighting in the bamboo grove was somewhat dim, but Chen Shu paid it no mind. He had come to chop bamboo and to check on the burrow where the bamboo rat had previously resided. He had long been preoccupied with thoughts of that plump bamboo rat. Having never tasted bamboo rat before, he had only seen it in videos, where it was said to be exceptionally tender and a rare delicacy. He had long since devised a method for preparing bamboo rat, and now he was merely in need of the ingredients. Before long, he had chopped the bamboo and arrived at the entrance of the burrow. The entrance was concealed beneath bamboo leaves, making it difficult to spot unless one looked closely. Chen Shu even speculated that the bamboo rat might have constructed this, as it had likely become cautious after being startled by him last time. However, when he lifted the leaves, he discovered that the area had been inundated with rainwater, which continued to drip inside. Surely, this creature hasn't he drowned? Chen Shu stood up, not lingering any longer, and headed directly towards the hill. What he had just said was merely a jest. Having lived underground for so long, how could it possibly succumb to a mere rainstorm? Acquired survival blind box 2. Please select one to open. Upon confirmation, the other will disappear. As he exited the bamboo grove, a notification chimed in his ear. Has it already reached noon? Time had flown by remarkably fast. Previously, Chen Shu had never felt that time passed so swiftly. Now, he wished to stretch each hour into 2. With only so many hours of safety in a day, if he didn't seize the moment, he might find himself ill-equipped to face the beast that would emerge in a few days. Although he possessed a compound bow and a tang knife, both decent weapons, one for close combat and the other for ranged attacks, having never actually encountered a beast, no one could predict what might transpire. Should he truly encounter a fierce beast, it would be a life-and-death confrontation. This was no trifling matter, and any lapse in attention could prove fatal. To survive in this environment, he needed to be thoroughly prepared. Moreover, he had not practiced his archery or swordsmanship in the past 2 days, rendering both weapons mere ornaments. Determined, Chen Shu resolved that from today onward, he would engage in intensive training within the treehouse after dinner. The treehouse had a diameter of about 5 meters, allowing him to construct a target out of wood and begin with the simplest exercises. If he couldn't even hit a target from 5 meters away, then tackling a beast would be out of the question. After all, beasts would be on the move, and their speed would certainly not be slow, which would put his archery skills to the test. Additionally, he needed to practice with the knife. If he found himself in close quarters, he would have no choice but to resort to melee weapons. He must possess both skills, ensuring he can respond adeptly to any situation. However, these tasks can only be undertaken at night. For now, he should select a blind box. Before him lay 2 identical blind boxes, and after a moment of hesitation, Chen Shu chose the one on the left. He couldn't believe it. After all, the odds were 50-50, and it was unlikely to continue being unfavorable. Acquired, vegetable seed gift pack 1. Oh, splendid. A smile instantly illuminated Chen Shu's face. This was indeed a valuable find. Who claimed these blind boxes were worthless? They were simply marvelous. First, a materials gift pack, and now a vegetable seed gift pack. Truly, what one lacks is what one receives. Acquired, cabbage seeds x50. Acquired, cucumber seeds x50. Acquired, lettuce seeds x50. Acquired, tomato seeds x50. Acquired, loofah seeds x50. Acquired, cilantro seeds x50. Acquired, a total of 10 varieties of vegetable seeds, with 50 of each. Not an overwhelming amount, but Chen Shu was quite pleased. As long as he managed them well, he could reap a bountiful harvest of vegetables in a few months. In his view, meat was the least scarce food, while vegetables were in short supply. As the saying goes, rely on the mountains to eat from the mountains, rely on the sea to eat from the sea. Surrounding him were streams, ponds, and lakes, teeming with fish, shrimp, crabs, wild chickens, ducks, and even small game. Time invested would yield an abundance. However, vegetables were the true scarcity, the essential vitamins, minerals, and dietary fibers necessary for maintaining health, combating illness, and sustaining energy predominantly derived from vegetables. It seemed imperative to prioritize planting. Chapter 49, A Blessing in Disguise. Unfortunately, there were no potatoes. Oh, right, someone had sold potatoes at the trading post before. He should exchange for some in the evening. Potatoes not only yield abundantly, but also serve as a staple food, and they are relatively simple to cultivate. Now, with 10 varieties of vegetable seeds in hand, a genuine sustainable agricultural system was clearly forming in his mind, one that would solidify his self-sufficiency. The key was seed preservation. As long as the cabbage, lettuce, and cilantro successfully flowered and bore seeds, he could harvest new seeds. As for cucumbers, tomatoes, and loofahs, he would have to wait until they matured to extract the seeds from within. In essence, he could only gather seeds after these vegetables aged. Although Chen Shu had never cultivated crops before, it did not mean he had never observed the process. Furthermore, how many individuals arriving in this world had experience in farming? Most were utterly clueless, so the process would likely not be overly complex. Moreover, with nutrient-rich soil, planting should not pose a significant challenge. Out of 4 blind boxes, 3 yielded remarkable treasures: clearly demonstrating that Chen Shu's luck consistently surpassed that of ordinary individuals. With his identity transformation ability, he had already exceeded many. At present, each identity appeared exceptionally useful. Sometimes, luck is indeed a component of strength. Given his remarkable innate abilities, he presumed others must possess equally commendable talents. Generally speaking, those with poor talents would certainly vent their frustrations in chat channels, while those fortunate enough to receive advantageous talents seldom boasted. They understood the wisdom of quietly amassing wealth, each one playing the role of a humble pig hiding a tigress prowess. Many were preparing to make a stunning revelation by the month's end, not wishing to miss out on the settlement rewards. Chen Shu carefully stored the seeds and did not linger. His goal was the hill ahead. Having ascended the slope, a vibrant red dot soon captured his attention. Fire tongue peppers. He hurried forward, plucking the ripe peppers one by one. Turning around, he spotted another patch ablaze with red. Chen Shu welcomed the fire tongue peppers, relishing the abundance. Half an hour later, he had thoroughly scoured the area, netting another 100 fire tongue peppers. It was time to return. Chen Shu glanced at the clock. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Traversing the entire lake would take over an hour. Plus the return journey, just about perfect timing. Upon reaching the foot of the hill, he was greeted by a stunning view, reminiscent of an ancient landscape painting. However, the rain-soaked path was slippery, and Chen Shu, moving too quickly, lost his footing and tumbled into the mud. Cursed luck. Fortunately, he had braced himself with his hands. Otherwise, he might have slid straight into the lake. Thankfully, it wasn't too severe, just a sprinkle of mud on his clothes. Alas, what bad luck. It had started as a beautiful day, only to take a turn for the worse. Sitting awkwardly in the mud and water, he could not help but laugh at his own predicament. His laughter, juxtaposed against the patter of rain, felt somewhat out of place but alleviated the annoyance of his fall. Living in this world, unexpected mishaps and awkward situations were the norm. Finding joy amidst adversity was a true skill. After a moment, he stood and walked to the lakeside, where the water mirrored the leaden sky and the swaying reeds. He crouched down to wash the mud from his face. Fortunately, he had donned a raincoat. Otherwise, he would have become a mud statue. Just as he straightened up to leave, his gaze inadvertently swept across the nearshore waters. Some dark green aquatic plants caught his attention, their diamond-shaped leaves sprawling beneath the water's surface, their vines entangled. What are these? Have I seen them somewhere before? Chen Shu instinctively reached out to touch them, only to encounter hard objects beneath his fingertips. An idea sparked in his mind. With a firm tug, he pulled a dark brown object with 2 curved horns from the water. Water chestnut, an aquatic plant fruit, rich in starch, can be consumed raw, cooked, or ground into flour, serving as an important source of carbohydrates. Water chestnuts. Chen Shu exclaimed in delight. This was indeed an unexpected boon. A blessing in disguise, indeed. It seemed that his earlier tumble had been worth it after all. This area was truly a treasure trove, brimming with resources. He eagerly began to forage in the nearby waters and soon discovered several hidden water chestnuts nestled beneath the leaves. The rain soaked his hair and cheeks, trickling down his neck from the collar of his raincoat, bringing a refreshing chill, yet he paid it no mind, fully engrossed in his foraging. Soon, a small mound of water chestnuts accumulated by the lakeshore, and a satisfied smile spread across Chen Shu's face. He was striking it rich. As he packed the water chestnuts into his backpack, he gazed longingly at the distant water chestnuts, temporarily out of reach. What a pity. He had already fished out all he could reach with his rod. The farther ones remained inaccessible. Without a boat, he could not possibly leap into the lake in such weather. On a sunny day, it would be a different story, but for now, he was in no rush. He was the only one here, and they would eventually be his. For now, he would gather as many as possible and check for a market later in the evening. Typically, as long as it was food, there would be no shortage of buyers. It merely depended on how he set the price. Looking at the 2 compartments in his backpack filled with water chestnuts, Chen Shu began contemplating what he might exchange them for next. The remainder of his time was spent catching crayfish, which were abundantly plentiful, easily spotted with a mere glance downward. Unfortunately, the waters near the lake were relatively deep, even in the areas close to the shore, reaching depths of 2 meters. There was no choice. He could only rummage through the holes along the bank, occasionally discovering small crayfish that had crawled ashore. Due to the increasing difficulty, he did not spend much time on this endeavor. Having traversed the entire lake, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Adding to the crayfish he had previously caught, the total approached 200. He decided to keep around 50 or 60 for himself, trading off the remainder. Today, he noticed a considerable number of individuals in the chat channel selling various meats, including common fish and crustaceans, and even wild fowl like pheasants and ducks. Everyone had gradually mastered some basic survival skills and began utilizing the resources around them to procure food. This would undoubtedly have a significant impact on the market, particularly concerning sustenance. When they first arrived in this new realm, everyone was famished and food was scarce. Even the purple-scaled fruit could fetch a handsome price. However, as life began to stabilize and food supplies increased, prices naturally began to decline. While ensuring their basic needs were met, people also sought a higher quality of life. Just yesterday, someone was willing to trade an iron block for the chance to enjoy some crayfish, but But today, the price had plummeted significantly, with 10 crayfish barely trading for 1 iron block. It seemed that wherever there were streams, rivers, or lakes near tree houses, one could spot the elusive crayfish. Yet, not everyone could catch them. It required a certain skill set. The prerequisite was the ability to swim. Otherwise, should one fall into the water, it would not be just the crayfish they would lose, but potentially their own life as well. Chapter 50. The Fluorescent Pink Bunny, Ear Headband. Amidst the towering spines of a dragon spine tree, Lin Yuchu gazed in astonishment at yet another bucket brimming with crayfish. The wooden container was alive with the frantic struggles of the creatures, producing a rustling sound. The quantity was at least in the hundreds, and their size was notably impressive. Her fair visage was etched with disbelief, her lips parted slightly, and after a prolonged moment, she sent a message to Chen Shu. Where did you catch all these crayfish? What kind of talent have you acquired for crayfish catching? It was no wonder she was so astonished. She had also attempted to find some crustaceans by the river to enhance her meals, but her efforts had yielded little. Those wily creatures would flee at the slightest disturbance, and she could barely manage to catch a few after hours of searching. Lacking the ability to swim, she could only stretch her hand from the shore in vain attempts. When Chen Shu had sent over 100 crayfish in the morning, she had thought that was his limit, but now he had presented her with yet another haul. This was far beyond mere luck. The efficiency with which he gathered them seemed as if he had opened the back door to a crayfish farm. Upon reading her message, a slight smile crept across Chen Shu's lips. I caught them. Did the crayfish come knocking at my door? Did you use some kind of drug? What are you implying? What drug could I possibly use on the crayfish? Would they still be edible then? Chen Shu couldn't help but admire Lin Yuchu's imaginative leap. Such a thought was indeed audacious. The premise of using a drug required having one, and he had nothing to administer. Wait, just as his sarcastic words trailed off, a forgotten notion struck him like a bolt of lightning. He immediately opened his inventory and retrieved the purple-scaled fruit he had collected along the way. Purple-scaled fruit, rich in moisture and a small amount of sugar, edible, contains a mild paralyzing toxin, effective only on small creatures and harmless to humans. Staring at those 2 lines of text, Chen Shu's eyes brightened. Were crayfish considered small creatures? They should be, right? A bold plan formed in his mind in an instant. Yes, using a drug. How had he not thought of that before? He slapped his thigh in excitement, nearly jumping up. This was not the same as other drugs. The toxin from the purple-scaled fruit was natural and harmless to humans, with effects that were clearly targeted only at small creatures. Was this not a tailor-made legal anesthetic for crayfish? He had previously regarded the purple-scaled fruit as mere fruit, completely overlooking its crucial attribute. Once his thoughts were unlocked, a myriad of operational details flooded his mind. He simply needed to crush the purple-scaled fruit, extract its juice, use bait to attract the crayfish, and then pour the paralyzing toxin into the lake. Once the toxin took effect, catching them would be a breeze. The plan was feasible. However, time was insufficient today, so he would have to wait until later to put it into practice. Should it prove successful, its applications would be vast. Small fish and crabs could also be affected. Unfortunately, time was not on his side. He glanced at the sky and sighed in resignation. The idea was splendid. Yet reality dictated that he had to return to the treehouse without delay. If he lingered any longer, he would not be the hunter, but rather the hunted. Nightfall was the domain of predators. The seemingly tranquil forest concealed hidden dangers. He wasted no time and set off immediately. Since the arrival of Han Shuang and Lin Yuchu as his logistical hubs, he had found things considerably easier, no longer burdened by the fear of carrying too much. Fortune seemed to smile upon him as the rain began to lessen. However, just as he reached the halfway point, the notification sound for the Survival Mystery Box echoed once more. You have obtained Survival Mystery Box 2. Please select one to open. Once confirmed, the other will disappear. Let it be something good. This time, he once again chose the left option. After all, 3 out of his last 4 selections had been favorable, and there was no reason to change his strategy. With a graceful motion and unwavering confidence, he proceeded. You have obtained Fluorescent Pink Bunny, Ear Headband X1. A flash of light, and something plopped into Chen Shu's arms. He instinctively caught it, looking down to find himself momentarily frozen, as if struck by an invisible bolt from the heavens. What he held was an exceedingly saturated pink, fluffy bunny ear headband. The hue was garish to the point of being blinding, and the fur was exaggeratedly long, drooping comically. Even more absurdly, the tips of the ears were adorned with cheap, flashing LED lights emitting a kaleidoscope of colors. Fluorescent Pink Bunny Ear Headband automatically activates background music upon wearing, with sound quality akin to a broken gong. Emits a weak electric current that induces a slight tingling sensation on the scalp. Wear it, and you shall be the most dazzling figure in the forest. Chen Shu was momentarily at a loss for words. Without a second thought, he realized he had undoubtedly chosen the less desirable option, though he had prepared himself mentally. This item still managed to astonish him. Compared to the previous piece of chewing gum, this headband was nothing short of a walking social embarrassment generator, a beast attractor, a source of mental pollution. He could hardly bear to imagine what he would look like wearing it. Instinctively, he wanted to discard it, but after a moment's hesitation, he decided to keep it. Perhaps one day he could find a fool willing to trade for it. Even exchanging it for a single purple-scaled fruit would be worthwhile. So far, he had opened 5 mystery boxes, 3 yielding good results and 2 disappointing ones, with the items inside indeed living up to their descriptions, worlds apart. Overall, being a gambler had its advantages. Without delving into specifics, any one of the 3 good items he had acquired would be enough to send others into a frenzy. The materials pack had enabled him to construct a restroom, putting him far ahead of the others. The seed pack ensured a diverse future food supply. And the bicycle greatly enhanced his mobility and exploration efficiency, its value immeasurable. In contrast, the mental pollution brought by the pink bunny ears seemed bearable. Now, only 1 mystery box remained, which he could open at 8 o'clock. The grand finale awaits, and I hope for a perfect conclusion. With this thought in mind, Chen Shu quickened his pace, for the evening held numerous tasks. Dinner needed to be prepared, supplies had to be replenished, archery and swordplay required practice. And preparations for planting were also on his agenda. After a day filled with activity, his greatest anticipation lay in the act of cooking dinner, which was the most joyous moment of his day. It was not merely about satiating hunger, rather, it was his way of reclaiming a sense of control and happiness amidst the wilderness. As he made his way, he casually gathered some purple-scaled fruits. Upon returning to the treehouse, he could experiment with the freshly caught crayfish to assess their effectiveness. If it proved beneficial, he would save considerable effort in processing the crayfish. After 2 hours of hurried motions, the familiar dragon spine tree finally appeared before him. The glow emanating from the treehouse window, amidst the deepening twilight and the gentle patter of rain, resembled a lighthouse guiding him home, dispelling weariness and the damp chill. Chapter 51. The ministers expressed their agreement. Indeed, it was effective. I shall employ this method next time. Upon arriving at the treehouse, Chen Shu immediately conducted an experiment with the purple-scaled fruits and found that it aligned perfectly with his expectations. The juice dripped into the water, and soon the movements of the crayfish became sluggish and rigid, quickly exhibiting a state of intoxication. They responded weakly to the probing of the stick he inserted, lying languidly at the bottom, with only their small appendages twitching involuntarily. They had completely lost their previous ferocity and agility, turning into docile, inebriated creatures. The results were remarkable. Next time, there would be no need for fishing, just direct application of the substance. A triumphant smile blossomed on Chen Shu's face, for the outcome surpassed his expectations, yielding immediate results. However, he was aware that pouring it into the lake might dilute its potency unless used in large quantities. Nonetheless, as long as it had some effect in reducing the crayfish's mobility, it would suffice. Excited by this revelation, he decided to prepare a spicy crayfish dish for dinner. While the sky had not yet fully darkened, Chen Shu swiftly processed the crayfish. The paralyzed crayfish were considerably easier to handle. Simultaneously, he noticed that small crayfish also frequented the stream by his door, albeit in fewer numbers than in the lake. This stream was primarily inhabited by tiny stream crabs, which offered little meat. While he worked on the crayfish, he kept an eye on the chat channel. He had not checked it much in the past couple of days, but now he discovered that many had upgraded their tree houses. The core requirement for upgrading a tree house was energy crystals. Once these were secured, other resources could be easily exchanged to complete the upgrade. Currently, Chen Shu was aware of 2 primary channels to obtain energy crystals. The first was through treasure chests that spawned in the wild, which had the highest probability of occurrence. The second was akin to the previous encounter with that boastful individual. Completing specific tasks for the first time would yield generous rewards, with a chance of acquiring energy crystals. However, there were also individuals with unique abilities who could obtain them through alternative means. For instance, he himself had previously encountered a hiker who possessed a special item package that could contain energy crystals. Moreover, his current identity as a gambler should also qualify him, although he had yet to obtain any. Numerous individuals in the chat were clamoring to purchase energy crystals at high prices. Yet such items were inherently in demand and difficult to acquire, making it nearly impossible to sell. Those with energy crystals, contact me. I guarantee a satisfactory offer. Dude, are you still shouting? You've been at it all day. Aren't you tired? Yelling in this channel is futile. You should switch to the front channels where more people gather. However, I doubt anyone would sell energy crystals. Certainly not. There are only a handful of upgrades to tree houses available, and even if someone had them, they would likely keep them for personal use unless they had extras. Extras? Have you considered what you're saying? Do you think they are like the purple-scaled fruits by the roadside? If I had to, I would definitely keep them for upgrading to a level 3 treehouse. Why would I sell them? I want to buy as well. This level 1 treehouse is far too shabby. I envy those with 2-story villas. I strongly suggest increasing the channels for acquiring energy crystals and enhancing the chances. Otherwise, it's far too difficult. The Emperor is wise. I second that. We all second that. Seconding 10,086. Chen Shu chuckled as he read through the messages. The desire for upgrades permeating the entire channel. Today marked the 5th day, with only 2 days remaining before the novice protection period concluded. Without a warm and sturdy treehouse, he felt a profound sense of insecurity. Although the treehouse was undoubtedly safe within its confines, the psychological effect lingered. More than the imminent end of the novice protection period, He was preoccupied with the tides. Yet thus far, he had garnered nothing. After processing the crayfish, it was nearly 6 o'clock. He returned to his 2-story villa and embarked on his favorite part of the day, cooking. Tonight's dinner was relatively simple, some crayfish accompanied by bamboo shoots, garlic, and wild vegetables. At this juncture, one cannot be too picky, consuming whatever is at hand. The staple was bread, as he had only a limited supply of rice, which once depleted, would be gone, necessitating caution. With the acquisition of a frying pan, Chen Shu's quality of life had surged, liberating him from the monotony of solely consuming roasted fare. Once finished, he sent portions to Han Shuang and Lin Yuchu, having promised both of them. Fortunately, he had caught a sufficient quantity today, and neither had gone empty-handed, as they each offered something in exchange. To his surprise, they indeed possessed valuable items. Aside from the garlic, Lin Yuchu had somehow acquired 10 flower pots. These pots held no value for her, but were of great significance to him. With these pots, he could commence his own agricultural venture. Who said flower pots were solely for planting flowers? He intended to cultivate vegetables and fruits. In this day and age, who had the luxury to grow flowers? He had a design for an aerial garden, yet constructing it required considerable resources, which he could not amass at present. The flower pots were a timely solution to his pressing needs. While he might not be able to grow watermelons, cultivating vegetables or strawberries was certainly feasible. As for Han Shuang, perhaps feeling guilty about always benefiting from his generosity, she also gifted him something he had long desired, potatoes. It was said that she had spotted someone selling them at the trading post and hurriedly exchanged her items to acquire them. She was aware of Chen Shu's aspirations to cultivate his own crops, which explained her previous attention to his watermelon seeds. The items from both were quite impressive. Had he not known better, he might have suspected they had conspired to provide him with complimentary offerings. 10 flower pots were neither too many nor too few. If fully spread out, they would occupy a significant amount of space. The optimal solution was to place them on the outdoor balcony, where they would not only save space but also receive sunlight and rainwater, easing his workload considerably. A satisfied sigh escaped him almost uncontrollably. Although the ingredients were simple, the flavor was undoubtedly on par with any grand feast. Especially in such an environment, each bite was an exquisite delight. He picked up a slice of bread and dipped it into the pot's broth. The once dry and hard bread soaked up the rich, spicy soup, transforming into a delectable treat. Outside the window, the night was shrouded in darkness, with the sound of rain pattering softly, while the fire inside flickered warmly and brightly. Chen Shu sat in his chair, relishing the warmth of the hot pot and enjoying the dinner he had personally prepared. The spicy and fragrant flavors tantalized his taste buds, dispelling the damp chill and soothing the weariness of the day. In that moment, nothing could compare to the satisfaction of partaking in something warm and nourishing. Han Shuang and Lin Yuchu shared similar sentiments. Before encountering and becoming acquainted with Chen Shu, their meals were exceedingly simple, barely sufficient to satiate their hunger each day. They could never have imagined that in these early days, they would indulge in a warm dish, especially one as delectable as spicy crayfish. Chapter 52. Images for reference only. The actual dish is far more enticing. Something feels amiss. It's time, yet the boss has not appeared. How is it that he hasn't come out to distribute dinner today? Now that you mention it, I realize I haven't seen the boss all day. We should promptly tag him. I was counting on his photo to stave off my hunger. Where's Bajiao? Ask him. Isn't he a friend of the boss? Why ask at all? Just tag him directly. You're bold. The boss hasn't spoken. And you think you can just tag him? Let us see if you can locate the boss's name among all these people in the channel. Chen Shu, what is so difficult about it? I've set the boss as a frequently tagged person, so I can find him easily. Just after finishing dinner, Chen Shu noticed the tags from others. He opened the chat channel and was immediately amused by these idle individuals. These people seemed somewhat peculiar. They now regarded checking their dinner as a daily ritual. Yet, he had already finished his meal, with a pile of crayfish shells before him. However, since they were so curious, he decided to share a picture. Apologies, I've already eaten and am too full. Oh, more crayfish? Are you running a farm? How many shells are there? This is an impressive haul. The shells alone look appetizing, and the bread in my hand seems to taste better now. While others can only enjoy grilled crayfish, how did it turn into spicy crayfish here? It looks so delicious. Does the boss have any left? Sell me one, or give me some shells to savor the flavor. Here you go again. You wanted to savor them last time too. Can you show some dignity? Boss, don't listen to him. Those shells must be a hassle to deal with. Give them to me. I'll help you dispose of them to save you a trip and to avoid polluting the environment around the treehouse. Darn, I thought you had some backbone. But you're even more shameless than me. Inside a treehouse nestled in a dragon spine tree, Lin Yuchu had just enjoyed her portion of crayfish. With the fire from the fireplace illuminating her surroundings, she meticulously organized today's bounties. The treehouse was serene and orderly, punctuated only by the crackling of burning firewood. Habitually, she divided a fraction of her attention to the chat channel, just in time to witness this amusing scene. Since her arrival in this world, her modes of entertainment had diminished significantly, and conversing with others had become her primary source of amusement. Most people, whenever they found themselves idle, would flock to the chat channel, even if they didn't speak. Observing the absurd comments of others provided ample entertainment. Lin Yuchu was among them. The crayfish that these individuals clamored for were just devoured by her in a large bowl. As the thought crossed her mind, she licked her lips, seemingly still relishing the exquisite taste of the crayfish. She felt fortunate to have found Chen Shu. Otherwise, her dinner would likely have consisted of bread or instant noodles. This old classmate of hers seemed somewhat disturbingly exceptional. Despite everyone arriving in this world at the same time, the disparity between them was astonishingly vast. Her own innate abilities were not lacking, so why did she lag so far behind? She found it perplexing but chose not to dwell on it. Rather than squander time on trivial matters, she resolved to contemplate how to upgrade the treehouse. On the other side, Chen Shu observed the chatter of these individuals without saying much, opting instead to share a picture of the remaining 100 or so crayfish in the bucket. These were intended for sale. Keeping them served no purpose, as he could simply catch more if he wished. He preferred to trade for something he needed, as his requirements were vast. There were also some live ones. If anyone desired them, they could privately message him. Images for reference only. The actual product is far more enticing. As soon as Chen Shu sent this message, the channel erupted. The multitude of crayfish dazzled their eyes. They had initially thought the shells were all he had, only to discover so many more. Chen Shu's private messages were inundated, and among the offers, there were indeed some items he needed. He was busy with filtering, negotiating, and confirming trades. The crayfish in the wooden basin visibly diminished in number, while an array of new items accumulated before him. Within 5 minutes, all of those 100 or so crayfish were sold out. In a time when food was still scarce, especially high-quality protein, his batch of crayfish was as valuable as gold and silver during peacetime. After trading away these crayfish, he finally gathered all the materials needed for the fireplace. Please select the location for the fireplace construction. Chen Shu glanced around. The only option was the first floor. After some contemplation, he settled on the space across the door. Construction in progress. Remaining time, 30 minutes. Chen Shu let out a long breath. With the fireplace, life would become significantly more comfortable. No longer would he need to light a fire in the middle of the treehouse, freeing up a considerable amount of space. The 30-minute wait felt particularly prolonged, but he did not remain idle. He began crafting a target from wood. This task was relatively straightforward, as it didn't require strict precision. He wasn't preparing for a competition. He didn't need the kind of 10-ring bullseye found in Olympic venues. He merely needed to delineate a few zones to test the arrow's landing and his accuracy. Before long, a rudimentary, slightly comical rectangular target was born. Chen Shu hung it behind the door and then took out his compound bow to begin practicing. Knocking an arrow, drawing the bow, aiming, and holding his breath. Whoosh. The first arrow flew forth, slicing through the air, landing precisely 20 centimeters from the target. Chen Shu's expression instantly froze. 5 meters. Not even 5 meters away. He hadn't even grazed the target board, let alone hit the bullseye. With such accuracy, he would struggle to hunt even a daft wild chicken, likely only able to pluck a feather from its rear. This simply wouldn't he do. He needed more practice. Taking a deep breath to clear his mind, he drew the bow again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrow after arrow flew out, yet none struck the target. Perhaps my target is too small? It must be. If I had a larger one, I would have hit it. Fortunately, this was a compound bow. Had it been a different type, he would have been drenched in sweat by now. Just as he prepared to shoot his 13th arrow, the fireplace was completed. Ding. Fireplace construction complete. The notification sounded abruptly. Simultaneously, the white light marking the fireplace construction location receded. Chen Shu, startled by the sudden notification and light change, instinctively released his grip. Whoosh. The 13th arrow soared forth. Thud. A sound distinctly different from the previous ones, carrying a weighty resonance, echoed. Chen Shu didn't even spare a glance at the newly constructed fireplace. His gaze was fixated on the arrow. Lo and behold, it had struck the target. Although it merely trembled precariously on the edge of the uneven outer circle he had drawn with charcoal, with a portion of the arrowhead embedded in the wood, it had indeed hit the designated area, not veering off course. Did I hit it? Chen Shu found himself momentarily stunned, scarcely able to believe it. That last shot was entirely accidental, lacking any proper aim. Chapter 53, Design Draft for the Ecological Breeding Shed in the Treehouse. To aim poorly and hit the target while casually shooting is surely a twist of fate. Chen Shen leaned in to examine the arrow, his face a canvas of disbelief. Practice was indeed essential. He was the sole archer in this place. Otherwise, he would be apprehensive about hitting one of his own. Setting down the compound bow, he turned his gaze toward the newly constructed fireplace. Directly opposite the entrance, a minimalist yet industrially aesthetic fireplace was seamlessly integrated into the wooden wall. The hearth was crafted from dark red refractory bricks, its edges adorned with smoothly polished black metal strips, exuding both sturdiness and sophistication. Above the hearth, a metal shield of the same material was subtly angled, effectively preventing sparks from flying while efficiently directing warmth into the room. At that moment, flames danced steadily within the hearth, casting a warm glow that enveloped the surroundings, and a comforting wave of heat radiated outward, swiftly dispelling the chill that lingered in the treehouse. Such a design might falter in other contexts, for a mere spark could render the interior overly warm during the day. However, here, where exploration was a daily endeavor and time spent indoors was minimal, it was perfectly suited for the cold nights. Indeed, he nodded approvingly, tossing a few more logs into the fire. He could let it burn on its own, extinguishing itself once the wood was consumed, requiring little maintenance. The treehouse had begun to take on the semblance of a home, needing only slight refinements. Strangely, the sensation of gradually building a home single-handedly was quite gratifying. Particularly when he was ahead of others, the feeling was particularly pronounced. He casually opened the leaderboard, finding himself still in first place for resource gathering. Though the second-place contender was closing in, the gap narrowing incrementally. Perhaps his recent focus on catching crayfish had limited his score increase. In contrast, he held a substantial lead in the treehouse construction leaderboard, the difference between him and the second place approaching 8,000 points. This leaderboard was the least suspenseful of all. The other four had relatively close scores, with anyone having a chance to claim first, but for this one, it seemed nearly impossible for anyone to surpass his score. As for the beast hunting leaderboard, he remained at 0, having ventured out at night without success in hunting. Until he mastered archery, he would not dare to strike first. Time was of the essence. He needed to enhance his accuracy in the coming 2 days. He also appeared on the exploration progress and collection leaderboard, but his ranks were modest. The former placed him within the top 10,000, while the latter ranked him in the millions. The individual leading in card collection had already amassed 4 cards. As Chen Ming scrolled through the leaderboard, a familiar name caught his attention. Lin Yuchu? She was on this list. Moreover, her rank was commendable, possessing 3 cards and standing at 12th. He wondered if it was a coincidence. Should he inquire? No. It was irrelevant to him, and with 20 days until the tally, there was still ample time. Having resolved the fireplace, Chen Ming turned his focus to planting. It was time to embark on some sustainable development, lest the pots and nutrient soil he had pilfered gather dust. In his initial attempt, he hesitated to scatter all the seeds at once, fearing the repercussions of failure. After some contemplation, he ultimately opted for strawberry seeds, using them as a test run. He would scale up if all went well. According to the instructions, the nutrient soil could be mixed with regular soil, though it could also be used independently. Mixing was merely a means to dilute the nutrient soil and expand the planting area. Since his pots were not particularly large, even using solely nutrient soil would yield a limited quantity. Additionally, this material could be obtained at the trading post. While not cheap, it was not particularly rare either. Chen Ming considered planting directly around the treehouse, yet he worried about beasts ruining the plants. Thus, growing them in pots seemed wiser, alleviating his concerns. He planted half the strawberry seeds in the pots, then moved them all to the balcony, now left to patiently await their growth. The strawberry's growth cycle was approximately 180 days, but with nutrient soil, this duration should significantly decrease. The specifics of how much time would be saved were not mentioned, leaving him to assess the soil's effectiveness later. Meanwhile, outside, a light drizzle had begun, threatening to cease at any moment. Just as Chen Ming stepped back inside from the balcony, the voice of the gambler echoed once more. You have obtained Survival Blind Box 2. Please select one to open. Upon confirmation, the other will disappear. Without hesitation, he chose the left option, knowing it was a 50-50 chance. You have obtained Treehouse Ecological Farming Shed Design Blueprint 1. A design blueprint? Chen Ming's eyes sparkled. In his view, anything related to design blueprints was a treasure. Given its lengthy name, it likely held significant value. It appeared he had made a fortunate selection. Out of 6 blind boxes, he had opened 4 beneficial items and 2 less desirable ones. Such luck was commendable. Although the pink headband had somewhat dampened his spirits, the last item had redeemed his losses. He quickly clicked to view the details, which seemed to pertain to farming. Treehouse Ecological Farming Shed Design Blueprint. A small ecological farming shed that can be constructed on the external platform of the treehouse, equipped with automatic ventilation, rainwater collection, and a simple temperature control system, suitable for raising poultry and small livestock. What an excellent find! Chen Ming could not help but exclaim. With this, he might one day enjoy the fruits of his own labor, feasting on home-raised game birds. However, this came with a caveat. He first needed to catch them. The wild chickens and ducks here were incredibly wary, making it nearly impossible to capture them alive. The wild rabbits seemed a bit more naive, yet encounters were rare. He had only previously run over one. There was another method, egg incubation. However, this seemed a tall order for him, while he could manage the eating part. Hatching was another matter entirely. This process required strict temperature control and specialized knowledge, something a mere student like him lacked. He could hardly afford to end up with no chicks hatched and no eggs consumed. Too high a temperature would cook the eggs, while too low would spoil them. The best solution would be to capture a few live ones to breed, thus avoiding much of the hassle. If all else failed, he could always purchase them through the channels. With a handsome reward, brave souls would surely answer the call. With sufficient resources, there would undoubtedly be individuals willing to assist. As this place was rife with capable people, and capturing a wild chicken or duck would be a breeze. Nonetheless, there was no rush. He currently lacked the materials for construction. With the design blueprint for the aerial garden in hand, he now possessed both planting and farming capabilities. The key lay in how to bring them to fruition. Once constructed, he could achieve self-sufficiency and even sell surplus, which was quite exhilarating to contemplate. Chapter 54. Surely. This fellow wouldn't hold a grudge, would he? Whoosh. Another arrow was released, this time striking the edge of the target with precision. Finally, some progress. Chen Ming smiled at the compound bow in his hands. After over an hour of practice, he could now shoot 10 arrows, with only 1 or 2 straying off target. With a stroke of luck, he might even hit the bullseye. With his current archery skills, he might just achieve success in hunting. One does not require perfection. A single arrow hitting the mark suffices. The wooden door is now riddled with arrow holes, each a testament to the enhancement of his archery skills. He sets down the compound bow and approaches the target to retrieve the arrows, ready for a well-deserved respite. The day's exertion has been considerable. A warm bath will suffice before he prepares for slumber. Yet, at the moment he turns after extracting the arrows, a near-at-hand roar erupts, reverberating through the surroundings like thunder. Chen Ming immediately becomes alert, his muscles tensing instinctively, his grip tightening around the compound bow. The sound is alarmingly close, seemingly emanating from beneath the treehouse. He hastily moves to the window, scanning the area, yet no beast reveals itself. Just as he begins to believe the creature has departed, another roar resonates beneath him. Surely it cannot be lurking below. Chen Ming stretches his neck to peer outside, but sees no sign of the predator. An eerie silence blankets the night, broken only by the whisper of the wind through the leaves and the gentle patter of rain. He quickly approaches the control panel, activating the surveillance feed. A soft blue glow unfolds, revealing a three-dimensional image of the area within a 10-meter radius. The night vision feature renders the darkness as bright as day. Below the treehouse, a leopard prowls around the trunk, its intentions unclear, likely drawn by the illumination of the treehouse. This must be the so-called beast. Chen Ming watches the leopard on the monitor, his previously tense shoulders gradually relaxing. Apart from its notably oversized fangs and robust musculature, it bears a striking resemblance to the leopards found on Earth. He strokes his chin, contemplating. If it were truly that formidable, no one would have succeeded in slaying a beast on their first day. With this thought, a surge of excitement courses through him. The new player protection period dwindles to just 2 days. Rather than waiting to be attacked, why not take the initiative and practice on this leopard? A victory would yield a feast, and even in defeat, staying within the treehouse poses no danger. Resolute, Chen Ming inhales deeply and gently pushes open the wooden door. The night wind, laden with fine rain, envelopes him, instinctively causing him to hunch his shoulders, only to be drawn back to the clattering sounds emanating from below. The leopard remains engrossed in its examination of the wooden ladder, utterly unaware of the human presence above. Chen Ming, exhilarated by the mere 3-meter distance separating him from the leopard, feels a rush of adrenaline. This distance is even shorter than during his earlier practice. And with the leopard focused on the ladder, it resembles a stationary target. Regrettably, he had extinguished the balcony lights earlier, and now he hesitates to turn them back on, fearing it would alert the creature. Thus, he can only discern a dark silhouette. Seeing that the leopard remains oblivious, Chen Ming slowly raises his compound bow, aiming at the indistinct shape below. Whether he can achieve his first kill hinges on this shot. With a silent mantra, he releases the bowstring. Thwack! The arrow narrowly grazes the leopard's ear before embedding itself in the ground, the fletching vibrating violently. The leopard's fur bristles, and it leaps back 2 meters like a coiled spring, landing with a graceful turn, bearing its fangs in the direction from which the arrow came. Cursing under his breath, Chen Ming hastily knocks another arrow. However, before he can take aim, the leopard has transformed into a streak of lightning, vanishing into the night with remarkable speed. Is it truly capable of such velocity? Chen Ming stands frozen, bow in hand, for a long moment before lowering his arm in resignation. The meal that had seemed within his grasp has slipped away. A target so close, with a seemingly assured angle of attack, and he still managed to miss. His archery skills are indeed abysmal. No, it must be the darkness that is to blame. Yes, that must be it, he reassures himself. He glances in the direction the leopard departed, then shifts his gaze to the arrow embedded in the ground, ultimately deciding against retrieving it. After all, the arrow won't grow legs. Retrieving it tomorrow is just as viable. Just then, the night wind carries distant roars, mocking the blundering debut of this amateur hunter. Surely, the creature will not hold a grudge? Chen Ming murmurs to himself, watching the path the leopard took. Though his arrow failed to injure it, it is likely enough to etch the memory of this near-fatal encounter in its mind. More practice is in order. He returns to the treehouse, closes the door, and ascends to take a hot bath. After a day of exertion, relaxation is in order, regardless of whether the leopard remembers him. At least he is safe for the next 2 days. As he sinks into the bathtub, a wave of comfort washes over him, and he lets out a satisfied sigh. Ah, bliss. Before this, he had never imagined he could indulge in a hot bath in such a setting. It is pure enjoyment. During this time, he can only peruse the chat channel. Today marks the 5th day, with merely 2 days remaining in the novice protection period. And everyone seems to grow concerned about the impending beasts. Currently, the number of known predators is relatively small, with many individuals having never even heard a beast's roar. But what if 2 days hence? No one knows, and no one can predict whether beasts will roam freely, without any means of defense. Encountering a predator in 2 days will either result in a frantic escape or a grim demise. Those who have encountered or even slain beasts express varying opinions. Some believe these beasts are not much different from Earth's animals, perhaps merely on par with tigers or lions in terms of combat prowess. Others dismiss the beasts entirely, claiming they can be easily dispatched with little challenge. Such remarks stoke fervent discussions among the crowd, though some suspect a hint of bravado. Yet, one consensus emerges. These beasts possess certain distinctions from their earthly counterparts. Take, for instance, the audacious individual who first killed a beast. He recounted how, having wandered too far, he missed the optimal return time and was ambushed by a predator mere hundreds of meters from the treehouse. Upon vanquishing it, he discovered it resembled a wolf but was significantly smaller than those seen on television, though its speed was astonishing. Chapter 55, The Lion's High Demand. Help! Something just brushed against my treehouse. It must be a formidable beast. With only 2 days left in the novice protection period, have you all prepared your plans? I have. I intend to cultivate a harmonious relationship with the beasts and coexist peacefully. Don't make me laugh. Are you planning to offer yourself as a meal for them? You should arm yourself, or it could be perilous. Don't miss out. We are now introducing the deadly bamboo spear, crafted from century-old bamboo, sharpened at the tip and fire-hardened. With one thrust, a wild boar becomes skewered. Buy one, get one free. Includes a vine wrist strap to prevent accidental injury. All for just 100 pieces of wood or 200 stones. Supplies are limited, so act fast. A time-honored craft, truly a labor of love. It is acceptable. Previously, I unearthed a long sword from a treasure chest, which I can make use of for the time being. My friend, are you certain that your bamboo spear is not intended for the dental care of ferocious beasts? When confronted with such creatures, why not simply flee? As long as you can run swiftly enough, they shall not catch you. Out of curiosity, I clicked on the image of that individual bamboo spear. Remarkably, it is quite aesthetically pleasing. However, I am uncertain about its lethality. If fashioned into a trap, it could possess some degree of potency, wielded in hand. Its effectiveness is questionable. After all, it is merely crafted from bamboo. To inflict damage upon a ferocious beast, the wielder must possess considerable strength and skill. Nonetheless, it remains a weapon of sorts, capable of providing a semblance of self-defense, and thus stands as the most conventional armament available at present. In the chat channel, apart from the vendor of bamboo spears, various other talents abound, showcasing an array of weaponry. In contrast, the bamboo spear appears rather commonplace. Defense. That is the true path to survival. The top-tier artifact, the vine armor, has been unveiled. Brothers in need, contact me. Exclusive formulas, beast-repelling talisman. Crafted from a mixture of cinnabar and my own blood, affixed to a colossal tree, creating a 10-meter radius wherein ferocious beasts retreat with ease. Tested and proven effective. Now available for merely 100 units of wood. Sincerity begets efficacy, but supplies are limited. First come, first served. Based on my meticulous observations and analyses, I have arrived at the following conclusion. Ferocious beasts are most likely carnivorous, and we, in all probability, are composed of flesh. Thus, when we encounter such beasts, there exists a theoretical risk of being devoured. Therefore, I advise all. First, strive not to be eaten. Second, should avoidance prove impossible, choose a dignified posture for your demise. Listening to your words is akin to reading for 10 years in vain. My assessment is that it would be wiser to expend some iron to forge a knife at the workbench. Can the workbench still produce knives? I had not noticed. This is something I am aware of. During my initial usage of the workbench, I beheld a dazzling array of weapon icons, including various swords and knives. However, the exorbitant material requirements had left me in awe, as even the most basic longsword demanded a staggering 10 iron blocks. Fortunately, I am currently not in want of weapons. I possess a composite bow for ranged combat and a tang dao for melee, providing a balanced offense and defense. My sense of security has increased manifold compared to the time I merely wielded an axe. From the discourse of these individuals, it is evident that there exists a pervasive fear regarding the ferocious beasts that are to emerge in 2 days, particularly among the women, who have never before encountered such a situation. To suggest they face a ferocious beast alone is akin to sending a lamb into a tiger's den. Yet, there is no alternative. Everyone here must confront the beasts independently, or risk forfeiting their right to survive. Admittedly, I harbor some trepidation myself. The speed of that leopard was almost unfathomable. The instantaneous explosive acceleration and its ghostly figure vanishing into the night are vividly etched in my memory. Should I encounter such a beast in an open field, bereft of the protection of a treehouse, my archery skills would likely be rendered farcical against a swiftly moving target. It appears I must make further preparations. Rising from the bathtub, I wrapped myself in a towel and descended to the first floor, summoning the storage panel to meticulously inventory my supplies. For the time being, I am not lacking in food, having recently traded for a substantial quantity of packaged goods, primarily instant noodles, bread, and biscuits. While I have a penchant for meat, I still find it prudent to stockpile such items for their convenience in storage and trade. They are universally recognized as a valuable currency. I have 2 bottles of cola remaining, which I have been reluctant to consume. Fruits consist solely of purple-scaled fruit and a few water chestnuts. After some contemplation, I decided to auction off the water chestnuts for other resources. Firstly, I am not particularly fond of them, as they are cumbersome to peel and can easily lead to self-inflicted injury. Secondly, they should still be plentiful in the lake, rendering their value to me relatively limited. Better to exchange them for more practical materials. Unlike others, my stock of wood and stone is the least abundant. This is primarily because these 2 materials are exceedingly common. The trading post is teeming with them, and a modest price can secure a substantial quantity. Hoarding too much not only occupies space, but also squanders resources. Beyond these, I possess a wealth of various materials and seeds, which are strategic assets of great significance for the future. Overall, my inventory is quite robust. Before I could complete my inventory, the dozens of water chestnuts I had listed were swiftly snatched up. Such items are akin to durians, stinky tofu, or snail noodles. There are always those who hold a particular fondness for them, so their rapid sale is hardly surprising. As I collected the spoils from the transaction, I unexpectedly stumbled upon an intriguing item. Ground trap, a foldable fishing trap, an efficient passive tool for capturing fish, suitable for use in rivers, lakes, ponds, reservoirs, and streams. This exists? I rubbed my eyes. This is immensely more efficient than fishing. The key advantage is that I can place the trap in the lake and attend to other tasks, significantly saving time. I must acquire this item. Securing it means I will have a daily supply of fish. The seller did not explicitly state what they wanted in exchange, so I must inquire privately. Though I wonder if they have already retired for the night. It is nearly midnight. Surely they must be asleep? I murmured to myself. Then opened the private trade window to contact the seller, who is named Luo Qian. Hello, what are you looking to trade for this ground trap? To my surprise, less than half a minute after sending the message, I received a reply. Materials, preferably iron blocks. It is fortunate they are still awake. I was concerned someone else would snatch it away by morning. Iron blocks. How many are you looking for? I indeed have some iron blocks on hand, as I frequently acquire them during my visits to the trading post whenever I encounter them at reasonable prices. As long as the seller does not ask for an exorbitant amount, I am open to trading iron blocks. How many do you possess? Oh my, what does this mean? Are they planning to deplete my resources? Chapter 56, Long-Term Cooperation. I currently have just over 20 iron blocks remaining, and using them all for this trade would not be wise. In my estimation, this ground trap is worth no more than 5 iron blocks. Before I could respond, the seller followed up with another message. My ground traps are crafted from plastic fibers. The materials are challenging to obtain, and I certainly won't sell them at a low price. Upon reading this message, I was momentarily taken aback. Crafted? Could it be that they were handmade? This implies there are likely multiple traps. Best to clarify before proceeding. How many do you have? If the seller indeed possesses several, I would not mind trading for more. The ground traps are not something I would refuse. After all, the lake is vast, and it surely harbors an abundance of fish. With these traps, I can not only secure food but also trade the catch for other goods. I can make them indefinitely. It primarily depends on how many you require. However, materials are currently limited. Counting my stock, I can craft at most 5 at present. I furrowed my brow slightly. If I am not mistaken, this individual has likely obtained the design for the ground trap. Given this, perhaps I can propose an alternative trading arrangement. In that case, I will take all 5 you have. Let me know how many iron blocks that totals. Additionally, we can establish a long-term collaboration. I am interested in however many ground traps you can provide. After sending this message, the seller appeared to contemplate for a considerable time, seemingly calculating costs and long-term benefits. Cheng Shu remained unhurried, convinced that if the other party truly lacked iron blocks, they would acquiesce to his proposal. For him, this endeavor was undoubtedly beneficial, as he would not have to worry about his goods going unsold. Unlike other commodities, the fish traps were universally needed. Only those residing near water bodies would contemplate their purchase, but the price demanded was not insignificant, thereby filtering out a considerable number of potential buyers. Are you certain you desire them all? If so, that amounts to 30 iron blocks. Should there be further materials later, I would still be willing to engage in trade with you. I can offer a maximum of 20 blocks, but I can supplement with other items should you agree to the transaction. If not, we shall part ways. Cheng Shu possessed only 28 iron blocks in total, a sum insufficient to meet the demand, and he could not afford to relinquish them all, as it would make him appear foolishly generous. In commerce, the essence lies in mutual benefit, hinging on the art of negotiation rather than relentless price slashing or blind concessions. These seemingly contradictory elements are, in fact, indispensable threads woven into the fabric of commercial strategy. What other items? Queried Luo Qian, who felt a flicker of interest. His fish trap had been hanging for some time, garnering inquiries, yet few were willing to pay the price. He even regretted using the design. Had he sold the blueprint outright, he might have acquired more. Having exhausted the design, he was left with nothing but the need to find a buyer. Most critically, he had consumed a significant amount of materials crafting the trap, and if he failed to sell it before the expiration of his novice protection period, he would find himself defenseless. Previously, he had heard numerous individuals mention rivers and streams near their tree houses, yet he had not thoroughly explored his surroundings, subconsciously believing he had access to such resources. Once the trap was completed, he envisioned feasting on sumptuous fish daily, yet reality struck as he traversed a radius of several kilometers, discovering only a small stream devoid of substantial catch. Although the stream contained some fish and shrimp, they were far too diminutive, slipping through the trap's mesh. Thus, his dreams of daily feasts were dashed, rendering the trap useless, and he was left to sell it at the trading post. In addition to the 20 iron blocks, I can offer some food and other materials, depending on your needs. Seeing the other party's interest piqued, Chen Ming remained patient. He felt confident that his price was reasonable, as few could muster such a quantity of iron blocks. Moreover, with everyone striving to craft weapons, the demand for iron was exceedingly high, resulting in a significant supply shortage. Prices had already soared, and the exchange rate between food and iron blocks had reached alarming proportions. As anticipated, within 5 minutes, he received 5 fish traps, each a mere 3 meters long, shorter than he had hoped. Such dimensions were impractical in deep waters, but perfectly suited for the lakeside. He traded 20 iron blocks and some additional supplies, a transaction that caused him little discomfort. He had no need to craft weapons at present and could not upgrade his treehouse, so the iron blocks would merely remain in storage. At that moment, within the towering dragon spine tree, Luo Qian beamed at the sight of the iron blocks before him. After enduring immense pressure and expending considerable resources to create the traps, he had hoped for a rewarding meal, yet he had not even spotted a decent fish. Reluctantly, he had to place the traps at the trading post, hoping someone would purchase them in exchange for iron blocks to forge a defensive weapon. Perhaps it was merely bad luck that coincided with most individuals preoccupied with weapon crafting, as the demand for iron blocks surged, and those willing to trade dwindled. Finally encountering someone willing to exchange, the offer fell slightly short of his expectations. Yet under the current circumstances, it was not unacceptable. Initially, he had thought the other party a naive buyer, hesitating even when proposing to add each other as friends. But upon seeing the name Chen Ming, he froze in astonishment. Was this not the very individual who had been the first to upgrade their treehouse? He had been solely focused on selling the traps, oblivious to the other person's identity. Now, he felt vindicated in his decision. Aligning himself with such a prominent figure could lead to the bountiful feasts he had longed for. Chen Ming, too, wore a smile as he beheld the 5 fish traps. Relishing the time saved in procuring food, he would simply place the traps in the lake and use the remaining time to explore, conducting a brief check before departing. Tomorrow, he would put them to the test. Having been delayed by this transaction, only a few minutes remained until midnight. The moment he had eagerly anticipated was upon him, determining the course of his next day. What identity would he assume on the 6th day? The anticipation was palpable. He had been quite satisfied with the identities he had received thus far, each proving immensely valuable. The resource perceiver had given him an edge over others, enabling him to gather numerous supplies. The koi fish identity had proven indispensable, not only providing the crucial energy crystals for upgrading his treehouse, but also offering a bounty of food. The hiker, though exhausting, had yielded significant returns. The ever-ready fisherman had enhanced his diet, allowing him to enjoy crayfish even in such harsh conditions, and he had even reeled in a treasure chest, improving his quality of life. The gambler identity of today, compared to the previous 4, was equally impressive, as 4 out of 6 blind boxes yielded remarkable items: a bicycle, a comprehensive materials package, a seeds package, and an ecological farming shed, each capable of transforming his existence. Their worth immeasurable. Chapter 57, The Marksman. Ding. Today's identity has been confirmed. Marksman. Marksmen gain extraordinary dynamic vision and archery skills, significantly enhancing accuracy against moving targets. Side effect: each arrow shot induces intense hunger, necessitating immediate sustenance. Unerring aim leads to increasing hunger. Upon hearing this identity, Chen Ming was momentarily taken aback. The timing of this identity was rather inopportune, considering it was still within the novice protection period, with no formidable beasts to hunt. Was this identity destined to be squandered? Surely, it should have arrived a couple of days later. Was he truly expected to venture out at night to confront beasts? Furthermore, the side effect was somewhat ludicrous. Shooting arrows would leave him increasingly famished, necessitating him to carry a considerable amount of food. It seemed a losing proposition. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If he practiced archery fervently tomorrow, would he retain the skill after the identity expired? No, he would become utterly famished. Chen Ming shook his head, dismissing the notion. Best to wait until tomorrow. Sleep was in order. Everything could be arranged upon waking. Perhaps due to rising early the previous day, Chen Ming enjoyed a deep, restful sleep that night. Awaking to the bright morning sun at 7:40, he found the skies clear and windless, a perfect day for practicing archery. Though he wished to linger in bed a while longer, the rumbling of his stomach protested. How could he be hungry before even shooting an arrow? Reluctantly, he decided to rise. Stretching and washing up, he began planning his day. First, he would head to the lake to place the 5 traps, and with the remaining time, he could pursue other endeavors, primarily seeking out prey. Since there were no formidable beasts during the day, he would explore alternative targets. Wild chickens, ducks, hares, and other game abound in this place. Beyond the bamboo grove lies a bounty of bamboo rats. Securing just one would suffice for tonight's meal. As for hunger, he has devised a remedy. He has brought along all the chocolate procured from the gift pack. When hunger strikes, he can simply indulge in a piece, which should suffice. Chocolate, with its high caloric content and considerable sugar levels, is perfect for satiating hunger and replenishing energy. Having resolved the matter of breakfast, Chen Shu opened the door to survey the outside world. The air was refreshingly pure, imbued with the essence of nature. However, the incessant rain over the past 2 days had rendered the forest paths treacherous. Riding a bicycle was out of the question. For a few meters into this muddy terrain would likely lead to a disheartening entrapment. Today, he would have to proceed on foot, awaiting drier conditions before he could mount his bicycle. Had it not been for those gill nets, he might have ventured towards the pond area, where wild chickens and hares were plentiful, allowing his sharpshooter identity to shine. Yet now, circumstances had shifted. The gill nets were better left in the lake, where there were also numerous wildfowl, albeit with the risk of arrows landing in the water, a matter to remain cautious about. Standing at the threshold, Chen Shu felt an irresistible urge to test his skills with a shot, curious to ascertain whether his identity as a sharpshooter was as formidable as he imagined. Capable of transforming his fortunes, he drew back his bow, nocked an arrow, held his breath, and focused intently ahead. In that moment, everything around him appeared exquisitely vivid. Every detail, even the subtle flutter of leaves, seemed magnified multiple times. 50 meters away, a leaf dangled precariously from its branch. In the next heartbeat, as the leaf began its descent, Chen Shu released his grip, sending the arrow slicing through the air. Whoosh! The instant the arrow left the bow, a sharp pang of hunger gripped Chen Shu's stomach. He hastily retrieved the chocolate, tearing open the wrapper and stuffing a piece into his mouth. One piece was insufficient, so he quickly fished out a slice of bread. Just as he was devouring his makeshift meal, the arrow he had just loosed struck the falling leaf, pinning it to the trunk with unerring precision. Remarkable. Could it be that today he would not miss his mark? A smile crept onto Chen Shu's lips. Alas, it seemed his newfound identity had come too soon. Had he waited a few more days, he might have climbed the ranks of the beast-hunting leaderboard. This thought lingered, tinged with regret. Undoubtedly, the sharpshooter identity was advantageous. It offered both self-defense and the means to hunt wildfowl, yet the timing felt misaligned. He found himself grappling with a lingering uncertainty. Would the identities he had previously encountered resurface in the days to come? If so, such abilities would be incredibly potent. Some powers are drastically different in their initial and later stages. Take the resource perceiver from the first day, for instance. Initially, he was oblivious, with scant understanding of this world, and nearly everyone was ensnared in confusion and uncertainty, compounded by hunger and the pressures of survival, leaving little room for exploration. Yet, if he were to acquire this identity in a future where resources were bountiful and terrain familiar, the outcomes would be profoundly different. Not to mention, he now possessed a bicycle, greatly enhancing his exploration efficiency. The same identity, the same abilities, wielded at different stages could yield vastly divergent results. Surely, it was possible? Though Chen Shu was uncertain, he felt a strong inclination that the likelihood of encountering repeated identities was high. After all, how could there be so many varied identities available for random selection? Having tasted the benefits of being a sharpshooter, it was time to hit the road. However, as he descended the wooden steps, he spotted the arrow he had shot the previous night, standing upright in the ground. Approaching to examine it, he was startled to find a pool of blood nearby. Had he struck something? Chen Shu pondered incredulously. From the scene, it appeared that the arrow had indeed grazed a leopard, perhaps merely brushing its body without inflicting severe injury. Confirming this, his expression darkened. His primary concern was the possibility of the leopard seeking revenge. As long as he remained indoors tonight, he would be safe. If the leopard were to come this evening, so much the better. It would experience firsthand what it meant to be pierced by an arrow. Yet, 2 days hence would be uncertain. He would need to remain vigilant against potential ambushes. But for now, he would leave it be. The outcome of the hunt remained to be seen. Chen Shu withdrew his arrow and proceeded toward the towering tree ahead. Observing the arrow that had pinned the leaf to the trunk, a smile graced his face. With such archery skills, he was confident he could achieve a perfect score. By leveraging this identity wisely, he might procure a substantial amount of meat today. The very thought of the wildfowl surrounding the lake and the bamboo rats in the grove made his mouth water. The last bamboo rat he had seen was exceptionally plump, surely weighing around 7 or 8 pounds. If he could capture one, he would not have to worry about meat for the next few days. Failing that, wild chickens, ducks, or hares would suffice. Given the circumstances, he would not be choosy. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Shu unconsciously quickened his pace. Chapter 58, Brave New Horizons. Tall trees formed a dense forest, within which a figure darted swiftly. Though the path was challenging, nothing could deter Chen Shu's determination to feast on meat. Moreover, the enhanced dynamic vision bestowed by his sharpshooter identity proved invaluable, not only for aiming but also for navigating. It allowed him to keenly identify solid footholds and avoid the slickest muck and puddles, enabling a pace faster than he had anticipated. The forest was alive with vitality, the calls of birds resonating in a melodious chorus, and he occasionally caught glimpses of various unfamiliar birds flitting by. Regarding these creatures, Chen Shu refrained from taking aim. Their meat was scarcely worth the effort, and halting would only waste precious time. As he pressed on, an unidentified creature suddenly zipped past him, disappearing into the underbrush ahead. Initially, he assumed it was a bird, but a quick glance revealed it to be a wild chicken. Although his destination was the lake, encountering a target along the way was not an opportunity to be missed. After all, a chicken is a chicken, regardless of its origin. Without hesitation, Chen Shu came to a halt, swiftly grasping his compound bow and nocking an arrow. In an instant, he focused on the gently rustling underbrush ahead. Crouching low, he approached stealthily. The extraordinary dynamic vision granted by his identity allowed him to clearly discern the silhouette of the wild chicken, its vibrant plumage shimmering amidst the foliage. Now was the moment, he thought, releasing the tension on the bowstring. Whoosh! The arrow transformed into a blur, slicing through the grass and striking with pinpoint accuracy at the wild chicken's neck. The chicken didn't even have a moment to emit a cry before it collapsed to the ground. Success! Chen Shu's heart swelled with joy. This marked his first successful hunt since arriving in the Dragon Ridge world. While he had previously caught fish and lobsters, both experiences were fundamentally different. Fishing was a blend of patience and chance, while catching lobsters bore similarities. Yet this moment represented a tangible triumph, achieved through his own skill and capability. This instilled within him a primal and unadulterated thrill of conquest. No wonder the nobles of yore were so enamored with hunting. It was indeed exhilarating. Just as he basked in this elation, an overwhelming wave of hunger surged through him. Blast it, the after-effects were no trifling matter. He hastily retrieved a loaf of bread, nearly devouring it in a frenzy, and after finishing, he stuffed 2 pieces of chocolate into his mouth. The high-calorie sweetness and the satisfying carbohydrates temporarily quelled his gnawing hunger. At this rate, he began to doubt whether the provisions he had brought would last until the afternoon. The pangs of hunger were so acute that each time he released an arrow, it felt as though he were on the brink of starvation. Although a mere morsel would alleviate this sensation, he could not resist indulging a bit more. He had to ensure that each arrow struck true, yielding a reward, for otherwise, the repercussions of shooting would deplete his supplies significantly. A single loaf of bread accompanied by a piece of chocolate may not hold great value. Yet it equated to a meal for an ordinary person. He had to recoup his costs. Should he miss his target, it would result in a pure loss. Chen Shu hurried forward and discovered the wild chicken nestled within the bushes, lifeless, the arrow still embedded in its neck. He deftly extracted the arrow, pulling away a small tuft of warm feathers and blood. "I'm sorry, but for my survival, I must sacrifice you. Rest assured, I will prepare you splendidly," he murmured as he stowed the creature in his backpack. It had barely been a short while since he had set off, and already he had made a catch. Today was destined to be extraordinary. Whether it would be a day of bountiful harvests hinged entirely upon the events that unfolded. Straightening his posture, he prepared to advance. But out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glint amidst the thicket. The flash was so fleeting that it almost seemed an illusion. His heart raced as he promptly parted the branches and crouched to delve inside. It was a treasure chest. Before him lay a chest approximately 30 centimeters in size, cloaked in vines and twigs, the sunlight having reflected off the lock plate to create that brief sparkle. After days of absence, he had encountered a treasure chest once more. Despite it being a mere level 1 chest, there remained a possibility of uncovering something valuable within. His energy crystal had been drawn from a level 1 chest, an unexpected delight that lingered vividly in his memory. Without hesitation, Chen Shu dragged it out and opened it immediately. With his backpack now spacious, there was no need to wait until he returned to the treehouse. In summary, the space was ample. He had previously entertained the notion of withholding the opening of treasure chests until he could randomly attain a fortune or similar identity to maximize benefits. However, such thoughts were swiftly dismissed. Setting aside the uncertainty of whether he would encounter such luck again, it required extraordinary willpower to resist the temptation of opening a chest. Most individuals, upon discovering a treasure chest, would choose to open it without a second thought. Few could withstand the allure. Windproof and durable jacket, a deep gray outdoor jacket. Its surface adorned with a fine waterproof coating, boasting wind resistance, water repellence, and a certain degree of scratch resistance, demonstrating commendable durability suitable for various outdoor environments. Stainless steel tactical dagger, forged from a special alloy. Its blade is exceptionally hard and sharp. Adventure Brew Beer, 24 cans. Canned beer, effective for quenching thirst and refreshing. Slightly uplifting the spirit and alleviating light fatigue, providing psychological comfort during challenging times. Oh my goodness, beer. Chen Shu's eyes widened at the sight, for this was truly splendid. The preceding descriptions could be disregarded. The last line regarding psychological comfort during arduous times was of paramount importance. This beverage, akin to cola, would surely attract buyers as soon as it hit the market, and at a premium price no less. Alas, Chen Shu did not intend to sell it. Now that survival pressures had lifted, he sought to enhance his quality of life and indulge himself. A case of 24 cans, if consumed sparingly, would last him a while. The other two items were equally valuable. The jacket was perfectly suited for the current environment, and given his limited clothing, its practicality was off the charts. Putting it on instantly instilled a sense of security. As for the stainless steel tactical dagger, he weighed it in his hand. It was indeed a fine blade, substantial and solid, its edge gleaming with latent sharpness. It came with a leather sheath, a non-slip grip, perfect balance, and a crisp sound when swung, offering an exceptional tactile experience. However, his current arsenal was already ample: a compound bow, a tang knife, an iron axe, and a paring knife. In this context, the dagger seemed less significant. It would, however, serve well for dissecting animal carcasses when necessary. Chapter 59, Setting the Traps. Today was remarkably fortuitous. Chen Shu had not anticipated encountering another treasure chest. Recently, he had heard that the frequency of these treasures seemed to have increased, with many individuals discovering them, some even encountering several in a single day. Yet, since he had last fished one out of the water, he had not stumbled upon another, leading him to momentarily suspect that they had vanished. Today marked the 6th day since he entered this world, and he had encountered treasure chests 4 times in total. A stroke of luck that placed him among the more fortunate. The most critical aspect was that each chest had yielded invaluable items, significantly enhancing his quality of life and accelerating the construction of his treehouse. With this serendipitous discovery, Chen Shu became exceedingly vigilant on his journey to the lake, frequently glancing around, fearful of missing another treasure. After roughly an hour, he reached the lake. The water shimmered under the sunlight, and its level appeared to have risen since his last visit. The aquatic vegetation along the shore was more lush, and he could see a few wild ducks gliding gracefully across the surface. This was the feeling he cherished. Chen Shu gazed at the picturesque scene and stretched, having nearly forgotten the warmth of the sun on his skin after 2 consecutive days of rain. Time to get to work. He retrieved the traps and first set one at the location where he had previously fished, using scraps of bone and entrails as bait, making good use of waste. To properly position the trap and ensure a catch, he had to wade into the water, choosing spots near abundant vegetation or underwater structures, securing it with rope and stakes, while also marking the location with a prominent identifier on the shore. That should do it, Chen Shu remarked, nodding with satisfaction at the trap he had set. Prior to this, he had never used such a device. He had only seen it in videos and was aware of its general operation, but whether it would successfully catch fish or shrimp remained uncertain. Now, all he could do was wait. He planned to return the following day to check the trap, allowing it to sit for a longer duration. The subsequent 3 traps were set in the same manner, each in different locations. This is quite inconvenient without a boat, Chen Shu mused, retreating to the shore, his brow slightly furrowed. The positions of his traps were not adjacent to the bank, and retrieving them necessitated entering the water. Doing so repeatedly would become cumbersome. Just as he was pondering this, his gaze fell upon a verdant grove of bamboo in the distance. Bamboo. Inspiration struck him like a bolt of lightning, and he slapped his thigh, a smile breaking across his face. Why hadn't I thought of that sooner? With bamboo, I can make a raft. Compared to a boat, crafting a bamboo raft would be considerably simpler. However, there was no rush. Today, his primary objective remained hunting. He could afford to postpone the raft building. He had brought back plenty of bamboo yesterday, so constructing a raft should pose no significant issue. Now, it was time for the main event. Chen Shu weighed the compound bow in his hands, brimming with confidence. He first departed from the water's edge, silently slipping into the grass along the lakeshore. He preferred to take his shots at the prey along the bank, for retrieving a target from the lake's surface could prove to be a troublesome affair. The fauna surrounding the lake appeared to have increased, as the sun dispelled the persistent gloom of recent days, coaxing various animals and birds to stretch their limbs. Soon, a swift-moving figure caught his eye. Initially mistaking it for a wild duck, he scrutinized it closely and was astonished to discover it was a wild hare. At that moment, it was voraciously nibbling on tender leaves, blissfully unaware that danger was silently encroaching. Ah, the wild hare. Since his last encounter with its delectable meat, he had been yearning for that taste, perfect for roasting. Furthermore, the fur of this creature was a valuable prize. Chen Shu held his breath, moving with the grace of an entity merging with its surroundings. He slowly drew back the bowstring, his fingers gently resting on the arrow fletching. A clear trajectory formed in his mind as he calculated the distance, wind speed, and even the hare's potential next move. The bowstring was steadily pulled back, the muscle memory and instincts of an adept archer fusing seamlessly. Whoosh! The arrow was released with a soft whoosh, tracing a precise arc through the air. The hare seemed to sense the impending threat, its hind legs propelling it into a frantic escape, but the arrow's speed was swifter. Thud! With a muffled sound, the arrow pierced the hare's neck with pinpoint accuracy, sending it tumbling several meters away, finally coming to rest by the lake's edge, twitching a few times before falling still. Splendid! Chen Shu exclaimed, startling numerous wild birds into flight. My goodness, what a bounty! Just wait, they will all find their way into my belly. At that moment, his stomach rumbled again. Hungry. He quickly stuffed a piece of bread into his mouth to quell the gnawing hunger. The thrill of the hunt was exhilarating, devoid of any muddled attempts, marked by absolute precision and lethal efficiency. He hastened towards his prize, skillfully retrieving the arrow and lifting the hefty hare in his grasp. Weighing at least 6 or 7 pounds. To have captured a hare and a chicken with merely 2 arrows was an unfathomable feat in the past. Just as he secured the hare into his backpack, a cacophony of quacks reached his ears. Glancing up, he spied a disorganized formation of wild ducks swooping low over the lake, ultimately descending into a nearby reed bed. A golden opportunity. Chen Shu immediately crouched low and swiftly maneuvered along the perimeter, using the grass and dense brush as cover, circumventing towards the duck's landing site. The reed bed lay a mere 100 meters ahead, the water rippling gently, with reeds swaying gracefully in the breeze, providing excellent concealment for the waterfowl, while serving as his optimal cover. Chen Shu halted behind a dense cluster of bulrushes about 30 meters from the reed bed, where the view was relatively open, yet his form remained well hidden. His keen gaze pierced through the gaps in the reeds, meticulously scanning for his target. The flock comprised around 17 or 18 ducks, mostly scattered across the shallow waters, foraging for small fish, shrimp, or the roots of aquatic plants. Among them, one appeared to have strayed from the main group, distant yet perilously close to Chen Shu. You are the one. He immediately locked his sights on this solitary wild duck, a veritable target. The gentle breeze rustled the reeds softly, and the lone duck, blissfully unaware of its impending doom, was engrossed in pecking at the shallow waters. Its plump rear slightly elevated. The identity of a sharpshooter heightened Chen Shu's senses, allowing him to acutely perceive the subtle forces of the breeze brushing against the grass blades. Calculating the necessary adjustments for his shot, his breathing became elongated and steady, his heartbeat slowed, and the world around him seemed to dissolve, leaving only him. The bow in his hands, the arrow knocked upon the string, and the unsuspecting target 30 meters away. He gradually drew the compound bow to its full draw, the bowstring resting against his cheek, the silhouette of the duck crystal clear within his sights. Now, Chapter 60, a 2-for-1 deal. With a gentle release of his fingertips, the bowstring emitted a deep, resonant twang, and the arrow transformed into a near-invisible gray blur, cleaving through the air with a faint shriek. Following an almost flawless trajectory towards its mark, the arrow's speed was astonishing, leaving the wild duck no time to react as the sharp tip punctured its back with precision. Thud! A dull thud echoed as the duck's entire body was propelled forward by the arrow's formidable momentum, its wings weakly flapping a couple of times, sending up a small splash of water before it collapsed into shallow depths, lifeless. Did I hit it? That was effortless. Chen Shu chuckled, taking another bite of bread, his nerves starting to relax. Whoosh! In that instant, the first duck fell. The arrow, still imbued with ferocity and stained with the blood of its comrade, continued its relentless flight. Deeper in the reeds, about 7 or 8 meters from the first duck, another slightly smaller duck was leisurely preening its feathers. Startled by the sound of splashing water, it raised its head in alarm, attempting to take flight. However, it was all too late. The arrow, now a harbinger of death, accurately pierced its body at the very moment it attempted to ascend. Quack! Its mournful cry was abruptly silenced, the second duck plummeting to the ground like a struck object, landing with a thud amidst the muddy reeds. The remaining ducks, startled by the commotion, took to the skies, scattering across the lake. Moments later, the entire reed bed fell silent. Even Chen Shu found himself momentarily stunned, his mouth agape at the dramatic scene before him. 1 arrow, 2 ducks. No. It should be 1 arrow, 2 ducks, he murmured, his voice infused with incredulous delight and a hint of absurdity. He had merely intended to target the solitary plump duck, but the arrow, due to its impeccable power and angle, inadvertently claimed another life. The prowess of a sharpshooter was simply astounding. Just yesterday, he had struggled to hit a target at 3 meters. Today, at 30 meters, he had achieved a remarkable double. Ha ha ha. What an unexpected joy. After the brief moment of astonishment, elation washed over Chen Shu. Unable to contain his laughter, he rushed forward, gazing at the 2 ducks resting quietly by the water's edge and on the shore, feeling as though fortune was smiling upon him today. He even began to suspect whether he had been granted the favor of a lucky fish. With both chicken and duck now in hand, his dinner menu had become delightfully varied. The 2 wild ducks were somewhat different in size, yet neither could be considered large. Such wild fowl, while not heavy, were incomparable to their domesticated counterparts, yet they excelled in nutritional value, boasting firm meat with a unique, exquisite flavor that was difficult to procure even with money. It was barely past 10 o'clock, and he had already amassed such a bounty. A fruitful harvest seemed to be a certainty. Today would indeed be a massacre. For the next 2 hours, Chen Shu traversed the lakeshore, successfully taking aim 4 times, each shot finding its mark, culminating in the capture of 3 wild ducks and 1 quail. Initially mistaking it for a pigeon, he only realized it was a quail once it fell to the ground after being struck. Though its meat was modest, just over half a pound, it was rich in flavor, perfect for a hearty stew. He had not anticipated the presence of quails in this place, and thus spent some time searching the vicinity, hoping to discover a few quail eggs. Unfortunately, his efforts yielded no results, yet he stumbled upon 8 wild duck eggs instead. Having been in this world for nearly 6 days, he consistently encountered unexpected treasures during his explorations, a thrill that surpassed even the exhilaration of winning the lottery. During the midday break, he remained industrious, tending to his finds while observing the chat channel, since he would eventually need to pluck feathers and skin the game. It seemed prudent to process some of it here. If all went well, he might amass a considerable bounty today, a portion of which he could barter with others for resources. Surely, no one could resist the allure of meat, unless they were a vegetarian. At present, he was not lingering in the 666666 channel, but rather in channel 1. The previous channels were teeming with people. The information flowed too swiftly to linger on his retina for even a second. He merely sought to catch up on recent news or procure what he required. At this point, nearly everyone understood that if one wished to sell or trade valuable items, the most effective strategy was to venture into the busier channels where the likelihood of transactions was significantly higher. A single message could elicit a flood of private inquiries. In such an environment, sellers undoubtedly held an advantageous position, as they could compare offers and wield the power of choice. High prices paid for energy crystals, unlimited quantities accepted. Selling iron ingots in exchange for food or blueprints. Urgently seeking medicine. I fell from the treehouse ladder and am in excruciating pain. Anyone with medicine, please contact me. A generous reward awaits, as saving a life is worth more than a grand pagoda. Offering a self-made bow and arrow tutorial, detailing the entire process from material selection to crafting. Those interested, add me as a friend. Major discovery: grinding flint into powder and sprinkling it on burnt bread creates a cumin flavor. I have tested its effectiveness. Providing radio services. Online late at night to tell stories with a magnetic voice to help you sleep. Tips can be exchanged for song requests. Seeking to expand my friend list. Let's connect. Missing persons notice for local resident Chun Dajwang from Magic City. I'm your brother. Please contact me if you see this. Indeed, Channel 1 was a veritable bazaar, filled with offers for goods, requests for materials, missing person notices, friend requests, and even performances. Some statements were so outrageous that one might mistakenly believe they were in a large forum. Is there anyone who has drawn talents such as mechanical mastery, engineering, or smelting? Or perhaps you are an engineer, carpenter, or blacksmith? Don't let your talents go to waste. Join our guild, and we can assist each other in crafting advanced tools and weapons. Ladies, do you feel unsafe in solo survival? We invite you to join our mutual aid group to share survival skills, vent your stress, and encourage one another. Please confirm your female identity via private message. We VE had enough of those lucky ones flaunting their treasure chests. We, the less fortunate, should unite in spirit to condemn them. Seeing such remarks, Chen Shu truly admired these individuals from the depths of his heart. At that moment, they seemed to be completely at ease, forming alliances without a shred of fear regarding the impending end of the novice protection period in just 2 days. It appeared that indolence was pervasive everywhere. Just as he was about to close the interface, he unexpectedly noticed a message, selling a large quantity of toilet paper. Please contact me. Chapter 61. The King Covers the Earth. Chen Shu was not astonished by the item being sold, but rather by the name of the seller, Chao Gai, a name he recognized all too well, identical to that of his university roommate. Could it be that this person was indeed his old friend? The rare surname Chao paired with the even rarer name Gai made the likelihood of encountering someone he knew in a game with billions of participants astonishingly slim. At the thought of this, his heart raced to 180 beats per minute. With excitement bubbling within him, Chen Shu opened the private chat window. King covers the earth? After sending the message, he fixated on the screen, feeling as though time itself had stretched. Would it truly be him? This phrase was a playful jest they exchanged during every meeting. Each holiday, Chao Gai would always be the first to arrive at the dormitory, prompting everyone else to shout, "King covers the earth," to which he would reply, "The pagoda subdues the river demon." Moments later, the private chat window jolted, and a new message appeared. The pagoda subdues the river demon. Old Chen Shu's previously taut nerves instantly relaxed. It was indeed him. In this unfamiliar, perilous, and lonely Dragon Ridge world, he had finally found a familiar face, someone he could genuinely call a companion, even if vast distances still separated them. The mere knowledge of each other's existence and the assurance that they were both alive was enough to dispel a sliver of loneliness. While Lin Yuchu had only qualified as an acquaintance, Chao Gai was undeniably a good brother. Chen Shu took a moment to steady his surging emotions before responding. "It's me. I can't believe it's really you. I almost thought I was seeing things when I saw your name. Wow. Old Chen, it really is you. Of course. How did you find me? I wanted to find you guys too, but I couldn't figure out how to reach you. I just happened to see you selling things in the chat channel. Wow, what a coincidence. I just finished exploring outside and was taking a break to advertise when you noticed me. What does this mean? It shows our brotherly bond runs deep. Ha ha ha, indeed. By the way, was the first person to level up really you? I saw the same name. Guess? It can't be you, can it? You guessed right, but unfortunately, there's no reward. Wow, when did you become so impressive? Have you been using drugs? Not at all, just luck. You know my luck has always been exceptional. That is true, But to buy a house and move in just one day before you crossed over? Is that really considered luck? Let's not talk about that. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away in a forest, a tall young man sat cross-legged, his sun-kissed skin glistening and hair tousled with dust. Dressed only in a sweat-soaked tank top, exposing his muscular arms, he stared wide-eyed at the interface before him, grinning like a 200-pound child. He was Chow Guy, also known as the king of Dormitory 308. The day he crossed over happened to be during the holiday. He had been indulging in a lazy slumber at home. After a night of gaming that left him utterly exhausted, he had barely drifted into sleep when the system notification jolted him awake. In shock, he attempted to contact his parents or acquaintances, but to no avail. Resigned to his fate, he began to explore this new world, utilizing his abilities. However, having stayed up all night left him fatigued and famished, leading to a wasted first day. Fortunately, through sheer effort, his life gradually began to stabilize. Later, he heard reports of someone who had upgraded their treehouse first, and that person's name was strikingly similar to his roommate's. He had entertained suspicions of it being the same individual, yet dismissed the idea due to the improbability. Throughout this period, he wished to contact Chen Shu to confirm his identity, but had no means to do so. The frustrating leaderboard, which did not allow private messages, was undoubtedly a lapse in design, something deserving of a poor review. After numerous fruitless attempts, he relinquished the notion and began to concentrate on the matters of daily life. In a bid to fend off the ferocious beasts of the morrow, he deliberately ventured further today, hoping to gather more resources and, ideally, encounter a treasure chest. Otherwise, should he confront a beast, he might find himself devoid of any means to retaliate. Thus far, he had stumbled upon a treasure chest only once, albeit a level 2 one, which regrettably did not yield any energy crystals, rendering his quest to upgrade his treehouse exceedingly arduous. As noon approached, he replenished his strength with food while contemplating selling some toilet paper to exchange for resources. To his surprise, he was fortuitously caught in the act by Chen Shu. Fate had played its hand. Chen Shu's smile remained unwavering. Finding a familiar face brought him more joy than discovering a treasure chest. As college roommates, their bond was profound, transcending mere brotherhood to a father-son dynamic, a connection not easily encapsulated in words. They first added each other as friends, followed by a lengthy discussion about the Dragonspine world, effectively sharing information. In the course of their conversation, Chen Shu discerned that Zhao Tianwang's situation was not as fortunate as his own, yet he was not in dire straits, possessing basic sustenance. It was logical, after all. He was the first to upgrade his treehouse, and in terms of available resources and quality of life, few could rival him. By the way, you're selling toilet paper? How much do you have? A large quantity, I presume, Chen Shu inquired with keen curiosity. Had he not seen the words toilet paper, he might never have recognized Zhao Tianwang. Recently, he had been using it quite liberally and wished to trade for more as a precautionary measure. After all, toilet paper had numerous uses beyond mere hygiene, and stockpiling it was undoubtedly prudent. Upon closer inspection, he realized the vendor of the toilet paper was none other than Zhao Guy. Indeed, just a little something to support household needs. With a quick retort, Zhao Tianwang added, let me put it this way. I've got your lifetime supply of toilet paper covered. Even if you require it 10 times a day, I will provide in abundance, not limited to just bathroom needs. Those who understand, understand. Chen Shu chuckled. This lad never fails to jest, yet curiosity swelled within him. The audacity of claiming a lifetime supply of toilet paper was staggering. Where did you procure such a bounty? Have you unlocked the divine talent of the toilet paper deity? Enough with the toilet paper deity nonsense. I crafted this myself. Crafted it. So you must have acquired the design blueprint for it? Old Chen, your mind is truly sharp. You guessed it in an instant. Chapter 62. Don't hold it in. It became clear that the design blueprint was the key to such plentiful production. Apart from the blueprint, there seemed no other explanation. Chen Shu then inquired about further details and learned that the production of toilet paper required merely wood. One piece could yield an entire pack. The cost was extraordinarily low. In a world devoid of industrial systems, where everything returned to a primitive state, the significance of toilet paper transcended mere hygiene. You truly struck gold with that treasure chest. Possessing the design blueprint for toilet paper means you need not worry about sustenance, Chen Shu remarked in admiration. Well, it's manageable. I can barely keep myself fed, but in comparison to you, I'm still far behind. Come now, that was merely luck on my part. You're the one benefiting while pretending to be modest. By the way, have you found Lao Gao and Sun Sun yet? Not at all. With so many people, it's not easy to locate anyone. Finding you is pure luck. Indeed, I wonder how Lao Gao and Sun Sun are faring. They should be safe during the novice protection period. True. By the way, can you guess who else I encountered? Chen Shu then asked. Who? Our class monitor. Lin Yuchu? How did you come across her? Are you two living together? At the mention of Lin Yuchu, Zhao Tianwang's excitement surged. She was undoubtedly one of the 5 beauties of their university. Not only was she kind-hearted, but her beauty was widely acknowledged, making her the class's recognized flower. With outstanding looks, character, temperament, and academic performance, suitors would queue from the dormitory to the campus gate. Living together? Hardly. We merely crossed paths in the channel. She approached me. Really? Did nothing happen between you? Perhaps a little online romance? Online romance, my foot. Zhao Tianwang laughed heartily. All right, I must cut our conversation short for now. I have other matters to attend to. Chen Shu glanced at the time. He had rested long enough and needed to resume his hunting. Fine, we will continue this later. If you need more toilet paper, just let me know. I have plenty, don't hold it in. Get lost. With that, Chen Shu closed the chat interface and picked up his compound bow, resuming his hunt. Knowing Zhao Tianwang's situation had lightened his heart considerably. At least he was no longer alone. He had a trustworthy brother by his side. Perhaps it was the uplifting news that contributed to the success of his subsequent hunting endeavors. His spirits soared. Within an hour, he successfully shot 4 wild ducks and 2 wild chickens, reaping a bountiful harvest. The wild ducks were the common mallard variety, while the wild chickens referred to pheasants, both of which were widely distributed on Earth. Despite their name, wild chickens were not actually chickens, but rather birds, akin to the relationship between tigers and cats, belonging to the same family, yet different genera. Due to the noise he had made, most wildfowl had fled the area. Reluctantly, he decided to change locations. Half an hour later, he arrived at a bamboo grove, unable to shake the thought of bamboo rats. Compared to wild chickens and ducks, bamboo rats were considerably fatter, almost comparable to wild rabbits. It was midday, the sun at its most scorching, and the shade of the bamboo grove offered a welcome respite. Surrounding him, the calls of birds and the chirps of insects filled the air, though their exact locations remained indistinguishable. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the bamboo, creating patches of light, while a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, instilling a sense of tranquility in his soul. The verdant bamboo formed a screen, and the gentle hills painted a picturesque scene, creating a natural landscape reminiscent of classic Chinese art. With careful steps, he parted a thicket of dense arrow bamboo, his bowstring partially drawn, his gaze sweeping the ground like that of a hawk. He discovered 3 or 4 bamboo rat burrows, but the entrances were clean, devoid of fresh claw marks or footprints, indicating a low probability of finding his quarry. Surely in such a vast bamboo grove, there can't be a single bamboo rat, he murmured softly, preparing to give up when a faint cracking sound caught his attention. Looking up, he spotted a plump gray wild chicken perched on a bamboo branch, pecking at tender shoots. Its feathers fluffed up, and its robust chest quivering slightly with each movement. Another wild chicken. However, it appeared somewhat different from those he had encountered before. The previous wild chickens he hunted were nearly twice the size of this one, and its coloring seemed fresher. Could it be a juvenile? It didn't seem like it. Regardless, he decided to take his shot. Narrowing his eyes, he held his breath, slowly raising his compound bow. The arrow tip steadily locked onto the gray wild chicken. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air with remarkable speed, instantly piercing its chest. The little creature plummeted from the branch, landing motionless on the ground. Mission accomplished. Chen Shu quickly approached, munching on his bread as he drew near. Examining it closely, he found it increasingly difficult to discern the difference from the previous wild chickens. It was a size smaller, its feathers a grayish-brown, with its breast and belly adorned with fine black spots. The gray-breasted bamboo chicken boasts tender flesh and plump breast muscles, subsisting on a diet of plant seeds, tender leaves, and insects. Chen Shu, in a moment of revelation, recognized that among the myriad species of wild chickens, this gray-breasted bamboo chicken was one. Although somewhat diminutive in size, its flavor was unlikely to disappoint. He decided to keep it. While he had not managed to catch a bamboo rat, encountering the bamboo chicken might well be the heavens' compensation for him. Yet, the disparity in meat quantity was striking. One bamboo rat could easily equal the worth of 7 or 8 bamboo chickens. He envisioned a delightful dish of chicken stewed with mushrooms for dinner, a prospect that filled him with anticipation. The area was abundant with mushrooms, and the marketplace offered a vast array of them. A little concoction with this bamboo chicken should prove exceedingly delicious. Today was bound to be fruitful, if only he could stumble upon a bamboo rat as well. Chen Shu stowed the bamboo chicken in his backpack and resumed his search, his thoughts still preoccupied with the elusive bamboo rat. Suddenly, as he prepared to leave, he tripped over a slight mound of earth beneath his feet. What could this be? Could it possibly be a bamboo rat's burrow? His eyes brightened with hope as he promptly used his dagger to clear away the fallen leaves, revealing a honeycomb partially obscured by dirt, accompanied by a rich, sweet aroma. His earlier step had inadvertently disturbed the honeycomb, rousing the bees within. A honeycomb. Chen Shu's pupils dilated in astonishment as several bees emerged from their sanctuary. Run. Almost instinctively, his muscles reacted before his mind could catch up. He swiftly retreated, turning to flee toward the lake, his ears inundated with the furious buzzing surrounding him. A swarm of bees pursued him relentlessly. Fearful of glancing back, he could only sprint forward, navigating the intricate terrain of the bamboo forest, which presented numerous obstacles to his escape. He had thought the bees might relent after a short chase, yet they seemed to have locked onto their prey, their buzzing growing ever closer. Still in pursuit? As he turned his head, he found a bee hovering right before him. Curse it! Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength and leaped. Splash! Chapter 63, The Honeycomb. The lake engulfed Chen Shu in an instant, sending water splashing everywhere as the swarm circled angrily above. emitting furious buzzes. Holding his breath, he submerged until the bees finally dispersed, then cautiously surfaced to gasp for air. Gasping for breath, Chen Shu wiped the droplets from his face. Who would have guessed that the mound concealed a honeycomb? Thankfully, he had acted quickly. Otherwise, he might have been stung repeatedly. These bees were quite common, known as Chinese bees or earth bees. In his youth, he had been stung by one, having been brazen enough to attempt to catch it barehanded, leading to many unfortunate incidents. After carefully surveying the area to confirm that no bees lingered on the shore, he climbed back onto dry land. The unexpected turn of events had left him drenched from his impromptu leap into the lake, resembling a soggy chick. He could only temporarily shed his outer clothing to dry, leaving him in his underwear. The sight was undeniably comical. Anyone witnessing him would surely burst into laughter. No one had warned him about the gigantic honeycomb hidden in the bamboo grove. He had nearly met his demise. As he sunbathed, he grumbled to himself, feeling increasingly frustrated. He had done nothing wrong, merely kicked a mound and stumbled, yet now he had been chased by bees, ending up soaked. Was he to let it end like this? Absolutely not. He could not simply let it go. Surely, he deserved some compensation. But how? Surely the honeycomb contained honey? A mischievous grin spread across his face as he licked his lips, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. Since they had chased him into the lake, he would collect a toll. However, he needed to devise a strategy to avoid being stung. He lacked protective gear and would have to improvise. The simplest solution was to cover himself in mud, ensuring a thick layer for adequate protection. Otherwise, he would have to find something to shield his head. The rest of his body was relatively safe, protected by clothing, so it posed little concern. After much contemplation, Chen Shu could not devise a better plan and instead placed his hopes on the marketplace, seeking suitable items. After a thorough search, he stumbled upon a promising find. Without hesitation, he swiftly reached an agreement with the vendor, ultimately acquiring a helmet in exchange for 5 wild duck eggs. With limited possessions, he had no choice but to make this trade. This helmet resembled those worn by motorcyclists, fully enclosing his head. Chen Shu speculated that the previous owner had been wearing it when they crossed over. Otherwise, it would not have materialized from a loot crate. With the helmet secured, the subsequent tasks became manageable. He would use his clothes for any areas that could be covered, and for the rest, mud would suffice. Chen Shu sprang into action, feeling the heat of the helmet and knowing he had to work swiftly. 10 minutes later, he found himself less than 100 meters from the honeycomb. Several bees still flitting about overhead. Charge! Chen Shu roared internally, then dashed toward the honeycomb, disregarding the bees as he hastily began to dig through the earth. The bees, sensing the disturbance, swarmed around him, yet he felt no fear. He had thoroughly checked for potential stings. He had even traded for gloves and a neck gaiter, effectively safeguarding himself. After considerable effort, he finally uncovered the full extent of the honeycomb. It was enormous, truly unfathomable. This was undoubtedly the largest honeycomb Chen Shu had ever seen, easily the size of a half bed. He could hardly contain his astonishment as he quickly pried open the outer layer of beeswax, revealing an abundance of golden honey. Far more than he had anticipated. There must have been dozens of pounds of it. Such a substantial honey reserve could sustain him for months, perhaps even be traded for more supplies. It is known that there are 5 types of food that never spoil in nature: honey, liquor, vinegar, solid sugar, and salt. Honey is the only natural food that can remain unspoiled indefinitely, provided its purity is maintained. Chen Shu had read about honey found in an Egyptian pyramid, over 3,000 years old, that showed no signs of spoilage upon discovery. Moreover, with his storage cabinet, which had preservation capabilities, he had no cause for concern regarding spoilage. With a swift motion, he cut a large piece of honeycomb and placed it into a plastic container he had previously acquired. Without hesitation, he plunged his dagger back into the honeycomb, slicing off several more substantial chunks. However, he refrained from taking it all, leaving a small portion behind. If he stripped it bare, the bees might abandon the hive. The knowledge he had gleaned from countless videos now proved invaluable. He had struck gold this time. Chen Shu's heart raced as he meticulously collected the honey, his hands steady as a rock. The temptation to remove his helmet and taste the delicious honey was nearly overwhelming. But he resisted. Within minutes, he had secured a substantial portion of honey, estimating around 20 to 30 pounds. Time to call it a day? He chased away all the bees in the barrel and immediately stored them in his inventory. The bees, witnessing the honey that had just been within their reach vanish, lost their sense of direction, buzzing around Chen Shu like headless flies, reluctant to disperse. Chen Shu paid them no heed, merely assisting them in restoring their hive before turning to the lakeside. He was mentally prepared. Should the bees follow him once more, he would plunge into the water. However, most of the bees chose not to pursue him, with only a small fraction trailing behind, likely due to his earlier contact with the honey. Never mind, he thought. I shall leap once more. To rid himself of the pesky bees, Chen Shu dove into the water again, deftly retrieving his helmet and stowing it in his backpack midair. Splash! The sun-dried clothes were drenched anew as he swam toward the shore, glancing at the honey in his backpack, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Today was indeed a bountiful day, yielding an array of game along with a barrel of honey. The only regret was the absence of bamboo rats. Upon reaching the shore, Chen Shu wasted no time and immediately resumed his hunting endeavors. In this weather, even without shedding his clothes, he would dry quickly enough. The pressing concern was to locate his next prey. The sharpshooter had only this day, miss it, and it would be gone. Now he relied solely on his prowess for sustenance, while future endeavors for larger game would depend on fortune. Some opportunities, once missed, would never return. Chapter 64. Can I still choose? Should I check the fish trap? Perhaps it's best to leave it for tomorrow. Or maybe I should take a peek. No. I'll return first to craft the bamboo raft. At 3 in the afternoon, Chen Shu hesitated by the lakeside for a considerable time, yearning to inspect the fish trap, curious about its bounty. After much deliberation, he ultimately abandoned the notion. Time was too tight, and the trap had not been in place for long. Any catch would likely be modest. Moreover, without a bamboo raft, retrieving the trap would necessitate diving into the water, which was too cumbersome. The journey back to the treehouse was smooth sailing. During the trek, Chen Shu managed to shoot a few wild chickens. Including his earlier captures, his day's haul amounted to 1 wild rabbit, 1 quail, 9 wild ducks, and 12 wild chickens, 11 pheasants, and 1 bamboo chicken. With such an abundance, it was evident he could not consume it all alone and would need to trade some. The rabbit was a keeper, the quail would make a fine soup, and the bamboo chicken could be roasted. The remaining ducks and chickens would either be traded or preserved as stock. The path home was always a joyous one as Chen Shu hummed a tuneless melody, returning to the treehouse in under 2 hours, a feat that previously took him just over 2 hours, even when rushed. He attributed this efficiency to an improvement in his physical condition and stamina, but then pondered if perhaps the sharpshooter title was in effect. He had sensed a noticeable enhancement in both strength and speed today, suggesting it was indeed the blessing of the sharpshooter identity. The golden rays of the setting sun filtered through the leaves of the dragon spine tree, casting dappled shadows. With still over an hour before sunset, ample time remained to process the day's catch. He would handle his own provisions, while those intended for trade could fend for themselves. He felt no obligation to pluck feathers or skin them. The rabbit could be an exception, as its pelt was valuable, but the chickens and ducks were another matter. Chen Shu first approached the stream to prepare the evening's ingredients while simultaneously checking in on Zhao Tianwang. Have you returned to the treehouse yet? The message had scarcely been sent when a reply came. I'm already back, spent the day outside, drenched in sweat. So hot. What about you, Lao Chen? Just got back? Sent you a message right away. Hey, I must tell you, today was my lucky day. I stumbled upon 2 treasure chests. Zhao Gai, seated at the treehouse entrance, chatted with Chen Shu while glancing at his own bountiful haul. He had not anticipated encountering 2 treasure chests in such proximity. Had he not meticulously inspected the area, he would have missed out immensely. Today's bounty surpassed all previous days, particularly with the engineer's shovel among the treasures. This tool was not only useful for excavation but also served as a means of defense, a multifunctional tactical instrument boasting both offensive and defensive capabilities. His acquired ability, named Great Strength, conferred extraordinary physical power upon the user. The density of muscle fibers, bone strength, and tendon resilience had all been significantly enhanced, far beyond normal limits. He now possessed the strength to fell a bull with a single punch. Armed with the engineer's shovel, he could transform into a human demolition machine. He was now fully capable of facing beasts in direct confrontation. Zhao Gai was eager to ascertain whether the ferocious beasts or his newfound strength would prevail. Initially, he had been somewhat dissatisfied with his ability, feeling it paled in comparison to others' extraordinary powers, but he soon realized the merits of sheer strength. Strength, after all, was the most fundamental path to dominance. By the way, Lao Chen, what are you having for dinner tonight? Do you want me to get you some food? I opened a box with steak today, but you'll have to cook it yourself. I have no cooking utensils here. After sending the message, Zhao Gai began to busy himself. Although he had returned to the treehouse, there remained much to be done, and resources needed careful organization. Tomorrow marked the final day of the novice protection period, and he had to be thoroughly prepared. Just as he stood up, Chen Shu replied to his message. Upon opening it, he was momentarily taken aback. Chen Shu had sent him a photograph showcasing an array of game laid out. Wild chickens, wild ducks, rabbits. What else more? There were even chicks. Had Lao Chen captured an entire family? Wait, what else in that barrel? It gleamed golden. Could it be honey? Zhao Gai's eyes widened, nearly causing him to drop what he was holding. After toiling away to find 2 treasure chests, yielding merely packaged steak, Chen Shu had nonchalantly displayed an assortment of game and a barrel of shimmering honey. He swallowed hard and inquired, Lao Chen, where did you get all this? Hunting. Of course. Didn't you have any? That's not what I meant. I'm asking how you managed to gather so much. Oh, that's simple. Draw the bow. Let go of the arrow. Chen Shu's casual response left Zhao Gai speechless. If it were that easy, he wouldn't have gone so long without encountering meat. Damn it, I was hoping to share some food with you if you were short on supplies, and here I am, the one in need of charity. As Zhao Gai grumbled, he recalled Chen Shu's top-ranking status. It all began to make sense. Without some capability, how could he have been the first to upgrade the treehouse? Yet, curiosity lingered. What ability had Chen Shu randomly obtained? How could he rank first in treehouse construction while also excelling in resource gathering and capturing such a plethora of game? Chow Gai's reaction was entirely predictable. The photograph he had just sent, if casually shared in any channel, would undoubtedly provoke a stir. A whole barrel of honey accompanied by over 20 wild delicacies. This was not the fare of mere survivors. It was the bounty of a wilderness magnate. Rest assured, there will be no shortage for you. Shortly, I shall treat you to a taste of my culinary prowess. With such an abundance of provisions, and considering that King Chow had also intended to share his bounty, it was only fitting for a father to treat his wayward son to a meal. By the way, what would you prefer? Roasted, stir-fried, or in a soup? Can I even choose? Chow Gai was taken aback. For the past few days, his meals had consisted of either instant food or simple barbecues, and he had not even had the luxury of soup, let alone stir-fried dishes. You must choose. Consider this a restaurant, came the reply. Do as you please. I am easy to please. All right, how about something extraordinarily spicy? You even have chili peppers? Then it must be extraordinarily spicy. As they conversed, Chen Shu dined on a sumptuous dinner of pan-seared steak, quail, and mushroom soup, wild vegetables stir-fried with chicken, and a roasted chicken. A sip of the soup revealed its exquisite flavor, living up to its reputation. The soup contained bamboo shoots and wild mountain peppers, with a rich, aromatic broth. The initial taste was the umami of the mushrooms, followed by the crisp sweetness of the bamboo shoots, culminating in the gentle spiciness of the wild mountain peppers, creating a delightful symphony of flavors that compelled one to indulge bite after bite. King Chow's dinner mirrored his own, with the steak being his contribution. Hearing of Chen Shu's well-equipped kitchen, he had generously shared a number of ingredients, among them MSG and barbecue seasoning, which elevated the meal to new heights. This soup is exceptional. Old Chen, your skills are impressive. Just average, really. Having come here, it's my first time enjoying such a feast, Chow Gai remarked, somewhat wistfully. Although he was in the business of selling toilet paper, he had never experienced such splendid meals. Ultimately, it was due to the fact that most individuals would not trade their finest provisions. Even if he had money in his pocket, he could only purchase ordinary food. Things will improve in due time. By the way, are you planning to trade away the remaining items? Save a little. If something good comes along, we can exchange. Today, Chen Shu not only prepared dinner for Chow Gai, but also for Han Shuang, Lin Yuchu, Ling Feng, and Tang Tian, each receiving a roasted chicken. Naturally, this was not a charitable act. The four had contributed a considerable amount of valuable items in an equitable exchange. This was a trade, not an act of benevolence. He reasoned that since he would ultimately trade everything away, it mattered little whom he sold to. Therefore, he casually inquired of the four, only to receive a unanimous response: trade. Tang Tian and Ling Feng even expressed a desire to be contacted directly in the future for such exquisite items, promising they would surely exchange something in return. Chen Shu's investment of 4 roasted chickens yielded a plethora of materials and resources. Among them, one item from Tang Tian brought him immense joy. Medical protective suit. Composed of high-density polyethylene fibers, waterproof and antibacterial, it effectively isolates external bacteria, ensuring personnel safety. According to Tang Tian, this was a bonus from a trade involving a banana battle robe. Perhaps he thought it was too hot to require such an item and thus undervalued it. Indeed, protective suits have limited practical applications, as the daytime heat makes wearing even short sleeves uncomfortable, and donning such attire for sleep at night is equally unpleasant, rendering it somewhat of a superfluous item. After trading for it, Tang Tian regretted his decision. Although it was a bonus, something entirely useless could hardly be considered an addition. He felt somewhat foolish for trading for something so impractical. Yet, for Chen Shu, this was a splendid acquisition, with the protective suit. He could disregard the threat posed by bees while foraging for honey. While he engaged in conversation with King Chow, Tang Tian and Ling Feng inadvertently stirred a commotion. First, Tang Tian shared a photo of the roasted chicken he had traded for from Chen Shu in the chat channel, quickly followed by Ling Feng mimicking him. Their dinner post sparked envy among many. They were the stars of the channel, alongside Chen Shu, and were even dubbed the Taoist Master and Vice Master of the 666,666 channel. Typically, the two refrained from such displays, yet today they broke from tradition, flaunting their dinner. And keen observers noted that their chickens appeared strikingly similar, even down to the seasoning. Have you two moved in together? How is it that your dinners are identical? Perhaps. I support the Taoist Master and Vice Master being together. What is this? Is there some juicy gossip? Speak up. Shippers, refrain from chiming in. Quick, summon the great Chen Shu to reign in their arrogance. Yes, indeed. We haven't seen the great one's dinner yet. It diminishes my appetite. Wait a moment. You two didn't trade for that roasted chicken from the great one, did you? At this juncture, someone discerned the inconsistency. Even if they had wild chickens, it was improbable they possessed such a wealth of seasonings. The roasting technique bore a striking resemblance to Chen Shu's. Upon this realization, the crowd experienced an epiphany. Indeed, it seemed only plausible that both would post simultaneously, as though they had conspired. Come now, admit it. Did you sell your bodies for this? Do not besmirch my esteemed colleague. They must have licked the great one's boots. Go on, You only know how to slander the virtuous. We are respectable individuals, though it is true the roasted chicken was traded from the Great One. My, it is truly delectable. Why should that be? Watching you two enjoy yourselves has made me ravenous. I can no longer hold back. Does anyone have meat to sell me? It's all your fault. Meanwhile, Chen Shu continued to savor his dinner when he was suddenly bombarded with notifications. Lifting his gaze, he found the very same individuals. He had ceased to initiate posts. Yet every mealtime, these people appeared as if summoned by a clock, demanding to see his meal. Initially, he had shared his dinner simply because others were doing so. But since then, it had spiraled uncontrollably, with individuals seemingly fixated on him, even claiming they could only eat upon seeing his meal. Today, he had no intention of posting. However, the relentless barrage from these individuals persisted. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was indeed the antics of Tang Tian and Ling Feng. These two were truly the life of the party, inciting a wave of collective indignation. No wonder they were the Taoist master and vice master of the 666,666 channel. Chen Shu lowered his gaze to the sumptuous feast on his table and, ultimately, decided to snap a photograph. Next time, a membership will be required to view this. Of course, the latter statement was merely a jest. Occasionally engaging in banter with these individuals, sharing a few laughs, served as a delightful respite from the pressures of their current circumstances. Here, devoid of entertainment, one could only converse or scavenge within the trading post. True to form, once the photograph was shared, a chorus of astonished exclamations followed. The community had seemingly grown accustomed to Chen Shu's daily indulgence. His previous posts of roasted chickens, rabbits, and fish had already left them in awe, even in the early days. Though it was only the 6th day, most individuals had begun to settle into a routine, and their quality of life was gradually improving, making it quite normal to enjoy meat from time to time. However, it is indeed rare for someone like Chen Shu to indulge in such lavish meals daily, constantly changing the menu. There are individuals who have never experienced such luxury before arriving here. After Chen Shu posted the photos, he refrained from checking back, as he could likely predict the comments, merely the usual few remarks. Chapter 66, Glass. By the way, I still have some goods here. Is anyone interested? Chen Shu suddenly recalled that he had yet to trade his wild game. Since he intended to sell it anyway, he might as well offer it to the people in the channel. He kept some for himself and ultimately decided to present 5 wild ducks and 5 wild chickens for trade. As soon as he announced this, the channel erupted with excitement. Many assumed that the food in the earlier photos represented the pinnacle of Chen Shu's supplies, unaware that he had such an abundance of stock left. Haha, I knew this day would come. Just wait, I'll go exchange one for you to taste. It was as if his goods were guaranteed to be coveted by others. Curiosity piqued regarding how he managed to procure such a multitude of game. After all, he had caught none in days while Chen Shu seemed to operate like a wholesaler. Could it be that he possessed some sort of advantage? What would that imply for the previous resource collection leaderboard? Surely, one cannot excel in every domain. Wow, even more meat. Wait for me, take it slow. Let me swap for one. Having missed out on the crayfish last time, this time it should be his turn, right? Chen Shu's private messages were once again inundated. Given his previous experience selling crayfish, the bids this time were reasonable, at least exchanging equivalent items. It ultimately depended on Chen Shu's choices and needs. If he required only ordinary items, then, regrettably, the chickens and ducks might not find a match. However, should the quantity be substantial, negotiations could be feasible. For instance, if someone offered 1,000 logs for a single blanket, he would certainly choose the former. Yet, should the other party propose energy crystals, backpack upgrade stones, or treehouse modules, then no amount of wood would suffice. After some deliberation, Chen Shu selected 10 individuals for the exchange. Some wished to trade for additional items, but were turned down. He needed to leave some for others, and besides, their offerings were not particularly exceptional. After the transactions, Chen Shu amassed a considerable stockpile, nearly filling the first floor of the treehouse. He acquired 35 iron blocks, 3 pieces of glass, 30 copper sheets, 30 vines, 500 logs, 600 stones, 10 packs of instant noodles, 25 iron nails, 10 wooden barrels, 20 loaves of bread, and 10 bags of nutrient soil. The rest were sparse, with only one of each. 1 pack of watermelon seeds, 1 pack of strawberry seeds, 1 pack of cherry seeds, 1 pack of dragon fruit seeds, 1 fishing rod, 1 pillow, 1 set of clothing, 1 pack of ham sausage, 1 telescope, 1 piece of pottery made by the other party, and a set of banana leaf armor. To be honest, the pottery was quite well crafted. As for why it was labeled as handmade, the reasoning was simple. It was rather unattractive, with an irregular shape, clearly the product of someone's amateur handiwork. If such an item were to appear in a treasure chest, it would indeed be a sight to behold. Fortunately, while it was unsightly, it was functional enough for making soup. The pillow, while referred to as such, resembled more of a decorative cushion. Nevertheless, it could serve its purpose as a pillow. Previously, he had been using clothes and wood as padding, but now with a pillow, he could enjoy a bit more comfort. The clothing set consisted of a simple top paired with pants, short sleeves coupled with jeans, perfectly suited for the current weather. Although he now possessed several packs of watermelon seeds, He lamented the lack of space for planting. Unlike strawberries, which only required a small patch of land, watermelons typically demanded expansive cultivation. Thus, his flower pots were entirely inadequate. Perhaps he should consider developing the land surrounding the treehouse. Otherwise, the watermelon seeds would remain dormant in his hands, gathering dust. Among these resources, the glass was the most unexpected acquisition. It was an item he had long desired but lacked the means to obtain, while the workbench could produce it. The primary material, sand, was non-existent in his possession. Chen Shu was uncertain whether this individual had crafted it or obtained it through other channels, yet it was now his. After numerous exchanges, he had gradually adapted to certain protocols, particularly concerning trading. One should refrain from inquiring about the source of another's goods, as such inquiries are considered discourteous. Most individuals would not disclose this information, and even if they did, it might not be the truth. Conversely, he too would offer vague responses should someone ask about how he acquired his game. Therefore, securing the item was sufficient. One should refrain from prying too much. With time and a long-term trading relationship established, the other party would naturally become more forthcoming. Upon receiving the glass, Chen Shu promptly installed it in the windows of the second floor via the control panel. Previously, the treehouse boasted wooden windows that obscured the view outside when closed. Now, with the addition of glass, everything was resolved. As for the banana leaf armor, he initially had no intention of accepting it. But Tang Tian insisted on gifting it to him, and he ultimately acquiesced, recognizing it as a gesture of goodwill. Comparing it to the photos he had shared in the channel, this set of banana leaf armor was notably more aesthetically pleasing, yet it still posed a risk of exposure. Were he without clothing, he might consider wearing it, but with clothing already in hand, donning it would only add to the heat. Chen Shu spent over half an hour organizing these items, significantly enriching his reserves. He had not anticipated that these individuals would be so willing to part with their resources for the sake of a hearty meal, each one seemingly generous in their offerings. Among them was someone who requested Chen Shu to assist in roasting their game, offering to provide additional supplies in return. Chen Shu felt tempted but ultimately declined. Having prepared dinner for 5 earlier, he was already fatigued and lacked the energy for another round of cooking. Nothing could interrupt his dinner. During this interval, Chen Shu glanced at the leaderboard. To his astonishment, he found that the first place on the beast hunting leaderboard had changed hands to someone named Luo Tian, who had accumulated an astonishing 600 points. He learned that the points awarded for each beast varied. Weaker ones yielded fewer points, while stronger ones provided more, typically fluctuating between 200 to 300. If calculated at an average of 200, this individual had hunted nearly 20 beasts, a feat far exceeding the capabilities of an ordinary person. Additionally, there were numerous others who had also amassed over 3,000 points. Were these individuals truly that formidable? Was this a manifestation of innate combat talent? Chen Shu stroked his chin, deeply astonished. He had yet to slay a single beast, while others had already made hunting formidable creatures their routine. Upon checking the resource collection leaderboard, he noted that his name had slipped to 3rd place. Though the gap with the top 2 was not insurmountable, as there remained ample time until the month's end to determine who would claim 1st place. The other 3 leaderboards showed no changes. He remained first on the treehouse construction leaderboard, while the exploration progress and compendium collection boards remained unchanged. While he was listed, his rank was low, offering little hope for significant rewards. It was primarily uncertain how many places would receive rewards upon final tallying. If he knew, he could aim for a specific target. Chapter 67, Delivery Rider. Have you found Chao Gai? Lin Yuchu gazed incredulously at the interface before her. In just a few days, she had unexpectedly encountered 2 familiar faces. As the class's youth league secretary, she possessed a considerable understanding of her classmates, being able to recall each name and their general circumstances. Chao Gai was the kind of person known by everyone in the class, primarily due to his towering height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches, making him conspicuously noticeable wherever he went. One must appreciate the improbability of running into an acquaintance among billions of people globally. The odds are staggeringly low, including herself. Chen Shua had come across 2 familiar faces in such a brief span, and although she had sought them out, it was still remarkable. A sudden thought struck Lin Yuchu. If Chen Shua could maintain his ranking on the leaderboard and remain in the 66666 channel over time, more individuals might be drawn to him, possibly leading to further familiar encounters. She promptly shared this idea with Chen Shua, expressing her hope that he could help her locate others. After sending the message, she began to relish her dinner. Once again, she savored the roasted chicken prepared by Chen Shua, albeit at the cost of some resources. This was entirely reasonable. Although they were classmates, their relationship was not particularly close, and she had neither the right nor the face to take advantage of him. The most prudent approach was to engage in a barter system. Today's roasted chicken was particularly delectable, generously seasoned, rivaling the flavors of earthly barbecues. She pondered whether she should acquire an annual card from Chen Shua to alleviate her daily concerns about meals. Though she had food, it was merely basic sustenance. While her supplies were ample, there was no one to trade with. The prices for chicken, duck, fish, and meat at the trading post were exorbitant, making exchanges disproportionately disadvantageous. In contrast, the offerings from her old classmate were significantly more appealing, not only delicious, but also customizable, which was utterly delightful. This notion flickered through her mind before she shook her head in denial. Daily indulgence in lavish feasts was unsustainable, regardless of her resources. So she decided to postpone such luxuries. She resolved to focus on stockpiling supplies to upgrade her treehouse instead. The challenge remained. Where could she acquire energy crystals? It was proving to be quite the conundrum. Lin Yuchu wore a dejected expression, but soon her demeanor shifted. She decided to enjoy her meal first. Meanwhile, Chen Shua glanced at Lin Yuchu's message and smiled knowingly. He had already entertained the same notion without needing her suggestion. However, his objective was not to seek out other classmates, but rather to locate his 3 dormitory mates. With Chao Gai found, only Gao Feng and Lu Xinsan remained. He wished he could tell them, "Could you two use your brains a little? Learn from the class secretary and inquire about the 666,666 channel." Unfortunately, they could not hear his thoughts. After some contemplation, he had Chao Gai post a message in the 6666666 channel, allowing Lin Yuchu to add him as a friend. Currently, this was the only viable option. Upon entering the 6666666 channel, Chao Gai quickly realized just how renowned Chen Shua was here. Although the system announcement had informed everyone of Chen Shua's name, the buzz had faded in other channels after a day. Here, however, discussions about him were frequent. He could sense that, in the eyes of these individuals, Chen Shua was quite impressive, the foremost survival expert, a master of resource gathering, and the dreaded food connoisseur. Previously, Chao Gai had drifted from channel to channel without a fixed base, but now he had a notion, perhaps staying here was not such a bad idea. The 66666 channel truly brimmed with talent. Being here felt like returning home, surrounded by capable individuals who were also pleasant conversationalists. After dinner, Chen Shua commenced the construction of a bamboo raft. The process was neither overly complex nor exceedingly simple. It merely involved connecting bamboo poles, albeit with numerous intricate details. First, he needed to select bamboo of similar thickness, ideally older for sturdiness. Then, he meticulously removed the outer layer of bamboo skin to prevent slipping and cracking. With ample time on his hands, he diligently performed each step. He carefully shaved the surface of the bamboo until it was smooth. Unwilling to produce a substandard product that might require a complete redo, which would be time-consuming and counterproductive. The effort required for this task was considerable, with the time taken depending on the raft's size. Chen Shua had modest expectations for the raft. As long as it could support his weight and float, it would suffice, as it was merely intended for setting traps, not for fishing. Once he completed this step, the next was carbonization, achieved by briefly exposing it to fire to create a carbon protective layer for added durability. Following this, he assembled the bamboo pieces and securely bound them with iron wire, which could easily be fashioned from iron blocks at his workstation. To reinforce the structure, he also employed some iron nails. Thus, a simple bamboo raft was completed. In reality, most bamboo rafts undergo an additional step of bending the bow and stern for easier navigation over obstacles. However, since Chen Shua was only using it on a lake, he opted to skip this part. As he beheld the raft, roughly the size of a half bed, excitement surged within him. Only the final trial remained, testing it in the water. As long as it could support his weight and float, he would be satisfied. Oh, and he still needed a bamboo pole. Chen Shua slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting the most crucial tool. Without the pole, directing the raft would be impossible. Fortunately, he had cut enough bamboo earlier, selecting a straight piece of medium thickness and processing it down to 3 meters. This length was ample without being cumbersome. Perfect. Chen Shua weighed the bamboo pole in his hand. It felt just right, solid and comfortable. He packed the raft and pole into his backpack, occupying only 2 slots, which was remarkably convenient. After completing these tasks, he realized it was already 11 o'clock at night. After boiling a kettle of water and enjoying a warm bath, Chen Shua contemplated releasing his identity at midnight before sleeping. However, having spent the entire day outdoors and working tirelessly through the night, exhaustion washed over him like a tide, and his eyelids grew heavy. Just a little longer, he murmured to himself, striving to stay awake. Yet, the fatigue ultimately triumphed over his willpower. And the warmth of the bath, the crackling of the campfire below, and the gentle caress of the night breeze all conspired to lull him into slumber. Not long after he drifted off, the system's notification chime rang out. Ding! Today's identity has been established. Delivery Rider. Delivery Rider gains optimal path intuition, enabling the planning of the fastest route to any destination, regardless of terrain complexity and disregarding extreme weather conditions. Before departure, the destination can be confirmed, and reaching it within the designated time will yield random rewards. Time is of the essence. The mission must be accomplished. Chapter 68. You have a new order. Morning light filtered through the glass, warming Chen Shua's face as he rubbed his eyes, groggy as he sat up. A beam of sunlight streamed in, wrapping him in a comforting embrace. Stretching and yawning, he recalled that he had seemingly fallen asleep before midnight the previous night. Yesterday was utterly exhausting. I couldn't even wait for the identity announcement. I have no idea what identity I possess today. He opened the notice and glanced at it. Delivery rider? Chen Shu was momentarily taken aback. This identity felt somewhat absurd. If one were to consider only the first half, this identity seemed utterly useless. Yet the prospect of earning rewards upon reaching the destination sparked his interest. It appeared reminiscent of the previous hiking guest, where rewards were also attainable. The sole distinction was that as a delivery rider, one must first ascertain the destination and arrive within a stipulated time to receive the rewards. Whereas the latter did not have such constraints, one could earn rewards even while wandering within the treehouse. First, a meal. He would attend to that before anything else. Chen Shu got up, first making a trip to the restroom next door, then washed up and prepared breakfast. A new day was dawning. Today marked the final day of the novice protection period, a pivotal moment that would shape his future. To survive in the days to come, he must seize this last opportunity. The chat channel reflected everyone's determination, with individuals clamoring to achieve significant feats today. As Chen Shu munched on his bread, he cast a glance outside. The weather was cloudy, accompanied by a gentle breeze, perfect for venturing out. The ground appeared dry as well, making the bicycle finally useful. Having swiftly resolved his breakfast, he gathered his belongings and prepared to head out. Upon stepping outside, his eyes immediately fell upon the strawberry plants he had sown earlier. Just 2 days had passed, and the potted plants had already sprouted tender green shoots. They grew so quickly? Chen Shu's face lit up with delight as he crouched down to observe closely. It was undoubtedly the nutrient-rich soil at work. Generally, under suitable conditions, germination typically takes 15 to 20 days, yet here, it had barely been 2. This soil's enhancement was nothing short of remarkable. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could harvest strawberries. Once that was accomplished, he would need to contemplate large-scale planting. After all, he had a plethora of seeds to utilize. With so much vacant land around the treehouse, he could choose any patch without the need for an aerial garden. As for wild beasts, a simple wooden or bamboo enclosure would suffice. He could hardly believe that they would be so bored as to forsake meat for his cultivated plants. Descending the wooden ladder, Chen Shu promptly retrieved his bicycle. It had been unusable in the previous rain, but today it was finally time to unleash its potential. With the identity of a delivery rider and a bicycle at his disposal, it was improbable that he would exceed the time limit. He first mounted the bicycle and took a spin around the vicinity. Not bad. While it was not as swift as riding on concrete, it was certainly much faster than walking. Time efficiency was crucial for him today, especially since it was the last day, and he needed to exert himself fully. Additionally, he intended to practice archery. Without the identity of a sharpshooter, he had to rely solely on his own skills. With this in mind, he halted, drew his compound bow, and aimed an arrow at the massive tree 50 meters away. As anticipated, he missed the target by nearly a meter, but the good news was that he could distinctly feel an improvement in his archery skills. Previously, he struggled to shoot a distance of 3 meters. Now, a 50-meter shot only deviated by 1 meter, a clear indication of progress. Just moments ago, he had feared he might completely miss. If all else failed, he could always resort to using a knife or simply run away. Gazing at the arrow embedded in the tree trunk 50 meters away, Chen Shu suddenly pondered. Could he set this distance as a destination? Let us give it a try. He promptly designated the dragon spine tree about 50 meters ahead as his destination, and to his surprise, it was indeed feasible. You have a new order. The destination is 52 meters away, and you must arrive within 1 minute. Countdown. 59 seconds, 58 seconds. 1 minute for 52 meters? Does it take me for a fool? This distance could be covered with a few strides. Chen Shu thought to himself, yet hastily hopped on his bicycle and rode toward it. With a push of his foot, the bicycle surged forward. 52 meters was merely a matter of a few pedals. Destination reached. The order is complete. Please check for rewards. Concurrently, a package materialized before him. Quite effortlessly, Chen Shu removed the arrow from the tree and prepared to claim his reward. Acquired, 1 wood. Chen Shu. Just a single piece of wood? Is this a joke? The effort expended pedaling the bicycle could have yielded far more wood with an axe. Surely, not all rewards can be this meager? If so, there would be no need for such exertion. He worried that rewards might be entirely random, some good, some bad. That would indeed be rather unfair. Suddenly, he recalled that this identity was that of a delivery rider. Since it was a delivery job, the farther the distance, the higher the delivery fee. Surely, this would apply here as well? Quite likely. Chen Shu immediately reset his destination, this time aiming for the lakeside. Just then, he remembered he had yet to utilize a certain item. Almost forgot about you, he exclaimed, pulling the mineral scanner from his backpack. This device resembled a gaming console, albeit with only a single switch and a screen. Let us see if it proves useful. He gently pressed the activation button, and a soft blue light emanated from the device, swiftly enveloping a 500-meter radius around him. On the screen, concentric ripples gradually spread outward. Beep beep. Suddenly, the scanner emitted a soft alert, and several blinking dots appeared on the screen, indicating various minerals and their depths. There really are resources. Chen Shu's eyes brightened as he discovered a mineral vein not far from him, boasting significant reserves, albeit with a daunting depth. 400 meters. Is this some kind of joke? If the depth were not so absurd, he could craft a shovel at the workbench to excavate slowly. As it stood, these minerals were buried so deep that even with a small drilling machine, it would take him a year or more to even touch the vein. The other points were similar. While the reserves might vary, the depths were universally beyond human reach. TSK, what a disappointment. Indeed, one cannot expect to find treasures falling from the sky. This device merely serves as a tantalizing glimpse, revealing where minerals lie only to leave one empty-handed. In retrospect, it seems somewhat lackluster. If one argues that it is useless, it did manage to identify numerous mineral deposits. Yet if one asserts its utility, those minerals are buried too deep to be of any practical use. Better to keep it on hand. Who knows, there might be some shallow deposits nearby. Chen Shu placed the scanner into the front frame of his bicycle and set off toward the lake. This frame was one he had fashioned himself from wood. Simple yet effective. The distance from the treehouse to the lake was approximately 9 kilometers. A leisurely walk would require 2 hours. But riding a bicycle could potentially have that time, although the terrain might extend it a bit. The time allotted by the identity system was 1.5 hours. As long as he reached the destination within this time frame, he would earn a reward. Charge ahead. Chapter 69, Copper Mine. Beep beep, beep beep beep. On his way to the lake, the mineral scanner continued to beep incessantly, prompting him to stop periodically to check. Indeed, there were numerous minerals in this forest, but their depths were utterly unreasonable. Human effort alone was insufficient. Is this scanner intentionally toying with me? It beeps every time. Why can't it just set a more reasonable threshold? All that lay before him were invisible and intangible mines. Chen Shu muttered to himself as he pedaled along, his rear end numbed by the rugged mountain path, forcing him to rise momentarily in an attempt to alleviate his discomfort. Just as he was nearing the lake, the scanner emitted a distinctive beep. Beep beep. Initially, Chen Shu paid it little heed, but a fleeting glance left him utterly astonished. On the screen, a luminous point flickered, distinct from the previous readings. This time, the displayed depth was remarkably shallow. Copper mine. Depth, 2 meters. Quantity, low, 2 meters. While this depth was not particularly shallow, his capabilities rendered it entirely feasible. Copper was not extensively utilized at present, yet retaining it could prove fortuitous. Just because it was unnecessary now did not imply it would remain so in the future. These mineral metals were likely to become crucial strategic resources, and no one would ever disdain an abundance of such materials. Although the quantity was scant, even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel. Moreover, this modest quantity could be relatively significant if mined, potentially representing considerable wealth for him. He promptly applied the brakes, carefully navigating forward based on the scanner's coordinates until he halted beside a thicket. According to the scanner, the copper lay a mere 2 meters beneath his feet. Lacking tools, the prospect of excavating it was akin to a fanciful dream. He could only mark the location and return later for gradual excavation. After all, within 100 kilometers, he was the sole occupant, and he doubted anyone else could stumble upon this place at such an early stage. Besides, others lacked a mineral scanner and would have no inkling that a copper mine lay 2 meters underground. A simple marker would suffice. Perhaps one day, his identity would align with a mining-related profession, and he could return for unexpected gains. Even if he were to extract the copper now, it would merely gather dust in his treehouse, occupying space. Had it been iron ore, he would have acted differently. Presently, iron ore was in high demand, commanding peak prices. Excavating it for sale would undoubtedly yield substantial profits. After marking the location, he wasted no further time and mounted his bicycle, racing toward the lake. The scanner buzzed incessantly along the way, driving him to distraction. Ignoring it risked missing something vital, yet checking was a waste of time. He retrieved the scanner to ponder a solution, only to discover a settings option in the upper left corner that allowed him to customize resource alert parameters. He immediately adjusted the alerts to notify him of minerals within 5 meters. Anything beyond that depth would remain silent. Instantly, the world fell quiet. This was a relief. Even if the scanner alerted him to deposits hundreds of meters deep, he would have no means of extraction. A depth of 5 meters was already considerable for him. And without machinery, reaching such depths was no trivial feat. 5 minutes later, Chen Shu arrived at the lake, the designated spot for his delivery task. Destination reached. Order completed. Please check for rewards. Reward, family bucket 1. What? After such a long journey, this was the reward? While not entirely disappointing, he had anticipated something more extraordinary, yet it turned out to be mere sustenance. However, this family bucket appeared quite appealing. He had often heard others in the chat channels boast of acquiring such a prize from treasure chests, and today, he finally encountered it himself. The family bucket was identical to what he remembered: finger-licking good chicken, spicy wings, New Orleans grilled wings, and half a corn cob. Speaking of which, it had been ages since he had indulged in such fare. Before attending university, he had never touched such food. To others, it might be considered mere snacks, or, in the eyes of some parents, junk food, yet for him, it had always been a luxury. Since starting university, he had partaken a few times, always in the company of his roommates. Seeing this food now inevitably reminded him of the three of them. Sighing deeply, Chen Shu stowed away the reward. The food was delightful, But he was not hungry at the moment. He would save it for later. After securing his bicycle, he retrieved his compound bow and commenced his shooting practice for the day. With the end of the novice protection period approaching at midnight, the true test of endurance awaited him. With only one last day remaining, if he could not hone his archery skills, he would lack the courage to face ferocious beasts. Thus far, he had only encountered a solitary leopard up close. He was uncertain of the leopard's rank among fierce creatures, whether it was considered strong or weak. However, if he perfected his archery, akin to yesterday's sharpshooter identity, he would face any beast with unwavering courage. Ambitions were lofty, yet reality was stark. Elevating his archery to such a level in a short span was implausible. He harbored no such lofty aspirations, merely hoping to achieve pinpoint accuracy when confronted at close range. Beasts were swift, yet even the fastest required time. He only needed to ensure he could accurately strike from several dozen meters away. Today, his mission was solely to practice archery, with the only additional task being to collect the fishing net he had set down yesterday before departing. It was currently impractical to retrieve it, for he had no place to store it, and in this sweltering heat, without an oxygen machine, any catch would spoil rapidly. As for his identity as a delivery rider today, it was hardly remarkable. He saw no need to squander his final day on such trivial rewards. In comparison to those rewards, perfecting his archery was of paramount importance. Failing to practice today would mean facing a less secure environment in the future. With this thought, Chen Shu suddenly conceived an idea to gather some wood or bamboo to fortify his treehouse, thereby securing a personal haven. This endeavor would require considerable effort, and its effectiveness against beasts remained uncertain, but that could be addressed later. For the time being, Chen Shu fervently practiced archery around the lake. He found a clear area and set targets at varying distances, ranging from 30 to 100 meters. This arrangement was dictated by the effective range of his compound bow, which capped at 100 meters. Beyond this distance, the accuracy and lethality of his arrows would significantly diminish. Chen Shu was acutely aware of this. Thus, he focused his practice within this range. Beyond it, he felt confident he would have ample time to react. Beginning at close range, he gradually increased the difficulty. Chapter 70, Irrigation System Blueprint. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After an indeterminate number of arrows shot, Chen Shu finally managed to hit 5 out of 10 shots at approximately 30 meters. At last, a measure of progress had been achieved. Chen Shu wiped the sweat from his brow, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. He had spent the entire morning relentlessly shooting arrows, his arms nearly too fatigued to lift, yet he persevered, taking only a brief respite before continuing his practice. Frankly, achieving this level of proficiency in such a short time exceeded his expectations. He suspected that his prior identity as a sharpshooter had imparted some subtle influences on him, such as muscle memory, an innate sense of aiming, and even better control of draw strength, all of which felt more instinctive than before. It seemed that his previous identity had indeed left him with a valuable legacy. Chen Shu expressed his thoughts aloud, secretly reveling in his own reflections. He rose to his feet, stretching his somewhat stiff shoulders and arms, before once again grasping his compound bow. Having sufficiently practiced at the 30-meter target, it was now time to challenge himself at the 50-meter mark. With a commendable hit rate already achieved at this distance, further practice would yield diminishing returns. Thus, he resolved to direct his efforts toward greater distances. Approaching noon, the forest by the lakeside continued to resonate with the sound of rustling. Despite his arms aching to the point of near immobility, he pressed on. As he focused intently on his archery, Han Shuang approached him. "Are you there?" she inquired. "Don't ask if I'm here. Just state your business directly." After sending this message, Chen Shu resumed his practice. He surmised that her reason for seeking him was likely related to food, as he could conceive of no other motive. "Do you have any iron blocks? I'd like to trade for some." Chen Shu found himself perplexed by this request. While iron blocks were indeed in high demand, they were not scarce at the trading post, which offered them in abundance. "Isn't the trading post stocked? I've looked, and their prices are exorbitant. Moreover, they want items I do not possess, which is why I'm reaching out to you." Perhaps fearing Chen Shu would decline, she quickly added, "Rest assured, I won't let you suffer a loss. I can offer items in exchange." Upon hearing her words, Chen Shu opened the trading post to examine the available iron blocks. As anticipated, the prices had surged since yesterday, and the seller's demands were increasingly unreasonable. "What do you have?" he queried, unwilling to become a victim of an unfair trade. If Han Shuang could not present something satisfactory, he would have to politely decline. "Here's what I have. See if anything piques your interest." As she spoke, Han Shuang sent over several images showcasing the contents of her backpack and treehouse. Chen Shu quickly opened the images, scrutinizing them closely. Fruits, bread, cured meat, rice, a multifunctional medical kit, and sanitary napkins. Chen Shu felt as though he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. He too possessed sanitary napkins, having purchased some when he had developed blisters on his feet. He had used them only twice, and still had a surplus. If he sold the remaining ones to Han Shuang? No, perhaps it was best to keep them. They might prove useful in the future. Once everyone had settled down, such items could very well become rare, particularly for women, as they are indispensable. There's one item I'm not willing to trade. Before Cheng Shu could respond, Han Shuang preemptively spoke up. I understand. Without needing to elaborate, Cheng Shu was aware of what she was referring to. He had no interest in that item either, especially since he already possessed it. Among Han Shuang's provisions, there were 3 items that intrigued Cheng Shu: the multifunctional medical kit, fertilizer, and irrigation system blueprints. The medical kit, of course, required no further explanation. It was an essential item for survival, capable of treating wounds and ailments, and potentially saving lives in critical moments. He had not anticipated that Han Shuang would retain such a valuable item. He regretted not having traded for it earlier. It was uncertain whether she would be willing to exchange it, as he himself would likely be reluctant. The utility of fertilizer was straightforward. It could significantly enhance crop yields and accelerate growth rates, making it ideal for someone like him, who was engaged in agriculture. When paired with nutrient-rich soil, it should considerably shorten the time required for plants to mature. As for the irrigation system blueprints, these 2 were a crucial component of his cultivation plans. It appeared that Han Shuang had recently acquired these blueprints and fertilizer, as they were still in her backpack, while the medical kit was stored in her treehouse. Irrigation system blueprints automatically adjust water supply based on plant growth and soil moisture, ensuring that plants maintain optimal hydration. With this system in place, he could fully cultivate those plants without the daily burden of watering them himself, thus alleviating a significant responsibility. Moreover, the plants would thrive better with this system. The materials required for this blueprint were relatively easy to procure, with plastic being the primary component. Although he had a small amount, it was insufficient, necessitating a trip to the trading post, where prices were not favorable. However, acquiring this blueprint was paramount, and regardless of the cost of plastic, he was determined to obtain it. His ability to achieve food independence hinged on this endeavor. Cheng Shu promptly communicated his desires to Han Shuang, hoping to secure all 3 items, though he was uncertain if he could acquire the multifunctional medical kit. On the other side, Han Shuang, upon reviewing Cheng Shu's requests, readily acquiesced without a moment's hesitation. This response was entirely expected. Anyone would covet a multifunctional medical kit, who among them had not experienced minor ailments. It was akin to a lifesaver in the wilderness. Her willingness to comply stemmed from the fact that she possessed 2 of them. Her unique ability was duplication, allowing her to replicate any item once daily, though each item could only be duplicated once. On her first day in this world, she had encountered a treasure chest and had wished to test whether she could duplicate it. To her surprise, she succeeded. She had intended to keep 1 treasure chest for the following day to continue duplicating, thereby allowing her to open 1 each day. However, she was informed that duplication was not possible for the same item more than once. To continue duplicating treasure chests, she would need to wait for another opportunity to encounter one. Moreover, this ability refreshed automatically the next day if not utilized, meaning that without a suitable item to duplicate, she would replicate something she already owned, one of which was the multifunctional medical kit. Thus, even in exchanging this medical kit with Cheng Shu, she would still retain one for herself, which was inconsequential. More importantly, gathering iron blocks to upgrade her treehouse was her priority. Chapter 71, Acquiring the Traps. Han Shuang's eagerness to agree was primarily because she had already intended to give Cheng Shu the fertilizer and irrigation system blueprints. These 2 items were of no use to her, and today marked the final day of the novice protection period. She had hoped to acquire something valuable for future needs. And serendipitously, she had encountered Cheng Shu. Treasure chests were indeed treasure chests, but half of their contents were unusable for her. Setting aside the question of whether she had the energy to engage with them, her current treehouse did not support such endeavors. Without sufficient resources and conditions, cultivating anything was nearly impossible. Thus, she recalled Cheng Shu's previous inquiry about purchasing watermelon seeds, realizing he might have intentions in that direction, and decided to contact him after returning home in the evening. However, by noon, her harvest had been disappointingly meager, leaving her no choice but to reach out to Cheng Shu to see if she could trade for some iron blocks. Fortunately, Cheng Shu had enough iron blocks on hand to facilitate her treehouse upgrade. As for energy crystals, she possessed several, having fortuitously encountered a treasure chest in the wild 2 days prior. Without hesitation, she had duplicated one, and the next day, she duplicated another crystal from one of the chests. Thus, she currently held 2 energy crystals, a fact she would not disclose to anyone else. Cheng Shu and Han Shuang had agreed to meet later in the evening for their transaction. Both were currently outside, without the items in their possession. Frankly, Chen Shu felt exceedingly pleased with this trade. The 3 items were precisely what he needed, and he was parting with nothing more than a mere chunk of iron. Although the price of iron was not insignificant, it paled in comparison to the value of those 3 items. To some, they might seem worthless trinkets, but to him, they were treasures capable of transforming his future life. Subsequently, Chen Shu immersed himself in the practice of archery. With each repetition, his skills flourished. As the sun dipped towards the horizon, the lake's surface shimmered like shattered gold. Standing 50 meters away from the new target, his left arm was as steady as a rock, while his right arm slowly drew back the bowstring. The bowstring hummed softly at his fingertips, reminiscent of a crescent moon poised to spring into action. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air, its fletching creating a straight vortex as it struck the center of a tree with a resounding thud. Wood splintered and the arrow's tip quivered. Yes, Chen Shu exclaimed, his fist pumping in triumph, the sound echoing across the afternoon lake. After a solid 5 to 6 hours of practice, his archery had markedly improved. Now, he was confident he could hit a target within 30 meters with a 60% accuracy rate, and even at distances beyond that, he maintained a 30% chance of success. Such proficiency was more than adequate, especially with a long knife at his side. Once he acquired the medical kit later that evening, he would rest easy. Glancing at the time, he noted it was 2:45 p.m., nearly time to retrieve his traps. Just as he prepared to put away his bow, a gray shadow darted from the thicket ahead. Instantly alert, he discerned it was a wild rabbit. Instinct took over. He pivoted, nocked an arrow, and drew the string in one fluid motion. Whoosh! The arrow zipped past the rabbit's back, embedding itself in a massive tree 10 meters away, the fletching vibrating ominously. A miss. Chen Shu had anticipated this. After all, it was a moving target, quite different from stationary trees. Without hesitation, he nocked another arrow. Slightly tilting his head, he predicted the rabbit's trajectory and released the string. Thwack! This time, the arrow pierced the rabbit's neck with pinpoint accuracy, sending it rolling half a meter away. The rabbit twitched twice before falling still. Chen Shu exhaled a long breath, a smile creeping onto his lips. This marked his first successful hunt without the aid of his sharpshooter status, a moment of great significance. He approached and effortlessly lifted the rabbit, placing it into his backpack. With this experience under his belt, he felt confident he could hunt more prey in the future. Even ferocious beasts no longer intimidated him. After spending some time at the location of his first trap, he promptly retrieved the bamboo raft from his backpack. Plop! The bamboo raft splashed into the lake, sending ripples across the surface. Chen Shu inserted a bamboo pole horizontally at the rear of the raft, stepping lightly on its edge. With a gentle push, the raft shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Not bad. The raft was well crafted. Standing on it posed no issue. And the lake was as smooth as glass. The raft floated lightly, stabilizing with just a gentle sway. Balancing steadily on the raft, he began to steer with the bamboo pole. Initially challenging, he gradually mastered the technique after several attempts. With deft taps of the pole, the raft glided smoothly towards the buoy marking his first trap. Lift! A flick of his wrist sent the line slicing through the water, and the trap emerged from below. The trap was heavy, filled with a dozen crawfish scuttling about, along with several small crucian carp. To his delight, nestled within the trap was a lake crab, its claws snapping menacingly. What a fortuitous find for dinner. While he had feasted on many crawfish, he had yet to try crab. Tonight would be a treat. He poured his bounty into a bucket, reset the trap, and gently nudged the pole to head towards the second trap. The second trap was even heavier, containing a 20-centimeter-long green fish, along with a few more small crawfish and fish. Both traps yielded bountiful rewards, confirming his method of setting them had been sound. However, his optimism was short-lived as he approached the third trap, which brought him disappointment. From a distance, he could see the marker leaning at an odd angle above the water. The trap had floated entirely to the surface. Oh no! He paddled faster to retrieve the trap, only to find it empty, save for a few tiny shrimp futilely flopping within the mesh. Uncertain of the cause, he reset the trap, hoping for better luck. The occurrence dampened his expectations for the next two traps. Yet, to his surprise, the following two traps yielded no mishaps, each brimming with a plentiful catch. His bucket was filled to the brim, predominantly with small crawfish, at least 30 or 40, plus 3 lake crabs and a few small fish, in addition to that sizable green fish. If he could achieve such bounties daily, he might not need to hunt at all. The traps alone could sustain him. Moreover, with his new alliance with Luo Qian, he anticipated a steady influx of traps, which would only enhance his future catches. Who knows, he might even become a fishmonger. As the number of traps increased, so too would his harvest, granting him ample goods for trade. Chapter 72. The novice protection period has concluded. As dusk fell, Chen Shu sat on the ground floor of his treehouse, preparing dinner while completing his transaction with Han Shuang. He had forgotten to set a destination upon returning, resulting in a loss of rewards. However, given the mundane nature of his current identity, he was not overly concerned. The multifunctional medical kit was stowed away in his backpack for emergencies, as it was essential not to leave it at home, should he sustain serious injuries outside. It could prove life-saving. He directly utilized the fertilizer and irrigation system blueprints, as the materials required for constructing the irrigation system were minimal. With just a few exchanges for plastic, he completed all necessary preparations. After spending 10 minutes building the irrigation system, he positioned the water pipe directly above the flower pot, following the control panel's instructions. Once that was accomplished, his dinner was ready, accompanied by a bucket of fried chicken. This time, without needing to be prompted by others, he proactively shared his dinner in the chat channel. As anticipated, the channel erupted with lamentations. Naturally, he did not forget to send a dinner portion to King Zhaotian. To his surprise, the recipient had the same idea, resulting in a delightful serving of sausage rice for him. Chen Shu was somewhat taken aback. It seemed his old classmate had his fair share of good fortune. Not only did he have white rice, but also sausage. His meal was certainly on par with Chen Shu's. The big shot is at it again. The compressed biscuits in my possession suddenly seem less appealing. I wish the delivery person would bring me a portion too. Why does the big shot eat so lavishly every day? What is the secret? I believe the secret lies in possessing a remarkable innate ability. What do you think the big shot's innate ability might be? Who knows, but it probably isn't anything to scoff at. Upon reading these comments, Chen Shu merely smiled. They could guess for a year and still not uncover the truth of his innate ability. Who could have anticipated the existence of such a remarkable ability as identity role-playing? Each day brings forth a refreshing array of identities, each corresponding to distinct capabilities, akin to a glitch in the system. As he dined, his attention remained fixated on the chat channel, which promised to be particularly lively tonight. Once the clock struck midnight, the novice protection period would come to an end, and the circumstances for each participant would shift dramatically. To be candid, he felt a twinge of trepidation. Who among us does not know that the ferocity of beasts by day is matched by their nocturnal counterparts? The most pressing concern remained. Could there be even more formidable entities lurking in the shadows? At this juncture, everything lay shrouded in uncertainty. Leaving him to await the dawn with bated breath, this night was destined to be anything but tranquil. The countdown read 4 hours. A plea for companionship echoed through the channel. Form a team? My friend, have you played too much? We still have not exited the novice protection period, and outside, the wolves are already howling. I have reinforced my treehouse with 3 layers of wood. Is that sufficient? The treehouse is undeniably secure. Are you merely wasting materials? The thought of the impending end to their protective cloak filled him with unease. Fear not the beasts. Confront them directly with your blade. They are not insurmountable. A modicum of skill can suffice. Is there anyone with iron? I am still short on materials to craft weapons. I have hoarded ample supplies. Starting tomorrow, I shall remain indoors. And what then, when your supplies run low? No amount of resources can rival the prowess of a seasoned player. Hiding away in a treehouse will lead to no fruitful outcome. Eventually, one must face the beasts. The speaker merely chuckled at this, understanding their sentiments, but offering no support. As the previous speaker pointed out, supplies would inevitably dwindle unless one possessed an exceptionally overpowered ability. Without doubt, one would be compelled to venture outside the treehouse and, in doing so, encounter the lurking dangers. Without experiencing storms, how can one behold a rainbow? Survival in this world necessitates the ability to hunt the beasts. This truth is universally acknowledged. Yet some cling to the illusion that they might one day escape this realm. Finishing the last morsel of his sausage rice, he replied to private messages from Chao Tianwang, Lin Yuchu, Tang Tian, and Ling Feng, all of whom inquired about his thoughts on the conclusion of the novice protection period and his plans for the morrow. His responses were uniformly composed. Let nature take its course. We shall observe the unfolding events. This was not an act of feigned profundity. Rather, his strategies depended on his identity, which remained undetermined. Until then, he was uncertain of his actions for the following day. As midnight approached, the chat channel grew increasingly animated. With rising demands for iron and weaponry, many sought to exploit the chaos, making unreasonable demands. After a refreshing shower, he settled into bed, awaiting the stroke of 12. Unbeknownst to him, he glanced at the tides once more, the one enigma that continued to elude him. With only 3 days remaining until the tides would arrive, he felt a surge of apprehension at the thought of facing both beasts and the impending tide. If the system were to disclose the nature of the tide, he might prepare accordingly. However, with no information at hand, all remained shrouded in fog. He pondered various possibilities, yet none seemed plausible. As he contemplated, the clock struck midnight. Simultaneously, a voice resounded in his ear. Announcement: the novice protection period has concluded. Survivors must heed the following advisories. Firstly, beasts will appear during the day, and their frequency during the night will increase by 300. Slaying beasts may yield items and treasure chests. At this proclamation, a jolt surged through him. He had anticipated merely an increase in daytime beasts, but the revelation that nighttime creatures would also multiply escalated the danger threefold. Yet, amidst this revelation, there was a glimmer of hope. The potential for rewards from hunting beasts offered a new avenue for survival. This presented an additional means of resource acquisition, likely to become a primary method moving forward. For those adept in combat, this would herald a time of revelry, while for those clinging to mere survival, it served as a dire wake-up call. To abstain from venturing out equated to a significant loss of resources, not to mention the missed opportunities for treasure. He regarded this shift as rather benevolent. Though the risks had amplified, the corresponding rewards had risen to an enticing threshold. The system had neatly entwined risk and reward, presenting a binary choice. Either embrace danger or succumb to starvation in the shadows. There existed no third option. The atmosphere increasingly resembled that of an immersive game. Within mere seconds, the dynamics of the chat channel had shifted. Half of the participants reveled in excitement, while the other half trembled in fear. The jubilant were undoubtedly those of formidable strength, whereas the fearful belonged to those ensnared by delusions. Before they could fully digest this information, the second announcement arrived. Secondly, The tides will arrive at midnight in 3 days, bringing with them a surge of seawater that will inundate the land for 5 days. Survivors should prepare adequate supplies to withstand the tides. This event will recur monthly. Tides. A spark ignited within him. The prospect of seawater flooding the land for 5 days. Every month was a chilling revelation. Those 2 lines struck him like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing the excitement from the first announcement entirely. It was indeed a literal interpretation. The tides referred to the ocean's ebb and flow. However, this tide threatened to submerge the forest, prolonging its duration significantly. 5 days meant he must stockpile sufficient resources. Failing to do so would render survival during this period exceedingly arduous. The height of the treehouse now made sense. It was a precaution against the encroaching tide. He understood the implications, realizing that the true filter for survival had commenced. 5 days of seawater enveloping the forest effectively stripped away a layer of already precarious living space. The system was not merely offering warnings. It was articulating the rules of elimination. Worse still, the tide was not a singular calamity, but a cyclical trial. Those who could not endure the first tide would not live to see the next month. Compared to the conclusion of the novice protection period, the advent of the tide was far more daunting. To survive, all individuals must accumulate ample resources within these 3 days, inevitably leading them to confront the beasts. The choice between venturing out into danger or remaining in the treehouse carried its own risks, presenting an inescapable dilemma that ensnared everyone in a shared fate. To venture forth meant facing the fangs of the beasts. To remain meant succumbing to the rising tide. The distinction lay solely in the preference of which threat to confront. As he had anticipated, the mood in the chat channel shifted once more. The tide invoked far greater fear than the known beasts. Without granting them much time for contemplation, the system promptly delivered more announcements. Thirdly, the frequency of treasure chests will increase, along with the probability of acquiring special items. Fourthly, a task system will activate at 6 a.m. Completing tasks will yield generous rewards. Fifthly, the data panel has been updated with new features for exploration. As soon as the announcements concluded, the sounds of beasts howling could be heard outside the treehouse. The howls of wolves, the roars of tigers, and the growls of lions echoed in his ears, causing the entire forest to erupt in a cacophony of sound. After a series of growls, the noise gradually subsided, though the occasional calls of ferocious beasts could still be heard. Meanwhile, Chen activated the data panel, eager to discover which new features had been unlocked. First, a quest section appeared behind the illustrated compendium, currently blank, likely requiring him to wait until 6 o'clock in the morning to unveil its contents. Aside from that, no other changes were evident, which left Chen quite intrigued. After a futile exploration, he felt a sense of helplessness, unable to discern any alterations, prompting him to consult the omniscient online community. However, upon entering the chat channel, a deluge of messages poured in like a burst dam, overwhelming his senses. Finally, we've been waiting. My friend S innate ability has finally come into its own. What is the excitement about? What innate ability do you possess? Beast Gene. The more ferocious beasts surrounding me, the stronger I become. Wow, such an ability exists. How are your supplies holding up? That tidal phenomenon sounds rather ominous. We should stockpile resources. I concur, especially since it lasts for 5 days. It seems challenging, hence I've been rationing food. I'm fine. My supplies can last me 10 days. I'm looking forward to the quest system. This adds another avenue for resource acquisition. Indeed, even the frequency of treasure chest spawns has increased. It should be easier to encounter chests, and the probability of obtaining special items has risen, making the upgrade of treehouses just around the corner. It seems the conclusion of the novice protection period isn't entirely negative. Aside from an increase in ferocious beasts during the day, most changes appear beneficial. Chen attentively noted the useful information shared by others. He then posed a question in the channel. Does anyone know what the 5th new feature entails? I haven't seen it. After sending that message, he reclined on his bed, patiently awaiting a response. Before long, several individuals noticed his message, primarily because his name stood out in the chat. Is the big shot still awake? Front row photo opportunity. What are your thoughts on this update, esteemed one? I know. There's a new group feature in the friend list that allows for inviting acquaintances. Really? We can form groups now. Incredible. I also discovered that the trading post has added an auction feature, allowing items to be listed for a specific resource. The highest bidder wins. I noticed this when I recently listed an item. It never existed before. There's now a search bar in the upper right corner of the chat channel for entering keywords to find corresponding content. This feature is excellent. If I need something specific, I can simply search for keywords in bustling channels. It feels significantly more user-friendly now. Indeed, the collective strength of the community was palpable within a minute. Scattered new features have been thoroughly dissected by the netizens. It must be said that these modifications certainly brought considerable convenience to everyone. Whether it be the auction feature at the trading post, the search function in the channel, or the grouping option, all serve to enhance the survival efficiency of the populace. Chen first glanced at the group function in the friend list, where the words, create group, were discreetly displayed at the bottom. These words were quite small and easily overlooked. explaining why he hadn't noticed them earlier. Upon clicking, a window promptly popped up. Create group. Invite friends to join. Maximum capacity of 20 people. Do you wish to create? No. Chen Shu canceled the creation, merely curious about the situation. There was no immediate need for a group. The only potential use might be to bring together King Chao and the League secretary for easier communication, but his relationship with Lin Yuchu wasn't yet at that level, making it unnecessary for now, though it could be considered in the future. While he found this feature unessential for himself, it would undoubtedly benefit many others, especially those in alliances or factions who previously had to rely on private messages for communication, which was cumbersome. Now, with the group feature, they could finally upgrade their verbal alliances into the embryonic form of guilds. Additionally, through the discussions, he realized a personal advantage. He was currently at a second-level treehouse, which allowed him to create a group with a capacity of 20 people. However, a first-level treehouse would limit the group to only 10 members. Fortunately, if the group leader upgraded to a second-level treehouse, the group would automatically advance as well. Chapter 74, Special Item Blind Box. Although Chen Shu did not create a group, many others had already taken action. After all, creating one didn't require any resources, so it wouldn't hurt to experiment. He simply hadn't anticipated that King Chao would also be awake at this hour and inquire if he wanted to create a group as well. Chen Shu replied that it wasn't necessary. His social network hadn't reached the point where a group was essential. Perhaps, when he knew more people, it could become viable. However, while he remained indifferent, the Daoist and Vice-Daoist of 666,666 had already begun. As prominent figures in the channel, their acquaintances vastly outnumbered those of others. This new group feature provided them with the perfect opportunity. Almost simultaneously with the announcement, their group was established. 666 Alliance. A rather straightforward name for the group. They even invited Chen Shu, who pondered for a moment before consenting. Upon entering, he discovered a host of familiar faces from the 666666 channel. Tang Tian, Ling Feng, Baijian, Wang Qian, Lin Nan. Since the Daoist and Vice-Daoist had not yet upgraded to a second-level treehouse, Baijian, who had already achieved that status, created the group. Initially, the two had hoped to establish it themselves, but he had declined, as he lacked sufficient friends. Once inside the group, he was welcomed by a flurry of greetings. Welcome, esteemed one. Welcome, esteemed one. Welcome, esteemed one. Wow, I didn't expect you actually brought the big shot in. Of course, just look at the influence our Daoist has. We are now the elite team of the 666666 channel. Let us support each other. Understood. Absolutely. After entering, Chen Shu merely greeted everyone before falling silent. This group was a small collective, and the relationships among its members were undoubtedly closer than those with others in the channel. After all, with so many individuals in the 666666 channel, communication could often become quite inconvenient. Shortly thereafter, Chen Shu reviewed the other changes. Overall, they were quite favorable, especially the auction feature at the trading post, which could maximize the value of items. The only downside was the time constraint, a minimum of 1 day, regardless of the final bid, before the seller could reclaim their goods, making it impossible to take items down. For those urgently in need of resources, this method would likely not be chosen, but for those not currently lacking, it could yield greater supplies, depending on their decisions. As Chen Shu contemplated the day's modifications, a shadow stealthily appeared outside the treehouse. The shadow was utterly still, quietly concealed behind the thicket, its pair of yellow eyes intently fixated on the glow emanating from the second floor of the treehouse. The last encounter had nearly ended in a fatal strike from an arrow. Though it had merely grazed its ear, the incident had instilled a deep-seated resentment. Gazing at the light, it appeared all the more composed. Meanwhile, Chen Shu remained oblivious to the fact that the leopard from their previous encounter had returned, seeking vengeance. His focus was wholly directed towards the trading post. Special Item Blind Box randomly opens to reveal a special item with equal probability. Seller's demand, iron blocks. Current bid, 15. Time remaining, 2 days, 23 hours, and 41 minutes. Chen Shu gazed at this offering, his interest piqued. A special item blind box was undoubtedly a valuable find, albeit fraught with risk. Should he manage to unveil an energy crystal, regardless of the bid, it would be a profitable endeavor. However, if the outcome were a universal card, something temporarily useless, he would incur a significant loss. The seller sought iron blocks, a highly coveted commodity during this period. Should he expend too many iron blocks only to receive an inconsequential item, it would spell financial ruin. The item was indeed desirable, and the discussion surrounding it was fervent, yet the number of bidders remained scant. Iron blocks were not easily hoarded, and had it been any other item, the competition might have been more fierce. Chen Shu's inventory of iron blocks was limited, making it challenging to secure this blind box. Presently, the highest bid stood at 15 iron blocks, while he possessed merely a dozen. Although he could place a bid, he deemed it futile. The final price would likely exceed this amount. To successfully acquire the blind box, he would need to devise a means of procuring more iron blocks. As long as the final bid did not surpass 50 iron blocks, he could accept it. The dilemma lay in where to source such a quantity. He had three options: exchange resources with others, borrow a few from acquaintances, perhaps from Lord Chow, who likely had some stock, or seek assistance from the members of the 666 Alliance. He was confident that should he ask, someone would lend him the requisite amount, though it might not be substantial. However, this would incur a debt of gratitude, a last resort he wished to avoid. The final option required self-reliance, utilizing a mineral scanner to locate iron ore. With a stroke of luck, he could not only secure the 50 iron blocks, but potentially an even greater bounty. The primary challenge lay in the extraction process, necessitating the use of a pickaxe. A stone pickaxe would be inadequate. At the very least, an iron pickaxe was required, further depleting his supply of iron blocks. Regardless of the approach, it was a considerable undertaking. Ultimately, he resolved to pursue the third option, mining for iron himself. By locating an iron mine, he could simultaneously obtain the blind box and amass a plethora of strategic resources. Those possessing iron blocks held significant power. Discovering an iron mine would be tantamount to possessing a money-printing machine. Soon, the auction for this item ascended to the front page. A change implemented whereby frequently bid items with high interest would occupy the most prominent position within the trading post. During his contemplation, the price of the item escalated to 26 iron blocks. The discussions below were rampant, with individuals even contemplating pooling their resources to secure the item collectively. At 26 iron blocks, this was no trivial sum. Even 9,999 individuals could not afford it, Chen Shu included. Are you all so affluent? How do you possess so many iron blocks? Why the sole demand for iron blocks? I cannot even place a bid. Bidding seemed pointless, having just been listed. The price had already surged, with the final sale price undoubtedly climbing higher still. Yet, it would not soar too high. The number of individuals with iron blocks was scarce, and those with a surplus were even fewer. Indeed, with the recent changes, interest had surged, but the number of bidders might dwindle as time progressed. He had initially considered collaborating with others, yet in mere moments, the price had risen to 28. Forget it, he thought. I am quite curious. How did he acquire this? Did it emerge from a treasure chest? Why not utilize it himself? Presumably, he was wary of the risks involved. Should he draw an item of little use? Auctioning it was indeed the safest route. Chapter 75, The Lumberjack. What was my identity today? Just moments ago, at noon. A system announcement had caused him to miss the reveal of his role, and it had only just dawned on him. He glanced at the announcement, which displayed today's identity. Lumberjack significantly reduces stamina consumption while chopping trees and can trigger a lucky wheel. There is a chance to obtain rare materials, special items, and random blueprints with each tree felled. Side effect: cannot be distracted while lumberjacking. Vision cannot be diverted, though hearing becomes exceedingly acute. With undivided focus, the pace of felling accelerates. A lumberjack? What does this identity entail? Knowing full well he had no desire to fell trees, this felt like an imposition. Initially, he contemplated abandoning this identity to avoid chopping trees altogether, but the mention of a chance to acquire rare materials and random blueprints shifted his resolve. The prospect of drops transformed the situation entirely. Whether rare materials or random blueprints, he had need of both, even if they were not immediately useful. Selling them at the trading post would yield a substantial profit. However, with the new player protection period now past, dangers outside had escalated dramatically. Being unable to remain vigilant while chopping trees was akin to exposing his vulnerable back to the entire forest. He was uncertain just how acute this heightened hearing would be. Would it enable him to detect lurking predators? Presently situated in the treehouse, he was unable to chop trees. The side effect would only manifest during the act of lumberjacking, necessitating patience until he awoke. Thus far, the lumberjack identity appeared to be the most sensible among them, at least somewhat related to survival. The previous identities of koi fish, gambler, and hiker seemed, at first glance, to have little to do with survival, yet they had proven applicable in the context of survival. Chen Shu noted the time. It was now 12:30, and yet the chat channel remained lively, with discussions about the day's developments ongoing, devoid of any trace of sleepiness. Unlike these others, he needed rest. Upon awakening, a myriad of tasks awaited him. After bidding goodnight to Lord Chow, Chen Shu swiftly succumbed to slumber. However, scarcely had he fallen asleep when a shadow appeared on the surveillance screen below. The leopard. It stealthily approached the treehouse under the cover of night, circling the wooden ladder with silence. Yet, Chen Shu upstairs was startled awake. The alarm had roused him. The surveillance system would sound an alert at the slightest sign of biological presence within its range. The shrill beeping pierced his eardrums like needles, propelling him upright. He hastened to the first floor, where he discerned the leopard on the screen. Chen Shu instantly recognized it as the one that had previously escaped. There was no doubt it had returned to exact its revenge. Unfortunately, he was ensconced within the treehouse, an undeniable safe haven, no matter how clever the leopard's schemes. It could not breach this sanctuary. Conversely, he could take advantage of the night's cover to strike secretly. This leopard was likely unaware that it had been detected. Otherwise, it would not have chosen this hour for its approach, clearly intent on launching a nocturnal ambush. At this moment, Chen Shu found himself devoid of any inclination to sleep. Grasping his compound bow, He stealthily approached the door and gently eased it open. He felt immensely grateful for the upgraded treehouse, which included a newly enhanced wooden door. The previous rudimentary door would creak at the slightest nudge, but now such disturbances were almost non-existent. Stepping onto the balcony, he immediately spotted the leopard below. The moonlight lay like a delicate frost over the wooden planks of the balcony. Barefoot, Chen Shu felt the coolness creep up from the soles of his feet, heightening his alertness. The leopard, positioned directly beneath him, arched its back into a sleek curve, its tail swaying gracefully. It seemed blissfully unaware that the door above had silently swung open, merely resting its nose against the wooden ladder. Chen Shu silently raised his compound bow, his fingertips tightening around the string as he aimed at the target below. However, at that very moment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. An unidentified bird soared overhead, its flapping wings creating a ruckus that startled the leopard. The creature's ears perked up, and it lifted its head, its amber eyes locking onto the balcony. In the next instant, it propelled itself off the ground with a powerful push, darting across the ground like a shadow, and upon landing, it vanished into the underbrush, leaving only the rustle of fallen leaves. The arrow remained knocked, yet the target had disappeared. Chen Shu stood frozen, inwardly cursing the meddlesome bird. Had it not been for its interruption, the leopard would now be lifeless. The danger was far from over, as the leopard still roamed free. Returning to the treehouse, Chen Shu lay on his bed, unable to find solace in sleep. The mere presence of a leopard had left him feeling as though he were facing a formidable adversary. He could scarcely imagine the terror that would accompany an encounter with other ferocious beasts. Time slipped by, and eventually, he succumbed to slumber, his heavy eyelids finally closing. Before 7 o'clock the next morning, while the thin mist still lingered, a beam of morning light streamed through the window, casting a glow upon Chen Shu's face. Groggily, he opened his eyes and sat up, gazing outside. Today marked the 8th day, and he pondered how many lives may have already been lost. He murmured to himself before rising to wash up and prepare breakfast. Although the novice protection period had not been entirely devoid of casualties, the numbers had been minimal. Without the threat of predators, the only true dangers were starvation or self-inflicted demise. However, circumstances had changed. Daytime would now bring the menace of wild beasts, significantly increasing the mortality rate and accelerating the process of elimination. The predators merely represented the initial wave of filtering. The true meat grinder loomed just 3 days away with the impending tides. Upon awakening, he had initially believed the previous night's encounter with the leopard to be a mere figment of his imagination, somewhat surreal. Just as he finished washing his face, a sudden roar pierced the air, akin to a dull saw tearing through the morning mist, startling Chen Shu into alertness. He instinctively reached for his compound bow, moving to the window to peer outside. Not far away, through the morning fog, a massive gray-black silhouette emerged, indistinct yet imposing. Upon rough estimation, the creature stood nearly 2 meters tall, its body covered in fur and brimming with muscle. Chen Shu nocked an arrow, aiming at the shadow. Although his archery skills were lacking, this at least provided him with a semblance of reassurance. The distance from his treehouse to the shadowy figure was no less than 150 meters, rendering the likelihood of hitting the target nearly impossible. Even if he did, it would likely be mere coincidence. Just as he silently prayed for the beast to steer clear of the treehouse, the situation unfolded in stark contrast to his hopes. The shadow began to advance toward him, step by ponderous step, its movement slow enough to induce a sense of dread. Chen Shu's fingers clutched the arrow tightly, the bowstring drawn to its limit, awaiting the creature's approach within his range of attack. As long as he remained within the confines of the treehouse, he would be safe, capable of exploiting the structure's advantages to outlast his opponent. In this dire scenario, the accuracy of his aim became paramount. As the shadow drew nearer, Chen Shu discerned the true nature of the beast before him. Chapter 76, The Giant Bear. This was indeed a colossal bear, its fur a deep black, reminiscent of the blind bear often depicted in television dramas. In comparison to Chen Shu's understanding of black bears, the creature before him was astonishingly larger. He had previously thought the shadow to be merely 2 meters tall, but now realized that this height only pertained to its stance on all fours. If it stood upright, it would tower close to 4 meters. Chen Shu recalled that only giraffes and elephants could reach such heights. So this was the true embodiment of a predator. The previous leopard paled in comparison, appearing almost trivial beside this behemoth. Now, Chen Shu questioned whether his bow and arrow could even inflict harm upon this massive creature. It was likely that his weapon would be ineffective against such formidable defenses. A beast of this magnitude would undoubtedly possess thick skin and robust flesh. Not even bullets might pierce its hide. As Chen Shu remained momentarily dazed, the giant bear had already approached the treehouse, now merely a few dozen meters away. At this juncture, he refrained from releasing the bowstring. The proximity instead lent him a peculiar calmness. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. The black bear resembled a moving mountain, each step causing the ground to tremble beneath it. Just as Chen Shu prepared to wait for it to draw closer, the bear abruptly altered its course and began moving westward. Throughout its approach, it had not once glanced at the treehouse. What was happening? Was it merely passing by? Chen Shu hesitated momentarily, a pang of regret washing over him. He should have taken the shot earlier. At the very least, he could have attempted to draw it closer, as he had the treehouse at his back, allowing him to wear it down gradually. Next time he encountered a predator, he would surely employ this strategy. There was no reason to pass up an opportunity for free meat. Yet this time, he could hardly be blamed. The oppressive presence of the giant bear was overwhelming, and no one had warned him of such a creature. Without the novice protection period, the dangers of the wilderness far exceeded his expectations. Previously, he had assumed that predators were limited to the likes of the leopard, yet now it was evident that he had underestimated the perils of this place. The leopard had merely been an overture, while the bear was but an interlude. Countless unknown threats lurked in the shadows. After hastily finishing his breakfast, Chen Shu tidied up and departed from the treehouse on his bicycle. He constantly scanned his surroundings, wary of any sudden appearances of wild beasts. Along the way, he did encounter some movement, but it was merely wild chickens and birds. No other predators were in sight, which allowed his vigilance to ease somewhat. It seemed that daytime predators were not as numerous, perhaps to afford survivors some space for exploration. Otherwise, the essence of survival would be lost. Chen Shu maintained a steady pace, avoiding excessive speed to conserve energy. Although he intended to chop down trees, he needed to preserve some of the surrounding vegetation. The high daytime temperatures and direct sunlight were nearly unbearable, necessitating the shade provided by the trees. Thus, he set his sights on the unknown territory to the east. He had already explored the northern, western, and southern directions, but the east remained largely uncharted. Previously, he had ventured there once, but that journey had only taken him a short distance, perhaps no more than 1 or 2 kilometers, leaving many areas unexplored. This time, Chen Shu was determined to investigate the east, hopeful for new discoveries. Moreover, the bear had headed west, allowing him to travel in the opposite direction and reducing the chances of an encounter. The eastern landscape surprised him. It was filled with trees, and he discovered a plethora of fruit. Upon reaching a relatively open area, Chen Shu commenced his task for the day, chopping wood. The environment was pleasant, with a honey fruit tree conveniently nearby, allowing him to quench his thirst or hunger with ease. After confirming that there were no traces of ferocious beasts in the vicinity, Chen Shu took out his iron axe and glanced at his identity status. Lumberjack significantly reduces stamina consumption when chopping trees and can trigger the fortune wheel. Each tree felled has a certain probability of dropping rare materials, special items, and random blueprints. Rare materials, special items, and random blueprints. Let's see just how high your drop rate is. With a vigorous swing, Chen Shu brought the iron axe down onto the tree trunk, producing a crisp thud. At that moment, he felt as though the axe had become much lighter in his hands, as if a gust of wind had flowed into the axe handle, alleviating much of its weight. Where the axe blade struck, wood chips exploded into the air with a sound so bright it almost echoed. A wave of exhilaration surged through his arms, rendering him completely free of fatigue. However, the side effects were magnified. His hearing seemed to be drawn into an excessively clear realm. A dry leaf 30 meters away was lifted by the wind, the rustling of grass swayed in the breeze, and the chirping of birds echoed from 100 meters away. Every sound was incredibly vivid. He instinctively turned his head, but his vision felt as though it were firmly fixed by 2 transparent plates. In his peripheral vision, the world appeared veiled in frosted glass, colors swaying, outlines distorting, obscuring any clarity. If anything were to approach him, he would be utterly oblivious. Fortunately, his hearing was exceptionally acute. Even the slightest rustle of wind or movement was amplified several times in his ears. In this state, he no longer feared ambushes from wild beasts, as it was akin to possessing a 360-degree auditory radar. A wild chicken was peering around in the thicket 100 meters ahead, approximately 80 meters behind him. An unidentified insect was gnawing at green leaves. 50 meters to his right, a small bird perched on a tree. All this information was like real-time coordinates, automatically marked on his mental auditory map. Any unusual sound would immediately set off an alarm in his mind. Thus, Chen Shu devoted all his energy to chopping trees. The iron axe swung faster and faster. After every few strikes, he would perk up his ears and survey the surroundings. Time seemed to stretch. Thud, thud, thud. When the 12th tree fell, transforming into logs, Chen Shu was astonished to see a blueprint hovering above them. A design blueprint. Overjoyed, he realized that it was indeed possible to obtain blueprints. The saying to become rich, one must first chop trees held true. Having only just begun, he had already acquired a blueprint. If he chopped trees for an entire day, would he not soar to new heights? Chen Shu pressed down on his racing heart and picked up the blueprint. Foldable terrace drying rack design blueprint. A foldable drying rack that can be installed on the external railing of a treehouse, equipped with a hemp rope pulley for drying clothes. Animal hides, herbs, cured meats, and other items, foldable and stored away at night, taking up no space. Is this not just a clothesline? Chen Shu mused quietly. While the blueprint appeared to have significant utility, its practical application might not be as advantageous as it seemed. Frankly, without this contraption, he could still hang items directly on the balcony railing. It felt somewhat redundant. Nevertheless, it was still a blueprint, so he decided to keep it, if he found it unnecessary. he could sell it to others. Chapter 77. 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers. Stimulated by the blueprint, Chen Shu became even more energetic in his tree-chopping endeavors. However, the subsequent process did not unfold as smoothly. After felling dozens of trees, no other items dropped. It was nothing but timber. And his backpack was already filled with 3 slots of wood. Chen Shu remained undeterred. He had more than enough strength to spare, and even if no other items dropped, the wood he collected throughout the day would still amount to a considerable fortune. Just as he was engrossed in his task, a private message notification chimed in. Halting his actions, he opened the interface to find it was from Zhao Tianwang. Old Chen, how are you? I just encountered a dog larger than I am. Or maybe it was a wolf. I was so scared I took off running. This thing even tried to chase me. You know my speed. It's something else. Before Chen Shu could respond, Zhao Tianwang sent several more messages, evidently agitated. The earlier beast must have frightened him considerably. Where are you now? Chen Shu inquired. In a tree. In a tree? Yes, that wolf is waiting right below me. I'm prepared to outlast it. You, such a big fellow, are afraid of it? Chen Shu recalled that Zhao Tianwang was the most robust among their group, towering and muscular. Could this beast be comparable to the black bear he had seen earlier? Come on, you can't assume my size guarantees I can take it on. You have no idea how massive this creature is. Its muscles are more developed than mine. I'll send you a picture. Chen Shu opened the image and gasped. In the photo, the wolf stood beneath the tree, gazing up at the camera with a fierce glint in its eyes. Its size was indeed astonishing, nearly 1.5 meters tall, with well-defined muscles and gray-black fur. See, this thing is terrifying. I think now is the perfect time for you to strike. Just give it a slice, and we can have a feast tonight. Chen Shu chuckled as he messaged Zhao Tianwang. Come on, it's easy for you to say that when you're not the one facing it. One slice probably wouldn't even take it down. Plus, I rushed out today and forgot my weapon. Chen Shu stared in disbelief. Wait, you forgot your weapon? You must be joking. He found it hard to believe that someone could forget to bring a weapon after the beginner protection period had ended. I forgot today wasn't still the beginner protection period. Zhao Tianwang sounded resigned. He had woken up that morning and, as was his habit, cleared his backpack, completely forgetting that it was already the 8th day. After a nap, he had inadvertently let everything slip his mind. Although he possessed the talent of immense strength, facing a beast of such caliber would require more than mere brawn. If only he had his weapon with him, he would have dispatched that wolf long ago. So, are you just planning to wait until it leaves? Of course not. I reached out to see if you have any weapons I could borrow. I absolutely must take this creature down today. From Zhao Tianwang's words, it was clear he had been harboring a great deal of frustration towards that wolf. Weapons. You've come to the right person. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Shu sent over the information for his Tang Dao and composite bow. Which one do you want? What? You have such impressive weapons? Why didn't you bring them out sooner? Zhao Tianwang had assumed that Chen Shu's armament consisted merely of a makeshift iron blade, never expecting him to possess a Tang Dao and a composite bow. After a brief surprise, he quickly replied, the knife will do. I'm more comfortable with it. Keep the composite bow for defense. I'll return the knife once I'm done using it. Chen Shu sent the long knife to Zhao Tianwang. Use it for now. You can return it once you're back. I still have my iron axe here. With the lumberjack identity, as long as he kept chopping trees, he would retain extraordinary hearing, rendering him virtually immune to ambushes by wild beasts. Within his auditory range, he could instantly respond to any rustle of wind or movement, which meant the advantages of the composite bow could be fully realized. All right, be careful not to end up as a meal for that wolf. Chen Shu offered a final reminder. That wolf certainly appeared formidable. Even with a weapon, victory was not guaranteed. Rest assured, who am I? I am Chao Gai, the king of heaven. Dealing with such beasts is as simple as a mere squeeze of my hand. Await my good news. With this statement, Chao Gai fell silent. Though Chen Shu longed to assist, he found himself utterly powerless, left to await in quiet anticipation. As he waited for news from the king of heaven, a pair of emerald green eyes, concealed behind a large tree 100 meters away, fixated intently on the horizon. The creature moved stealthily, each step gliding almost soundlessly along the ground. After a prolonged wait without any word from Chao Gai, Chen Shu felt a twinge of anxiety. His thoughts of chopping would dissipated, only to be interrupted by the faint sound of rustling in the air. His heart sank, and he swiftly drew his compound bow, nocking an arrow and aiming cautiously around him. Just as he had readied his weapon, a presence emerged, leading him to suspect that these ferocious beasts might have conspired together. Chen Shu remained vigilant, his gaze darting around, acutely aware of the rhythm of his own heartbeat and the whisper of the wind through the leaves. Aside from that, silence enveloped him. Where could this creature be? His mind raced with urgency, yet he dared not move hastily. At that moment, inspiration struck him. He was, after all, a lumberjack, chopping wood. With one hand grasping an iron axe, he struck the tree, amplifying his hearing several-fold, and at last, he detected a peculiar sound. Something unknown was stealthily approaching from several dozen meters away. The sound was faint, yet to Chen Shu, it resonated like a thunderclap. Perhaps it was his resumption of chopping wood that had drawn the beast nearer. Chen Shu yearned to discover the identity of this creature. But the repercussions of his earlier actions left him unable to shift his gaze, compelling him to endure the suspense. Listening intently, he realized the creature had entered his shooting range. Nonchalantly, he stretched and cast a sidelong glance toward the source of the sound. This time, he beheld the form of the unknown creature. It was a wild boar, its body covered in long, menacing quills, its tusks bared, and its size comparable to that of an ordinary domestic pig. Upon recognizing it as merely a wild boar, Chen Shu felt a weight lift from his heart. As the saying goes, 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers. He understood this principle, yet instinctively, he still harbored a primal fear of the latter too, while the wild boar presented a considerably lesser sense of dread. Chapter 78, The Quilled Wild Boar. Chen Shu feigned chopping wood while remaining alert to the wild boar's movements. He was prepared. The moment an opportunity arose, he would strike. The boar, believing Chen Shu was unguarded, suddenly launched an attack. A shadow darted past, pouncing with remarkable speed. Seeing this, Chen Shu discarded his iron axe and summoned his compound bow. Do not blame me. You brought this upon yourself. He quickly nocked an arrow, aiming at the charging boar, maintaining an air of composure. The boar seemed to sense the danger, emitting a low growl and arching its body slightly. Chen Shu remained expressionless, holding his draw steady. As the boar closed within 10 meters, he released the bowstring without hesitation. Whoosh! The arrow soared through the air, striking the boar squarely in the head. The creature jolted violently, letting out an enraged roar, yet it did not fall. Instead, it charged forward with renewed ferocity. Chen Shu swiftly retreated, retrieving a second arrow and drawing his bow once more. In mere seconds, the boar had closed the distance to less than 3 meters. Whoosh! This arrow found its mark, piercing the boar's eye, causing it to roll and crash against a massive tree. Its front legs scraped desperately against the ground as blood gushed from its eye. Knowing the adage, strike while the iron is hot, Chen Shu reacted almost instinctively, firing another arrow before seizing his axe and rushing forward. Though injured, the boar remained fierce, rising to launch another assault. Chen Shu lunged forward, swinging the iron axe down upon the boar's neck. With a deft sidestep, he evaded its thrashing counterattack, bringing the axe down once more, this time severing the boar's spine. The beast convulsed before collapsing to the ground, motionless. Following this, he delivered several more blows to ensure the creature was thoroughly incapacitated. Once assured that the beast was lifeless, Chen Shu sank to the ground, breathing heavily. This was his first genuine confrontation with a feral creature, and the adrenaline of the encounter left him shaken. This creature was indeed tough-skinned and muscular. He approached the carcass of the boar for a closer examination. Blood continued to seep from the body, staining the ground. Its long, hard quills could certainly be fashioned into weapons. I will collect this first and attend to it later, he resolved, preparing to transport the boar's carcass back for further processing. The moment his hand touched the wild boar, he understood its true nature. Quilled wild boar, a feral beast, a variant of the wild boar, covered in sharp quills, highly aggressive, fast, and of moderate danger. The meat is delectable, rich in high protein, and suitable for long-term preservation. Chen Shu's thoughts lingered on the last remark, delectable meat. Rich in high protein. He swallowed hard, envisioning the flavor of the wild boar's meat, an involuntary smile gracing his lips. This boar must weigh over 300 pounds. After removing the internal organs and other inedibles, at least 200 pounds of pure meat would remain, enough to sustain him for quite some time. Having hunted numerous wild chickens and ducks previously, none compared to this single wild boar, which he found rather amusing. It seemed that the conclusion of the novice protection period was not entirely a misfortune. One wild boar could yield such a bounty of meat, making the impending title challenge appear less formidable. If he dared to strive, he would surely not lack for meat in the days ahead. He recalled the black bear from earlier that morning. If he were to slay it, how much meat might that yield? Just one bear paw could equate to nearly half a wild boar, though he wondered about the palatability of bear meat. While lost in these thoughts of bear meat, a notification sound drew his attention. Chen Shu's heart raced as he promptly opened the interface, and indeed, it was Chow Guy. Ha ha ha, exhilarating. Old Chen, your blade is remarkably swift. The cutting is simply delightful. Chow Guy's message brimmed with excitement and pride, accompanied by a photo of a wolf's carcass. Are you unharmed? Unscathed? Merely a little wolf. It was a breeze to deal with. Weren't you just terrified moments ago? Terrified? Of what? When have I ever been afraid? Do not speak nonsense. Seeing Chow Guy in this manner, Chen Shu realized his old habit had resurfaced. Whenever circumstances took a turn for the better, he would conveniently neglect his prior fears. All right. You were never afraid. I must have misremembered, Chen Shu replied, feeling disinclined to dwell on the matter. Exactly, brother. Tonight I shall treat you to wolf meat. All right. Be careful and stay safe. We can discuss it when you return tonight. Chen Shu prepared to close the interface. Aware that he had numerous matters to attend to and could not afford to linger, he needed to retrieve the wild boar and vacate the area. The previous battle had resulted in considerable bloodshed, which would undoubtedly attract the attention of other ferocious beasts. All right, we shall speak later. Upon concluding the message, Chen Shu mounted his bicycle and swiftly departed from the scene. Regrettably, the spiny wild boar had not yielded any items or treasure chests, and he remained unaware of whether there were any drops from King Chao's side, wishing he had inquired earlier. What he did not know was that the situation with Chao Gai was far more intricate than he could have imagined. Chao Gai grimaced as he examined the wound on his arm, a hint of helplessness crossing his face. Initially, bolstered by the long knife, he held the upper hand against the ferocious beast, landing several strikes upon it. Just when he believed the wolf lay defeated, it suddenly mounted a counterattack, akin to a flicker of light in the darkness. In a moment of desperation, he was forced to dodge, yet still felt its claws graze him. Fortunately, the wound was shallow, merely 2 gashes that could be bandaged with ease. This experience made him acutely aware that the beasts of the dragon spine world were not ordinary creatures. They differed significantly from the animals of Earth. In the future, he must ensure the beast is truly deceased before lowering his guard. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he might well have become the wolf's lunch. He was also fortunate it was merely a lone wolf. Had several approached, he dared not contemplate the outcome. He understood that while he possessed some skills, facing a pack of wolves was far beyond his current capabilities. If one wolf was already so formidable, it was terrifying to think of the tigers, lions, and even more powerful creatures that others had encountered. He could not help but feel a surge of concern for those unarmed and unprepared. The reason he withheld this incident from Chen Shu was to spare him worry. His injury was not severe, and since it did not impede his mobility, he believed he could endure it. However, had he known Chen Shu possessed a multifunctional medical kit, he might have insisted on treatment. After all, who would not wish to recover swiftly and alleviate their suffering? Chapter 79. A long wait, a touch of loneliness. Chen Shu had not anticipated that King Chao would conceal his injury. He was currently engrossed in felling trees, his mind solely focused on the design plans. With a resounding crash, a large tree toppled, transforming into several logs. As Chen Shu surveyed his surroundings, he felt as though he had entered a paradise. This was a location he had just discovered, approximately 5 kilometers from his previous position, situated to the southeast of the treehouse. It was an expansive valley, encircled by lush, verdant forests. The air was imbued with freshness, mingled with the fragrant aroma of damp earth and grass, creating a sense of euphoria. A crystal-clear brook meandered through the valley, its waters babbling melodiously, resembling a scene from a fairy tale. Standing at the edge of the valley, with an iron axe in hand, Chen Shu occasionally cast his gaze around. Had this been a day prior, he would have taken the time to admire the beauty of the place, but circumstances had changed. He could sense the tranquility and splendor of the setting, yet he was acutely aware that this seemingly serene valley might conceal unknown dangers. The beasts of the dragon spine world would not become docile simply because of the picturesque scenery. If only he could establish a small campsite here, Chen Shu mused. This valley, rich in resources and stunning in its beauty, would serve as an ideal camping site. With another thud, a tree crashed to the ground, prompting Chen Shu to pause, wiping the sweat from his brow. His identity as a lumberjack significantly reduced the physical toll of felling trees. But it did not eliminate fatigue entirely. After pedaling for so long to reach this point, he found himself somewhat breathless. I should rest for a bit, he murmured to himself, casually planting the axe into the ground before plopping down onto a nearby rock. He retrieved a bottle of fresh water from his space, tilting his head back to take several hearty swigs, the cool liquid alleviating some of his weariness. Upon lowering the bottle, his gaze fell upon a peculiar piece of wood where the tree had just stood. While the other logs were a pale brown, this particular piece was a deep, rich purple-black, adorned with unique patterns. What is this? He wondered, astonished, as he immediately rose to pick up the wood, a fragrant aroma wafting toward him. Instantly, the information regarding the wood materialized before his eyes. Agarwood, rare material, formed from the resinous heartwood of specific trees, known for its hardness and rich fragrance, with various uses. Upon reading this description, Chen Shu's enthusiasm waned. After all his efforts, it turned out to be agarwood, a type of wood he was familiar with, often used for incense or carved into ornaments. However, he was in survival mode. What use would this hold for him? He would much prefer an abundance of ordinary wood instead. Despite his thoughts, he placed the agarwood into his backpack, reasoning that it might prove useful in the future. He also pondered the well-being of others, contemplating whether to check the chat channel. However, at that moment, a low, rumbling roar resonated from a distance. The sound was loud, yet felt far removed. Chen Shu's senses heightened immediately as he swiftly drew his compound bow and scanned the surroundings. After a few more roars, he pinpointed the source. Using binoculars for a closer look, he ultimately spotted the silhouette of a beast on the hillside opposite him. It was a tiger, its body cloaked in golden fur, striped with black, exuding an air of majesty. At that moment, it crouched upon a rock, its sharp gaze surveying the area. Chen Shu, observing this, quickly concealed himself behind a large tree, relieved to note that the tiger had not detected his presence. Although he had recently slain a wild boar, the instinctive fear he felt in the presence of a tiger compelled him to avoid confrontation. His supplies were ample. With plenty of meat from the boar that he could not possibly consume, there was no reason to provoke the tiger. Moreover, The act of hunting ferocious beasts did not guarantee any rewards. It was an unnecessary risk. For others, hunting might be the quickest route to gather resources. But for Chen Shu, it was quite the opposite. Without a specialized identity akin to that of a sharpshooter, the benefits of hunting did not outweigh the dangers involved. Take his lumberjack identity, for example. The rewards from felling trees undoubtedly surpassed those from hunting. This was evident in numerous aspects, with the most significant being that tree felling bore no risks, allowing him to collect wood while also acquiring additional resources, rare materials, special items, and blueprints, each vital for survival. In contrast, the risks associated with hunting ferocious beasts were far too high. What was the purpose of hunting these creatures? Simply put, it was for meat and materials, yet he could obtain the same resources by chopping wood, making the endeavor unnecessary. As long as he had sufficient supplies, he could trade for any meat he desired. Chen Shu remained hidden behind the tree, continually observing the tiger through his binoculars. The distance between them was not great, yet he could still feel the palpable pressure emanating from the tiger. This tense standoff continued for several minutes until the tiger finally turned and vanished from view. With a sigh of relief, Chen Shu released the tension that had been coiled within him. He cautiously peered from behind the tree, confirming that the tiger had departed before stepping out carefully. Once the novice protection period ended, a variety of ferocious beasts began to appear. Without some degree of skill, survival in this realm would be utterly impossible. The thought of living in such a perilous environment weighed heavily on him. No one could guarantee their survival in such circumstances, including himself, yet this was the only path available to them. At 11:30, Chen Shu sat on the mountainside, savoring his lunch, which consisted of the leftover family bucket from the previous day. As he ate, he kept a watchful eye on the prices of the special item blind boxes on the exchange, which had astonishingly reached 38 iron blocks, far quicker than he had anticipated. Initially, he had assumed that at this time, most people would lack sufficient resources. However, it appeared he had underestimated their capabilities. Throughout his journey today, he had also been attentive to the mineral scanner, hoping to discover an iron mine to alleviate his immediate needs. Yet, the minerals he encountered were either not iron or buried too deep, making extraction nearly impossible. If all else failed, he would have no choice but to forego the auction for this blind box. He even suspected that someone might have already mined the iron, as the sheer number of iron blocks was perplexing. During his meal, he stole a glance at the lively chat in the 666 Alliance group, which was bustling with activity. In a group of 18 individuals, the messages popped up at a pace rivaling that of the 666,666 channel. Certain discussions were deemed too sensitive for the channel, leading them to speak freely in the group. After observing for a moment, Chen Shu closed the interface. Finding the topics rather distasteful, no wonder they hesitated to speak in the chat channel. It seemed they had bottled up their thoughts for too long and were now yearning for connection. Chapter 80, The Watchtower Design Blueprint. Another blueprint. Chen Shu gazed at the second scroll at his feet, emanating a soft glow, his eyes sparkling with surprise as he quickly bent down to retrieve it. This was the second blueprint he had acquired while chopping wood today, alongside several rare materials, making for a bountiful haul overall. However, the elusive special items had yet to materialize, and it appeared unlikely they would. Nonetheless, the two blueprints far exceeded his expectations. Eagerly, he examined the new blueprint in his hands. Watchtower Design Blueprint. Can be constructed at the canopy safety area atop the treehouse, consuming materials to build a watchtower that provides a 360-degree panoramic view, significantly enhancing observation range. Construction requirement. Treehouse level LV5. Such a remarkable item. Chen Shu's breath momentarily caught in his throat, and his heart raced uncontrollably. The value of this blueprint surpassed that of the previous folding terrace drying rack by leagues, though it came with construction restrictions. The LV5 requirement left him staring blankly, uncertain of when he might achieve such a level. TSK. Chen Shu clicked his tongue in frustration, the thrill of discovery muted by the harsh reality. Currently, his treehouse was only at LV2, and the gap to LV5 was glaringly apparent. The item was indeed a treasure, but at present, it felt somewhat superfluous. He tucked the design blueprint away, invigorated by the possibility it held for the future. The aerial loft would rely entirely upon it. One must take life one bite at a time. Greed leads to indigestion. With over 4 hours until sunset, he hoped for another useful design blueprint to drop. As for the watchtower, it would have to remain a cherished aspiration for now. Thud, thud, thud. The familiar rhythm of his axe resumed, and the speed of his swings steadily increased. His acute sense of hearing reasserted itself, heightening his awareness of the external world, the whispers of the wind, the chirping of insects, and the distant, muffled roars of beasts, all crystal clear. Crack. The sturdy tree finally succumbed to the strain and fell with a resounding crash, transforming into a pile of timber. Just as Chen Shu bent to collect the wood, he noticed several fist-sized, oddly shaped fruits scattered around it. He paused, glancing upward. Had he just felled a fruit tree? His focus had been solely on the task at hand, and had he known it was a fruit tree beforehand, he might have refrained from chopping it down. But there was no turning back now. He had already done the deed. Chen Shu picked up the fruit, its skin a lustrous, jade-white hue adorned with spiraling lavender patterns, topped with a small cluster of tender green leaves. A rich fragrance wafted from it, tantalizing his senses and invigorating his spirit. Jade dew fruit, juicy and succulent. It melts in your mouth, alleviating mild fatigue and enhancing mental focus. Surprised by the description of the fruit, Chen Shu realized that the jade dew fruit appeared superior to the honey fruit he had previously encountered, particularly with its fatigue-relieving and mental-boosting properties, perfectly tailored for a survivor like him, who often labored for extended periods. What a treasure he had stumbled upon. Elated, he swiftly stored the jade dew fruits in his space. After observing his surroundings for any more of the fruit trees, he decided to try one for himself to gauge its effects. He pulled out a jade dew fruit, unwashed, and took a hearty bite. Instantly, the juice burst forth in his mouth, the flesh melting away with a hint of sweetness. A refreshing sensation coursed from his throat to his stomach, revitalizing his entire being. It felt reminiscent of mint, but distinctly different. This cooling sensation was gentler, lacking the sharp chill associated with mint. Instead, it provided a soothing, delightful coolness. The fruit not only refreshed his palate, but seemed to possess a miraculous quality that relaxed his weary muscles. This was truly remarkable. Unable to resist, Chen Shu took another bite, this time savoring the flavor of the jade dew fruit more deliberately. It offered a subtle fruitiness combined with a hint of refreshing herbal notes, leaving a lingering aftertaste. The jade dew fruit resembled a natural energy drink, its effects far surpassing those of any commercial brands he could recall. How he wished he could cultivate some of these himself, Chen Shu mused, resolving to thoroughly investigate any similar fruit trees he encountered in the future to explore the possibility of cultivation. He understood that in the arduous environment of the Dragon Ridge world, fruits capable of replenishing stamina and spirit were undoubtedly precious resources. He had not noticed any seeds while tasting the jade dew fruit, leaving him ignorant of the cultivation methods for such a fruit. Currently, it seemed that only seeds existed for species already found on Earth. He had yet to encounter any unique species from the Dragon Ridge world. Feeling invigorated by the surge of vitality and renewed spirit coursing through him, Chen Shu tightened his grip on the stone axe, his gaze fixed intently on the next tree. Seizing the moment, he aimed to unearth even more treasures. He stepped forward towards his target. However, just as he lifted his foot to traverse a section of exposed, gnarled tree roots, his toe suddenly caught on a hard object, causing him to stumble. Ouch! Chen Shu nearly fell but managed to steady himself against a nearby tree stump. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he would have ended up face first in the dirt. What was that? Frowning, he looked down at where he had tripped. Half buried in the moist, decaying soil and fallen leaves was an irregularly shaped object, rust-colored and protruding slightly. It wasn't a stone. Stones did not possess such coloration. Intrigued, he crouched down, brushing away the surrounding dirt and leaves. Soon, a mineral roughly the size of 2 fists emerged, its surface coarse and dark reddish-brown. This was merely a portion of it. The remainder remained buried beneath the earth. The edges of the stone were somewhat sharp, its surface not entirely smooth but rather pockmarked and cracked, as if shaped by prolonged weathering and erosion. Chen Shu had never seen such a stone before, and curiosity welled up within him. He extended his finger, delicately grazing the surface of the mineral. The texture was cool and unyielding, imbued with the moisture of the earth. He pressed his nail firmly against it, leaving only a faint white mark, yet his fingertip became dusted with a distinct reddish-brown powder. Leaning in closer, he inhaled deeply, a mingling of earthy tones and a metallic tang infiltrating his nostrils. The texture, the hue, and the weight prompted him to furrow his brow. As he rummaged through the fragments of knowledge buried within his memory, a heart-racing hypothesis took shape in an instant. To validate his theory, he swiftly retrieved the mineral scanner.